The Sun Star. Beneath the Fusheng tree, one of the 10 great spiritual roots, having been born already at the Deluo golden immortal realm, Honghuang, the spirit of the Sun Star, who took the form of a handsome young man, sat cross-legged upon massive tree roots, his brows furrowed, an array of emotions swirling across his face, impossible to conceal. After a long while, Honghuang let out a long sigh. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. Since heaven and earth have bestowed upon me this name, and granted their recognition, then I am the sole golden crow of the great sun between heaven and earth. With that thought settled, all his troubles vanished. He was originally a visitor from beyond the heavens. At the dawn of creation, he fell into the Sun Star, devouring the 2 primordial golden crows that should have been born there, and began his path of cultivation. When his cultivation reached the Zhanxian true immortal realm, his true spirit attracted the blessing of the great Tao, receiving the heavenly bestowal of the name Honghuang. From that moment on, Honghuang became the sole innate divine being upon the Sun Star. He was also the first and only great golden crow in the entire primordial universe. Although I say I will accept my fate, my own aspirations differ from those of Dijun and Tai. Dijun and Tai, the twin brothers, had ambitions as lofty as the heavens, but fates thinner than paper. With hearts as high as the sky, but fates as thin as paper, they yearned to become the rulers of the primordial world, commanding the order of countless living beings. Thus, upon manifesting their human forms, they hastened down into the Honghuang to make a name for themselves and subdue powerful experts as their subordinates. This was only natural. After all, both bore the supreme 9-9 imperial destiny, born as righteous kings. Pursuing the path of ruling the cosmos was entirely fitting. Their desire to rule the cosmos was not wrong. Unfortunately, first there rose the forces established by Dongwang Gong and Zhuangmu, the heads of male and female immortals respectively, followed by the Wuzhu clan descendants of Pangu, who bowed to no one. And then, the 6 heavenly Tao saints who could still move freely within the primordial world returned to their positions. Among the saints, apart from Yuhua, who achieved sainthood by creating humanity, the other 5 saints sought to propagate their teachings throughout the Honghuang and gather the fortune of all living beings. Would the heavenly court above tolerate such a thing? It could never be tolerated. Unifying the primordial world before the heavenly Tao saints attained Buddhahood, that was still feasible. But after they had already attained the Tao, absolutely impossible. Speaking of the twin brothers Dijun and Tai, their only true mistake was simply being born at the wrong time. However, Honghuang's thoughts were entirely different from theirs. He knew very well whom the coming demon war tribulation would target and harbored no ambition to become lord of the world. He only wished to find a life companion and live a carefree existence as a great adept who transcends the world. The supreme path of sainthood. If he could obtain it, all the better; if not, it mattered little. Before his transmigration, at just over 10 years old, he had been diagnosed with ALS, enduring it for over a decade before his brief life finally came to an end. He had never experienced love, never tasted many of life's beauties. Now reborn as an innate divine being, Honghuang's desires were few indeed. His few remaining obsessions were simple: to live longer, to take a wife, and to live carefree and happy. The Honghuang is too dangerous. Reaffirming the obsession that had existed in his heart since his transmigration, Honghuang reflected. Not only could karmic retribution and causality burden me at the slightest slip, but the future powerhouses would be scheming and plotting. A single misstep, and I'd fall into their traps. Therefore, besides having sufficient strength, one must prepare for every contingency and keep one's guard up when dealing with people and events. With strength as the foundation, caution, prudence, and the ability to endure and hide. These were the second of the 3 essential elements for thriving in the Honghuang. Furthermore, Honghuang touched his chin, his eyes filled with contemplation. Heavenly Tao merit is also an indispensable protective umbrella. In the Honghuang, you can lack anything except virtue, but you must never accumulate karmic retribution. With heavenly Tao merit protecting you, you could walk a little bolder. Not to mention that your own endeavors would go smoothly. Simply the fact that anyone harboring ill intent toward you would need to consider whether they could withstand the backlash of your heavenly Tao merit. Even in the worst case, with heavenly Tao merit shielding you, even if you fell to a scheme and perished once the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared, you could be reborn into a good fate. I have just manifested my human form, Honghuang spoke. Currently, I am only at the early stage of Deluo golden immortal with weak power, and I possess merely 3 natal spirit treasures, the Chaos Bell Hichu and Luo Shu, of which I have refined only half the prohibitions. Although I have some plans to acquire heavenly Tao merit, attempting to act in the Honghuang with such meager strength would truly be unwise. It would be better to seclude myself first and consolidate my realm before doing anything else. He truly felt himself far too weak. At the early stage of Deluo golden immortal, with only 3 spirit treasures. With such insufficient foundation, how could he dare to venture into the perilous Honghuang? Better to stay within his comfort zone, the Tao field of the Sun Star, and cultivate thoroughly to consolidate his realm. As for the detailed plan he had already formulated before manifesting his human form to acquire heavenly Tao merit, It would be perfectly fine to wait until his strength grew greater before putting it into action. The sun and moon rotated in eternal cycles, the ages drifted by. In the span of a finger snap, 3 Yuanhui had passed. Within a tranquil world that had evolved upon the sun, star a celestial palace, named the Golden Crow Palace stood. The once towering Fusheng divine tree had transformed into a small fire-red sapling only slightly taller than a wall resting within the palace courtyard. At this moment within the Golden Crow Palace, after 3 Yuanhui of secluded cultivation and having gained something, Fuguang was preparing his belongings. He wore a robe of profound gold Taoist attire. On his back was strapped a post-celestial spiritual treasure, the Golden Crow Sword, refined from a branch of the Fusheng divine tree and solar immortal gold. In his hand he held a refined post-celestial spiritual treasure, the Golden Crow Whisk. A wooden hairpin bound his black hair. Apart from his handsome and resolute features, he appeared neither ostentatious nor frivolous. To establish one's place in the world, one must conceal one's edge and draw forth wisdom, restrain one's fortune, and reflect upon oneself. Satisfied with his appearance, Fu Guang nodded in self-approval. To wander the great lands of the primordial realm in such a lofty manner would surely draw attention and invite unnecessary trouble. This current appearance is just right. One might think this is impossible, but in the world before transmigration, a single remark like, "What are you looking at?" could spark a bloody conflict. Not to mention the treacherous primordial realm. One need not even say, "What are you looking at?" There might be those who displeased simply by being glanced at would strike from the shadows. After all, cultivation is also cultivation of the heart. Many cultivators of the primordial realm adhere to a single creed: if displeased, then strike. All preparations complete. After confirming once more that nothing was amiss, and that he was fully prepared, Fu Guang left the Golden Crow Palace with an expression of eager anticipation. He summoned an auspicious cloud, departed from the sun star, descended through the primordial starry sky, and headed toward the boundless great lands of the primordial realm. He arrived in the primordial realm. Fu Guang did not wander about it well. He had come to the primordial realm this time with a self-appointed mission and goal. Beyond his mission, he would never interfere in other matters. Upon his auspicious cloud, Fu Guang's eyes gleamed as he mused inwardly. The myriad races of the primordial realm each possess their own unique heritage of written script, none mutually comprehensible. The innate divine beings each carry the heavenly Tao's heritage, directly bearing the inscriptions of heaven and earth. From the dawn of creation until this very age, no single script suitable for all sentient beings has ever emerged. It was not until the relatively unified Yao race, encompassing countless species and beings, emerged that the demon master Qilin synthesized the scripts of myriad races and created the Yao script. Only then did the primordial realm finally possess a script of universal suitability. After the Yao script, when the human race became the protagonists of heaven and earth, the human ancestor Tsang, Jia, created an even more universal script for mankind. From that moment onward, the heavenly Tao merit that could be gained from creating a script was completely exhausted. At this point in his thoughts, by now Fu Guang's purpose in leaving the Sun Star and coming to the primordial realm was self-evident. It was to obtain the heavenly Tao merit of creating a script. He had no intention of following the path of an emperor, nor did he intend to unify the myriad races of the primordial realm. Therefore, the opportunity that Qilin sought to comprehend for creating the Yao script was no longer available to him. Then the merit of creating a script, perhaps it too could be schemed for and obtained by him. The heavenly Tao is supremely just and selfless. As long as one does something that benefits the evolution of heaven and earth and the growth of all sentient beings, obtaining heavenly Tao merit is but natural and deserved. Creating a script of universal suitability benefits the common folk in passing down knowledge, enabling them to grow step by step. This is naturally a meritorious deed. If he succeeds, the descent of heavenly merit is almost inevitable. The one who creates the script could be Qilin, or it could be the future post-celestial being Sangjia. Then, why could it not be him, this innate divine being born of the sun star? Fu Guang. Proceed according to plan. Fu Guang raised his fingers and made some calculations. First, I shall visit some races that possess heritage scripts. Then I shall make a journey to the 3 innate races to borrow the dragon script, phoenix script, and Qilin inscription. First target, the fox race. Time drifted like idle clouds reflected in deep pools. Seasons changed, and stars shifted through countless autumns. Unconsciously, an entire Yuanhui had passed during Fu Guang's journey of visiting the various races of the primordial realm. An entire Yuanhui had passed during Fu Guang's journey of visiting the various races of the primordial realm. In a once glorious merfolk race settlement near the Eastern Sea, Fu Guang, who had already obtained the merfolk race's heritage script and remained here to preach the Tao to the merfolk race for 100 years, bid farewell and departed. Before leaving, the merfolk race's chieftain, who had just entered the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, came out to see him, offer attitude most respectful. Holding the Golden Crow whisk in hand, Fu Guang humbly inclined his head in return. There is no need to see me off. This time I have borrowed your clan's heritage script and preached the Tao to your people for 100 years. Karma is settled between us, and we owe each other nothing. Now that matters are concluded, I shall take my leave. As his words fell, Fuguang flicked his whisk. A golden auspicious cloud rose beneath his feet, and he departed at leisure. Watching Fuguang leave, the merfolk chieftain sighed softly, then bowed in the direction of Fuguang's departure. Farewell, senior. She had originally hoped that through this occasion she might forge some karmic bond with the great power of the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet this great power was unwilling to accept even a small karmic tie, which filled her with considerable regret. But she was not at a loss. During the 100 years of Dao preaching, several juniors of the merfolk race had achieved breakthroughs, and even she herself had gained some insights. Perhaps through this, she could take another step forward and stabilize her own early-stage Tai Golden Immortal Realm. All in all, she had not suffered a loss. The regret lay only in her desire for more. Upon the auspicious clouds, Fuguang counted the number of inherited texts he had obtained from various races. I have already gathered 2,997 kinds. The great Tao has 3,000 paths exceeding, which is inadvisable. The number 3,000 is optimal. The remaining 3 inherited texts must be from the 3 primordial races. Lowering his hand, Fuguang's gaze burned like a torch. Now it is time to visit the 3 primordial races. With this thought, Fuguang redirected the auspicious clouds and headed for the eastern sea, the nearest destination. In no time, as the sole golden crow in the world possessing the swift divine ability, the golden crow transformation into a rainbow, Fuguang arrived at the eastern sea. Transforming directly into a golden rainbow, Fuguang entered the eastern sea. As a primordial sacred being impervious to water and fire, he encountered no obstacles until he reached the East Sea Dragon Palace. Though once an ancient overlord, now rapidly declining under the burden of immense karmic, since the Dragon clan still possessed considerable reserves. The East Sea Dragon Palace was indeed resplendent and magnificent, evoking from afar the former glory of the overlord. Glancing at the palace, Fuguang silently marveled at the Dragon clan's opulence. Then, transmitting his voice with divine power, Fuguang of the Sun Star has come to visit the East Sea Dragon King. May I ask if the Dragon King has a moment to meet? As he announced himself, Fuguang revealed a trace of his Daluo aura, neither strong nor oppressive, without any offense. This was merely to inform the Dragon King within the palace that he was not a weakling to be trifled with. Away from home, it was never wrong to be steady, cautious, and humble. Yet this did not mean Fuguang would let others think he only understood reason and knew nothing of force. Inside the Dragon Palace, the East Sea Dragon King, who had been embracing a beautiful concubine, drinking fine wine, and watching charming clam maidens dance, was jolted awake upon hearing Fuguang's words and sensing the Daluo aura. He quickly rose, the Sun Star's Taoist Fuguang, the great power renowned throughout the primordial land in this era. Come quickly, let us go out and invite him in. During this era, although Fuguang had a clear goal and pursued nothing beyond it, his fame had gradually spread across the primordial land as he traveled among the myriad races. This was because Fuguang, born from the Sun Star, was a primordial sacred being with extraordinary origins. Also, after the previous culpas with the disappearance of mixed origin golden immortals, Daluo golden immortals had become the supreme cultivators in the primordial world. Thus Fuguang's reputation naturally spread. Before long, the East Sea Dragon King, having tidied himself, arrived with his turtle prime minister outside the Dragon Palace to meet Fuguang. With a cupped fist salute, little dragon Ao Guang pays respects to the exalted immortal. I apologize for not receiving you from afar. Please forgive my negligence. Looking at the exceedingly courteous Ao Guang, Fuguang nodded with a smile and returned the salute. The Dragon King is too kind. As the head of the 4 Seas Dragon Palaces and the current patriarch of the Dragon clan, Ao Guang's strength was not great. He was merely at the perfected Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This was normal. After the 3 primordial races were punished by the heavenly Tao, the clan's ancients and great powers had all gone to suppress the clan's foundations, unable to emerge unless absolutely necessary. After their meeting, Ao Guang warmly invited Fuguang. May I ask the purpose of the exalted immortal's visit? Please enter the Dragon Palace. Oh, I have already ordered a banquet prepared in your honor. After a slight hesitation, Fuguang spoke. There is no need for a banquet. I have come to request a viewing of the Dragon clan's dragon script. In return, I will grant the Dragon clan a favor. Would the Dragon King be willing to oblige? Borrowing the dragon script. Ao Guang was not surprised. After all, Fuguang's journey to borrow the inherited texts of various races over the past era was hardly a secret. Since it is the exalted immortal's request, I cannot refuse. Ao Guang did not decline. He said, please enter, esteemed immortal. I will have someone fetch the dragon script immediately. Whatever Fuguang intended to do with the dragon script, it was merely a loan. Such a good opportunity to forge a karmic bond with a Daluo golden immortal was not something the Dragon clan would reject. Moreover, Taoist Fuguang was of extraordinary birth and deep roots, clearly a powerful figure among Daluo golden immortals. Fuguang did not have to wait long. Ao Guang presented the original text of the Dragon clan's inherited script, a peculiar stone tablet resembling both metal and jade, exuding the aura of a rare treasure. Without dwelling on the tablet's origin, Fuguang quickly memorized and comprehended all the original dragon script of the Dragon Clan. After reading, he returned the inherited dragon script directly to Ao Guang. Fuguang rose to take his leave. Thank you for your generosity, Dragon King. As I said before, this loan shall be repaid with a good karmic fruit. Hearing this, Ao Guang beamed. It would be wonderful if I could be of help to the senior. Fuguang nodded. He did not wish to linger. This matter is concluded. I shall take my leave. Then seeing him off, Fuguang left the East Sea Dragon Palace and headed south toward the undying volcano where the Phoenix clan resided. After spending some time, he obtained the Phoenix script from the Phoenix clan and the Qilin tally from the Qilin clan. Upon the auspicious clouds, Fuguang's face was full of anticipation, his spiritual platform clear. I have obtained 3,000 types of inherited texts. Next, it is time to return and go into seclusion to deduce the universal inherited text suitable for all beings of the primordial world. As his words fell, a golden rainbow streaked across the sky as Fuguang left the primordial land and sped directly toward the sun star. Creating written language was by no means an easy task. Furthermore, Fuguang desired to create characters suitable for both innate beings and postnatal creatures alike. The work involved could be described as colossal. Yet where there is a will, there is a way. Sometime after 5 Yuan Hui had passed within the Golden Crow Palace, loud laughter rang out. Ha ha, it's done. This Taoist master of mine has succeeded. As the words echoed, the tightly shut doors of the Golden Crow Palace swung open with a resonant hum. Then, much like his retreat in those earlier days, Fuguang emerged from the Golden Crow Palace, an expectant gleam upon his face. 3,000 ancestral characters, 129,600 derivative characters. Fuguang walked out of the Golden Crow Palace and made his way beneath the Fusheng divine tree. Smiling, he said, as of now, all that remains is a spiritual treasure capable of bearing these characters, and I shall have achieved the heavenly merit of creating writing. As for the spiritual treasure to carry these characters, Fuguang had long since formulated his plan. Speaking while looking toward the Fusheng divine tree, he smiled and said, I shall take a section of your trunk, and when my work is complete, I shall return a portion of this merit to you. Rustling, rustling, rustling. Upon hearing Fuguang's words, the leaves of the sentient Fusheng divine tree trembled gently. Crack. Then a segment of the main trunk, seemingly small, yet capable of expanding to immense proportions once its restrictions were lifted, detached directly from the Fusheng divine tree and hovered before Fuguang. Accepting the piece of Fusheng divine wood, Fuguang clasped his hands in gratitude and smiled, thank you. Then without hesitation he settled cross-legged upon the ground and retrieved an abundance of spirit woods and spirit bamboos from his robes. He then set out numerous divine waters. These items were all treasures he had gathered along his journeys through the prehistoric realm, visiting various tribes and races. As the sole great sun Golden Crow, one who embodied an entire race, and simultaneously the spirit of the solar star, Fuguang had enjoyed the boundless fortune and blessings of the sun since ancient times. Roaming the prehistoric realm, naturally opportunities came without cease. Having laid out these materials, Fuguang then summoned forth a vast array of tool-type spiritual treasures he had crafted. Were any fellow Transmigrated present, they would immediately recognize these instruments. They were complete with everything needed to produce a book, tools for paper-making, movable type printing, and crafting brushes and ink. The creation of written language. This was a monumental merit. Likewise, refining tools that allowed postnatal beings without magical powers to learn and write would also yield merit as an additional accomplishment. As for how much merit this portion would bring, that remained uncertain. Regardless, every little bit counted. Heavenly merit. Who could ever have too much of it? Though the manual processes could not be skipped, as a supreme golden immortal employing immortal techniques to produce paper brushes, ink, and printing tools was quite straightforward. Before long, sheets of paper emerged, primarily crafted from Fusheng divine wood pulps supplemented with various spirit woods and bamboos. A writing brush fashioned from solar celestial gold for its handle and spun from his own feathers. An inkstone of polished black stone imbued with spiritual properties. A complete set of printing tools. All of these came into existence through Fuguang's hands. Once every preparatory measure was in place and triple-checked for any omissions, he proceeded with confidence. With a solemn expression, Fuguang waved his golden crow's whisk to purify himself, then raised his gaze toward the heavens. Channeling his magic power, he proclaimed aloud, Heavenly Tao above. I, Fuguang, the spirit of the solar star Golden Crow, have observed that among the common beings of the prehistoric realm there exists no universal script, nor writing implements hindering the transmission and exchange of knowledge among all living things. Therefore I have journeyed across the prehistoric realm, consulting the ancestral texts of every tribe, and today I create 3,000 foundational characters and 129,600 derivative characters. For writing I provide 4 essential tools: brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. For printing, I offer movable type characters. Today my merit is complete. I hereby report to the heavenly Tao and inform all sentient beings that henceforth this knowledge may be passed down freely, bringing benefit to the prehistoric realm. I ask the heavenly Tao and all sentient beings to witness this. As his words fell, a majestic will descended, vast and immeasurable, sweeping over Fuguang and the array of tools arranged beside him. Moments later, a deep bell tolled, the sound of the heavenly Tao's great chime, and a mighty force projected Fuguang's figure directly upon the heavens above the prehistoric realm. This drew the attention of countless great powers and ordinary beings alike. Within the Jade Void Palace of Kunlun, the Pangu, three pure ones engaged in their doctrinal discourse turned their gaze toward the direction of the solar star in astonishment. Taiching Laozi remained impassive. Yuqing Yuan sure showed surprise, while Shangqing Tongtian wore an expression of curiosity. In the endless sea of blood, Lord Mingyi, clad in crimson robes and appearing as a youth, furrowed his brow as he gazed at Fuguang's figure manifest in the heavens, a hint of disdain in his eyes. At Wuzhuang Temple, at Spirit Mountain, at a certain Taoist sanctuary upon Mount Buzhou. In each of these abodes of the innate divine beings, eyes filled with curiosity, disdain, or indifference turned toward Fuguang's celestial image. Meanwhile, every tribe that Fuguang had visited across the prehistoric realm wore expressions of utter astonishment. Within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang's face broke into delight. Could this senior immortal be gaining merit through the gift of writing? In that case, the benefits promised by Fuguang when he came to consult the dragon scripts. Without a doubt, these must be the rewards of heavenly merit. The mere thought set Ao Guang abuzz with excitement. And similarly, the patriarchs of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan were beginning to stir with anticipation. Heavenly merit, no matter how small a portion, was precisely what the three great clans burdened with immense karmic retribution needed most. Aware that the heavenly Tao's majesty was now broadcasting this very moment across the entire prehistoric realm, Fuguang's expression grew grave. Then with focused seriousness he picked up the ink stick and poured some divine water into the inkstone, beginning to grind the ink. Once the ink was ready, Fuguang lifted his brush, dipped it, and began writing upon the paper. Throughout this process, the detailed procedures for crafting paper, ink, brushes, and inkstones were recreated by the heavenly Tao's might, etched into the minds of all beings so that everyone understood how to produce these essentials. Simultaneously, the 3,000 foundational characters imbued with majestic power, along with the 129,600 derivative characters devoid of such strength, were broadcast forth by the heavenly Tao. Every detail, how each character should be written, pronounced, and what it signified, was known to all sentient beings and grasped with absolute clarity and precision. Not long after all the characters had been written by Fuguang's hand. Meanwhile, he demonstrated the technique of movable type printing. With that, the entire process by which Fuguang sought heavenly merit for the creation of writing had been completed. Having finished all of this, he set down his brush and bowed to the heavenly Tao and to all sentient beings, signaling that his demonstration was complete. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled. Then auspicious immortal light filled the heavens, and an enormous torrent of heavenly Tao merit descended from the sky. And it instantly split. 3 extremely thin streams of heavenly Tao merit fell from the 9 heavens, directly merging into the original texts of the 3 primordial races, causing those texts to immediately radiate auspicious light of merit full of wonder. As for the original texts of other races, they did not receive this benefit. The reason was simple: when Fuguang borrowed them, he had already severed the karmic ties with them, so the heavenly Tao merit that should have gone to their original texts naturally belonged to him. The 3 primordial races lacked nothing. They had no need for the benefit of Fuguang's lecture. Therefore, when Fuguang went to borrow the text, he did not even mention offering compensation on the spot. Given the wealth of the 3 primordial races, the small compensation he could offer would seem insignificant. The division of merit was not yet complete. Many more streams of heavenly Tao merit flowed down. The largest one directly fell upon the paper on which Fuguang had written the ancestral and derivative scripts, transforming the paper into 2 books, the upper volume of ancestral script and the lower volume of derivative script. When the 2 books combined, they became a complete top-grade acquired merit spiritual treasure, the scripture of 10,000 characters. The second largest stream of heavenly Tao merit descended, merging into the brush that Fuguang used to write, also creating a top-grade acquired merit spiritual treasure, the autumn hair brush. 2 equally large streams of heavenly Tao merit fell upon the ink stick and inkstone, creating 2 high-grade acquired merit spiritual treasures, the black jade and the ink ocean. Afterward, scattered streams of heavenly Tao merit of various sizes fell into various tools, transforming them all into merit objects. Even the divine Fusheng tree, which had contributed part of its main trunk as material, received a reward of heavenly Tao merit. Soon, after all objects related to Fuguang's creation of characters that had contributed received heavenly Tao merit, there was still 60% of the merit left. Boom. This 60% of heavenly Tao merit surged directly toward Fuguang. However, Fuguang did not absorb this heavenly Tao merit to enhance his cultivation and realm. Instead, he chose to transform the merit into a golden wheel of merit, condensing it around his body. That auspicious golden light radiated everywhere. Anyone would know that Fuguang was the favored child of the heavenly Tao. Touch me. See if you can withstand the punishment of the heavenly Tao. After everything ended, a faint smile appeared on Fuguang's face. Then he clasped his hands and bowed toward the heavens. Although the heavenly Tao had no consciousness, only the basic program will to operate the primordial world, it would not react to such polite behavior. But as the saying goes, heaven does not fault excessive courtesy. Being a celestial being is like being a human. A little humility and caution always bring benefits. The will of the heavenly Tao departed. All anomalies in the sky vanished. However, in the minds of all sentient beings in the primordial world, a complete method for making brush, ink, paper, and inkstone appeared, and they also learned a new script. Although most of the primordial beings did not care about this new script, they were quite interested in the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. No other reason. Under the reflection of the heavenly Tao's great power, the image of Taoist Fuguang, who was leisurely writing the scripture of 10,000 characters under the divine Fusheng tree, with his relaxed and unrestrained brushstrokes, was truly captivating. Moreover, discerning individuals could sense a subtle tempering of the mind from the act of writing. Therefore, for the many primordial beings who currently relied on jade slips for information storage and spiritual light bloodline transmission, the novel activity of writing, which could also slightly temper the mind, piqued their interest. For a time, the fashion of writing began to gradually spread across the primordial world. And with it, streams of literary Tao fortune rose, and most of it ultimately converged upon Fuguang, who was on the Sun Star. After several epochs passed, inside the Golden Crow Palace, feeling the literary Tao fortune that had accumulated on him bit by bit until it was no longer negligible, Fuguang wore an expression of as expected. He spoke, as I expected. After creating the script and the tools for spreading it, not only is there merit, but also the blessing of literary Tao fortune. This is a good thing. Merit protects the body, ensuring continuous blessings and less worry about others' schemes. An abundant personal fortune makes cultivation smooth, luck excellent, and even allows one to achieve whatever one desires. Thus, merit is very important, serving as a means of protection. Fortune is equally important, making one's Tao path more stable and smooth. The merit of creating the script has been obtained. Fuguang mused in his heart. Next, I will go into seclusion on the Sun Star, diligently cultivate the Sun Tao, and strive to gain the complete recognition of the Sun Star, attaining the position of Sun God. Also, I will thoroughly deduce and refine the divisions of years, months, days, and hours to delineate a detailed time scale for the primordial world. This will be another huge harvest of heavenly Tao merit. Besides this, Fuguang was also waiting for another great opportunity. The 3 lectures at the Purple Cloud Palace after Tao ancestor Honghuang became a saint, which could not be missed. Additionally, there was another major matter concerning his second obsession, taking a wife and finding multiple Tao companions. The moon goddess born on the moon star, another supreme star in the primordial starry sky, was Fuguang's primary target. However, although cautious and prudent, this single golden crow had no experience in pursuing a partner, not even in pursuing mortal women, let alone experience in pursuing a true goddess. He was somewhat at a loss. Moreover, his current strength was still weak and low, so he needed to cultivate diligently. Therefore, Fuguang did not even consider going to the moon star to meet the 2 moon goddesses. Having secured his temporary safety with the immense merit of creating written language, Fuguang became a reclusive cultivator who would enter seclusion whenever inspiration struck. After long periods of seclusion, he would emerge to tend the spiritual roots he had gathered from the primordial wilderness during his previous expedition, picking fruits to brew wine. Savoring the flavor of the innate fire mulberries, he lived a life of leisurely contentment. During his breaks from seclusion, he also crafted various pastimes, including the game of Go, Chinese chess, international chess, and other such amusements. Though he had no opponent, he found joy in playing against himself. Furthermore, as the originator of the literary path, having created writing and the 4 treasures of the study, he compiled classic texts and even devoted himself to composing literary works, including novels, poems, and songs. To that end, Fuguang even taught himself the way of music, crafting ancient instruments such as the suona, eru, and chime bells, as well as modern ones like the piano, guitar, and saxophone from his previous life. The emergence of these creations enriched the corresponding Taos with vibrant colors. This attracted faint traces of heavenly merit, not only brightening the golden light of merit behind Fuguang, but also granting these small objects a measure of fortune, transforming them into merit artifacts. While Fuguang leisurely enjoyed his carefree days, the land of Honghuang, after the turmoil of the previous calamity, began to stir with vitality once more. One by one, the innate sacred beings who had taken form in this era emerged from their dojos, traversing the wilderness to establish their reputations and gather spiritual treasures and resources. Among them, the 3 pure ones, born from Pangu's primordial spirit combined with pure chi, hailing from East Kunlun and claiming to be the true lineage of Pangu. enjoyed the greatest renown. Since the heavens and earth of Honghuang were created by the great god Pangu and the three pure ones possessed formidable power, their title as Pangu's true lineage spread far and wide. Moreover, the sibling pair of Deluo golden immortals, Fushi and Nuwa, emerging from a corner of Buzhou Mountain, also earned great fame. Fushi was infallible in his calculations. Nuwa's mastery of the creation Tao was consummate. Ordinary Deluo golden immortals would find themselves at a disadvantage when encountering this pair. Standing atop the 12-pin karmic fire red lotus, wielding the ruthless Yuan Tu and Abai swords, two supreme innate spiritual treasures that killed without incurring karmic retribution. Ancestor Mingi, having mastered the blood sea divine ability and claiming that as long as the blood sea remained undried, he would never die, soared to unprecedented prominence. The close bond between Honyun of the Fire Cloud Cave and Xinyuanzi of the 10,000 Longevity Mountain made them a duo no one dared provoke. The extreme speed of the Qilin from the North Sea was unmatched across the entire universe. The moon goddess sisters Shiha and Changshi from the Taiyin Star spread their beauty throughout Honghuang. For a time, the vast wilderness witnessed 100 schools of thought contending, innate sacred beings making their grand entrances one after another. It was a magnificent spectacle. As the slow passage of time continued, 10 kalpas passed amidst such lively events. One day, Fuguang within the Jinwu Palace was bent over his desk recording some of the bizarre ideas in his mind in the form of casual notes. Suddenly, with a resonant hum, the entire sky of Honghuang was bathed in celestial light. Purple qi surged from the east, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. Innumerable blessings and transformations arose, bestowing grace upon all. A supremely majestic figure stood towering between heaven and earth, causing all sentient beings to look up in awe and then bow their heads. Then amidst the profound Tao sounds, a voice resounded in the ears of all. I am Hongjun. Having comprehended the supreme Tao, I have today attained the true fruit of Hunyuan and achieved sagehood. 10,000 years from now, in accordance with heavenly destiny, I shall expound the great Tao to all beings at the Zixiao Palace in the chaos beyond the 33 heavens. Those with affinity may come and listen. As the voice faded, the sage's pressure that had weighed upon the creatures of Honghuang dissipated, and the celestial phenomena slowly vanished. Relieved of the sage's pressure, all beings breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately their faces lit up with excitement. No other reason. The immense opportunity of a sage's sermon was too stirring to ignore. In an instant, figures from all corners of Honghuang mounted auspicious clouds and spiritual treasures, soaring straight toward the chaos beyond the heavens. Among those eagerly heading to the outer chaos to hear the sermon were cultivators of varying strengths. The powerful included experts among Deluo golden immortals, while the weak even included some audacious minor golden immortals. Within the Jinwu Palace, Fuguang set down his brush and ink. An aura of literary Tao emanated from him, effectively masking his two fundamental Taos, the solar Tao and the fire Tao. This made him appear as a cultivator devoted to the literary path rather than the inherently domineering, innate, sacred being born from the supreme solar star. Nor would anyone suspect that Taoist Fuguang actually bore the fate of the 99 supreme sovereign. And this was precisely what Fuguang desired. As the saying goes, conceal one's brilliance and use obscurity to shine. Fuguang always felt that hiding more and keeping more cards up his sleeve would yield unexpected results when truly needed. After all, he was not cultivating the grand and majestic emperor's Tao, so he cared little about such matters as a sovereign's image. He did not compare himself to others. He only followed his heart's desires to live a little longer, marry a wife, and enjoy a carefree and leisurely life. No other thoughts occupied his mind. Whoosh. Just like his appearance when he first descended into the primordial, he wore a black gold Taoist robe, a golden crow longsword, and a golden crow whisk. Fuguang rode auspicious clouds, directly departed from the sun star, and unhurriedly headed towards the chaos beyond the heavens. The primordial starry sky was near the chaos. Outside the primordial starry sky, there was a natural barrier formed from the skin of the great god Pangu, like a membrane that encompassed the entire primordial heavens, shielding the primordial world from the direct erosion of the chaos. However, this isolation was not absolute. Instead, it was like a filter. After filtering the chaotic qi, it allowed the weaker chaotic qi that could be transformed into the primal qi that nourishes the primordial to enter. After a secondary filtration by the primordial starry sky, it then fell into the primordial, nourishing all things in heaven and earth and expanding the universe. Therefore, the primordial starry sky was desolate and dangerous. Ordinary great Luo golden immortals were not willing to come to the primordial starry sky. First, it was truly too dangerous. Second, the starry sky possessed a natural repulsion towards the beings on the earth. Only Fuguang, the two Taiyin goddesses Shiha and Changshi, and the long-lost moon goddess Wangshu from the ancient times could rely on the power of the stars to roam freely in the primordial starry sky. Moon goddess Wangshu, Fuguang glanced towards the direction of the Taiyin star, which radiated a soft and cool light while heading towards the chaos. Fuguang's gaze was calm. She attained the supreme and unique position of moon goddess and Taiyin god, yet she still fell during the great tribulation. The reason? It was because she was too deeply involved in the tribulation. The Sun Star and the Taiyin Star as the two supreme stars that illuminate the primordial world had no rivals except the Ziwei Emperor Star, which could barely compare. After all, these two stars were formed from the eyes of the great god Pangu. In the primordial universe, any being that had even a slight connection to the great god Pangu was extraordinary. Moreover, the Sun and the Taiyin had illuminated the primordial land for endless ages, accumulating immeasurable merits and fortune. By these 2 points alone, no other stars could compare or rival them. The status of these two stars was truly extraordinary. Thus, two heavenly positions naturally emerged. The heavenly position of the Taiyin star, the moon goddess, had already been claimed by the great god Wanshu, so Shiha and Changshi were merely the spirits of the Taiyin star, also known as the masters of Taiyin. But they were not the moon goddess. The position of moon goddess belonged only to the fallen great god Wanshu, whose true spirit had returned to the sea of true spirits, awaiting the limitless Kulpa to return. As for the heavenly position of the sun star, the sun god, it still existed. At the same time, no one was more suitable for this position than Fuguang. However, Fuguang's current strength and status did not match the sun god position. But he was not anxious. Being unworthy of one's position was a great taboo in the primordial world. Before his fall, he would always be the innate sacred most qualified for the sun god position. Therefore, after he broke through to a higher realm, it would not be too late to consider attaining the sun god position. Of course, even if Fuguang attained the sun god position, he still could not let his guard down. For no other reason. The Great Tribulation was truly terrifying. The moon goddess Wangshu could fall in the Great Tribulation. Naturally, the sun god Fuguang could as well. Do not be arrogant, do not be impatient, do not be careless. After repeatedly admonishing himself in his heart, Fuguang further strengthened his Tao heart. Steadily and cautiously biding his time, he wanted to live as long as heaven and earth and be coeval with the world. On this foundation, he sought a Tao companion to fly together with him, free and unrestrained. Soon, with his inner resolve reaffirmed, Fuguang arrived at the edge of the chaos. Glancing at the terrifying and perilous chaos outside, Fuguang was not afraid. Not to mention his protective spirit treasure, even his physical body, as a great sun golden crow, could enter the chaos. Of course, even though he could enter the chaos with his physical body, Fuguang had no intention of making things difficult for himself. Whoosh! He raised his hand and took out a top-grade acquired merit spirit treasure Wuju, which radiated golden light of merit. It was the inkstone he used for writing and painting an inexhaustible inkstick. Wuju emitted celestial light and easily protected Fuguang, allowing him to move unhindered through the chaos. It was worth mentioning that spirit treasures were divided into innate and acquired. But some acquired spirit treasures were far more terrifying than innate ones. The distinction between innate and acquired spirit treasures lay in one point: whether the treasure contained innate spiritual light. If it did, it was an innate spirit treasure; if not, it was an acquired spirit treasure. As for the power and function of a spirit treasure, it had little to do with being innate or acquired. The reason why acquired spirit treasures were often considered mediocre was that innate spirit treasures had a baseline of power. At the very least, they had specific functions and considerable might. But acquired ones could be terrifyingly strong or embarrassingly weak. There were some famous acquired spirit treasures, such as the Tiandi, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, the Fanny Seal, the Jinjiao Scissors, and so on. At this moment, although Wuju in Fuguang's hand was only an acquired spirit treasure, its defensive power was extremely strong. After being enhanced with merit golden light, its defense rivaled that of top-grade defensive spirit treasures. Moreover, although Wuju appeared to be just a small piece, it was quite heavy. It could also change size, making it a very handy tool for striking from behind. This item was one of Fuguang's essential travel treasures. He liked it very much. After activating Wuju to protect himself, following the guidance in his heart, Fuguang headed deep into the chaos. In the primordial years were not recorded in the chaos, there was even less sense of time. Following the guidance in his heart, Fuguang traversed the chaos. It should be here. The eager feeling in his heart grew stronger, and Fuguang's eyes brightened. Whoosh! In the next moment, before his eyes, the dangerous chaos was smoothed by a mighty force, becoming a peaceful place within the chaos. At the same time, an ancient solemn palace emanating the Tao rhythm of a sage appeared before Fuguang. The Zixiao Palace. He had arrived. Seeing this palace, Fuguang smiled. Then he respectfully bowed towards the gate of Zixiao Palace. Thank you, sage, for your guidance. It was still that saying, courtesy does not offend. Regardless of whether the sage cared, his behavior at least would not leave a bad impression. But what if this courteous behavior brought him benefits? The primordial world did have a possibility. After all, there was a saying. The great Tao is 50 heavens, evolution is 49 and one escapes. That one possibility was a bit of extra fortune for all beings. It's him. The Lord of the Sun Star, the ancestor of the literary way, a powerhouse among the great Luo. He seems easy to get along with. Oh no, when we arrived we forgot to pay respects to the saint. Let's make up for the courtesy, we must not offend the saint. At the gate of Zixiao Palace, the swift-footed and anxious cultivators had already arrived. Upon seeing Fuguang, they immediately recognized his identity. At the same time, because of Fu Guang's action of bowing towards Zixiao Palace, they all suddenly realized, and their expressions changed slightly. When they arrived here, they had all expended some energy, and the weaker ones were even injured. Having found a rare peaceful place amidst the chaos, they naturally sat down cross-legged to recover and heal their wounds, so as not to affect the upcoming sermon. For a moment, they had actually forgotten about propriety. Now seeing Fu Guang's action, they all came to their senses. Then all those who had arrived to listen to the saint's great Tao performed respectful bows. After bowing, among the Daluo golden immortals who had arrived earlier, some clasped their hands to Fu Guang in gratitude for his hint. Fu Guang was not arrogant. He responded to each with goodwill. Of course, every coin has two sides. Some appreciated Fu Guang's courteous behavior, while more were indifferent, holding no opinion of him. There were also a very few Daluo golden immortals who considered themselves as equal or superior and showed some hostility towards Fu Guang. No other reason. When everyone arrived, no one had bowed. But Fu Guang comes and pulls this stunt, making the Daluo golden immortals who arrived earlier seem like rude offenders. Showing off, huh? So naturally there were those displeased with Fu Guang. Facing these hostile Daluo golden immortals, Fu Guang showed no fear, his expression still calm. He even clasped his hands and smiled at those Daluo golden immortals who were hostile to him. This was not because Fu Guang was afraid. Rather, it was to be courteous before resorting to force. Even if conflict later arose, Fu Guang would be in the right. When he struck, he would have no psychological burden. The more powerful the cultivator, the more they valued this point, adhering to the unspoken rule of having a justified cause for action. Except for the reckless. Why were the Wu clan, which had not yet become famous in this calamity, even less favored than the Yao clan? The reason was simple. No matter how domineering the Yao clan was, they still adhered to some principles and tacit rules. But the Wu clan would not. Every single member of the Wu clan adhered to their own logic. Father God Pangu is first, they the descendants of Pangu the Wu clan are second, and everything else is nothing. Back to the main story. After Fu Guang's bow, he had effectively greeted all the Daluo golden immortals present. Then he found a quiet spot and sat cross-legged. With his magical treasures, he had expended little energy coming through the chaos, but at this moment it was better not to be too conspicuous. As for the attention brought by his bow at the gate of Zixiao Palace, that was a different matter. Compared to these troubles, he could easily handle. Obviously the more important one was Honghuang, the collaborator of the heavenly Tao, the true big boss, the decision maker, wasn't it? When comparing two interests, naturally choose the greater one. Overall, Fu Guang's courteous behavior only incurred the hostility of a few Daluo golden immortals with heavy karmic sins who looked like bad characters. The others either felt good about it or had no reaction. Quietly retreating behind the many Daluo golden immortals, the inconspicuous Fu Guang silently regulated his breath. Thus time passed bit by bit. One after another, the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace all arrived. Some came alone, some came in groups, such as Qilin, the three pure ones, Jin Yuanzi, and Hongyan. Some made grand entrances, others arrived quietly, such as Ancestor Mingi, who blasted through the chaos while staring at the karmic fire red lotus, and the two Tying goddesses who rode the cold moonlight. In short, Fu Guang, quietly observing from the back of the crowd, was fairly familiar with these future renowned primordial great powers. Fu Guang paid no attention to the other primordial great powers, but one of them made him slightly take notice. Dong Wang Gong. Looking at a majestic Daluo golden immortal with an imperial bearing who was making friends among the primordial great powers, Fu Guang confirmed his identity. It was none other than Dong Wang Gong, who cultivated both the supreme Yang and imperial Tao, and would be appointed by the saint after this first sermon as the leader of male immortals and establish the overseas immortal court. However, in the original trajectory, Dong Wang Gong ultimately failed in his endeavor and perished at the hands of Di Jun and Dong Wang Tai. Although after the earthly path reincarnation emerged, his true spirit returned through reincarnation. But the Dong Wang Gong of that time was no longer the same Dong Wang Gong. I wonder what his fate will be in this life. Fu Guang was somewhat curious. After all, he had no intention of walking the imperial Tao, and since there was no irreconcilable conflict with Dong Wang Gong over the Tao, he certainly would not make a move against him. So what would be Dong Wang Gong's ending? This point made Fu Guang very curious. Time flowed like a shuttle, fleeting and swift. Before the gates of Zixiao Palace, with many cultivators already gathered, the hours swiftly approached the appointed time for the saint to commence his discourse. At a certain moment, the drowsy attendant of the Tao ancestor Haoyan, who had been standing before the gates of Zixiao Palace, suddenly awakened. Then with a solemn expression he declared, the 10,000-year cycle has ended. The master is about to expound the great Tao. I invite all fellow Taoists to enter Zixiao Palace. Hearing Haoyan's words, all the cultivators present rose with fervent enthusiasm, their gazes burning as they fixed upon the slowly opening doors of Zixiao Palace. Fu Guang was no exception. This was the opportunity for a saint to expound the great Tao. Having traversed into the primordial chaos, not only did he lack any system, but he also bore to a certain extent the original fate of Dijuan and Tai. One misstep could lead to a disastrous deviation. Fuguang could not afford not to seize every opportunity, striving to elevate his cultivation, then speaking and acting with caution, treading carefully on his own path, fearing to walk a similar one. That would truly be a grievous misfortune. But there is a question. While waiting for the gates of Zixiao Palace to fully open, Fuguang glanced in surprise at the sole attendant Haoyin before the palace. His heart was filled with doubt. The Dao ancestor has only one attendant, Haoyin. Then where is Yaoqi? Where had Yaoqi gone? In the original trajectory alongside Haoyin, there should have been a Yaoqi Queen Mother as one of the future rulers of the heavenly court. Yet at this moment, there was no such female attendant named Yaoqi before the gates of Zixiao Palace. Could it be? His eyes narrowed slightly. Fuguang cast a glance among the assembly of female immortals of the great Luo realm, settling upon a dignified and elegant one, Shiwangmu. This female great Luo, though her experiences were tumultuous, was also a supremely fortunate being who shared the lifespan of heaven and earth and coexisted with the ages. More importantly, in mythological legends, Shiwangmu bore many alternate titles such as Queen Mother, Yaoqi Old Mother, Yaoqi Golden Mother, and Princess of the Royal Mother. Her current abode was even the Yaoqi Fairyland in the western Qilin. If the future Queen Mother of the heavenly court were truly the Dao ancestor's attendant, then how could the Dao ancestor be unaware of Shiwangmu's existence, nor that her dwelling's alternate name contained the word Yaoqi? The Dao ancestor could not be so inept. Therefore the truth was singular. Haoyin was indeed the Dao ancestor's attendant. But the Queen Mother was not. Her true identity should be Shiwangmu, one of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao Palace from the past, and the future leader of female immortals, the mother of the immortal court. This was also understandable. The heavenly court was the place where the heavenly Dao managed the order of the primordial world. The Dao ancestor as a collaborator placing Haoyin inside was already the limit. The other half certainly could not be decided by him alone. Shiwangmu was likely one of the heavenly court administrators favored by the heavenly Dao. After all, she cultivated the pure Yin Dao and the Dao of heavenly punishment, making her suitable to become one of the administrators of the heavenly court. With this thought, Fuguang understood why the Dao ancestor had only one attendant, Haoyin. Thoughts were as fleeting as light, lasting but an instant. With a clang, before long the once tightly shut gates of Zixiao Palace were fully opened. Many cultivators who had come to listen to the discourse hurriedly stepped inside. No one employed supernatural means, nor did any pushing or shoving occur. After all, entering Zixiao Palace was akin to stepping into the classroom arranged by a saint. As students who would dare to behave recklessly, the heavenly Dao cushions. As soon as he entered Zixiao Palace, Fuguang, like everyone else, saw the 6 heavenly Dao cushions at the very front. However, compared to the highly excited crowd, Fuguang remained very calm. Those 6 cushions had long been predetermined. The first 3 were destined by the heavenly Dao for the 3 pure ones of Pangu, who were incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit. The immense merit and achievements of creating the primordial world ensured that 3 saintly thrones of the heavenly Dao would fall upon them. The 4th cushion, concerning the birth of humanity and the key to awakening the will of the human Dao, was likewise destined for Nuwa, the foremost figure of the Dao of creation in the current primordial world. As for the remaining 2 positions, perhaps they could be contested, but Fuguang was not certain whether those 2 positions were intended by the saints to repay the karma from the ancient Great War that had left the western lands in ruins. If not, sitting on one would be fine. If so, sitting on one would disrupt the saints' arrangements and inevitably invite their hostility. After a moment of hesitation, Fuguang chose to give up. Better safe than sorry. Recalling the miserable fate of Honghuang, who had once sat on one of those positions, Fuguang lost all interest in the remaining 2 cushions. Whether they were truly preordained or not, he treated all uncertain matters as the worst-case scenario. Thus, in Fuguang's eyes, all 6 heavenly Dao cushions were damned predetermined, untouchable. Knowing when to take and when to let go was also a great wisdom. After abandoning the thought of the 6 heavenly Dao cushions, Fuguang immediately sensed a faint traction of qi. Following that pull, he soon found an ancient cushion in a forward position and then gladly sat down. At this moment, seated on this cushion, which carried the Dao rhythm of the Sun Dao, and perfectly matched his own main cultivation of the Sun Dao, Fuguang wore a satisfied smile. In his heart he could not help but exclaim, the great Dao has 3,000 paths, yet they all lead to the same destination. The most conspicuous is not necessarily the best. Only what suits oneself is the best. Shortly after Fuguang sat down, 2 ethereal figures took their seats beside him. They were none other than the 2 supreme lords of the moon whom he had noticed earlier at the entrance of the Purple Cloud Palace, Shiha and Changshi. At the sight of this pair of peerless sisters, a glimmer of light sparkled in Fuguang's eyes. He promptly took the initiative to greet them. I am Fuguang of the Sun Star. Greetings to the 2 supreme lords of the moon. This humble one salutes you. Just as they had sat down, Shiha and Changshi heard the nearby Taoist greeting them, and initially had no intention of responding. But upon hearing his self-introduction, Fuguang of the Sun Star, they immediately became intrigued. Fuguang had created the primordial ancestors of writing and derivative scripts, establishing the path of literature as its progenitor. His reputation was thunderous in their ears. Of course, if it were merely this, the two aloof moon goddesses would still not have shown warmth. More importantly, Fuguang originated from the sun star, making him not only their neighbor, but also complementary to the moon star, as the sun and moon mutually nurture each other, naturally fostering a favorable impression. Thus, after Fuguang's greeting, both Shiha and Changxi turned their eyes toward him and simultaneously responded with graceful smiles. Greetings to fellow Taoist Fuguang. After the formalities, Shiha's beautiful eyes shimmered. I have long heard of your reputation, fellow Taoist Fuguang, but never had the chance to make your acquaintance. Today I am fortunate to meet you, and indeed you are as outstanding and extraordinary as the rumors say. Whether this was sincere or not, Fuguang took it as genuine. With a smile he replied, You flatter me, fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoists and I are kindred spirits born from the same primordial starry sky. I should have visited earlier, but I have been in seclusion and I apologize for my discourtesy. After this preaching session, if you do not mind, please grace the sun star with your presence. Fuguang extended an invitation. Of course, it was merely a straightforward invitation with no ulterior motives. He did not even expect Shiha and Changxi to accept. After all, the two moon lords were renowned for their aloofness. They were indifferent to all cultivators except fellow female immortals. To be honest, Fuguang was already content that Shiha and Changxi had responded to his greeting and even exchanged a few words. Their cold reputation preceded them. To his surprise, Shiha actually agreed, Since you cordially invite us, my sister, and I will not refuse. A look of anticipation appeared on Shiha's face. Hearing this, Fuguang was somewhat surprised, but he did not lose his composure. That would be wonderful. After their initial acquaintance, Fuguang and Shiha engaged in pleasant conversation. The taciturn Changxi rarely interjected, but did not seem averse to communicating with Fuguang. For a time, the atmosphere among the three was so harmonious that it drew sidelong glances from the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace. Sister, behind Nuwa, who had already taken her seat on the heavenly Dao cushion, Fushi said with surprise, Did you not say that the two supreme lords of the moon are cold and aloof, not even warm to their female friends, and never show any favor to male immortals? Why does it feel not quite right? Hearing Fushi's doubt, Nuwa felt somewhat exasperated. How could she, specializing in the Tao of creation, know what even a diviner like him couldn't figure out? Nevertheless, Nuwa was also curious. She was familiar with the sisters Shiha and Changxi, having visited the moon star, and knew their disposition well. Why were they treating Fuguang differently? After much thought, it could only be because both were top-tier innate divinities born from the primordial starry dust. Nuwa's speculation was not without reason. After all, the sun and moon were naturally complementary, and the innate divinities born from them were practically celestial partners destined for each other. It would not be surprising if one day Fuguang and the sisters Shiha and Changxi became Tao companions. For now, they merely got along well. Nothing extraordinary. The 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace could also understand this, so after their initial surprise, they ceased paying attention to the amiable trio. Instead, they waited quietly for the sage to begin preaching the great Tao. Time passed. While chatting with Shiha and Changxi, Fuguang also observed all the changes in the Purple Cloud Palace. As he remembered Jane and Junti, that pair of troubled brothers, were late. The incidents of Hongyun giving up his seat and Kuanpeng losing his position also occurred. Then the moment Junti sat on the 6th heavenly Tao cushion, with a hum, the never-before-seen heavenly Tao sage Tao ancestor Honghuang appeared on the cushion on the platform. Scanning the crowd below, he announced, From now on the seats are fixed and cannot be changed. Good heavens! Fuguang exclaimed in astonishment. After everyone had taken their seats, the sage did not appear. Only after Jane and Junti had schemed and forcibly taken the heavenly Tao cushions did the sage appear and calmly declare the seats fixed. It was hard not to suspect that the seating arrangement was rigged. This thought flashed through Fuguang's mind briefly. He was a golden immortal of the great Luo with a perfected true spirit and a unified mind. As long as he did not openly curse the sage in his thoughts, which would be a grave disrespect, the sage would not sense it. But it was best not to dwell on such matters. He was merely a weak, pitiful, and helpless little golden crow. At most, he harbored a bit of ambition for immortality and a desire to marry, with the notion of having a steadfast wife at home while enjoying pleasures outside. Thus, he should not meddle with the sage's affairs, not even think about them. He should simply follow his own path step by step. A single word settled the seating arrangements within the palace. The sage uttered no more words. With a thunderous crash, the great doors of Zixiao Palace closed. Immense Taoist resonance radiated from the sage's body as he opened his golden mouth, and the sound of the Tao filled the entire Zixiao Palace. The teaching of the Tao had begun. Naturally, a sage's preaching was extraordinary. Manifestations such as the lingering resonance of Taoist sounds, myriad awe-inspiring phenomena, and auspicious clouds falling from the heavens were all present in abundance. The entire Zixiao Palace had transformed into an ocean of great Tao and wondrous manifestations. Fuguang was also immersed in a state of comprehending the Tao and experiencing sudden enlightenment. Although during his transformation into human form, Fuguang's cultivation had already reached the early stage of Daoyuo Golden Immortal, matching the cultivation of Di Jun and Tai E after their separation. In truth, Fuguang's foundation was far more profound than theirs. After all, he was the embodiment of the complete Great Sun Golden Flame, the sole Great Sun Golden Crow, rather than one of the two three-legged golden crows of the primordial world. At this moment, Fuguang entered directly into a state of enlightening upon the Great Tao of the Sun and the Great Tao of Fire, the two fundamental paths most suited to him. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years of Taoist teaching had passed. Within Zixiao Palace, the sage who had been preaching with great enthusiasm suddenly came to an abrupt halt. His Taoist resonance was retracted, and all manifestations and true meanings of the Tao within the palace dispersed, returning to their original state of simplicity and tranquility. The 3,000 disciples listening to the Tao gradually awakened from their meditative states. All of them bore expressions of deep reluctance, clearly unsatisfied, as if they had not heard enough. But since the sage would not continue his teaching, they naturally had no choice but to regretfully withdraw from their state of listening and cultivation. Fuguang also felt a trace of regret. Only a little more was needed. Had there been just a tiny bit more time, both his primary cultivation of the Great Tao of the Sun and the Great Tao of Fire could have reached perfection, while his secondary practices of the Great Taos of time-space divination formations and numerous others would each have made tremendous progress. Of course, he still had some distance to travel before reaching perfection. Upon returning to the Sun Star to seclude himself for a period of time, his primary and secondary Taos should be able to reach completion. And then, prepare for the Tao fruit of Yuanhuan Golden Immortal. Yes. At this critical juncture between following the Zunzant path of severing the three corpse selves or pursuing the way of Yuanhuan Golden Immortal, Fuguang decided to walk the path of Yuanhuan Golden Immortal. There was no other reason. He merely sought peace of mind. As is well known, there are three paths to attaining the Tao. The first is to cultivate with immense willpower, mighty divine ability, and tremendous fortune, ultimately grasping an incomparable great Tao to become a saint. This method of attaining the Tao produces Yuanhuan Dayuo Golden Immortals, who are the most powerful among the successful. The sole representative is, and always has been, Elder Yangmei, who has already left the primordial world. The second method is to sever the three corpse cells to attain Zunzant, then merge the three corpse cells into one to achieve the Tao. Those who succeed through this method become Yuanhuan Dayuo Golden Immortals, slightly lesser than the first type, yet still exceedingly powerful. Its sole representative is the single saint on the preaching platform, the Tao ancestor Hongjun. The third method is attaining the Tao through merit. Regardless of what manner of merit it is, as long as it reaches an immense magnitude, one can directly build one's cultivation through merit to attain Yuanhuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Among all methods, those who succeed through merit produce the weakest Yuanhuan Dayuo Golden Immortals. But this weakness is merely relative. Even the weakest saint is countless times more powerful than any and existing beneath sainthood. Currently in the primordial world, after completing 3 cycles of teaching, Saint Hongjun is about to transform into the heavenly Tao's spokesperson. Once he completes the heavenly Tao, the first path, even if not entirely blocked, will be far more difficult than before. As for the second path, although a pioneer already exists, the precedent of the heavenly Tao WC makes it difficult not to suspect whether the method of severing the three corpse selves might harbor hidden pitfalls. Of course, Tao ancestor Hongjun perhaps had no need to employ such underhanded tactics to prevent others from successfully attaining the Tao through severing the three corpse selves. But given Fuguang's cautious nature, once he sensed something amiss, he had no intention of pursuing the path of severing the three corpse selves. Yuanhuan Golden Immortal was perfectly adequate. Even when he eventually seeks to attain the Tao, he would only walk the safest path of merit-based Tao realization. Given this, whether he severs the three corpse selves or not made no difference, since he would ultimately pursue merit-based Tao realization anyway. Once all 3,000 disciples had emerged from their states of listening and cultivation, the saint upon the high platform fell silent and turned his gaze toward the 6 figures seated before him. Penga's 3 pure ones, Niwa, Jane, and Juanti. Although all 3,000 disciples listening within Zixiao Palace could address him as their teacher, his true disciples were only these 6 before him. Imparting the Tao to 3,000 disciples was a heavenly Tao task. The subsequent QA session was an opportunity belonging exclusively to his disciples. Witnessing this, the 3,000 disciples within Zixiao Palace were momentarily stunned, then gradually all understood that those 6 special cushions indeed held greater opportunity. Hongyun, who had been forced to yield his seat, wore a deeply stiff expression. Qilin, dragged into this, bore a deeply troubled countenance, his resentful gaze turning toward Hongyun. If it were not for Hongyun, Qilin would never have been driven from that prime seat, which allowed close proximity to the saint by those 2 outsiders from the west. Of course, no one paid any attention to the reactions of Hongyun and Qilin. At this moment, all 6 seated upon those special cushions displayed expressions of delight upon their faces. Taiching Laozi was the first to recover and raised a question regarding his cultivation. By all rights, Penga's 3 pure ones being one entity, Laozi's question represented the question of all 3. The second question should have been Nuwa's to ask. However, Yuqing Yuanshe clearly had no intention of relinquishing this opportunity and directly posed the second question. Upon witnessing his second brother's behavior, Shangqing Tongtian also asked a question. The three pure ones all received answers from the sage. Yet the sage had no further intention of providing clarification. The three behind them, Nuo Jian and Zhuandi, were unable to ask any questions. This situation caused all three of them to frown. Pengu's three pure ones were being rather unreasonable indeed. The QA session concluded. The sage cast his gaze over the 3,000 disciples. He spoke, a new cycle begins and all things renew themselves. The primordial world now revives with renewed vitality. Its myriad creatures have thrived and multiplied across many ages, yet order grows chaotic and turmoil stirs. At such a juncture, a great power must arise to quell these disturbances, balance yin and yang, and establish cosmic order. The sage's words sent shockwaves through the 3,000 disciples, their expressions shifting as murmurs rippled through the crowd. The meaning of these words was not difficult to decipher. The saint intended for someone of great power to reorganize the order of the primordial world and govern all immortals and sentient beings within it. This was a monumental authority. No wonder countless hearts stirred with ambition and desire. Of course, some cared deeply while others remained entirely unmoved. All were simply waiting for the sage's next words. Since the saint had spoken, it was clear he already had candidates in mind. They need only listen. Heaven and earth divide into yin and yang. Thus those who govern order shall embody one yang, and one yin, one male, and one female. The sage's gaze rose, first falling upon Honghuang, who sat calmly and composedly. Then, he turned his gaze toward the Earl of the East, draped in purple gold robes radiating an aura of supreme nobility. He spoke again. Earl of the East, you are the embodiment of the primordial pure yang energy of Donghua. You may serve as the foremost male immortal of the primordial world. I bestow upon you the dragon-headed cane as Mugong. From henceforth, any man of the primordial world who ascends to immortality must visit the purple mansion, pay homage to Mugong, and be inscribed in the immortal register. As his words fell, a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the dragon-headed cane, along with the purple mansion immortal register, materialized before the Earl of the East. I thank the sage. Though the Earl of the East's expression remained outwardly composed, golden light flickered within his eyes. His inner excitement was impossible to conceal. Such a display seen by the vast majority of male immortals among the 3,000 disciples inevitably caused them to furrow their brows. At the same time, some male immortals instinctively cast their glances toward Honghuang, the one the sage had first looked upon. Clearly Honghuang, the one favored by the sage's initial gaze, should have been the true candidate for the foremost male immortal. Yet for some reason the sage ultimately did not choose Honghuang. Of course, the sage's decision must have had his own reasons. Nevertheless, comparing the barely concealed excitement of the Earl of the East with the tranquil composure of Honghuang seated nearby, their disparity was immediately apparent. Honghuang, compared to that fellow Earl of the East, was far more pleasing to behold. Not only had he pioneered the path of literature and culture, providing the 3,000 guests with a refining of the mind pursuit to complement their cultivation, but his forbearance and humility were qualities the ambitious Earl of the East could never match. The attitude of the 3,000 disciples was evident. Unfortunately, the Earl of the East, caught in the throes of ecstasy, clearly paid little mind to it. Even if he had noticed, he would have dismissed it. He was the sage's appointed head of all male immortals. Who would dare oppose him? Of course, the Earl of the East did not carry himself too excessively. The sage naturally noticed these subtleties, but offered no reaction. Instead, his gaze shifted toward Shi Wangmu among the numerous Daluo female immortals. Shi Wangmu, you are the embodiment of the primordial pure yin energy of Shihua. You may serve as the foremost female immortal of the primordial world. I bestow upon you the white cloud banner of the West as the Golden Mother. From henceforth, any woman of the primordial world who ascends to immortality shall have her name inscribed in the golden register and pay homage to the Queen Mother. As the sage's voice faded, among the Daluo female immortals, a dignified and graceful figure rose to bow in gratitude. Shi Wangmu. I thank the sage. Unlike the Earl of the East's affected calmness masking his inner turmoil, Shi Wangmu remained utterly composed and serene from the moment she rose to bow, through receiving the spiritual treasure and golden register, her deportment grand and majestic. With the somewhat artificial Earl of the East preceding her, Shi Wangmu won considerable goodwill from the 3,000 disciples. Of course, more importantly, female immortals in the primordial world were far fewer than males, and Daluo female immortals even rarer. Many Daluo female immortals knew each other well, even close friends, resulting in far less competition than among the male immortals. As head of the female immortals, Shi Wangmu naturally had no authority over the male side. This was in part a matter of special circumstance. With the heads of male and female immortals appointed, the sage had nothing further to attend to. He spoke. After 3 Yuan Hui cycles, the Purple Abyss Palace shall open once more. You may depart. As his words settled, the sage's figure vanished. All 3,000 disciples in the palace exchanged glances of dawning realization, then rose one by one preparing to leave. Among the crowd, Fuguang, who had remained a mere observer throughout, also rose and smoothed his robes. Then, with utmost respect, he bowed toward the platform where the sage had delivered his teaching. I am grateful to the sage for imparting the Tao. Once again, witnessing Fuguang's singular behavior, the 3,000 disciples who had arrived earlier and been caught unawares twitched their lips. Then one after another they imitated him and bowed toward the platform. Beside Fuguang, Shiha and Changshi exchanged puzzled glances before bowing as well. Even the three pure ones, Nuwa and others who had already begun striding toward the exit of the Purple Abyss Palace, paused and turned to bow. After the bows were completed, all 3,000 disciples turned to look at Fuguang with expressions of oddity, surprise, and regret. That attention-grabbing show-off. Most of the 3,000 who had not realized the omission themselves cursed silently within, especially the three pure ones. They had received the sage's grace of dispelling their doubts, yet somehow forgot to express gratitude. They felt rather uneasy about it. Facing the gazes of the 3,000 disciples, Fuguang, entirely unfazed, turned to look at Shiha and Changshi beside him, who also wore slightly puzzled expressions. He invited, "Would both fellow cultivators accompany me on my journey?" Hearing Fuguang's invitation, Changshi nodded in agreement. Shiha inclined her head and replied, "By all means." Soon, the three of them left the Purple Abyss Palace in cheerful conversation. Fuguang summoned the upper-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasure Wu Ju, casting a protective golden light that enveloped himself and the two lunar goddesses before plunging into the chaos and heading back toward the primordial world. Among the crowd, watching Fuguang depart alongside Shiha and Changshi, with several Deyuo male immortals clustering around the Earl of the East, a flash of contemplation crossed his eyes and his brows furrowed slightly. The sage's gaze had fallen upon Fuguang first. This, the Earl of the East knew full well. And so, even though he had now been consecrated as the head of all male immortals, a grudge lingered in his heart despite his joy. It seemed, the position of foremost male immortal need not necessarily belong to him. The Sunstar Fuguang was equally qualified. Consider this. When the sage appointed the head of female immortals, no one else besides Shi Wangmu was even considered. A tiny thorn had taken root, subtly lodged within the Earl of the East's heart. Under Fuguang's escort, they returned to the primordial chaos. After entering the starry sky, Shiha expressed her gratitude to Fuguang. "I am indebted to you, fellow Taoist." Hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Fuguang's face. "We are neighbors, there's no need for such courtesy." He paused for a moment, then looked at Shiha and Changshi and inquired, "Would you two fellow Taoists care to visit the Sun Star? I have some immortal brew made from primordial fire mulberries in years past which could serve to entertain you both." Upon hearing Fuguang's invitation, Shiha and Changshi exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. They addressed Fuguang. "Having listened to the sage's sermon, you must have gained profound insights, fellow Taoist. Now is the perfect time to retreat and digest them. We sisters would not wish to disturb you. We shall certainly visit you another day." Not only Fuguang but they themselves had also gained immensely from this sermon, and they needed to return and retreat to fully digest and break through their own realms. Thus neither Shiha nor Changshi had any intention of visiting the Sunstar for now. "In that case, I shall await your esteemed arrival at the Sunstar." Fuguang did not insist, he merely smiled and said a word. At the same time he cupped his hands in farewell. "Since that is the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell to you both, fellow Taoists." Hearing this, Shiha and Changshi both slightly bowed. Farewell. Without any reluctance, the three parted ways and returned to their respective homes. After some time, Fuguang returned to the Golden Crow Palace on the Sunstar and immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. His Sun Dao and Fire Dao were nearing perfection, and many of his supplementary Dao paths were also on the verge of completion. In this seclusion, he would not emerge until his primordial Dao fruit was fully perfected. As for the opportunity of the primordial spiritual treasure gourd at Buzhou Mountain, which should have been partially his, no rush. After he achieved a breakthrough in strength, it would not be too late to claim that opportunity. Time passed, years flew by. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years had passed. With a creak, the gates of the Golden Crow Palace slowly opened and Fuguang's figure emerged, a satisfied expression on his face. Feeling his perfected primordial Dao fruit, he thought, "Next I must thoroughly polish my mana divine abilities and physical body. Only after making all preparations will I consider breaking through to the primordial golden immortal realm. It would be best to listen to the second sermon, further deepen my foundation, and then break through." The first lecture at the Purple Firmament Palace focused mainly on the primordial golden immortal level, with lower levels being secondary. The second lecture, barring unforeseen circumstances, would primarily cover the quasi-sage realm of severing the three corpses, with the primordial golden immortal being secondary. By breaking through after hearing the second sermon, Fuguang could better identify and fill gaps, avoiding any accidents during the breakthrough that might leave flaws in his Dao fruit. "It's about time to go there." Fuguang sighed, then raised his hand to make a quick divination. A look of anticipation appeared on his face. On the primordial gourd vine at Buzhou Mountain, there were 7 precious gourds. 6 of them had fully matured and were supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasures. The last one, which had not fully matured, was a high-grade primordial spiritual treasure. Although Fuguang could only obtain one of them, the immortal slaying gourd, it was still quite excellent. After all, it was a supreme-grade primordial spiritual treasure that could be openly used. The name, Immortal Slaying Gourd, might not be very resounding, but the reputation of the Immortal Slaying Flying Blade was quite acceptable. As long as he refined the Immortal Slaying Gourd with some primordial spiritual materials, Fuguang was fully confident that he could elevate the power of the future evolved Immortal Slaying Flying Blade to an even higher level. Of course, Fuguang had also considered taking the primordial gourd vine, the 7 spiritual gourds, and the 9 heavens Shirong that nurtured the vine for himself before others knew about it. But when he thought that the primordial gourd vine and 9 heavens Shirong were related to the future event of Nuwa creating humans and awakening the human Taos, well, Fuguang abandoned that thought. No other reason. Such an approach was not stable enough. Who knew whether this item was being watched by the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun? And what could he do with it after obtaining it? In the end, he would still have to give it to Nuwa for her to create humans and become a sage. At that time, the karmic debt, though not as great as directly giving a sage seat, would still be considerable. What if Nuwa, after attaining sagehood, chose not to repay the karmic debt, but instead decided to kill him? In short, taking the primordial gourd vine and 9 heavens Shirong in advance would inevitably put him in conflict with the 3 pure ones of Pangu and Nuwa, leading to many future troubles. Thus Fuguang chose to be stable and cautious, not taking them in advance. However, if after claiming the spiritual treasures Nuwa, not recognizing their value, abandoned the primordial gourd vine and 9 heavens Shirong, he would still accept them, as long as he did not obtain them by force, which would create a conflict. With this thought, feeling the celestial guidance of the opportunity becoming clearer, Fuguang no longer lingered. He mounted auspicious clouds and sped towards the pillar of heaven Buzhou Mountain. At the same time, the 3 pure ones of Pangu sensed that an opportunity belonging to them was about to emerge and also left their respective dojos. The same was true for the Red Cloud ancestor of the Fire Cloud Cave. In the Phoenix Perch Mountain dojo near Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa also came out of seclusion early. Seeing no sign of her brother emerging, she left the dojo alone. In the corner of the great wilderness there stood a mountain that seemed to have been split asunder, known as Buzhou Mountain. For all beings of the primordial chaos, Buzhou Mountain was a place worthy of pilgrimage and reverence, as well as a land brimming with countless opportunities. At the dawn of creation, when the heavens and earth were first separated, the great god Pangu transformed his body into the myriad beings of the primordial chaos. Apart from those chaos gods who had slashed away a part of their own essence to survive, even the numerous innate deities bore the legacy of Pangu within them. It had long been proven over the endless ages that any being of the primordial chaos who journeyed to Buzhou Mountain with a sincere heart and unwavering will would often receive the mountain's blessings. To ascend Buzhou Mountain and obtain even a fragment of its true grace would bestow immense benefits upon one's future path of cultivation. Approaching Buzhou Mountain, Fuguang's mind was flooded with countless legends about this sacred peak. Indeed, even for an innate deity like him, the tales surrounding Buzhou Mountain were numerous and profound. After I retrieve the demon-slaying gourd, I'll take the opportunity to climb Buzhou Mountain, Fuguang resolved in his heart as he gazed at the distant mountain that seemed close, yet still far away. He felt compelled to explore the fortunes of Buzhou Mountain. What if he was fortunate enough to earn the mountain's favor and receive some guidance or boon? In any case, it was all along the way. Shortly thereafter, having employed the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation technique, Fuguang arrived near Buzhou Mountain. This way lies the fortune, Fuguang whispered, following the now clear celestial guidance. Transforming into a golden rainbow, he sped toward a particular ridge of Buzhou Mountain. On a certain ridge of Buzhou Mountain, a gathering of powerful Deluo golden immortals had assembled. Among them were many formidable figures, including the 3 pure ones of Pangu manifested in the images of an elder, a middle-aged man, and a youth. There stood Nuwa in proud solitude, and the ever-kindly Red Cloud draped in a crimson robe. Besides them, a few other Deluo golden immortals were also present. All remained silent, waiting for the 7 innate treasure gourds shimmering with radiant colors and primordial light to fully ripen and emerge from the ridge. There were only 7 gourds in total. Although one was merely a high-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was still a remarkable artifact in the eyes of those present. Who would ever complain about having too many spiritual treasures? As the group waited in hushed anticipation, a golden rainbow tore through the air. Then Fuguang's figure materialized before them. Taking in the scene, Fuguang realized that all those who, according to his memory, would obtain the spiritual gourds had already arrived, along with several Deluo golden immortals whose names he did not recognize. It seemed a fierce battle was imminent. Noting the tense atmosphere among the gathered cultivators, Fuguang pondered silently. At the same time, he greeted the assembly with courtesy. "Greetings, fellow cultivators." The aloof 3 pure ones offered no response. The equally haughty Nuwa paid him no heed, The unknown Deluo golden immortals acted as if they had not seen him. Only the benevolent red cloud returned the greeting. Fuguang was not bothered in the slightest. Whether he displayed courtesy was his own affair, and whether others reciprocated was theirs. Gazing at the almost ripe spiritual treasures, he knew that once the gourds matured, battle would erupt simultaneously. With a moment of contemplation, Fuguang began preparing for the conflict. With a gesture, he summoned the high-grade postnatal merit spiritual treasures Wu Ju and Mo Hai. Wu Ju cast a golden defensive light around him, while Mo Hai poured forth an ocean of ink that transformed into a dark yellow ribbon floating just beyond the golden barrier. Fuguang's actions caused the others to raise their eyebrows. Some even summoned their own artifacts, staring at him with tension. Seeing this, Fuguang feigned momentary confusion, then smiled innocently. "Dear fellow cultivators, please do not be alarmed. I came here following a celestial sign, expecting to claim the fortune smoothly. But it seems I am not the only one destined for this treasure. Since all of you are here, it proves that we are all fated to obtain it. I doubt anyone would willingly give up. A struggle is inevitable." With that, Fuguang summoned another supreme postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the 10,000 character sutra. 3,000 primordial characters and 129,600 derivative characters leaped forth from the sutra, forming a sacred robe that draped over his body. He continued, "I am but a scholar and used to violence, so I beg your pardon for making some preparations." At the same time, Fuguang produced another supreme postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the autumn brush. "I have few offensive treasures, please forgive my lack of refinement." The sight of Fuguang having first armed himself to the teeth, and then producing the autumn brush, a weapon that could kill without incurring karmic retribution, caused the others' mouths to twitch. Nevertheless, the crowd still did not take him seriously. After all, Fuguang looked like an easy target, someone who could be bullied without consequence. But in the next moment, their expressions gradually froze. Fuguang, still holding the autumn brush, did not stop. He produced a complete set of merit spiritual treasures, a chessboard, chess pieces, and a goblet. "Please forgive my indulgence," he said. Then with a chuckle, he brought out another set of merit spiritual treasures, Chinese chess and international chess pieces. "I have many little toys. It's always wise to be prepared." Soon Fuguang was surrounded by a dazzling array of merit spiritual treasures of varying grades. The flickering golden light of merit caused everyone present to change their expressions entirely. This fellow, did he possess too many merit spiritual treasures? Even the tiniest chess piece floating around him was imbued with abundant merit. When had this Fuguang acquired so much heavenly merit? Heavenly Tao merit is exceedingly rare. The merit treasures of heaven and earth, what is known of them, are few in number. And yet, how on earth could this fellow Fuguang possess so many merit treasures? Forget those unknown Daluo golden immortals. Even the aloof, three pure ones of Pangu and the haughty Nuwa had fallen somewhat silent. Setting other matters aside, simply that Fuguang could effortlessly command this hoard of merit treasures was proof enough of his strength. A true powerhouse. Moreover, an absolute powerhouse blessed with great merit upon the heaven and earth. Such an opponent was extremely thorny indeed. Strike. One might not necessarily win. And even if victorious, facing a powerhouse backed by vast heavenly Tao merit, one would surely reap no favorable outcome. Kill him. That would be sheer suicide. As for the silence that had fallen over the assembly, it was all within Fuguang's expectations. However, his movements had not ceased. Without a word, Fuguang shifted his mind, and a vast golden wheel of heavenly Tao merit materialized around him, enveloping his entire form. Seeing the heavenly Tao merit golden wheel that shrouded Fuguang, everyone present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Paying no mind to their confusion, Fuguang's smile remained amiable. "With this Taoist preparations are now in order. I trust that when the time comes to rely on our own means, you fellow Taoists will show this poor Taoist some leniency." After all, this Taoist is far more adept at reasoning with people. Upon hearing this, the assembled Daluo golden immortals could not help but see their expressions twitch. Meritorious spirit treasures, sufficient power, and an absurdly massive golden wheel of heavenly Tao merit. They would have to be entirely mad to lay a hand on Fuguang. Whether they could win or not was dubious enough, and even victory would yield nothing favorable. Such a colossal golden wheel of heavenly Tao merit nearly proclaimed to heaven and earth that they were the most beloved child of the heavenly Tao. A presence such as this, barring life and death enmity, merely stood there. They would keep their distance, lest inadvertently provoking him and suffering misfortune through insufficient personal fortune. All silently removed Fuguang from their list of targets. In any case, there were 7 spirit treasures in total. This Fuguang appeared to be a straightforward, honest man. He would surely only take the one treasure fated to him, and never more. Targeting him would not be a profitable venture. As the minds of the assembly swirled, upon the innate gourd vine of the mountain ridge, 6 supreme grade innate spirit treasures. The gourd-shaped treasures simultaneously bloomed, with differing immortal radiance, their auras misted and thick, clearly fully matured. The spirit treasures had surfaced, At the sight of this moment, everyone's spirit grew grave and none dared make the first move to claim the treasure. Fuguang was no different. Despite having made considerable preparations, his cautious nature led him to prefer striking from behind. The spirit treasures were sentient. With no one making a move to seize them, the 6 gourd-shaped treasures falling from the vine transformed into streams of light, each flying toward Pangu, and the 3 pure ones Niuhua, Hongyun, and finally Fuguang. In merely an instant, the 6 individuals each claimed a spirit gourd. Meanwhile, the final upper-grade innate spirit gourd seemed to know it was destined never to fully mature. It too detached directly from the gourd vine, transformed into a stream of light, and came toward Fuguang, settling into his palm. Oh! Gazing at the upper-grade innate spirit treasure gourd in his hand, Fuguang wore a look of satisfaction. There is yet another. It seems this Taoist's fortune is truly favorable. Meanwhile, Fuguang also noticed that the other Daoyuo golden immortals who had not received treasures were gazing at him with burning eyes. Among those present who had obtained spirit treasures through voluntary recognition, only Fuguang had acquired 2. Truly enough to make one envious. His golden eyes flickered. Fuguang looked upon the assembled Daoyuo golden immortals. The spirit treasures have recognized their masters of their own accord. This opportunity should come to an end here. Surely you fellow Taoists staring at this poor Taoist do not harbor any unfriendly thoughts. Around him merit treasures floated, and the soft radiance emitted by the heavenly Tao merit golden wheel grew even brighter. Fuguang regarded the assembled Daoyuo golden immortals with a smile. Truly, if it came to actually fighting, he might well be able to send the true spirits of all these golden immortals to the great Tao's true spirit sea before accumulating extensive major karmic debt. Moreover, each of these Daoyuo golden immortals bore no small measure of karmic debt and sin. Killing them would not only fail to burden him with karmic retribution, there might even be merit rewards. Of course, this kind of merit would not be heavenly Tao merit per se. Rather, it would be something akin to hidden virtue. But regardless of what manner of virtue one received, as long as it was useful, that was what mattered. At this thought, a flicker of eagerness stirred in Fuguang's eyes. As the saying goes, bearing a sharp weapon, the urge to kill arises naturally. Since his form-taking and emergence into the world until now, he had always lived with great caution, never having clashed with a powerhouse of equal standing. Should he get to fight alongside the assembled Daoyuo golden immortals today, it would not be unwelcome. To true powerhouses he might still endure restraint, but for these mere cannon fodder, still covered head to toe in killing karma, a full-force strike was entirely warranted. Gazing at Fuguang's eye-catching merit treasures and that dazzling golden wheel of heavenly Tao merit, the Daoyuo golden immortals, who had originally harbored ambitions, involuntarily took a step back. Soon, realizing they had let the opportunity slip through their fingers, those who could obtain nothing departed without a word, transforming into streams of light. With the first to leave came a second. Before long, the Daoyuo golden immortals who had not obtained spirit treasures departed one after another. Then, without a word, the aloof Pangu 3 pure ones likewise transformed into 3 streams of pure light and left the place. Fellow Taoists, this poor Taoist takes his leave as well. Hongyun, who had claimed the 99 soul-dispelling red gourd, bore a satisfied smile on his face. After bowing to Fuguang and Niuhua, he too departed directly. This place, in the blink of an eye, only Fuguang and Niuhua remained. High in the sky, Fuguang and Niuhua gazed into each other's eyes, both falling into a moment of silence. After a long pause, Niuhua spoke first. I am the closest of friends with Shiha and Changshi. I have never seen them treat any male celestial with a friendly countenance, let alone walk alongside one. You Taoist, Fuguang, are the first. It truly piques my curiosity. Upon hearing this, Fuguang's face lit up with sudden comprehension. Holding the golden crow feather duster, he smiled and said, to receive such kind words from Taoist Shiha and Changshi, I am deeply honored and flattered. I suspect this has something to do with the fact that the two of them and I are all sovereigns of the stars. The starry skies are lonely with few like-minded companions, so it is only natural to be closer. Upon hearing this, Niuhua nodded and said nothing more. Then she added, that makes sense. Now that this matter is settled, I shall take my leave. With those words, Niuhua's graceful form transformed into a beam of creation radiance, darting directly toward Fengqi Mountain and vanishing into the distance. Watching Niuhua depart, Fuguang, who remained where he was, raised an eyebrow and mused silently. Did she forget? Or does she think I won't take it and will come back for it later? Then, without any hesitation, Fuguang waved his hand, sweeping up the primordial gourd vine, still hanging on the ridge, and the 9 heaven spirit soil, all in one gesture. Not even a single grain of the 9 heaven spirit soil was left behind. After collecting these items, Fuguang leisurely made his way toward the higher reaches of Buzhou Mountain. About several hundred years after Fuguang left, Niuhua returned. Gazing at the empty cliff, she furrowed her brow. A look of vexation filled her face. I left in too much haste earlier. There were still opportunities one hadn't gathered. It seems they have been claimed by Taoist Fuguang. Tisk, thinking of how she had let a chance slip through her fingers, Niuhua silently lamented her own carelessness. But since the opportunity had already been taken by another, it was no longer hers to claim. Thus it would be improper to press the matter. The main reason was, even if she wished to use forceful means, she was likely no match for Taoist Fuguang, and bringing her elder brother along would make no difference. Although Fushi was skilled in divination and possessed profound mastery of deduction, adept at avoiding misfortune when it came to raw power, Nuwa could easily pin her elder brother down with one hand. But when facing Fuguang, Nuwa felt she would be the one pinned down by a single hand, so it was highly likely she could not defeat him. Though unwilling to accept it, Nuwa could only silently resent her own carelessness for missing the opportunity. She who came swiftly departed just as swiftly. 10 years after Nuwa left, Fuguang's figure slowly materialized from the void. Seated cross-legged in the air, he stroked his chin. She did come back. And it seems she has accepted the loss of her opportunity. If that is the case, I shall gratefully accept the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens spirit soil. As a cautious person, Fuguang, though he had taken the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens spirit soil, would not simply leave without further thought. He still felt it necessary to confirm Nuwa's own attitude before deciding whether to fully keep them. After all, these 2 items were of great importance. They were related to the opportunity for enlightenment enough to make any cultivator in the primordial world fight to the death for them. Now that he had confirmed Nuwa's resigned attitude, Fuguang could confidently keep them. With a flicker of his form, Fuguang truly departed this time. When cultivators reached Buzhou Mountain, the higher they climbed, the more acutely they could feel a terrifying will of pressure. It was not from the Tao of heaven nor from the heavens and earth. It was an indomitable, heaven-defying sovereign will of absolute supremacy. So after flying on clouds to a certain height, no matter one's cultivation realm, one would eventually have to land and ascend step by step. At this moment, Fuguang was using his own feet to climb Buzhou Mountain step by step. While ascending, he released the aura that resisted the mountains while pressure closed his eyes and immersed himself in the pressure bearing down on him, comprehending all that was Buzhou Mountain. How to obtain the legacy and blessing from Buzhou Mountain, no one knew, because the methods by which previous mighty beings had received its gifts were entirely different. Some merely passed by, were drawn by fate to the mountain's back, attained enlightenment, and received the gift. Some devoutly paid homage to the mountain, and then obtained a fine bounty. Some offered worship at the foot of the mountain for many ages, and were then rewarded. The methods varied without limit. The approach Fuguang chose was simple: ascend the mountain, contemplate the pressure, and meditate on Buzhou Mountain itself. As to whether he would succeed in obtaining the mountain's blessing, Fuguang was not certain either. He could only do his best, and leave the rest to fate. Along the way up the mountain, Fuguang's pace was sometimes swift, sometimes slow, and at times, he would simply sit cross-legged in meditation. Thus time gradually slipped away. 100 years. 1,000 years. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. In the blink of an eye, a kalpa had passed. At this moment, on Buzhou Mountain, Fuguang, sitting cross-legged, floated amid countless luminous orbs, each of which contained a unique and bizarre world of its own. The worlds revolved around him, casting him as a peerless primordial demon god who had opened 3,000 great worlds. In truth, he was merely a minor innate sacred being whose Daluo golden immortal fruit had reached perfection. After a long time, the miraculous phenomena around Fuguang vanished, and he returned to that initial feeling of humility and modesty. Opening his golden eyes, with a look of utter satisfaction, Fuguang stood up. This ascent has yielded immense gains. It is time to return and go into seclusion to re-examine the Daluo fruit, and to refine the immortal slaying gourd and the chaos gourd. I hope to review the Daluo fruit completely and refine the immortal slaying gourd and chaos gourd before the second sermon. With those words, a golden light shone on Fuguang's body, and he transformed into a golden rainbow heading straight for the Sun Star. Within the golden crow palace of the Sun Star, Fuguang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. Before him floated 3 beams of spiritual light, a chaos gourd of top-grade, innate spiritual treasure quality, the primordial gourd vine, and the 9 heavens shirong. The 7 gourds upon the primordial gourd vine could all have become supreme grade, innate spiritual treasures. The reason this final chaos gourd failed to become supreme grade was simply that it was not meant to emerge into the world at this time. Now that the primordial gourd vine and the 9 heavens shirong were both in Fuguang's hands, if he could restore the missing portion of the chaos gourd's origin, it might yet be possible for it to grow into a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. By harnessing the power of the Sun Star, forcibly merging the 9 heavens shirong, the gourd vine, and the chaos gourd, allowing the chaos gourd to regrow, that should be feasible. Fuguang stroked his chin, pondering inwardly, but this process may require an exceedingly long time. Perhaps even by the time Nuwa attained enlightenment and became a sage in the future, the chaos gourd might still not have ascended to supreme grade. Forget it. I'll replenish as much as I can. After a moment's thought, Fuguang directly merged the 3 items before him. He replanted the gourd vine, and using a grafting method reattached the chaos gourd to the vine. Having done this, Fuguang mobilized the power of the Sun Star, sending the trio into its depths, driving the flow of origin between them. It works. After observing for several thousand years, he found the chaos gourd had begun to grow again, filling him with satisfaction. Since it could grow anew no matter what happened, he would not lose. Ceasing his attention on the chaos gourd vine, Fuguang took out the matured immortal slaying gourd. With a serious expression, next I must refine the immortal slaying gourd, thoroughly infusing the essence of sun true fire into it, elevating its power to a higher level. Even among supreme grade innate spiritual treasures, its might would rank among the top. Raising his hand, he summoned a stream of sun true fire essence like molten metal from the sun star, and his hands began to weave seals. He simultaneously refined the innate divine prohibitions within the immortal slaying gourd and continuously infused the sun true fire into its interior, multitasking. While refining the gourd, Fuguang repeatedly examined his own great Luo Dao fruit, comprehending the sun, Dao the fire Dao, and his own divine abilities. At the same time, by means of the chaos bell and the He-Tu Luo Shu, he delved into the myriad Dao laws of his auxiliary cultivation. Under these circumstances, time passed drop by drop. In the blink of an eye, another kalpa of time had passed. Throughout this kalpa, Fuguang never left the Golden Crow Palace, nor did he step out of the Sun Star. Once again, he lived the life of a reclusive immortal. He would go into seclusion for a while, then come out to rest for a while. The Golden Crow Palace, aside from Fuguang, had no other living beings. Although Fuguang knew the art of transformation and could have created some acolytes for his palace, his solitary nature led him to refrain from doing so. Having himself alone in the Golden Crow Palace was sufficient. At that moment, in the courtyard of the palace, he was holding the Qiuhao brush, writing furiously in a bound book. On the desk beside him lay many books he had already written. Their titles would be familiar to any transmigrator: the 36 Stratagems, The Art of Vertical and Horizontal Alliances, Fuguang's Art of War, Game Theory. These works from the small world before his transmigration he had compiled during his idle hours, adding his own insights liberally. To this Fuguang was endlessly delighted. Within the Golden Crow Palace, a hall had been emptied, filled with novels, scripts, operas, and comics he had compiled in his spare time, along with treatises like Fuguang on chess and Fuguang on painting, his own creations on the arts of Qin chess, calligraphy, and painting. Of course, the majority were various cultivation techniques and spells he had created. The hall was not all-encompassing, but it was a rich collection. This was still because Fuguang had little free time now, otherwise he might have created enough books to fill an entire world. Of course, he wrote books solely according to his mood, and the content followed suit. The last time he emerged from seclusion, he had even created several dual cultivation novels, such as The Immortal Wife by Jie and The Male Immortal Abin, books fit only for a corner. In his idle moments, he had also deduced and created a few dual cultivation techniques. To return to the main story, with a soft clatter, he put down the Qiuhao brush. Fuguang glanced at the thick black theory and casually tossed it aside. Stretching, he said, "In another 70,000 years, the second lecture at Zixiao Palace will begin." Holding a cup of tea, he took a sip. Fuguang pondered inwardly. After the second lecture, the realm of the top powerhouses in the primordial world will rise another level. Only quasi-sages and Honghuang golden immortals will stand at the pyramid's apex. And the years following the second lecture will truly herald the beginning of the Great Tribulation. I wonder when Dongwang Gong will establish the immortal court. If he doesn't hurry, the Wu clan will burst into the world. Thinking of the Wu clan's overbearing ways, once they emerged, they would regard everything near Buzhou Mountain as their own, and the myriad races of the primordial world would be treated as food and resources, inevitably stirring up storms across heaven and earth. Without a unifying ruler, the myriad races would suffer greatly. At this thought, Fuguang shook his head. What's it to me? He had no intention of stepping forward, nor did he plan to rule the myriad races, let alone confront the 12 ancestral witches. The fate of the myriad races had nothing to do with him. The myriad races of the primordial era would surely suffer. Yet none of this had any bearing on Fuguang. The tribulation, he must not touch it in the slightest. Ever since he first awakened his consciousness after transmigrating, Fuguang had warned himself thus. Although he bore the destiny of the 99 Supreme, perfectly suited to rule over the primordial heaven and earth, the problem was that to claim that throne, he would have to enter the tribulation, unite the countless races of the primordial, and battle against the savage Wu clan. Even if he could enjoy a moment of glory, it would not last forever. This ran counter to Fuguang's obsession with living as long as heaven and earth, coexisting with the ages. Thus Fuguang had no desire whatsoever to meddle in the upcoming events of the primordial. Of course, as a primordial sacred being, Fuguang was also well aware that the tribulation was both a trial for the primordial beings and a tremendous opportunity. Those who entered the tribulation and succeeded would ascend to the clouds. Those who failed would vanish into nothingness. This was something every cultivator with even a modicum of cultivation in the primordial clearly understood. Not to look far back, the previous tribulation was exceedingly terrifying. A multitude of self-mutilated primordial chaos gods contended, and many Honghuang golden immortal great powers who had risen since the dawn of the primordial fell, including but not limited to Ancestor Qinque and Ancestor Yinyang Moon Goddess Wangshu, and other renowned ancient great powers of the primordial. The most famous was Demon Ancestor Rahu. wielding the primordial supreme treasure god-slaying spear, the immaculate slaying sword formation, and its 4 swords that could only be broken by 4 saints, the 12-grade Nirvana Black Lotus, and many other supreme treasures. He was unquestionably the strongest of that era. Unfortunately, he failed at the brink of success. Even the primal vein of the Western land exploded directly, yet he still could not outwit Tao ancestor Honghuang. Instead, Tao ancestor Honghuang, through multiple schemes, created immense slaughter. Then he summoned friends and allies to hunt down and slay Rahu, achieving the feat of removing a great calamity from the primordial and receiving immense heavenly Tao merit. Not only did he successfully survive the tribulation, but he also unified his 3 corpses and attained Tao. And according to the witch devil tribulation, that Fuguang still remembered the level of destruction rivaled the Tao devil conflict that had directly shattered the Western spiritual veins. Thus, it was clear, within this tribulation a saintly throne was also gestating. Fuguang was certain of this. Likewise, once the tribulation unfolded, many great powers would perceive this truth. Perceiving it was one thing, but the difficulty of plucking that saintly throne amidst the tribulation was no less than unifying the 3 corpses or attaining enlightenment through merit. Especially, one must not succeed before the saints of the heavens attained enlightenment. After they did, it would become a path to ruin. In summary, unifying heaven and earth. Not even a dog would do it. While countless thoughts raced through Fuguang's mind, sometimes pondering the tribulation, sometimes musing on what his next book would be, sometimes envisioning the beautiful future of his serene pursuit of Tao. Outside the Taiyang star, 2 cold, clear lunar immortal lights came from the direction of the Taiyin star, transforming into the figures of 2 goddesses outside the Taiyang star. The visitors were none other than the sisters, Shihe and Changxi. After manifesting their forms, Shihe stepped forward. Shihe of the Taiyin star, together with my sister Chang, she come to visit fellow Taoist Fuguang. May I ask if you are present? Shua. A glint of golden light flashed in his eyes, and Fuguang's scattered relaxed thoughts instantly converged. A surprised smile appeared on his face. They are here. Good, good, good. He rose directly. With a single step, Fuguang appeared outside the Taiyang star. Seeing Shihe and Chang, she standing in the starry sky, Fuguang smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. 2 fellow Taoists, long time no see. This humble one offers his greetings. After returning the courtesy, Shihe spoke. We apologize for the sudden visit and hope we have not disrupted your arrangements. Waving his hand, Fuguang said with total indifference, not only am I currently at leisure, but even if I had real plans, I would set them aside to welcome you too. As he spoke, Fuguang stepped aside and gestured invitingly. 2 fellow Taoists, please enter. Hearing this, Shihe and Chang, she both expressed their thanks, and then followed Fuguang into the Jinwu Palace, taking their seats in the courtyard. Gazing at the writing tools laid out on the desk and the already compiled books, Shihe raised an eyebrow and smiled. Fellow Taoist has refined tastes. To this, Fuguang replied with a faint smile. After all, I am the progenitor of the literary path, so naturally, I have a fondness for these things. Shihe nodded in agreement. Setting aside other matters, Fuguang indeed exuded a gentle scholarly aura, giving one a sense of utmost gentlemanly grace. Being with him was refreshing and uplifting. On the side, the usually taciturn Chang, she, her beautiful eyes fixed on the books on the desk, asked fellow Taoist Fuguang, may I take a look at these books? Since Fuguang created writing and pioneered the literary path, the concept of books had become widespread throughout the primordial heaven and earth. Nodding, Fuguang said casually, of course. If you enjoy reading, you may also visit the library hall of my Jinwu Palace, where I have novels I wrote, comic books, and other recreational works, as well as some classic writings and books on techniques, divine abilities, and spells. Gently nodding the cool Chang, she picked up the recently finished Thick and Black and began reading quietly. Seeing this, Fuguang brewed a pot of spiritual tea that could calm the mind and clear thoughts, and casually placed it before Changxi. Already immersed in reading, Changxi did not notice, but naturally picked up the cup and took a sip. Forgive my boldness, Taoist friend. Shihe's eyes flickered with indulgence as she watched Changxi's natural gestures. She then turned to Fuguang with an apologetic smile. My sister is pure in nature. Her actions are only because she regards you as a close friend, not out of impropriety. Fuguang nodded in understanding and said casually, no need to explain, Taoist friend. I understand. As he spoke, Fuguang waved his hand, retrieving from the treasury of the Golden Crow Palace some first batch of fire mulberries, celestial fruits, and immortal brews, placing them on the jade table. He said, these are the first fire mulberries from the Fusheng divine tree. Eating one can temper the primordial spirit, probe the Tao heart, and even benefit the great Luo Tao fruit. Please do not stand on ceremony, Taoist friend. Spiritual fruits that temper the primordial spirit and probe the Tao heart. Fine treasures. Upon hearing Fuguang's words, Shihe's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully brought out a jar of celestial brew. She said with a smile, this is a brew made from the finest blossoms of the lunar laurel tree. I hope you will not disdain it, Taoist friend. Fuguang raised an eyebrow slightly, took the jar with a smile, and said, this brew is renowned among the scattered immortals of the primordial world. I seek it with admiration. How could I disdain it? As he spoke, Fu Guang brought out several cups, and after asking Shihi, he opened the jar, poured a cup for Shihi, and Changshi then filled one for himself. He drank it in one gulp. As the fine wine entered his throat, Fu Guang's mind cleared, and he entered a profound state of enlightenment. Seeing Fu Guang enter enlightenment directly after a sip of the lunar laurel brew, Shihi sitting across from him could not help but feel astonished. Good heavens! Could this Taoist friend, Fu Guang's comprehension, be so formidable? To achieve enlightenment from a single sip of celestial brew. Truly enviable. And it indirectly confirms that his foundation and depth may surpass many great powers in the primordial world. Fu Guang was not the first to taste the lunar laurel brew. Nuwa Shi Wangmu and other female immortals of the great Luo realm had already drunk it. Yet among all who partook, only Fu Guang entered enlightenment after a single sip. 100 years of enlightenment passed. Fu Guang emerged from that state, and now within the Tao he cultivated an additional great Tao of the lunar Yin had been inscribed. The gains were immense. Satisfied, Fu Guang clasped his hands toward Shihi, who had been waiting for his enlightenment to end, and said, I am deeply grateful for your lunar laurel brew, Taoist friend. I have profited greatly. Shihi nodded lightly, and did not take credit. It is all your own fortune, Taoist friend. The lunar laurel brew is but a precious jar of fine wine. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to converse. Soon the topic shifted to the legends and experiences of the primordial world. Shihi's beautiful eyes shimmered slightly as she asked, do you still recall that male immortal leader Dong Wang Gong? Fu Guang set down his cup and showed some interest. Naturally, I remember. Do you, Taoist friend, happen to know of any recent developments concerning that male immortal leader? Shihi nodded. She did not conceal anything and said directly, I heard that a culpa ago Dong Wang Gong opened wide the gates of his purple mansion, recruiting many golden immortals and Tai golden immortals into his ranks, and even several great Luo male immortals went to join him. Furthermore, he has climbed the West Kunlun twice to discuss matters with Shi Wangmu. For now things remain calm. But it seems that before long there will be changes in the primordial world. Dong Wang Gong was recruiting people. That meant he was beginning to plan the establishment of the immortal court. To prepare for the immortal court, contacting Shi Wangmu, the leader of female immortals, was only natural. The most important point, with only the title of male immortal leader, Dong Wang Gong held half the mandate. If he could bring Shi Wangmu on board, they would together possess the full mandate bestowed by the sage. Thus, when Dong Wang Gong raised his call, he would have a justified cause to unify the primordial world. Fu Guang's expression was contemplative. After a long while, Shihi curiously asked Fu Guang, what is your view on Dong Wang Gong's actions, Taoist friend? Fu Guang was startled, then came back to his senses. My view? I have none. Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wangmu were appointed as leaders of male and female immortals. It is normal for them to wish to accomplish something. It has nothing to do with us. His words were resolute, and a touch of authority leaked out. Could it be that Dong Wang Gong thinks he can control us, the innate saints? If he truly tries, then the position of male immortal leader is not his to keep. Fu Guang naturally had no personal interest. But one must not forget, at the gate of the Zixiao Palace of Tao ancestor Honghuang there stands a doorkeeper named Hao Tian. The fact that he could become the heavenly emperor after the catastrophe of the Wu and Yao tribes proves that Hao Tian, even as a mere boy, possessed some imperial destiny. However, when Shihi heard these words, they took on a different meaning. The male immortal leader was not indispensable to Dong Wang Gong. That was indeed true. For when the sage conferred the title of male immortal leader, the first person they looked at was not Dong Wang Gong, but Fu Guang. Now, with Fu Guang saying this, was he implying that he himself had once had designs on the position of male immortal leader? But the sage did not choose him, so he had temporarily suppressed that ambition. With this thought, and seeing Fu Guang's complete disregard for Dong Wang Gong, even a hint of contempt, Shihi felt her speculation was correct. Yet she did not point out what she believed to be Fu Guang's hidden thoughts. She simply smiled and said, I see. I understand now, Taoist friend. Hearing this, Fu Guang was taken aback. You understand? What do you understand? After a moment, he realized that Shihi must have concluded that innate saints like themselves had no need to worry about the schemes of Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wangmu. So he nodded and replied, it is good that you understand, Taoist friend. Within the Jinwu Palace, the three of them, Fu Guang, Shihi, and Changshi, got along harmoniously. Shihi and Fu Guang were initially engrossed in a delightful conversation, but as topics dwindled, Fu Guang took out the Go Chinese chess, Western chess, and other small games he had created out of boredom, inviting Shihi to play. Meanwhile, upon discovering Shihi's interest in music, the various musical instruments Fu Guang had previously crafted for his own amusement proved useful. Shihi learned with great enthusiasm. She even composed numerous celestial music scores. Changshi, on the other hand, was immersed in the various books compiled by Fu Guang. Occasionally, when the mood struck her Chang, she would pick up a brush and write novels, Taoist classics, or even create cultivation techniques based on the martial arts and moves from the fantasy novels Fu Guang had written. Thus, tens of thousands of years passed silently. On this day, inside the Jinwu Palace, Fu Guang and Shihi were playing chess, while Chang, she was writing a novel titled Biography of the Moon Maiden. Clang, clang, Clang. 3 unhurried bell sounds suddenly echoed above the Jinwu Palace, snapping the immersed man and 2 women back to reality, their eyes gleaming with sharp light. It's time for the second lecture. Hearing the 3 bell sounds, Fuguang set down his chess piece and looked at Shi He and Chong, she who had also awakened. He extended an invitation. How about we attend the lecture together, fellow Taoists? Hearing Fuguang's invitation, Shi He rose with a smile and said of course no objection. Similarly Chong, she putting down her brush, nodded gently, let's go together. Seeing that neither had any objections, Fuguang quickly tidied up and the 3 of them left the Sun Star together, heading toward the chaos beyond the heavens. In the chaos, the Zixiao Palace stood within the chaos, suppressing a peaceful and tranquil realm amid the extremely perilous chaos. This palace seemed as if it had existed since time immemorial. The gates of the Zixiao Palace were not opened, as during the first lecture many cultivators had already arrived. This time, even though Fuguang was not the first to arrive, the cultivators who had come finally remembered to pay their respects. At this moment, the 3,000 guests before the Zixiao Palace had all made progress. Compared to before the first lecture, the cultivation of the 3,000 guests was generally at the early De Luo Golden Immortal stage. Now as the second lecture was about to begin, the cultivation of the 3,000 guests had at least broken through one minor realm. The most outstanding, such as the 3 pure ones Nuwa and other renowned great beings, had already reached the late De Luo Golden Immortal stage. This was truly remarkable. Unlike the first lecture, among the 3,000 guests, Dong Wanggong was accompanied by a dozen or so mid-stage De Luo Golden Immortal experts, and even several late-stage De Luo Golden Immortals. Dong Wanggong's purple robe fluttered, and he exuded an air of complacency, making his pride and ambition unmistakable. Similarly, Zhuangmu, the leader of female immortals, also had a group of De Luo female immortals gathered around her. Although fewer in number than those around Dong Wanggong, their quality was slightly superior. These 2 became the most conspicuous sights before the Zixiao Palace. One by one, the 3,000 guests continuously crossed the chaos and arrived at the palace gates. Likewise, Fuguang, Shi He, and Chong Shi, who were in no hurry, arrived neither too early nor too late. They made a calm arrival, neither ostentatious nor overly humble. Of course, with Shi He and Chong Shi both late-stage De Luo Golden Immortals by his side, even if Fuguang wished to be humble and low-key, it was a futile wish. As soon as the 2 Tying goddesses appeared, many of the 3,000 guests turned their gazes toward the trio. After bowing to the Zixiao Palace as usual, Fuguang intended to find a corner and lower his presence just as he had during the first lecture. However, things did not go as planned. Before Fuguang could make a move, Nuwa, a close friend of Shi He and Chong Shi, blinked slightly. Then she directly strode toward the trio. Seeing his sister's action, Fushi, who rarely spoke, was momentarily stunned, then followed Nuwa's steps. On the other side, Hongyun, who had met Fuguang briefly during the treasure distribution at Buzhou Mountain and had a nodding acquaintance with him, brightened his eyes. He pulled Xinyuanzi along. Let's go. Let's greet fellow Taoist Fuguang. He is kind and easy to talk to. I've been wanting to befriend him for a long time. Dragged by Hongyun, Xinyuanzi looked utterly speechless. Are you sure that Taoist Fuguang is a kind and easygoing person? He felt differently. Taoist Fuguang was by no means an ordinary person. Of course, there was no harm in making his acquaintance. After all, one who could obtain so much heavenly Tao merit and was favored by heaven could not be an evil person. Shi He, Chong Shi. Nuwa was the first to approach, greeting her 2 friends, Shi He and Chong Shi. Then she turned to Fuguang and said, fellow Taoist Fuguang, we meet again. Upon hearing this, Fuguang beamed with a bright smile. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nuwa, on advancing your cultivation once more. When the treasures were distributed at Buzhou Mountain, Nuwa's cultivation was only at the mid De Luo Golden Immortal stage. Now she had reached the late De Luo Golden Immortal stage. Moreover, Fuguang perceived that her aura had a hint of completeness. She should not be far from the peak of De Luo Golden Immortal. Thinking of how long he had worked to perfect his Tao fruit of De Luo, while Nuwa seemed to have caught up so effortlessly, Fuguang could only exclaim, truly worthy of being a destined heavenly Tao saint. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Fushi, who had the appearance of an elegant middle-aged man, also greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Fushi, Fuguang's eyes lit up. He felt an instant affinity with him. Truly, in the original trajectory, he would become one of the 4 emperors of the demon clan and a loyal subordinate. Moreover, unlike that fellow Kunping, Fushi never betrayed until his death. He was someone you could truly rely on, someone who would step up when needed. Moreover, unlike that fellow Kunping, Fushi never betrayed until his death. He was someone you could truly rely on, someone who would step up when needed. Cultivation is also the cultivation of the heart. At the stage of Daluo Jinxian, even the weakest among them exists as a singular unified thought. They act entirely according to their inclinations. Although Fuguang had no intention of competing for that supreme position of heavenly sovereignty, nor any desire to establish the demon race, or found a heavenly court, he still harbored thoughts of forging a bond with Fushi. Thus Fuguang took the initiative to approach Fushi in conversation. I have long heard that your mastery of the innate divination arts is boundless and profound, capable of perceiving heavenly secrets and leaving nothing uncalculated. I have long wished to acquaint myself with you, fellow Taoist. If you find yourself with leisure time in the future, you must come visit the solar star. This humble Taoist will prepare a warm reception. Having invited Fu Guang's gaze shifted toward Nuwa. He spoke, fellow Taoist Nuwa is equally welcomed. Upon hearing this, Fuxi's face broke into genuine surprise and delight. Wonderful, wonderful. I shall certainly visit. The literary Tao lineage you pioneered, I have also studied it deeply, and have many insights yet no one to share them with. I imagine, between us there shall surely be many common topics. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang also nodded with a smile. Then this is most excellent. I shall not conceal from you, fellow Taoist. In my Golden Crow Palace I have also compiled numerous texts. Should you have interest, you are welcome to come and discuss them. He offered a respectful bow. Fuxi's eyes brightened. Oh, I shall certainly go to read them. Watching Fuxi chat so happily, already having decided to visit Fu Guang after the Taoist lecture, Nuwa's lips twitched involuntarily. Fu Guang's invitation just now. Its primary target was her own worthless elder brother Fuxi, while she Nuwa had been merely an afterthought. Greetings, fellow Taoists. We pay our respects to all of you. Right behind them came Honghuang and Xinyuanzi, who exchanged a traditional salute and cheerfully joined the casual conversation. Naturally, Honghuang and Xinyuanzi's main conversational targets were the two male immortals Fu Guang and Fuxi, and they did not venture into the topics of the three Daluo female immortals. As for Honghuang and Xinyuanzi, drawing near Fu Guang naturally had no objection. Rather, operating on the principle that every friend opens a new path, Fu Guang was quite hospitable toward both of them. 3 reasons. The first being that Xinyuanzi would one day undoubtedly achieve the peak of quasi-saint, becoming the renowned ancestor of Earth immortals, a great being famous for ruling alongside the cosmos itself. Although Honghuang was highly likely to perish upon his reincarnation, he would become one of the Earth emperors of humanity, and in the future another powerful figure. Both of them were worthy of being friends with Fu Guang, whose goal was to rule alongside the world. Second, although Fu Guang rarely left his residence, he understood well that in the primordial world going it alone held no promise. Even someone as mighty as the demon ancestor Luoho had been beaten to death by a united front. Therefore he too needed some fellow Taoists. Lest in the future should conflict arise, he had no one to call upon. Fu Guang wanted to avoid the tribulations and rule alongside the world. This was true, but it did not mean he had no need for friends. Honghuang, that perpetually kind man, went without saying. Xinyuanzi, that honest and steadfast gentleman, was also someone worth befriending. Third, the most fundamental reason. The primordial purple chi that Honghuang would very likely obtain in the future, Fu Guang had no interest in it, and therefore had no need to act against Honghuang. Rather than enemies, being friends was not a poor arrangement. As Nuwa and Fuxi, Honghuang and Xinyuanzi came together to converse, some of the 3,000 guests who shared close ties with them gradually drifted over to join in. Among them were both male and female immortals. More importantly, these 3,000 guests who had approached were all utterly clean, bearing neither karmic retribution nor murderous sin. Several among them even carried traces of golden radiance of merit upon their persons. Only compared to Fu Guang's heavenly Tao merit golden wheel was it somewhat less impressive. A few friends had brought their companions over to broaden their circles of influence. Under ordinary circumstances, this should have been entirely unremarkable. However, the sight of such a large number of 3,000 guests gathering around Fu Guang was rather provocative to others. Some solitary cultivators did not feel anything amiss. But this scene, as it fell upon the eyes of the Earl of the East and the Queen Mother of the West, was rather galling indeed. Especially the Earl of the East. Upon noticing this scene, his dignified countenance revealed a touch of displeasure and profound wariness. The reason was none other. The number of Daluo golden immortals who had gathered around Fu Guang far exceeded those at his own side. Even adding the great Luo female immortals from the Queen Mother's camp, they were still inferior in numbers. At this moment the Earl of the East could not help but recall the day the saints had chosen the head of the male immortals. The first one they had looked upon was Fu Guang. Did not this scene suggest that his position as head of the male immortals was indeed undeserved, that Fu Guang had declined it, and thus it had fallen to him? Galling. Simply too galling. Nevertheless, possessing the destiny of an emperor, the Earl of the East was no man without cunning. His displeasure and wariness lasted only a moment, after which he resumed his composure. The Earl of the East saw clearly. Even if Fu Guang had gathered many around him, the saints had ordained him Dongwang Gong as the head of the male immortals. As long as he stood with the Queen Mother of the West, he would hold the mantle of orthodoxy and righteous authority. In this primordial world, ultimately, it could only be he, the legitimate Earl of the East, who held dominion, not Fu Guang, whose claim was baseless and illegitimate. Few had noticed the Earl of the East's displeasure and wariness. The Queen Mother of the West, as head of the female immortals, was one of them. Noticing the Earl of the East's reaction toward Fu Guang's gathering, the Queen Mother of the West instinctively felt it boded ill. For some reason, her intuition constantly whispered that Fu Guang was absolutely not as simple as his affable exterior suggested. To oppose him would very likely invite calamity. She had already been somewhat tempted to cooperate with the Earl of the East to establish an immortal court and thereby manage and govern the primordial world. But seeing the Earl of the East's reaction like this, she feared that after establishing the immortal court, he would very likely come into conflict with Fuguang. This seemed unwise to the Queen Mother of the West. I must still proceed with caution. The Queen Mother of the West murmured to herself, lest in the end the Earl of the East and fellow Taoist Fuguang come into conflict. And I suffer for it. That said, upon seeing some female immortals leveraging their connections through Shiha Changshi and Nuwa also strike up conversations with Fuguang, the Queen Mother of the West felt a touch of discomfort. But that was all. Others were free to do as they pleased. Could she truly wield her title as head of the female immortals to forbid other female immortals from making friends with male immortals? Would that not be sheer folly? The number of people surrounding him was somewhat large. At this moment he himself was slightly conspicuous. These 2 points, Fuguang with his cautious nature had already realized. At the same time he also noticed the displeasure and wariness of Dong Weigong and a hint of dissatisfaction from Zhuangmo. After all, these two were individuals Fuguang highly regarded as perfect candidates to replace the original calamity-bound fate and embark on the path of relentless confrontation with the Wu clan. Naturally, Fuguang paid them extra attention. Thus, even if the expressions and postures of Dong Weigong and Zhuangmu were very subtle, they were easily captured by Fuguang. This time I've been a bit too high profile. Realizing that he had been insufficiently cautious and composed, Fuguang reflected within himself, I must never do this again. Of course, Fuguang did not regret his decision to befriend the surrounding Dayuo Golden Immortals. Everything has its pros and cons. Dong Weigong and Zhuangmu might bring him some minor troubles, but the Dayuo Golden Immortals in front of him could also bring him considerable benefits. Every gain and loss has its own karma. He still remained in the middle of the balance, neither too prominent nor overly low-key. More importantly, when Dong Weigong and Zhuangmu established the immortal court and begin to govern the primordial world, then the Wu clan who bow to no one but Pengu will come after them. By then the two sides will fight tooth and nail. Would Dong Weigong still dare to provoke a carefree powerhouse like him, who possesses great strength, heavenly Dao merits, and a multitude of friends? Absolutely impossible. As for whether the Wu clan would look down on the immortal court and refuse to emerge, it is certain. According to the Wu clan's behavioral logic, after seeing the immortal court planning to govern the primordial world in such a high-profile manner, their only thought would be, the world was created by Father Pengu and the Wu clan are the legitimate descendants of Pengu. Who else but the Wu clan is worthy to govern the primordial world? Dong Weigong, Zhuangmu, the immortal court, the sages, and the heavenly Dao Wu clan are not even in their eyes. What status and position do you have? You think you're worthy? Huh. Therefore, the Wu clan will inevitably emerge. With this thought, Fuguang remained vigilant inside, but on the surface, he acted as if he hadn't noticed the state of Dong Weigong and Zhuangmu. He conversed cheerfully with the many Dayuo golden immortals around him. Not long after, with a bang, the tightly closed gates of Zixiao Palace opened once again. The boy servant Hao Yin, who walked out, announced loudly, "The master is about to expound the Tao. Please enter." As the words fell, the many Dayuo golden immortals who had been chatting and waiting all straightened their expressions. Fuguang did the same. "Fellow Taoists, if you have free time in the future, feel free to visit the Sun Star. As long as I am available, I will surely entertain you well." Hearing Fuguang's invitation, the group of Dayuo golden immortals who had enjoyed a good conversation with him and held a favorable impression all smiled and agreed. "If I have time, I will definitely come to bother you. Thank you for the invitation, fellow Taoist. I will certainly visit." "I as well." The group spoke as they entered Zixiao Palace. Then each took their seats on their respective cattail cushions. Fuguang did the same. However, as soon as he sat down, he turned his gaze to Shiha beside him. He asked with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you have been secretly observing me. Is there something improper about me?" Hearing this, Shiha replied with a generous smile, "There is nothing improper. I just never expected that you fellow Taoists are also fond of making many friends. I never thought of that before." The corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Fuguang's expression was very calm. "I simply don't like getting involved in unimportant matters. But as the saying goes, more friends, more paths. We are all fellow travelers on the same path. There's no harm in socializing." Hearing Fuguang's reply, Shiha nodded thoughtfully. "I see, I understand now. It seems, fellow Taoist Fuguang, though harboring ambitions and wishing to achieve a great cause, is not the kind of ruler who acts ostentatiously and follows a domineering path, but rather an emperor who follows the path of virtue, leading the masses with benevolence and commanding the world with nobility. Such a person is one who accomplishes great things." Shiha admired him greatly. Although Fuguang didn't know what Shiha had understood again, he didn't pay much attention to it. Their exchange ended. A moment later, as the gates of Zixiao Palace closed, the figure of the sage appeared on the high platform. He began expounding the Tao directly, without caring whether the listeners below could keep up. In an instant, the Zixiao Palace was filled with countless visions, becoming an ocean of the 3,000 great Taos, and the 3,000 listeners were like fish in the ocean, constantly seeking their own Tao. Fuguang had another epiphany in Zixiao Palace. In just 300 years, the Daluo fruit that Fuguang had already perfected suddenly trembled. The bottleneck between the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm and the Honghuang Golden Immortal Realm, which had been as thin as foam, naturally dissolved. Rumble. The aura of Fuguang began to rise rapidly, and he stepped into the level of Honghuang Golden Immortal in one go. Breaking through inside Zixiao Palace. With the sage present, it was impossible for Fuguang to affect others listening to the Tao. Having stepped into the early stage of Honghuang Golden Immortal, Fuguang did not withdraw from his epiphany, but instead became even more immersed. However, his cultivation did not advance by leaps and bounds. Instead, he continuously solidified his Honghuang Golden Immortal fruit. While in the state of epiphany, Fuguang still checked for omissions and filled gaps. He did not allow even the slightest instability in his path of Tao. On the platform, seeing Fuguang break through first and step onto the path of Honghuang Golden Immortal, the sage Hongjuan, who was expounding the Tao, showed a flicker of surprise in his originally calm gaze. But that was all. So what if he became the only Honghuang Golden Immortal of this era, without achieving sainthood? In the end, he is but an ant beneath the heavenly Tao. The sage paid no heed to Fuguang's breakthrough and his attainment of the Honghuang Golden Immortal path. At his level of cultivation, his only concern was whether his own Tao path could reach further. All schemes and plots served but a single purpose from beginning to end: to smooth the journey of his own Tao path. In fact, the sage even harbored a glimmer of anticipation for the emergence of this unique and fated being, Fuguang. If everything in heaven and earth were entirely within his grasp, then to the sage the world would be a stagnant pool. At the same time, it would be a shackle of fetter confining his own being. Only change and upheaval could bring life. The path to greater heights lay within such transformation. The sage faintly looked forward to seeing just how great a wave this tiny ripple named Fuguang might stir in the future. To that end, while giving private instruction to his 6 disciples, the sage on the high platform also opened a separate session for Fuguang, specifically guiding him on how to tread the Honghuang Golden Immortal path, how to cultivate, and what to be mindful of. Thus, in the midst of his enlightenment, Fuguang more meticulously sorted through his own Honghuang Tao fruit. This sermon lasted 3,000 years. When the 3,000 years elapsed, the Tao sounds, Tao rhythms, and auspicious phenomena within Zixiao Palace all dissipated. The 3,000 guests who had been immersed in the states of enlightenment and cultivation also withdrew from their meditative states one after another. There were expressions of satisfaction, regret, and chagrin, a panorama of sentient beings. After all had awakened, the sage on the dais shifted his gaze to the Pangu 3 pure ones and Yuhua before him. He spoke, "After I attained the Tao, I established the Xianmen and became its ancestor. Under my gate there shall be several disciples." The sage taking disciples. At the sage's words, the 3,000 guests were shaken, their eyes filled with disbelief as they stared in astonishment at the 6 figures seated on the 6 special cushions. Though the sage had not yet named whom he would take as disciples, his gaze said it all. Among the 3,000 guests, Fuguang, who also wore a look of surprise, was not inwardly shocked by the sage's act of taking disciples. He was merely surprised at the timing, taking disciples during the second sermon. Shouldn't it be after the third sermon, before the distribution of treasures? He was a bit puzzled, but Fuguang did not dwell on it. The version of the primordial era's so-called plot he remembered was countless iterations removed from reality. While the major trends were correct, many details were unreliable. Moreover, he had already replaced Dijuan and Tai. A mere change in the timing of taking disciples at Zixiao Palace was nothing. He doesn't seem surprised. She, seated beside Fuguang, turned her head instinctively after her initial shock. After all, becoming a disciple of the sage would allow one to do almost anything within the primordial heaven and earth. Not to mention the many great fortunes yet to befall them. Who among the 3,000 guests in Zixiao Palace would not envy them? The good-natured Hongyun, who had been forced to give up his seat, regretted it bitterly. Kuenping stared at Hongyun with hatred, as if their conflict would never end. Even she herself was extremely envious. But when she turned to look at Fuguang, though his face also showed shock, she had spent tens of thousands of years with him. She could tell at a glance that Fuguang's shock was feigned. She had also read the miscellaneous treatise he had compiled on how an old actor acts. Thus, despite Fuguang's Oscar-worthy performance, he was certain he was not genuinely shocked by the sage taking disciples, nor did he feel any envy for becoming one. Even such a great fortune as becoming the sage's disciple does not move Fuguang, he mused. Such a state of mind, truly a hero. That's Fuguang for you. She glanced at the composed Fuguang, then at Jane and Juanti, who were weeping and pleading for the sage to accept them as disciples. She instantly felt a vast difference. Not that Jane and Juanti's way of begging for benefits was wrong. Everyone seeks their own Tao path, and there is no mockery in that. But in comparison, he admired and appreciated Fuguang all the more. The matter of taking disciples did not take much time. The sage first took the Pangu 3 pure ones as personal disciples, then Yuhua as a closing disciple, and finally, at the weeping entreaty of Jane and Juanti, took them as nominal disciples. Thus, the sage's tasks for this gathering were concluded. "This sermon is over," he said directly after taking disciples. "Come again after 10 eons for the third sermon. Go now." With these words the sage's figure on the dais vanished. Throughout he only took disciples, bestowing neither treasures nor the primordial purple qi. The distribution of treasures was nowhere in sight. The 3,000 guests rose bowed and left Zixiao Palace. On the way, many approached the newly appointed disciples, the three pure ones, to engage in conversation. However, the three pure ones, proud and aloof, did not respond to the overtures, merely giving perfunctory replies before departing. Nuwa was slightly better, but she was not warm toward unfamiliar golden immortals. In contrast, Jane and Juni were extremely friendly to the 3,000 guests who came to greet them, not holding themselves aloof, and getting along amiably with everyone. Seeing this scene, Fuguang could not help but feel a touch of admiration. No wonder Jane and Junti could bring about the great flourishing of the West. Regardless of their methods during their rise, this spirit of effort is worthy of recognition. The 6 predestined sages, the Pangu 3 pure ones, were the typical aristocratic type. Nuwa had some foundation and rose by riding the wave of fortune. Jane and Junti were true grassroots upstarts. The West was barren with few resources, placing them at a natural disadvantage compared to other golden immortals of other continents. Though both were top-tier primordial divinities, there were others with equal or even better roots and talents. Yet they managed to rise. Part of it was the sages' arrangement, but their own determination was a major factor. Returning from the chaos, Fuguang, Shi and Chang, she remained together once more beneath the vast starry expanse. With a serene smile gracing his features, Fuguang said to Shi and Chang, I imagine both of you fellow Taoists have gained considerably from this endeavor and are eager to enter seclusion for breakthrough. I shall not detain you. Once you emerge from seclusion, you are most welcome to visit the solar star. Upon hearing this, Shi smiled faintly and replied, We would be delighted. However, she continued, you constantly invite others to your solar star, yet I seldom see you visiting fellow Taoist realms. Fuguang has extended invitations to many regarding his solar star, yet he rarely ventured to others' places himself. This behavior struck Shi as somewhat peculiar. Surely not. Could Fuguang be too shy to visit others' abodes? Such a notion was hardly amusing. Ha! After a hearty laugh, Fuguang spoke openly and candidly. I worried that a sudden visit might offend my fellow Taoists, so to avoid any such inconvenience I chose to invite them to the solar star, instead staying here more often. This explanation was quite reasonable. Given Fuguang's consistently courteous demeanor, such considerations were entirely understandable. Shi's luminous eyes flickered gently. Should you emerge from seclusion, first you are welcome to visit the lunar star. We have already troubled you for so long at the solar star, and now it is our turn to show you proper hospitality. Even Chang, who rarely spoke, opened her mouth directly. You come. I will make osmanthus cake for you to taste. As she spoke, her cold clear gaze fixed squarely upon Fuguang. Even without expression or ripple in her eyes, one could feel her eagerness for him to visit the solar star. In response, Fuguang smiled calmly. It appears I have won the goodwill fellow Taoists. I shall certainly visit the lunar star in the days to come. Upon receiving Fuguang's definite reply, Changshi nodded. Shi meanwhile wore an expression full of anticipation. Excellent. Thereafter, the three bid each other farewell. Shi and Changshi immediately set forth toward the lunar star, while Fuguang lingered a moment in the starry void. Gazing toward the lunar star, he thought, both Shi and Changshi's aura has reached a state of completeness. Their seclusion will surely yield breakthrough to the peak of Daoyuo, and with further consolidation, they may sever their 3 corpses and attain quasi-sagehood. The third lecture is 10 Yuan Hui away. During those 10 Yuan Hui, top-tier experts will at minimum sever 1 corpse and enter the early stage of quasi-sagehood. In that case, his current commanding lead at early stage Honghuang Jinxian would no longer seem so impressive, especially those like the 3 pure ones and Nu Hua, direct disciples of saints blessed with saintly fortune, whose cultivation would surely proceed extraordinarily smoothly. They would likely catch up to his present realm before long. For a moment, a sense of urgency stirred within Fuguang's heart. But soon, before that sliver of anxiety could take root, Fuguang instantly regained his composure and slapped his forehead. How hasty of me! What do I have to compare with them? They walked the path toward quasi-sagehood, with a single enlightenment. Even severing all 3 corpses to instantly reach the late stage is a trivial matter for them. My path of Honghuang Jinxian must be taken step by step. Moreover, Fuguang's words paused as his inner thoughts continued. Moreover, they are all destined saints by heavenly decree. I, Fuguang, merely seek to become a minor innate divine being who reigns alongside the world. My only aspirations are longevity, a Tao companion, and freedom. I do not seek to compete with others over strength and rank. At this realization, Fuguang felt his spirit grow clear and light his heart at ease. The faint anxiety about his cultivation prowess born from the saints taking disciples and the impending upheaval of the primordial world vanished in an instant. He had fully returned to his original state as an ordinary seeker of the Tao. I am still not steady enough in my composure, he sighed as the ripples within his heart-mind dissolved. He spoke aloud, upon returning for this seclusion, I must thoroughly examine myself. The restlessness and anxiety he had felt, in Fuguang's view, was partly because the tribulation cycle of the world was about to reignite, already affecting those connected to it. As the bearer of the supreme 9 destinies and the sole golden crow, he was destined to face tribulation in this cycle. Being affected was entirely natural. The other reason was his recent breakthrough. Although he had prepared repeatedly examining his Dao fruit again and again, Honghuang Jinxian was after all not the same as Daoyuo. Many preparations he had made at the Daoyuo stage could not have been flawless. Therefore Fuguang felt he needed to seclude himself and carefully refine his Honghuang Jinxian Dao fruit. Additionally, he should try not to leave the solar star. He had returned from listening to lectures in the chaos and still carried traces of anxiety. How much worse would it be to venture through the primordial world? In short, leaving the solar star was far too dangerous. As long as he remained within the solar star as its only offspring, he would surely be favored and protected. Thus his safety would be far greater. With heart set on returning, Fuguang transformed into a golden ray and vanished in an instant, heading straight for the solar star. Returning to the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang went directly into the meditation hall and prepared to enter seclusion. Several tasks. Sitting cross-legged upon the cushion, his expression grave, he organized the matters to attend to during this retreat. First, consolidate my Honghuang Jinxian Dao fruit. Second, see my true nature and strengthen my Dao heart. Third, continue refining the innate divine prohibitions of the chaos bell. Fourth, continue deducing the passage of years, months, days, and hours. Now that he had reached the cultivation of Honghuang Jinxian, he fully possessed the ability to thoroughly perfect the celestial timing of the world and present it to the heavenly Tao, thereby accumulating massive merit. At the same time, he could also thereby attain the venerate position of sun god, an heavenly accolade he had longed for since arriving in the primordial world, one that would bring continuous streams of merit and fortune. Not only was Fuguang in seclusion, but the 3,000 disciples who had returned from chaos to Honghuang were also entering seclusion. During the second lecture, the saint expounded upon the path of quasi-saints, instructing the 3,000 disciples on how to employ spiritual treasures to sever the 3 corpses, and after reaching the quasi-saint realm, how to continue their cultivation. The teachings were delivered with clarity and meticulous detail. Consequently, upon completing the hearing of the Tao, many cultivators were consumed by the desire to sever the 3 corpses and advance to a higher realm. In this age, Zifu on Yingzhou Island beyond the seas, Dong Wenggong, accompanied by his retinue of Dao golden immortals, returned to the Taoist sanctuary and issued his command, "Go into seclusion, all of you. When I emerge from seclusion will be the moment we achieve our grand design." Upon hearing Dong Wenggong's words, the Daoyuo golden immortals beneath him looked at each other with burning eyes, their faces alight with anticipation. They bowed in respectful acknowledgement. "As you command." Quickly the Daoyuo golden immortals hurried toward their respective cave dwellings with urgent haste. Dong Wenggong glanced upward toward the direction of the sun star, his brows furrowing slightly. Without further hesitation, he turned and headed directly for his own cave dwelling. The events surrounding this Tao teaching had weighed heavily upon Dong Wenggong, stirring deep anxiety within him. It began with Fuguang. This being, who appeared to contend with nothing and harbor no desires, had naturally drawn a considerable following of cultivators, both male and female immortals, surpassing even the stature of this foremost among male immortals. Such a circumstance filled Dong Wenggong, who walked the path of an emperor, with a profound sense of threat. Secondly, the saints were taking disciples. Dong Wenggong sought to follow the imperial way to rule over all things heaven and earth. Yet, even so, the saints were beyond comparison. Now with 6 additional saint disciples, they would likely rank above him, the foremost of male immortals. Though they might not openly place themselves above him, Dong Wenggong could not ignore the respect owed to saint disciples. Even while governing all cultivators in Honghuang, saint disciples remained beings he must treat with utmost care. For Dong Wenggong, who followed the imperial way, this was tantamount to provocation, even an insult. Indeed. Yet such an insult need not be endured. The solution was simple. Attaining the Tao was all that was required. As a cultivator walking the imperial path, Dong Wenggong had already discerned where his path to attaining the Tao lay. It lay in that supreme position, commanding Honghuang and overseeing the order of heaven and earth. If he succeeded, certainly he would attain the Tao, and once successfully attained, he could stand against even saints, let alone saint disciples. Fuguang. Dong Wenggong's gaze sharpened clearly, nothing more than a stepping stone. If he understands his place, there will be no issue. If he does not, then he will be destroyed. My true rival should be saint disciples. West Kunlun, returning to his own Yaoqi Daoist sanctuary and settling matters within, Queen Mother of the West knitted her brow. She sighed deeply. Disruptions are imminent. Should my cultivation prove insufficient, I fear I shall suffer calamity without cause. Seclusion. Until my Tao fruit is complete, I shall not emerge. As for severing the 3 corpses, Queen Mother of the West possessed clear self-awareness. Quasi-saint, it still bore the character of saint within its name. How could such a realm be easily entered? In the era to come, among the cultivators traversing Honghuang, Duo golden immortals might no longer occupy the pyramid's apex, yet they would remain among its uppermost tiers. Thus the quasi-saint realm was not something to rush toward. Time flowed like a swift shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a yuanhui of time had passed. Within the golden crow palace of the Sun Star, ding! A clear bell resonated through the secret chamber. Upon the meditation cushion, Fuguang's face bore a satisfied smile. I have finally refined 37 of the primordial divine seals. Watching the chaos bell suspended and swirling around him, Fuguang's spirits lifted. Since the dawn of heaven and earth separation, he had possessed the chaos bell. Only now, after eons of refinement, had he succeeded in conquering 37 of its 49 primordial divine seals. Just 12 remained before this primordial supreme treasure would be entirely mastered. As for the other spiritual treasures, even Hichu Luoshu, a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, had already been thoroughly refined by Fuguang with ease. I shall emerge from seclusion and take a rest. With a single thought, he withdrew the chaos bell. Rising from his meditation cushion, Fuguang found the palace doors sliding open of their own accord. He stepped out with unhurried grace. He arranged a celestial table in the courtyard, preparing some fire mulberries and a selection of pastries and delicacies he had crafted in his leisure time. Fuguang settled comfortably beneath the Fusheng divine tree. While partaking of these treats, he began divining heavenly secrets. Has anything of great significance transpired in Honghuang during my period of seclusion? Those possessing sufficient power could intercept the threads of destiny and discern what had unfolded across Honghuang. However, when Fuguang had been at the Daluo stage, his primary cultivation had not focused on the primordial divination, so the heavenly secrets he could perceive had been limited. But now the situation was different. He had already attained the status of Honghuang Golden Immortal. Even with only secondary study of the primordial divination, he could now effortlessly intercept and calculate heavenly fate. In no time, Fuguang ceased his divinations. Understanding dawned on his face, a remarkably tranquil yuanhui. But this serenity is likely but the prelude to the turmoil that follows. The peace of this yuanhui existed because the 3,000 disciples were still absorbing the teachings received at Zhixiao Palace. Now, after a full yuanhui had elapsed, they had likely assimilated these teachings to near completion. Before long, Honghuang would surely see upheaval. Furthermore, during this seclusion, though Fuguang had not advanced his Honghuang Golden Immortal Dao Fruit to a higher level, all the objectives he had set for himself before entering had been fulfilled. His Dao Fruit had fully settled and could progress further at any moment. His Dao Heart's renewed clarity needed no elaboration. The refinement of the Chaos Bell had advanced substantially. And most crucially, the divination of Honghuang's temporal cycles across years, months, and hours. Fuguang had likewise completed this endeavor. At present, only preliminary preparations remained. After resting for centuries, the leisurely expression on Fuguang's face vanished. With utmost seriousness, he said, "Let's begin preparing the tools to certify the sun god's position and establish the primordial time schedule." As for the changes in the primordial world, Fuguang cared not. All he needed to do was follow his own plans and thoughts, walk his own path, and obtain the merits he could. Do your own things, walk your own path. Many have said these words, but few have truly achieved them. How to put it? Can life be entirely as one wishes? The number of temporal artifacts to be refined is not large. Fuguang said as he took out a large amount of materials from his storage. While reviewing the artifacts to be refined, he said, sundials, clepsydras, hourglasses, armillary spheres. After this session of refining, my already modest Golden Crow Palace's resources will become even more depleted. Afterward, if I have time, I'll take a trip to the starry sky and see if I can acquire some treasures. Fuguang, who naturally enjoyed staying in the Golden Crow Palace, had gathered his current resources from his 2 previous ventures into the primordial world. After several rounds of consumption, there was truly not much left. The primordial land was too dangerous. Fuguang did not wish to go there. But taking a trip to the starry sky to find materials among the celestial stars was still manageable. Refining artifacts was not difficult for Fuguang. Just as he had prepared the materials and was about to refine the supernatural treasures needed to certify his sun god position and establish the primordial time. Outside the sun star, a Tai Golden Immortal with a solemn expression bowed respectfully toward the sun star and announced loudly, "A cultivator from Ingzhou's Purple Mansion under the orders of Lord Wood requests an audience with Senior Fuguang." These words reached Fuguang's ears, causing him to pause in his preparations for artifact refining. He put down the materials. A golden light gleamed in Fuguang's eyes. With a hum, the terrifying solar true fire on the sun star surged and coalesced into the form of Fuguang. He looked at the Tai Golden Immortal from Ingzhou's Purple Mansion and asked, "What business does fellow Taoist Dong Wanggong have in sending you here?" Though he asked, he already had an inkling. But Fuguang already knew in his heart what this Tai Golden Immortal had come to say. Barring any surprises, it was about Dong Wanggong and Shi Wang Mu joining forces to establish the Immortal Court. Sensing the terrifying solar true fire and the extremely formidable aura emanating from the projection, the arriving Tai Golden Immortal, felt his scalp tingle, cold sweat on his face, and his expression grew even more awestruck and respectful. Bowing respectfully, he replied, "Answering your query, senior, Lord Wood will host a banquet at Ingzhou's Purple Mansion in 3,000 years to entertain the immortals of the primordial world. He has specially ordered me to deliver this invitation." As he spoke, the Tai Golden Immortal respectfully presented an invitation with both hands, not daring to raise his head and meet the gaze of Fu Guang's projection. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang raised his hand and beckoned, and the invitation flew directly into his grasp. He said casually, "You've gone to the trouble of making this trip. I accept this invitation. Return and tell fellow Taoist Dong Wang Gong that I will attend the banquet at that time." With these words, his voice fell. The projection of Fu Guang formed by solar true fire vanished in an instant. At the same time, the turbulent solar true fire calmed down, and the sun star returned to its eternal tranquility. This junior takes his leave. The Tai Golden Immortal, feeling the gaze that had been pressing upon him with a terrifying pressure disappear, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he respectfully withdrew. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fu Guang now had no heart for artifact refining. He looked at the invitation in his hand. The content was simple. It stated that Dong Wang Gong would host a grand banquet for all immortals in 3,000 years and would announce some matters at the banquet. He invited Fu Guang to attend and also bear witness. He casually placed the invitation on the table. The snacks that had just been cleared away were brought out again by Fu Guang. What was to be announced needed no elaboration. However, what Fu Guang had not expected was that this matter would come so soon. Is the immortal court about to emerge? Fu Guang mused inwardly. It seems that Dong Wang Gong is already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal perfection, and Shi Wang Mu is likely at the same realm. Once the immortal court is established and receives the recognition of the heavenly Tao, it will bestow heavenly merits. These two will likely use those merits to sever one corpse and step into the quasi-saint realm. Perhaps among the many great powers of the primordial world, they will be the first to reach the quasi-saint realm, even faster than the disciples of the saints. This is not impossible. Though the three pure ones Nuwa and Junti and Jane have noble identities, Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu are after all the ordained lords of the immortal court, with top-tier innate sacred foundations. It is only natural for them to take the lead in becoming quasi-saints. But as the saying goes, speed on the bend is the true speed. Although Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu are likely to become quasi-saints ahead of the others, the final outcome remains uncertain. The disciples of the saints are destined to become saints, but Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu are not. One could even say their chances are slim. Let's set aside artifact refining for now. A leisurely expression returned to Fu Guang's face. 3,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. I might as well wait until after the banquet to prepare properly. As he spoke, Fu Guang let his mind go blank and began to wander through the void. 1,000 years later, Fu Guang, who had been wandering through the void, suddenly regained his focus. With a hint of surprise in his eyes, he looked beyond the sun star. He stood up at the same time, took a step, and appeared outside the sun star. Watching two celestial lights approaching from afar, he smiled and said, "Congratulations to both fellow Taoists on your further advancement in cultivation." With a hum, the cool celestial light drew near, and the figures of Shi He and Chang Shi emerged from it. Shi He wore a smile and said, "After waiting long for fellow Taoist Fu Guang, without seeing you, I and my sister have come to trouble you again. We hope we are not disturbing your business." Hearing this, Fu Guang shook his head. "Not at all. I have only recently emerged from seclusion, which is why I have not yet visited the moon star. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Please forgive me." As he spoke, Fu Guang stepped aside and extended an invitation. "Fellow Taoists, let us talk inside in detail." Together with Fu Guang, Shi He and Chang Shi skillfully made their way to the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace and sat down. Since there was serious business to discuss, Chang Shi did not pick up a book, but joined them at the table. The two parties were already quite familiar with each other. Therefore, after taking their seats, Shi got straight to the point. 1,000 years ago, my sister and I received an invitation from the Queen Mother of the West on the star of the Great Een. 2,000 years later, at the Z Palace of Ingzhou, Shi and the King Father of the East shall host a grand banquet of immortals, inviting us sisters to witness a momentous event. I suppose you have also received an invitation from the King Father of the East, dear fellow Taoist. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang calmly nodded. Indeed, we did receive the invitation. As he spoke, a gilded invitation bearing the emblem of the Z Palace of Ingzhou was casually placed upon the table by Fu Guang. Shi's beautiful eyes flicked toward it, then lifted to regard him. What are your thoughts on this upcoming grand banquet of immortals, dear fellow Taoist? Her expression remained unchanged. A slight smile graced Fu Guang's lips. I have no particular opinion. Whatever schemes the King Father of the East and the Queen Mother of the West may harbor, they shall not affect me in the slightest. My path ahead and my cultivation plans are already well arranged. None shall alter them. What opinion could he possibly have? If the King Father of the East wished to become the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, then let him be so. Fu Guang had no intention of competing with him. Should he succeed, he would merely attain the righteous Tao, and if he failed, well, he would simply perish along with his Tao. In any case, none of it concerned Fuguang. As for this grand banquet of immortals at the Z Palace of Yingzhou, Fuguang had only one thought in mind: to present a proper gift. Attend the feast, enjoy the provisions, and afterward simply return to the star of the great sun to continue his own affairs. As for shifts in the grand landscape of the heavens and earth, truly Fuguang cared about that as well. After all, he bore the 99 supreme destiny mark. A single misstep could thrust him into the great calamity. He needed to keep a close watch on the tides of the world, lest he find himself unwittingly drawn into tribulation without realizing it. Fuguang's thoughts were straightforward. His words carried no hidden depths. Yet, upon hearing his reply, Shiha paused to reflect. In Shiha's eyes, Fuguang appeared amiable on the surface, yet harbored towering ambitions within. One day he would undoubtedly achieve transcendent greatness. When the time came for Fuguang to begin his true designs, he would inevitably clash with the King Father of the East, who sought to unify the pre-heaven world and claim dominion over all. Thus what seemed like an answer void of deeper meaning fell upon Shiha's ears with entirely different resonance. No opinion. That meant he held such confidence that he did not deem the schemes of the King Father of the East and the Queen Mother of the West worthy of his concern. It would not affect him. That meant Fuguang possessed sufficient faith in his own strength, that even if the King Father and Queen Mother grew tremendously powerful through this banquet, he would still possess ample means to counter them. Plans for the future. It seemed Fuguang had already been making preparations long ago, and the time for his true emergence had not yet arrived. Understanding flashing within her luminous eyes, she had instantly grasped the truth. A gentle smile graced her flawless features. I see now. This humble Taoist understands. It appears, this humble Taoist has overthought matters. Watching the worry between Shiha's brows dissolve entirely. Though he did not know precisely what she had comprehended, Fuguang felt no need to press further. The fact that she could arrive at her own conclusions was more than enough. Smiling, he replied, trouble exists only where fools create it. Whether in cultivation or in dealing with the world, one must begin from oneself. Only then can one see farther and walk more steadily. The grand scheme matters greatly, but self-reflection matters even more. Nodding earnestly, Shiha wore an expression of deep edification. Your words are most reasonable, dear fellow Taoist. At that moment, Changshi, seated nearby, spoke up. Do you think they intend to begin managing the order of the pre-heaven world? Might they wish to bring us under their jurisdiction as well? That King Father of the East is rife with ambition. Once he grows strong and powerful, I suspect he shall not tolerate immortals remaining beyond his control. Shaking his head, Fuguang wore an expression of complete unconcern. He who follows the Tao gains much support. He who abandons the Tao finds little. Should he truly attempt to suppress the immortals through force? Today he feasts among guests, tomorrow his tower collapses. If the King Father of the East genuinely intended such a course of action, there would be no need for the Wu tribe to deliver a single blow. The countless immortals of the pre-heaven world would themselves administer ample rebukes. Those who had achieved the great Luo, who among them were not firm in their Tao hearts. Should he press too far, they would simply perish in accordance with their Tao and await the return of the boundless calamity. Hearing Fuguang's words, Changshi nodded and said no more. After sitting for a short while longer, gazing upon the two divine maidens before him, Fuguang extended an invitation. The grand banquet of immortals shall commence in 2,000 years. Would both of you, dear fellow Taoists, travel together with me? Nodding, Shiha's beautiful eyes blinked. Since we have come naturally, we shall journey alongside you, dear fellow Taoist. Unless, she teased with a playful glint, you have already made other arrangements. This was most agreeable. Though Shiha's remark carried the semblance of a gentle reproach, Fuguang found himself genuinely pleased. This was no fault-finding. Rather, it was teasing laced with the subtle warmth of affectionate banter. My lapse in wording calls for self-punishment. Let me drink to this. Fuguang's smile unwavering, he raised his wine cup, gesturing toward both Shiha and Changshi, and drained it in one swallow. Shiha's luminous eyes sparkled with amusement, while Changshi's lips curved into a faint smile. All three understood perfectly. If intent existed, they would be the most fitting candidates for Taoist companionship. From every conceivable perspective, Fuguang and the sisters Shiha and Changshi were simply matched in perfection. Thus the atmosphere between the three, unlike any they experienced with other fellow Taoists, held a qualitatively superior warmth. Only a single opportunity was lacking. The three of them could very well step forward and become Taoist companions. As for whether it would sound improper for sisters to share a Taoist partner, such concerns held no weight at all. In the pre-heaven world of the present, no rigid moral codes constrained such matters. When two cultivators caught each other's eye, they might instantly declare themselves Taoist partners and begin dual cultivation without hesitation, an occurrence far from uncommon among the cultivators of the pre-heaven world. While Fuguang, Shiha, and Changshi enjoyed their animated conversation, within the Z Palace of Yingzhou, located in the Eastern Sea, a vast number of immortal maidens and laborers bustled about in preparation for the grand banquet of immortals. Countless immortals who had already joined the retinues of the King Father of the East and the Queen Mother of the West raced about, extending invitations across the pre-heaven world to its myriad immortals. Truly, A scene of magnificent prosperity unfolded before them. In the courtyard, the majestic Dong Wang Gong and the gracefully dignified Shi Wang Mu sat facing each other. At this moment, Dong Wang Gong's face bore a self-satisfied smile. Once the immortal court is established, it will surely gain the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Then merit will descend, and with it we can sever the three corpses advancing ahead of the other immortals to achieve the quasi-sage realm. After that we shall unify the entire primordial universe with both the rightful claim and the sufficient strength and qualification. Moreover, with the establishment of the immortal court, we shall integrate the celestial and earthly energies. As the sovereigns of the immortal court, we will be blessed with its immense fortune, and our future path of cultivation will inevitably be smoother. Hearing Dong Wang Gong's words, Shi Wang Mu merely nodded calmly. After a brief pause she spoke, but according to our previous agreement, female immortals who do not wish to join the immortal court must not be coerced. Nodding, Dong Wang Gong's smile remained unchanged, of course. To secure Shi Wang Mu the leader of female immortals as co-ruler of the immortal court, Dong Wang Gong had indeed invested heavily. After consolidating his realm of Daluo perfection, he visited the western Qilin for the third time, finally reaching an agreement with Shi Wang Mu on the plan to jointly establish the immortal court. However, Shi Wang Mu's participation came with several conditions. First, female immortals must not be forced to join the immortal court. Second, any female immortal who joined the immortal court would be under her jurisdiction and Dong Wang Gong could not interfere. Similarly, she would not involve herself in matters concerning male immortals. Third, in the immortal court, Shi Wang Mu would only oversee matters related to the Tao of divine punishment, her other primary cultivation path, and would not concern herself with other affairs. Fourth, Shi Wang Mu had many demands, but they were all within Dong Wang Gong's tolerance. He agreed directly, and after they swore an oath on their Tao hearts, Shi Wang Mu formally entered the immortal court. Of course, within the immortal court, Shi Wang Mu's authority was not as great as Dong Wang Gong's. Such was her nature, and she also knew that the immortal court was a vast vortex. The more she sought, the more she would bear. In the courtyard, Dong Wang Gong did not stay long before departing. After he left, Shi Wang Mu sat alone, a flicker of spiritual light in her beautiful eyes. She sighed softly. Let us see what the future holds, and take it step by step. She had entered the immortal court. It was not only because of Dong Wang Gong's sincere invitation after 3 visits to the western Qilin, but also because Shi Wang Mu herself was deeply tempted by the prospects of the immortal court. On one hand, establishing the immortal court indeed held a high probability of receiving heavenly Tao merit, which could help her sever at least one corpse and achieve the quasi-sage realm. On the other hand, the immortal court could gather immense human fortune. As its ruler, she would be blessed with the majority of its fortune, making her future cultivation naturally smooth. Another reason was that the Tao of divine punishment, the other great path Shi Wang Mu cultivated, could only make significant progress within a grand organization like the immortal court, which was recognized by the heavenly Tao. To perfect her own great Tao, Shi Wang Mu chose to enter the game. Among Daluo cultivators, except for a very few, most possessed the resolve of, if I hear the Tao in the morning, I would die content in the evening. Shi Wang Mu was no exception. The great Tao, indescribable and unfathomable, yet enough to drive most cultivators in the primordial world to madness. Time passed swiftly. 2,000 years were but a flick of the fingers. On this day, the Isle of Yingzhou in the eastern sea saw a stream of guests with immortals gathering from all directions. Though called an island, Dong Wang Gong's choice of Yingzhou Zifu as the headquarters of the immortal court was enough to prove its extraordinary nature. Vapors rose in splendor, immortal light glittered. Ancient trees with gnarled roots gleamed with emerald-hued spirit roots, and celestial herbs sparkled with radiance. Innate spiritual energy converged into lakes where rare birds and mythical beasts frolicked. Countless divine palaces, resplendent and noble, were laid out across the island, their arrangements imbued with profound principles. Jade towers and pavilions stretched in clusters, while immortal halls shimmered with glassy brilliance. Many golden immortals and Tai golden immortals who had arrived first upon receiving invitations were profoundly awestruck by the spectacle of Yingzhou Zifu. For a moment, those Tai golden immortals and golden immortals who had initially come merely to observe began to entertain a thought: following the leader of male immortals, Dong Wang Gong, might not be such a bad idea after all. Looking at the grand aura of Yingzhou Zifu, even if it could not rule the entire primordial world, it was certainly capable of dominating a region and becoming a hegemon. As the saying goes, beneath a great tree the shade is cool. Though Tai golden immortals were already considered strong, and golden immortals were experts in their own right. But these Tai golden immortals and golden immortals knew well that in this vast world, without achieving Daluo, one was merely an ant. At best, they were just slightly stronger grasshoppers. When faced with true power, they could only hop a few more times. Since Yingzhou Zifu was so formidable, joining it might be a good choice. Of course, some wished to join while others did not. At the same time, the astute ones had already sensed that today's grand assembly of immortals might bring about major upheavals. Upon entering, they began to minimize their presence as much as possible lest they catch the attention of the great powers about to arrive. Bai Zhe, who had been born only a few eons ago and had reached the Tai golden immortal perfection realm, was one of those who tried to keep a low profile. Seated in his place, Bai Zhe surveyed Yingzhou Zifu, pondering. Along the way at every palace, there were cultivators at the Xian immortal and true immortal realms wearing standard immortal armor and holding standard weapons on guard. This grand feast of immortals is definitely not just for eating, drinking, and discussing the Tao. Something major is about to happen. With this thought, Bai Zhe felt a sense of urgency. His innate talent and origin were of the highest grade, but he had been born too late. Now merely at the Tai golden immortal perfection realm, Bai Zhe felt a deep lack of security. As for joining the immortal court, Bai Zhe's combat abilities might be ordinary, but he was skilled in the innate divination arts and possessed a natal divine ability to avoid misfortune and seek blessings. His intuition told him, joining the immortal court would bring great calamity. Golden immortals had all arrived. Tai golden immortals had gathered in full. Next to appear naturally were the mighty beings at the Daoyuo golden immortal level. Soon, one after another, Daoyuo golden immortals descended upon Yingzhou Zifu, stepping on auspicious clouds with Daoyuo Dao rhythms swirling around them, presenting a magnificent spectacle. The greeters at the entrance had also become a Daoyuo golden immortal who had already joined Yingzhou Zifu. The announcer's voice rang out continuously. Fellow Taoist Ran Deng of Yuanzhou Cave arrives, presenting 1 upper-grade postnatal spiritual root and 3 middle-grade postnatal spiritual treasures. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun of Huiyan Cave arrives, presenting 1 lower-grade innate spiritual treasure and 1 supreme-grade postnatal spiritual root. Fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi of Wanshou Mountain arrives, presenting 3 ginseng fruits and 1 upper-grade postnatal spiritual root. Fellow Taoist Niuhua and fellow Taoist Fushi of Fengqi Mountain arrive. Fellow Taoist Taiching, fellow Taoist Yuqing, and fellow Taoist Shangqing of Kunlun Mountain arrive. One after another, Daoyuo golden immortals who were extremely famous in the primordial world arrived. At first, the arriving Daoyuo golden immortals were only the weaker ones at the early and middle stages, but gradually, they became powerful cultivators at the late stage. Later on, each one was a figure of great renown in the primordial world, and they were all top-tier great powers at the Daoyuo perfection stage. The imposing aura of their arrival caused the Tai golden immortals and golden immortals who had come earlier to involuntarily lower their heads, not daring to look directly at these beings. However, none of the arriving Daoyuo golden immortals cared about the thoughts and actions of these lower-level cultivators. Just after many famous Daoyuo cultivators had arrived one after another announcement came from outside the banquet venue. Fellow Taoist Fuguang of the Sun Star, fellow Taoist Xia, and fellow Taoist Changxi of the Moon Star arrive. Hearing this announcement, the many Daoyuo cultivators who had arrived earlier showed surprise in their eyes, but at the same time their expressions carried a sense of inevitability. These 3, born from the Tao and mutually complementary, it was only natural that they would be attracted to each other and draw closer. Even if they were to announce on the spot that they had become Tao companions, no one would be surprised. Among the many Daoyuo cultivators, quite a few had Tao companions. Is that Senior Fuguang of the Sun Star? At the seats for Tai golden immortals, Bai Zhe sitting in a corner showed a flash of curiosity in his eyes. He was a cultivator who preferred stillness over activity, fond of scheming rather than martial force. In his daily life, his favorite pastime was to practice literature and calligraphy. The literary path was also a supplementary cultivation for Bai Zhe. For this reason, Bai Zhe held deep admiration for Fuguang, the progenitor of the literary path, and had long wished to pay him a visit. However, his cultivation level was low, and the Sun Star was located in a dangerous starry sky. Moreover, he had no good reason to rashly disturb such a senior great power. Thus, he could only admire him from afar in his heart. Today, with this opportunity, Bai Zhe still wanted to see the demeanor of the senior great power he admired. So Bai Zhe, who had been cautiously lowering his head and minimizing his presence, slightly raised his head and looked at Fuguang upon hearing of his arrival. Dressed in a Taoist robe with a wooden hairpin binding his hair, his face was handsome and extremely masculine, bearing a dignified and imposing presence. However, his temperament exuded a sense of peace, detachment, and tranquility. In the eyes of others, Fuguang's external appearance was actually quite similar to other top great powers at the Daoyuo perfection stage, with nothing particularly special. However, when Fuguang's appearance fell into Bai Zhe's eyes, he exuded a natural and unhurried bearing. Every move, every expression, every blink of his eyes seemed to carry an inexplicable quality that evoked admiration and worship. Simply put, they clicked. When Bai Zhe looked at Fuguang, he felt that Fuguang was extraordinary, and he felt an impulse to prostrate himself in reverence. Moi. Others glanced, and then looked away, but this kid Bai Zhe stared for several breaths. Thus his gaze naturally caught Fuguang's attention. A gentle smile flickered in his eyes. Fuguang looked at Bai Zhe and at the same time felt slightly amused in his heart. Isn't this Bai Zhe, one of the original sages of the demon race? To meet him here. Towards Bai Zhe, Fuguang felt quite fond. After all, this one had brains. If he were to embark on the path of contending for supremacy in the primordial world, Baizhe and Fushi would definitely be the most capable left and right arms under his command. After all, the demon race, regardless of their combat prowess, only had a few people with brains. Baizhe was absolutely one of the top-tier strategists among them. Of course, all this was predicated on Fuguang taking that path of certain death. Only then would Baizhe become his right-hand man. But now, in Fuguang's eyes, Baizhe was merely a pleasing-looking junior Tai golden immortal. He cast a glance at Baizhe. Not paying much attention, Fuguang was about to withdraw his gaze. At that moment, Baizhe also realized his rudeness. Instantly showing some panic on his face, he was about to rise and apologize when a gentle force landed on Baizhe, pressing him back to his seat. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in Baizhe's ear. "No need for formalities, I do not mind." Hearing these gentle words beside his ear, Baizhe was stunned for a moment, then looked at Fuguang again, only to see that Fuguang had already withdrawn his golden eyes and calmly walked into the area where the great powers were gathered. After a long while, Baizhe came to his senses and was convinced in his heart, Senior Fuguang is destined for great achievements. Although there was no reason, Baizhe's intuition told him that if he had to join a force and follow a certain strong person to accomplish great deeds, Fuguang was the only choice. Not paying attention to this small episode with Baizhe, Fuguang, led by a celestial maiden, took his seat and greeted the many fellow Taoists he had previously known. After glancing at the many Daoyuo cultivators who had arrived, Fuguang made a rough calculation in his mind and knew that the banquet was about to begin. Those who should come had already come. Those who did not come would not come later. Shortly after, as the hosts Dongwangong and Zhuangmu appeared together, after thanking the assembled immortals for their gracious presence, the grand banquet of immortals officially commenced. Musicians played celestial music. Celestial maidens danced. The immortals watched with great relish. Though they were all Tao-seeking cultivators who wouldn't have much interest in such performances, unfortunately the entertainment options in the primordial world were truly scarce. Thus, even if no one had much interest at such a grand feast, the necessary elements must be present. Moreover, not all great powers were uninterested. It was normal for great powers like the three pure ones, and Jiaying and Juani, to have no interest. But there were also those who found it interesting. For instance, Mingi, who wore a blood-red robe and had a youthfully beautiful, almost demonic appearance. This fellow in the future, when he imitated Nuwa's creation of humans and created the Azura race, he made every Azura woman breathtakingly beautiful. This proves he also had a fondness for beauty. Another example was Fuguang. Although these celestial maidens were far inferior to innate divinities like Shiha and Changshi, yet for this program of celestial music and dance, he watched with great relish. Beautiful loved it more, please. Fuguang did not pretend to be indifferent and stop watching just because Shiha and Changshi, who could become his Tao companions, were also present. On the contrary, he watched with great relish. Nothing else, he had a clear conscience. He merely admired these beautiful celestial maidens and would not do anything to them, so naturally, he watched with a clear conscience. As for Shiha and Changshi, they would not mind either. They were not on the same level. No matter what, Fuguang would not lower himself to favor these celestial maidens. Besides, Fuguang was not yet the Tao companion of the two sisters. Even if he were, so what? Could the pair of Taiyin sisters whose beauty was renowned throughout the primordial world be less attractive than these celestial maidens? It was merely a fondness for watching celestial dance. Let him watch. Later, the two sisters would have one learn music and the other learn dance, and give Fuguang a private performance, ensuring that from then on he would think of them constantly. This was the confidence of the Lord of Taiyin and the Taiyin goddess. Returning to the main topic, when the time was about right, Dongwangong and Zhuangmu exchanged a glance and then stood up directly from their seats. After bowing to the assembled immortals, he announced loudly, "I am honored that all fellow Taoists have graced us with your presence at today's feast. Besides gathering and discussing the Tao with you all, this grand immortal feast has another important matter that I wish for you all to witness together. Here it comes." The main event of today's feast was about to begin. The Tai Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal cultivators below all sat upright, their expressions grave and serious, focusing on Dongwangong. The many great Luo immortals at the same table above showed various attitudes, serious, contemplative, and different. All were waiting for Dongwangong's next words. Without further ado, Dongwangong directly announced, "Thankful for the sage's favor who appointed me and fellow Taoist Zhuangmu as leaders of all immortals. Today we too shall formally assume our responsibilities and live up to the sage's expectations." As he spoke, Dongwangong and Zhuangmu both bowed in the direction of the chaos beyond the heavens to show respect. Seeing their actions, Fuguang curled his lips. It seemed that his leading the bow at Zhixiao Palace back then had been learned by these great powers of the primordial world to a considerable extent. Otherwise, with Dongwangong's impatient nature, if he didn't directly report to the heavenly Tao and set up the heavenly court without heeding the sage's words, then Fuguang would wash his hair while standing on his head. Of course, even if the etiquette was proper, it was still useless. Fuguang was the first to value etiquette. Even if the sages were truly watching here, they would also see Fuguang the foremost in politeness. In the primordial world, the first time for some things was extremely important. As for whether Dong Wanggong's polite behavior would bring any change to his future, to be honest, Fuguang didn't know either. After all, in the future trajectory, he remembered apart from the major trends that could be trusted, the minor trends were no longer reliable. What were the major trends? The upcoming struggle for supremacy in the primordial world, which would then erupt into a great calamity and reshuffle the primordial world once more. That was the major trend. The 6 paths of reincarnation being established during this calamity was a major trend. The emergence of the human race and the awakening of the human Tao was a major trend. The settling of many sage positions was a major trend. Under these major trends, whether Dong Wanggong died or Zhuangmu died were all minor trends. Similarly, whether it was the Yao race or the immortal court that went to war with the Wu race was a relatively minor trend, and even whether the Yao race was established or not was also a relatively minor trend. After all, if the Yao race was not established, the immortal court could maximally absorb all the forces that would have originally been incorporated into the Yao race into its own power, and then start a deadly struggle with the Wu race. After all the fighting, those who ultimately died were the Wu race and the members of the Yao race under the original trajectory. It was just that later generations would have different names for this calamity, but the calamity would inevitably erupt. Returning to the main topic, after Dong Wanggong's opening remarks, he stood side by side with Zhuangmu. Both had solemn expressions and bowed to the heavens. Heavenly Tao above, I Dong Wanggong Zhuangmu, receiving the sage's command, and the heavenly Tao's grace shall govern the order of heaven and earth, regulate the yin and yang of the universe, and oversee the growth of all things. Today I specially establish the immortal court for the sake of management to create the primordial world and all beings. May the heavenly Tao witness it. The immortal court is established. Their words fell. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of bells and drums came from the sky. Then rosy clouds fell from the sky, enveloping the entire Yingzhou purple mansion. Boundless auspicious energy came from the east, and vast immense, heavenly, Tao merit gradually gathered. Finally, like the Milky Way pouring down, it fell directly from the sky. 3/10 of it fell upon the immortals who had long followed Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu, either cleansing their karmic sins, elevating their cultivation, or being stored as merit golden light to protect themselves. They all gained considerable benefits. The remaining 7/10 were directly split into 2, falling upon Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu respectively. The 2 directly absorbed 3.5/10 of the heavenly Tao merit each to enhance their cultivation. Under the irrigation of heavenly Tao merit, the aura of Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu suddenly trembled and began to ascend toward the mysterious realm beyond Great Luo. Observing the movements of Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu along with the mysterious aura of transcendent realms that float around them, all the Great Luo golden immortals at the banquet subtly shifted their expressions. Even Taiching Laozi, who usually displayed no emotional reaction, twitched his eyelids. For no other reason. At this moment, Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu had already stepped into another realm, surpassing the rest by a margin. The extraordinary phenomena around them did not last long. Not long after, beside Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu, figures of Taoist incarnations bearing a 7/10 resemblance to their original selves began to appear and gradually solidify. Once these 2 incarnations fully materialized into corporeal forms, Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu both opened their eyes, each offering up a dragon head staff and the plain cloud banner, supreme innate spiritual treasures bestowed by the sages, and then placed their severed 3 corpses upon these treasures. Boom! The moment the corpse severing was complete, the aura of Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu surged, directly soaring above the Great Luo realm, bearing a profound and mysterious sensation akin to that of a sage. The realm attained after severing the 3 corpses, known as quasi-sage, naturally possessed a measure of profundity. Thus, when Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu became the first among the 3,000 guests to sever the 3 corpses and enter the quasi-sage realm, the expressions of all Great Luo cultivators at the immortal feast turned exceedingly grave. The cultivators who had shattered the upper limits of the realm had finally appeared at this moment. At this time, not to mention the weaker ones among the early and mid-stage Great Luo, even some of the Great Luo who had reached perfection began to lose their composure. Those who could still maintain an unruffled demeanor. Only the renowned Great Luo cultivators who had great confidence in themselves and believed they would soon step into the quasi-sage realm. Of course, no matter who they were, all the Great Luo cultivators present were astounded by the spectacle of Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu severing the 3 corpses on the spot and attaining the quasi-sage realm. This included the 6 disciples of the sages, Sanqing, Nuo, Jian, and Zhuanti. However, many of the top Great Luo perfections present wore expressions of epiphany. Evidently, having witnessed the mysteries of corpse severing firsthand, they might soon be able to sever one of their own 3 corpses and step into the quasi-sage realm. All the immortals were in awe. Only Fuguang remained leisurely eating and drinking the celestial nectar, showing little reaction to Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu's breakthrough to the quasi-sage realm. First, he had long anticipated this scene. Second, he was treading the path of the Honghuang Golden Immortal and had already traveled a considerable distance on this path. Even if the two quasi-sages Dongwangong and Zhuangmu joined forces, Fuguang remained undaunted. Of course, Fuguang was also somewhat curious about the mysteries of the quasi-sage realm, especially the severed three corpses that bore a 7/10 resemblance to the original, as if they were another person. If I take Shiha and Changshi as Dao companions, Fuguang mused silently. In the future, when they sever the three corpses, their three corpses will also be true cultivators. So I would instantly have a set of 6 Dao companions who look like twins. Plus their original selves, that would be 8. Fuguang inwardly drew a sharp breath. Thinking this way, he felt his heart become immensely joyful. At this moment, Dongwangong and Zhuangmu had completed their breakthrough. After greeting their 3 corpses, they withdrew them into their Dao blossoms. Then Dongwangong, unable to conceal his joy, casually saluted the assembly of great Luo cultivators. Fellow Taoists, forgive my rudeness. Facing the beaming Dongwangong and Zhuangmu, all the great Luo cultivators present understood. They would have acted the same in their place. The true matter of establishing the immortal court had been completed. Next, it was time to continue the music and the dance. Below, many Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals began to converse. Having witnessed the majesty of the immortal court, and just seen the 2 lords of the court, Dongwangong and Zhuangmu, surpass the many great Luo powerhouses and step into the profound quasi-sage realm. Many cultivators who had originally wanted to join the immortal court became more resolute in their decision, while some who had wavered also made up their minds to join. They approached cultivators of the same realm who had already joined the immortal court. They began to converse and express their intentions. The immortal court, of course, welcomed all. None were refused. Only a few still had no intention of joining the immortal court. Not only were the lower-level Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals restless inside. Among the great Luo cultivators above, many were also tempted. However, being great Luo, even if they wanted to join the immortal court, they needed to maintain some dignity and could not simply ingratiate themselves. Thus, those great Luo who were interested subtly expressed their intentions. Afterwards, Dongwangong would send an invitation letter formally inviting them to join the immortal court. Although it was merely a formality, such a form was indispensable. Having established the immortal court, recognized by the heavenly Tao, and being the 2 lords personally appointed by the sages, the immortal court from now on was the sole official institution of the primordial world. Naturally, they had to pay attention to procedures and could no longer recruit members at will. A dignified process was necessary. After the songs and dances, feasting and drinking. As the host Zhuangmu, the lord of the immortal court, spoke, "It is rare for all fellow Taoists to gather together. How about we engage in Tao discussion? Fellow Taoists, what do you think?" Hearing Zhuangmu's suggestion, the many great Luo cultivators present did not refuse, but gladly accepted. Even the Sanqing, who had originally planned to leave, decided to stay. For no other reason. Discussing the Tao with 2 quasi-sage powerhouses might aid them in their future corpse severing. Since it concerned their paths, they could not miss it. Let me set an example for all fellow Taoists first. As Zhuangmu's words fell, she directly activated the great Tao she cultivated in primary and secondary paths. In an instant, the immortal court resonated with Tao sounds and myriad phenomena. Seeing this, Dongwangong, smiling beside her, also summoned his own great Tao with a thought. The other great Luo cultivators followed suit. Sanqing manifested pure Qing Qi and Qing Yun. Nuwa evolved the mysteries of creation. Jian and Juanti gathered a radiant golden body. Zenyuanzi exuded a thick, steady Tao resonance. Shiha and Changshi jointly performed a clear, cold, bright moon. Fuguang manifested an endless sea of fire behind him, along with the literary phenomena of a mountain of books and ocean of learning, as well as the great Tao of innate divination, swordsmanship, artifact refinement, and many other great Luo perfection-level Taos. In that moment, the entire immortal court displayed the 3,000 great Taos myriad phenomena, golden lotuses blooming and Tao flowers blossoming. It bore a striking resemblance to the majestic scene when the sage preached the Tao in the purple cloud palace. Above, the Daoyuo cultivators continuously manifested their own Tao, stirring Tao sounds that spread out, covering the entire immortal court. Below, the Tai Golden Immortals and Golden Immortals who had been conversing all sat down on the spot, each one immersing themselves in the state of listening to the Tao. They were still weak. Even listening to the Tao sounds of the Daoyuo cultivators was a great opportunity for them. Baizé, still seated in his position, had bright eyes. He was very clear. The Daoyuo cultivators manifesting Tao sounds at the banquet was itself a gift of opportunity to the many lower-level cultivators of the primordial world, and they would not mind these small figures comprehending. However, although the opportunity was good, one still needed to make choices. The chance was rare. If one listened to the Tao sounds of many Daoyuo, there would be gains, but not too many. Regarding this point, Baizé, who was already at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, naturally understood very well. Listening to the Tao, just listen to the Tao that matched his own Tao. The Tao that Baizé was most skilled in was the innate divination. Among the Daluo cultivators above there were two Dao sounds that felt especially pleasant to Baizé, precisely the manifestations of the innate divination Dao. One was the Dao sound from Fusheng. He specialized in innate divination and his direction was to deduce the general trend of heaven and earth, discerning heavenly secrets and the changes of favorable and adverse heavenly opportunities. The other was the Dao sound from Honghuang. Although innate divination was not his main cultivated Dao, his innate divination Dao, already at the Daluo perfection, was also extremely remarkable, no weaker than Fusheng, who specialized in it. Honghuang's innate divination excelled at deducing celestial phenomena, manifesting the changes of the myriad stars, and knowing the transformations of heaven and earth. Although both were the path of innate divination, there were many differences when subdivided internally. But regardless of which one for Baizé at present, both were extremely beneficial. Therefore Baizé immediately calmed his mind, earnestly listened to the Dao sounds of the two innate divinations, and verified them with his own Dao, continuously perfecting his own Dao. Once he fully mastered his own Dao, he would be able to open the three flowers of Dao above his head and step into the Daluo realm. Casually manifesting one of his main cultivated Dao and several auxiliary Dao, Honghuang naturally noticed Baizé, who was intently listening to the innate divination manifested by himself, and that by Fusheng. He was slightly surprised. His gaze pondered a little. Honghuang's thoughts stirred slightly, and he put a little more intention into the innate divination, making the Dao sounds of his manifested innate divination clearer and brighter, easier for Baizé to understand and comprehend. This change was not noticed by the many Daluo immersed in the process of Dao discussion. But Baizé, who was focused on listening to the two innate divination Dao, did perceive it. The next moment he subconsciously opened his eyes, looked at Honghuang with a surprised expression, and then saw Honghuang with a smiling face nod slightly at him. He instantly understood. The change in the Dao sound was a fortune bestowed upon him by Senior Honghuang above. After returning a grateful look, Baizé again immersed himself in the state of listening to the Dao. 1,000 years passed. In the immortal court, the grand scene of many Daluo discussing the Dao came to an end imperceptibly. The Dao discussion ended. The three pure ones were the first to be unable to sit still, stood up, bid farewell to Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu, and then left directly. Then many Daluo cultivators who had no intention of joining the immortal court also took their leave one after another. With a clatter, he set down the wine glass. Honghuang, who felt he had already gained enough from this feast, stood up directly. He casually cupped his hands toward Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu. The banquet is over. I have gained insights from the Dao discussion, two fellow Taoists. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for the hospitality. Hearing Honghuang's words, Dong Wanggong and Zhuangmu also saw him off with smiles. Fellow Taoist, go slowly. I'm sorry for not seeing you further. As soon as Honghuang said he wanted to leave, the two sisters Shiha and Changshi among the Daluo female immortals also stood up. First they called out to Honghuang to wait. Wait a moment, we came together, so naturally we leave together. To this Honghuang naturally followed the good advice. After Shiha and Changshi greeted the two lords of the immortal court, the three left the immortal court together. Almost immediately after Honghuang left, a group of Daluo golden immortals who had had a pleasant conversation with Honghuang in front of Zixiao Palace also left one after another. At the same time, Niwa Beck and Fu Shihangyun called out to Jin Yuanzi, and the four of them also left again. With this departure, the originally lively Daluo seats now had few people left, and among them the strong ones were even fewer. Watching the large group of strong ones, Niwa Fu Shihangyun, Jin Yuanzi, and quite a few Daluo golden immortals leave closely after Honghuang, Dong Wanggong's smile on the main seat faded considerably. Zhuangmu, however, had no reaction. After all, she had already anticipated this situation. Even after breaking through to the quasi-sage realm, Zhuangmu still felt that Honghuang was unfathomable, definitely not as humble and sunny as he appeared on the surface. He might have hidden a tiny bit of things. Perhaps the Daluo perfection cultivation that Honghuang displayed now was just a deception. It was possible that he had broken through the quasi-sage bottleneck even earlier than the two of them. Don't forget, Honghuang himself also possessed vast heavenly Dao merit. The fact that he hadn't used it didn't mean he wouldn't use it to break through to quasi-sage. In any case, Zhuangmu's view of Honghuang was just one sentence: do not provoke him easily. Indeed, among the Tai golden immortals below, Baizé watched as several famous Daluo strong ones and a group of Daluo cultivators followed Honghuang when he left. He pondered inwardly, an existence like Senior Honghuang is truly worth following. Baizé saw clearly, Senior Honghuang had not formed any faction nor gathered subordinates. That group of Daluo golden immortals probably just genuinely wanted to follow him. What kind of character, breadth of mind, strength, and ability would it take to make a group of strong ones who had attained the Daluo fruit and had firm Dao hearts truly want to follow him? Baizé could hardly imagine. In contrast, the Lord of the Immortal Court, who had used many means yet still failed to directly retain many strong ones, was somewhat inferior. At that moment, Honghuang, who had departed ahead of the others alongside the sisters Shiha and Changshi, was entirely unaware of the events that unfolded within the celestial court after his departure. Had he known, he would not have cared. Simply put, that old madman Dongwang Gong was out of his mind. Everyone was meant to leave together. He could not possibly believe that the other great Luo Golden Immortals were following him simply because he departed a step ahead. How absurd. After leaving the celestial court, Fuguang felt no particular urgency in returning to the Sun Star. Instead, he chose to roam the shores of the Eastern Sea with his companions. With resources in his Golden Crow Palace running low and sensing favorable opportunities in the Eastern Sea, he naturally saw no reason to pass them by. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows blessings upon one, to refuse is to invite calamity. After casually spending 10,000 years in leisurely exploration, Fuguang returned with bountiful gains. He extended an invitation to Shiha and Changxi, who had also reaped substantial rewards. Dear fellow cultivators, please accompany me to the Sun Star. There is a grand opportunity that could yield heavenly Tao merit, and I wish to deliberate upon it with you. Should my plans for this endeavor succeed, it is possible that 2 more quasi-sane immortals will grace this world. Hearing Fuguang's words, Shiha's luminous eyes flickered with contemplation, while Changxi's typically expressionless face revealed a trace of astonishment. A grand opportunity that could yield heavenly Tao merit. Could it even assist them sisters in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm together? How exceedingly confident Fuguang appeared to be about this opportunity he spoke of. This naturally piqued the curiosity of both sisters. Yet they harbored no suspicions that Fuguang might be boasting. Within the primordial world, such claims concerning great opportunities were never made lightly. Should they go unfulfilled, one would not only incur profound karmic consequences, but also invite misfortune. Therefore neither Shiha nor Changxi entertained any doubts. Shiha spoke. Then we thank you for your guidance, dear cultivator. After Fuguang smiled and dismissed the formality, the 3 transformed into a ray of auspicious light and sped directly toward the Sun Star. The grand opportunity Fuguang mentioned was of course about establishing the primordial calendar. This opportunity, there was simply no way to exclude Shiha and Changxi, the masters of the Tying Star. After all, to establish years, months, days, and hours, to bring the primordial world into orderly alternation of sun and moon, and create the seasonal changes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, would undoubtedly require the collaboration of the sun that illuminates the world by day and the Tying that hangs high above the night sky. Furthermore, countless elements connected to the primordial calendar, such as the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 4 seasons, and the 24 solar terms, all bear the influence of both the Sun Star and Tying Star within them. One could say that merely by virtue of their status as masters of the Tying Star, Shiha and Changxi alone could claim 2 portions of the heavenly Tao merit from establishing the primordial calendar. And once the primordial calendar was established, the status of both the Sun Star and Tying Star within the primordial world, along with their significance to all living beings, would soar dramatically. This meant that the authority wielded by the Sun Star and Tying Star across heaven and earth would become immensely greater. Such monumental achievement would very likely awaken the accumulated merit earned through countless ages of the sun and moon stars shining upon the primordial world and blessing all sentient beings, along with the fruit positions inherent to these 2 celestial bodies. The Tying Star's moon deity fruit position had already been claimed by Wangshu, an ancient grandmaster of divine abilities. For Shiha and Changxi, only merit and control over the Tying Star remained available. Yet even so, 2 layers of heavenly Tao merit from establishing the primordial calendar combined with the Tying Star's rewards would be more than sufficient for the sisters to sever their 3 corpses and break through to the quasi-saint realm together. Thus Fuguang had not deceived them in the slightest. Back at the Golden Crow Palace on the Sun Star, Fuguang did not beat around the bush. He came straight to the point. Dear fellow cultivators, I have not visited the Tying Star thus far, because I have been deducing and refining this grand opportunity. This grand opportunity has been tailor-made for myself as the master of the sun, and for you too as masters of the Tying. I shall name this opportunity the primordial calendar. Facing the 2 masters of Tying before him, Fuguang spoke with confidence and clarity. As for Shiha and Changxi, the moment they heard the words primordial calendar, their minds had already become clear and their hearts raced with anticipation. As innate divine beings and cultivators who had reached perfection in the great Luo realm, their shared reaction was proof enough that the opportunity Fuguang spoke of was indeed deeply connected to them. Therefore the 2 sisters who were already attentive became even more focused. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. Fuguang had thoroughly explained every detail and nuance of how to establish the primordial calendar, thereby earning heavenly Tao merit and expanding the terrestrial authority of both the Sun Star and Tying Star. After taking a sip of osmanthus wine, Fuguang spoke again. Dear fellow cultivators, if you assist me in establishing the primordial calendar and setting the celestial order, you shall receive 20% of the heavenly Tao merit, barring any unforeseen circumstances. This endeavor will expand the Tying Star's authority across heaven and earth, inevitably drawing feedback from the Tying Star itself, granting you an additional portion of merit. When combined, attainment of the quasi-saint realm becomes attainable. Though the endeavor had not yet begun, upon hearing Fuguang's assertion, both Shiha and Changxi nodded in agreement. They were not fools. After a brief calculation, they realized Fuguang had not exaggerated his claims. After a brief pause, Fuguang continued, the benefits extend far beyond this. Once the Taiyin star's authority expands, the accumulated blessings and merit across heaven and earth will gather the fortunes of the realm and return them to you too. Your cultivation paths from henceforth will become considerably smoother. It is merely a pity that the moon deity fruit position was already claimed by that ancient being long ago. Were it otherwise, the benefits you two could receive would far exceed what I have described. Upon hearing this, both Shiha and Changshi nodded. Though there was a touch of regret, their expressions carried a profound acceptance, as though fortune favoring them was sheer luck, and any loss was simply destiny's design. Taking a pragmatic view, Shiha spoke frankly. To receive heavenly Tao merit is already fortunate indeed. We sisters do not desire more. Rather, dear cultivator, I should offer my congratulations to you this time. The moon deity fruit position was gone, but the sun deity fruit position remained. Beyond the monumental merit of establishing the primordial calendar and ordering the heavens, merely expanding the authority of the sun and moon stars, combined with Fuguang's innate status as the spirit of the sun star, made claiming the sun deity fruit position all but certain. With a hearty laugh, Fuguang modestly replied, it would be best to offer congratulations once all matters have settled. Do you have any remaining questions, dear fellow cultivators? If so, I shall answer them. If not, might I suggest we prepare ourselves promptly. Upon hearing this, Shiha and Changshi exchanged glances before nodding earnestly in unison. In that case, we sisters shall return to the Taiyin star to make preparations and await word from you. With no time to waste, they took their leave after exchanging farewells. Meanwhile, Fuguang spent a brief moment regulating his breathing, then commenced refining artifacts. While Fuguang traveled across the primordial world with Shiha and Changshi discussing the establishment of the primordial calendar, changes were gradually taking shape in the cosmos. Naturally, after the founding of the immortal court, they could not merely collect the heavenly Tao's meritorious rewards without taking action. 10,000 years had passed, more than ample time for the Lord of the East to reorganize and consolidate the immortal court, whose power had surged dramatically during this period. As for the Queen Mother of the West, true to their arrangement, she assumed control of the heavenly penal authority and oversaw all affairs pertaining to female immortals, steadfastly refraining from interfering in the Lord of the East's administrative arrangements for the immortal court. With increasingly immense fortune bestowed upon them, every scheme of the immortal court unfolded flawlessly. Finally, having completed its internal restructuring, the immortal court could no longer restrain its soaring ambition to dominate the primordial world. Within the Purple Mansion Immortal Court, amidst the vast celestial palace, 2 thrones for the rulers of the Immortal Palace were placed at the highest position, where the Eastern King Duke and Western Queen Mother, both at the quasi-saint level, sat upon them. Below, the Deluo Golden Immortals with enduring spiritual presences stood in orderly ranks, a multitude of Tai Golden Immortals arrayed in formation, while mere Golden Immortal cultivators were only permitted to stand outside the Celestial Palace. Gazing down at his subordinates beneath him, the Eastern King Duke's face bore a triumphant smile. Then he proclaimed in a resonant voice, I established the immortal court to govern the cosmic order, to orchestrate the yin and yang of heaven and earth, and to grant protection to all living beings. Yet, currently in the primordial world, myriad races stand in multitude waging endless warfare, so that killings have saturated the heavens and earth. Order lies in chaos, and the balance of yin and yang has been disrupted. This state of affairs fundamentally contradicts the very purpose for which the immortal court was established. Such circumstances must be completely reversed from this moment forward. A brief pause followed. A thunderous roar erupted as the Eastern King Duke released the terrifying aura of a quasi-saint, shaking the entirety of the Yingzhou Purple Mansion. Seated majestically upon the immortal sovereign's throne, his presence radiating imperious authority, he decreed, issue orders to all immortal islands and tribes of the Eastern Sea. I shall select the finest talents from each island and tribe to form the immortal court's great army, and they must cooperate fully. Those who defy this command shall face severe punishment. Upon hearing these words from the Eastern King Duke, the gathered Deluo Golden Immortals, Tai Golden Immortals, and Golden Immortals within the immortal court all enthusiastically acclaimed in unison, we shall obedience to the divine sovereign's sacred decree. On that day, over 20 Deluo cultivators, hundreds of Tai Golden Immortals, and nearly 1,000 Golden Immortals led the vast immortal court army already assembled in full strength as they poured forth from the Yingzhou Purple Mansion and made their way toward the enormous Eastern Sea. This day saw the Eastern Sea surge with boundless upheaval. This day marked the immortal court's expansion of power and ambition. This day brought clarity to the primordial world's myriad mighty beings and races. They understood that the coming chaos was imminent. Time flowed like water, years fleeting as a shuttle. 10,000 years later. Amid the happenings across the primordial world, Fuguang, devoted to refining artifacts upon the solar star and completing all preparations necessary for establishing the primordial calendar, remained unaware of the immortal court's grand maneuvers. Of course, even had he noticed, would he have cared? These were events destined to unfold, so what reason would there be to worry? Within the Golden Crow Palace, in one of its chambers, Honghuang gazed at the hourglass, before him radiating the essence of temporal Tao. A smile crossed his face. It is finally complete. Through 10,000 years of labor, he had forged every divine treasure essential to establishing the primordial calendar and ordering the primordial chronology. Whatever fell within his scope, he forged without exception. There was no alternative. Could anyone truly have enough heavenly Tao merit? Even a single lower-grade post-heaven merit treasure accumulated piece by piece would yield wondrous effects. Once I make the necessary adjustments, I can begin the preparations. Gazing at the array of divine treasures before him, Honghuang's expression grew grave. He then closed his eyes and entered meditation. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Having thoroughly restored his condition, Honghuang rose from his meditation cushion. He casually collected the sundial, hourglass calendar table, and other treasures he had crafted, then beckoned with a wave of his hand, summoning 4 inferior-grade, innate spiritual flowers: orchid, lotus, chrysanthemum, and plum blossom. These 4 inferior-grade, innate spiritual roots, acquired during Honghuang's travels across the primordial world, with Shiha and Changshi drawn by heavenly destiny, could represent the 4 seasons. These constituted the most crucial elements for establishing the primordial calendar. Gathering everything together, Honghuang took a single step and appeared beyond the sun star. Adjusting his robes and smoothing his sleeves, Honghuang approached the heavens with solemn reverence, offering a respectful salute. He declared in a resonant voice, "O heavenly Tao above." His voice, amplified by his profound magical power, echoed across the solar star's domain. I, Honghuang of the sun star, perceiving that the primordial chronology has fallen into chaos and temporal measurement lacks clarity. If this continues, it will harm the propagation and flourishing of all beings in the primordial world and disrupt the proper ordering of heaven and earth. Therefore today I establish the primordial chronology here, allowing the primordial heavens and earth to experience the cycle of 4 seasons and the ceaseless progression of 24 solar terms. Establish the 10 heavenly stems. Create the 12 earthly branches. Honghuang spoke with solemn gravity, recounting every detail of the primordial calendar he had formulated, leaving nothing omitted. As Honghuang began at the precise moment he uttered the words, "primordial calendar," a thunderous drumbeat resonated through the cosmos. Tao's own drum struck, shaking the entirety of the primordial world. Immediately thereafter, boundless heavenly Tao power manifested Honghuang's figure across every corner of the primordial world, ensuring all beings could clearly witness his presence. For an instant, all beings of the primordial world, along with the myriad cultivators, froze in their tracks. Even those locked in battle halted their combat. With heavenly Tao's majestic power descending, who would dare defy it? Against heaven itself, all those great beings who had been in seclusion attempting to sever their 3 corporeal selves to break through to the quasi-saint realm were suddenly roused from their meditation. Beholding Honghuang's figure displayed by the heavenly Tao, their expressions varied. One by one, Phoenix Perch Mountain, Nuwa and Fushi siblings both turned their gaze toward the heavenly Tao's projection. Nuwa furrowed her elegant brows, a hint of envy coloring her words. This man creates such commotion once again. I fear he shall gain considerable heavenly Tao merit yet again. He already possesses substantial heavenly Tao merit upon his person, undoubtedly surpassing both the Eastern King Duke and Western Queen Mother in reaching the quasi-saint realm sooner. With this accumulation, I fear his power shall become increasingly formidable. The refined Fushi's eyes flickered with admiration as he smiled, and said, "Truly, fellow Taoist, Honghuang lives up to his reputation." From the beginning, he had sensed that Honghuang was extraordinarily destined to accomplish greatness in the future. Now it seemed even more certain that this was so. Having previously mentioned his intention to visit Honghuang, perhaps soon he could use this occasion as an excuse to pay respects and offer congratulations. At Wuzhuang Temple, Honghuang, who had not retreated to his fire cloud cave for cultivation, had already been staying with Xinyuanzi for some time. Upon seeing the one displayed through the heavenly Tao's projection, envy flashed across Hongyun's face. To receive the heavenly Tao's response and have it directly projected across heaven and earth, fellow Taoist Honghuang's gains from this endeavor must surely be immense. Beside him, Xinyuanzi, the honest man of the primordial world, nodded gently in agreement, murmuring, "Truly enviable." Of course, Xinyuanzi felt only envy himself. At Kunlun Mountain, the 3 pure ones displayed varying expressions. Laozi remained impassive, Yuanshi's brows furrowed, while Tongtian showed traces of curiosity. Beyond the boundless sea of blood, Ancestor Mingi bore an expression of irritation and discontent, his piercing gaze fixed upon Honghuang's projection in the heavens above. Within the immortal court, sequestered in her own palace, abstaining from military affairs and attending solely to penal matters and the organization of female immortals, the Western Queen Mother raised her delicate brow, her luminous eyes fixing upon the heavenly Tao's projection. She mused inwardly, "It is that person once again." This commotion far exceeds even what occurred when the immortal court was founded. As expected, he is truly one not to be trifled with. At this moment, Within her heart, the Western Queen Mother grew ever more certain of one thing: Taoist Fuguang must never be made an enemy. Among the myriad of great powers, none was more reluctant to see Fuguang receive heavenly Tao merit than the celestial court's sovereign Dong Wanggong. He cast a displeased glare at the projection of Fuguang against the heavens. At that moment, Dong Wanggong, who had been joyfully listening to his subordinate the Luo cultivator's report on the celestial court's recent millennium of victories, saw his good mood vanish entirely upon catching sight of Fuguang. As the celestial court grew increasingly powerful, becoming the undisputed ruler of the Eastern Sea, Dong Wanggong's path of imperial sovereignty grew smoother, and he became more domineering. A tyrannical sovereign like Dong Wanggong naturally had little tolerance for a being like Fuguang, who could threaten his existence even though they had never clashed. Even though Fuguang had never actively sought to challenge Dong Wanggong's position, even though the hostility Dong Wanggong harbored for Fuguang was baseless from the start. In any case, Dong Wanggong's wariness and intolerance toward Fuguang only grew. Seeing Fuguang make such a grand commotion and seize a great opportunity, he naturally felt deeply displeased. On the Tying Star, the moment they saw the celestial projection, He and Chang, she who had long been prepared, exchanged a glance and smiled. They said in unison, "It's here." Even the usually aloof and expressionless Chang, she could not contain her excitement and anticipation. After all, this matter concerned their path to enlightenment. If successful, they would almost certainly sever the three corpses and step into the quasi-saint realm. How could He and Chang, she not be filled with anticipation for such an opportunity? Outside the Sun Star, Fuguang, with a serious expression, verbally detailed the primordial time calendar, while demonstrating sundials, hourglasses, clepsydry, armillary spheres, and various other time-measuring tools of the spiritual treasure grade. Simultaneously, he used orchids, lotuses, chrysanthemums, and plum blossoms to represent the 4 seasons, establishing the 24 solar terms. He also set the 10 heavenly stems, such as Jia, Yi, Bing, Ding, and the 12 earthly branches, Zi, Chou, Yin, Mao. In the celestial vault, heavenly Tao merit had begun to gather, auspicious signs appeared, and purple qi enveloped the entire starry sky. With every refinement Fuguang made to the calendar and the sequence of time, the lake formed by heavenly Tao merit grew larger. After a thorough demonstration, Fuguang summarized: sunlight brings day, moonlight brings night. The cycle of sun and moon makes one day, 30 days or 31 days make 1 month, every 12 months make a year. The second month is special, a year with 28 days is a common year. Every 4 common years the second month gains a 29th day, making a leap year. A year is divided into 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The scenery of each season is different. On the day spring arrives, the whole year has 24 solar terms beginning with Lichuan. Year, season, month, day, and hour are now fixed. From now on, the primordial realm has a time calendar, and the order of time is clear. As his voice fell, a hum resonated. Fuguang raised his hand, using his authority as the Sun Star Lord to activate the entire Sun Star, causing its light to burst forth, illuminating every corner of the primordial realm as if it were daylight. At the same time, the Tying Star, echoing the Sun Star, released a flood of moonlight no less brilliant than the sunlight. The next moment, both the Sun Star and the Tying Star, under the guidance of their respective lords, began to operate according to the rotation rules established by the primordial time calendar. In an instant, the primordial realm began to experience the alternation of day and night, the rotation of the 4 seasons, and the changes of the solar terms. This was a verification process. With the aid of heavenly Tao evolution and calculation, the test of the primordial time calendar lasted for the duration of 1 leap common year cycle. Finally, the heavenly Tao responded to Fuguang's establishment of the time calendar and the ordering of time. A thunderous roar echoed as the enormous lake of heavenly Tao merit in the sky instantly expanded twofold. Then the vast heavenly Tao merit descended from the heavens. It first poured into the various time-measuring spiritual treasures, transforming them from items ranging from top-grade acquired to low-grade acquired spiritual treasures into acquired merit spiritual treasures. It was not that Fuguang could not refine a full set of top-grade acquired spiritual treasures. But the heavenly Tao is impartial, and all things have order. Excess is as harmful as deficiency. If some time-measuring spiritual treasures were refined to too high a grade, it would disrupt the completeness of this opportunity to establish the calendar, resulting in greater loss. Fuguang had precisely calculated the grade of each spiritual treasure, achieving the best possible within the allowed limits. After a batch of time-measuring merit spiritual treasures was formed, various things associated with the 4 seasons and the 24 solar terms received significant blessings. Among them, the spring orchid, summer lotus, autumn chrysanthemum, and winter plum, representing the 4 seasons, received the most heavenly Tao merit. The 4 low-grade innate spiritual roots nourished by the merit awakened their intelligence and transformed into 4 female immortals with distinct styles appearing beside Fuguang. After bowing to the heavenly Tao, the 4 flower fairies then bowed to Fuguang, saying in unison, "Thank you, Senior, for the blessing of creation." Fuguang nodded, looking at the 4 flower fairies who now possessed top-grade innate spiritual roots. He said casually, "You may withdraw for now." Hearing this, the newly transformed flower fairies bowed again, and quickly retreated to the side, gazing at Fuguang with reverence. After all the spiritual treasures and objects related to the calendar had received their corresponding heavenly Tao merit, the vast lake of merit had diminished by a full 3/10. Then the lake of merit split again with another 2/10 of the heavenly Tao merit separating and pouring directly into the bodies of Shi He and Chang, Shi, the two lords of the Taiyin star, who were outside the star. Simultaneously the Taiyin star trembled lightly, and two equal, yet even larger pillars of merit light surged forth, pouring into the two Taiyin goddesses. Having each received 1/10 of the heavenly Tao merit and a portion of the merit gifted by the Taiyin star, the sisters, Shi He and Chang, she felt their auras rapidly ascend. In just a few breaths they crossed the boundary of Deluo perfection and stepped into the quasi-saint level. Then beside each sister a female immortal figure solidified, severed by them, using a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Thus Shi He and Chang, she who had only participated to a limited extent, effortlessly succeeded in severing the three corpses and entered the quasi-saint realm thanks to the infusion of two streams of heavenly Tao merit. After completing their breakthrough, Shi He and Chang, she opened their eyes, exchanged a smile, and bowed from afar toward Fuguang in the celestial projection. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for the blessing." Fuguang sensed their gratitude. Turning, he nodded toward the direction of the Taiyin star, then fixed his gaze on the remaining 5/10 of heavenly Tao merit in the sky. His joy was unmistakable. After all, the rest was now his. Under the gaze of all beings in the primordial world, a thunderous rumble echoed as the remaining 50% of heavenly Tao merit descended upon Fuguang like a torrent. Just as everyone assumed Fuguang would use this heavenly Tao merit to sever the three corpses and enter the quasi-saint realm, a golden wheel of merit radiated from his entire being. Then he directly merged all 50% of the heavenly Tao merit into that already dazzling golden wheel of merit. But that was not all. The sun star, which had calmed, once again released a brilliant radiance. A vast torrent of heavenly Tao merit surged forth from within the sun star, merging with the descending merit and pouring directly into Fuguang's golden wheel of merit. Fuguang's golden wheel of merit had already been as dazzling as a small sun. Now, with the addition of the immense heavenly Tao merit, the golden light of merit emanating from his body could rival the very brilliance of the sun. Just as everyone thought it was over, a thunderous rumble, the sun star trembled once more, releasing a massive surge of merit. Combining with the authority of the celestial body, it manifested an illusory great sun that descended upon Fuguang, shrinking as it approached. At the same time, a chime rang out. A circular spiritual treasure bathed in the golden light of merit and exuding the aura of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure materialized from the sun star and landed directly before Fuguang. After a long moment, having accepted the sun god position and all the authority of the sun star, Fuguang opened a pair of golden eyes. A satisfied smile graced his face. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent." As he spoke, Fuguang did not forget to bow toward the heavens, paying homage to the will of the heavenly Tao. To those who took a dim view of Fuguang, this gesture seemed somewhat ostentatious. Yet Fuguang did it anyway. As the saying goes, one can never be too polite to the heavens. It is not the lack of response from the heavenly Tao to courtesy that one must fear, but rather the response of the heavenly Tao to discourtesy. The mighty power of the heavenly Tao gradually dissipated. The projected image of Fuguang was frozen in the moment he waved his hand to receive the top-grade, innate merit spiritual treasure, the sun wheel. Now, although the heavenly Tao projection had vanished, the impact of Fuguang's establishment of the primordial calendar and the ordination of time began to deeply influence the entire primordial world and all its beings. Of course, those who had attained immortality were also affected, but to a much lesser extent. In essence, whether it was the creation of writing or the establishment of the primordial calendar and the ordination of time, Fuguang's influence was directed at the common masses and all living beings, not at those who had attained immortality. Leaving aside the impact on living beings, many of the innate sacred beings fell silent. Good heavens! They all knew Fuguang would obtain an immense opportunity this time, but was it not a bit too vast? Let us calculate. The heavenly Tao merit alone was enough for a perfected Deluo cultivator to sever all three corpses, and that need not be elaborated further. The sun god position and the authority of the sun star. A top-grade, innate merit spiritual treasure that could kill without incurring karmic retribution. A large number of various grades of post-heavenly merit spiritual treasures related to the primordial calendar and time. More importantly, how could the sun god position be obtained without the strength of the quasi-saint realm? In other words, Fuguang had already entered the quasi-saint realm at some unknown time. A being with a golden wheel of merit as dazzling as the sun, a plethora of merit spiritual treasures that could kill without incurring karmic retribution, a cultivation base, at least at the early quasi-saint stage, and bearing the divine position of heaven and earth. Such a terrifying existence made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. Fortunately, those who had the privilege of interacting with Fuguang in the primordial world had a general impression of him. Although powerful, Fuguang was a great sage who was gentle, kind, and fond of reasoning with others. As long as one did not deliberately offend or provoke him, he would not seek trouble. At Mount Qilin, among the three pure ones, the most free-spirited and youthful in appearance was Tongtian. After deducing the primordial calendar, a smile appeared on his face. What a Fuguang! What a primordial calendar! Ha ha! Marvelous, marvelous, marvelous! Hearing his unseemly loud laughter, the middle-aged Yuanshi frowned, shouting and yelling, what kind of decorum is that? Scolded Tongtian's face stiffened slightly, then he restrained his smile and fell silent. Nearby Laozi also deduced the calendar. He stroked his beard and said, truly remarkable. This Taoist Fuguang has earned such favor from the heavenly Tao through his own abilities. But we brothers are not inferior to others. Both younger brothers, it is time for you to go into seclusion and break through. Upon hearing Laozi's words, both Yuanshi and the aggrieved Tongtian straightened their expressions. First Dong Wang Gong, and Shi Wang Mu, then Shi He and Chang Shi of the Moon Star had all stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Add to that Fuguang, who had surely entered the quasi-saint realm before anyone else. This meant that the true ceiling of the primordial world was no longer the perfected Deluo realm. If the three pure ones did not break through soon, would they not become a laughingstock? Not only would they be ridiculed by countless cultivators, but they would also lose face for the disciples of the saints, and bring shame to the saints themselves. With the pride of the three pure ones, such a thing was absolutely unacceptable. At Mount Fengqi, Nua's face bore an expression of unsurprised certainty. She spoke. That Fuguang did not sever the three corpses, yet he has attained the sun god position. As I expected, he has long entered the quasi-saint realm. He is the first to step into the quasi-saint realm under our master. How laughable that Dong Wang Gong and Shi Wang Mu were completely unaware of this. Hearing Nua's words, Fushi paid no heed. At that moment he was tirelessly calculating the 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches, marveling at their exquisite intricacies. He merely responded perfunctorily to Nua, Sister is right. Seeing Fushi so absorbed, Nua's lips twitched, and a hint of irritation rose in her eyes. Thump. She raised her jade hand and delivered a punch. Fushi, still in the midst of his deduction, flew backward into his cave with a blackened eye. He only managed to let out a scream, ah. Having delivered her daily punch to Fushi, Nua let out a relieved sigh. She said, brother, it is best you go into seclusion properly. Now that chaos is about to descend upon this world, if we siblings do not break through our current realm, we will surely face endless troubles. Frowning, Nua glanced at the sun star, then toward the direction of the eastern sea. With a sense of pressure, she turned and walked toward her own cave, determined to go into seclusion and attempt to sever the three corpses to break through. In this increasingly chaotic primordial world, the cultivation of the Deluo realm was no longer sufficient to attain true freedom. Yingzhou Purple Mansion. The smile on Dong Wang Gong's face completely vanished, and in his disillusioned eyes there was a hint of cold light. In his eyes, Fuguang Taoist's imposing presence was too great. If this continues, the beings of the primordial world will probably only know the sun god Fuguang, and not him, the lord of the immortal court, Dong Wang Gong. On the other side, after withdrawing her gaze, Shi Wang Mu went back to her own affairs. What happened to Fuguang Taoist had little to do with her. If Dong Wang Gong were to seek out Fuguang, she would absolutely not intervene. No other reason. Shi Wang Mu simply did not wish to become an enemy of Fuguang. Jinwu Palace. In the courtyard, Fuguang wore a satisfied smile. The sun god position had been attained. The heavenly Tao merit had also been obtained. The Honghuang golden immortal fruit had been plucked. From now on, Fuguang only needed to quietly stay within his own sun star's Jinwu Palace, watching the winds and clouds of the primordial world surge, and observing the rise and fall of all beings. Just by virtue of his contributions to the primordial world, the favor he had gained from the heavenly Tao, and the merit golden will he possessed that could rival the sun. Even if a heavenly Tao saint wanted to scheme against him, they would have to carefully weigh the consequences. As for cultivation, with the heavenly Tao's favor the fortune of the sun star, and the sun god position the fortune of the literary path, and the fortune and merit from the calendar and seasonal order, not to mention being able to attain the heavenly Tao saint position. But it was no problem at all to guarantee a Honghuang golden immortal great perfection, becoming the first under the saints. Since his transmigration until now, the position of the Lord coexistent with the world that he had schemed for was initially obtained. Therefore, at this moment Fuguang exuded a relaxed and contented mood from within, and even the vast world inside the sun star, where Jinwu Palace was located, due to his good mood and relaxed emotions, had a gentle breeze blowing. After a while, Fuguang, having recovered his mindset, looked up at the four flower immortals who stood respectfully before him. With a gentle expression, you four have received a good fortune, and your origins and aptitudes are also not bad. In the future, cultivate diligently, properly rotate the 4 seasons for the beings of the primordial world, and you will have an endless stream of fortune and merit added. In the future, Daluo is attainable. Hearing this, the 4 flower immortals all showed gratitude on their faces. They spoke in unison. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Senior, please allow us to speak. We four sisters have received the grace of your mentorship, achieving our current accomplishments. This great kindness is beyond repayment. We wish to serve by your side forever, never to regret. We hope you will graciously allow us take us in. As they spoke, the four flower immortals all knelt before Fuguang with sincere expressions, their faces full of pleading. Although they had just manifested, the four flower immortals were still very clever. They four sisters clearly understood that although they had received heavenly Tao merit and fortune and had manifested as golden immortals at the initial stage, but a golden immortal was nothing more than an ant in the vast and magnificent primordial world. If they had no mighty figure backing them, they four might one day in the future encounter disaster. There were still quite a few cultivators in the primordial world who dared to kill a merit golden immortal, and the Fuguang before them was undoubtedly a very powerful backer. Moreover, he had the grace of guiding them. Therefore, rather than go to the primordial world and suffer, and then seek the protection of a great divine being, it was better for them four sisters to directly follow Senior Fuguang now. Looking at the four flower immortals who were earnestly requesting his permission to follow him, Fuguang pondered slightly. He was naturally clear about their thoughts. As for the matter of sheltering the four sisters, Fuguang was not worried about causing trouble for himself. After all, it was only sheltering four golden immortals. Moreover, the four flower immortals indeed had karma and affinity with Fuguang. Rather than letting them go down to the primordial world and cause many unforeseen changes, it was better to take them in now and have them manage his own Tao field. And the potential of the four flower immortals was also acceptable. If nothing unexpected happened, they would certainly be able to attain the Daoyuo fruit. As for whether they could reach the quasi-saint realm, that was an unknown. But it didn't matter. A Daoyuo golden immortal would not lose face for him and could even do many things for him. You four sisters indeed have affinity with me. After a brief deliberation, Fuguang made his decision. Since you sincerely wish to follow me, then stay. From today onward, you four shall be my attendant four immortals. Hearing this, the four flower immortals were overjoyed and bowed respectfully to Fuguang. Thank you, master, for taking us in. He nodded casually. Fuguang waved his hand, and several merit spiritual treasures related to the calendar seasons and the 4 seasons were casually tossed before the 4 flower immortals. He spoke, "These merit spiritual treasures are related to the seasonal order, so I entrust them to you 4 sisters to control. The path of seeking the Tao is full of difficulties and obstacles. Under me you must remember, do not recklessly create killing karma, do not bully the weak, do not act violently, do not be aggressive, do not casually form karma, and do not harm fellow disciples. In all future actions you must remember." A series of rules of Jinwu Palace Fuguang explained clearly and explicitly to his attendant 4 immortals. If there was any violation causing any one of them to become entangled in karma at the level of a great tribulation, he Fuguang would swiftly cut ties, never allowing himself to be dragged down. Do not doubt Fuguang's determination to avoid great tribulations. The 4 flower immortals listened earnestly, committing all the rules of Jinwu Palace to heart. They had no complaints. After all, they themselves had chosen to follow Fuguang, so naturally they had to abide by his rules. After finishing the rules, Fuguang also began to explain the benefits of Jinwu Palace to the 4 flower immortals. Following me, I will naturally not treat you poorly. When I have free time, I will give you lectures on the Tao. There are not a few great divine beings with whom I have connections. When they visit and discuss the Tao with me, you may also listen from the side. The spiritual roots, immortal herbs, and other opportunities within Jinwu Palace. Aside from reserving some for brewing wine and making pastries, you may freely take whatever is useful to you. Just remember, do not drain the pond to catch all the fish, take the path of sustainable development. Not long after Fuguang had explained all the benefits clearly, he then asked, is there anything still unclear or not understood? With rules came order, and then giving a little resources and benefits. This was Fuguang's management style for Jinwu Palace. Of course, when it was only Fuguang alone, Jinwu Palace had no management style. After having the attendant 4 immortals, it was necessary to establish some rules. Mainly, Fuguang was worried that without rules the 4 flower immortals might inadvertently become entangled in the karma of a great tribulation and then drag him down as well. That would be unfortunate. After hearing the benefits, the 4 flower immortals were very excited. Reporting to Master, we have heard everything clearly. In fact, the benefits Fuguang could give were only shelter, guidance, and cultivation. A little of the resources available in Jinwu Palace. It seemed not much, but how to put it? The shelter of a great divine being for the weak. Its importance goes without saying. And guidance and cultivation was even more rare. A single word from a great divine being could allow these low-level cultivators to take a step further. Not to mention, they could also regularly receive lectures and guidance. These benefits were simply too good. Granted spiritual treasures. Established rules. Having no further instructions, Fuguang waved his hand and ordered the 4 attendant immortals to go into seclusion to digest what they had gained. Shiha and Changshi should be in seclusion for a while to consolidate their realms. Sitting alone under the Fusheng tree, Fuguang poured himself a drink. With a thoughtful expression, it is not appropriate to visit fellow Taoists in the primordial at this time, as everyone is striving to sever the 3 corpses. Going would only disturb them. If so, I shall also go into seclusion. Taking advantage of this relatively peaceful period, it would be good to refine more of the chaos bells, innate divine restrictions. As for the newly acquired supreme, innate merit spiritual treasure, the sun wheel. This treasure, like the moon wheel that has vanished from the primordial world, is a spiritual treasure exclusive to the sun god. The moment Fuguang obtained the sun god position and became the sun god, the sun wheel entered his hand and automatically released 48 innate divine restrictions, which he instantly refined. Therefore, no extra time needed for Fuguang to refine it. After sitting in the courtyard for 1,000 years with nothing to do, Fuguang rose and entered the Golden Crow Palace to go into seclusion. His life was like this seclusion for cultivation, emerging to rest and indulging in small pleasures of life. Then continue seclusion. Apart from that, Fuguang cared nothing else. He did not investigate the wars and changes across the 4 seas and 8 desolates of the primordial. Not interested. At the same time, he could roughly imagine the progress of the immortal court. Without the birth of the demon clan or the emergence of the demon court, Adong Wangong's campaign across the primordial would certainly go smoothly, even more so than under the original trajectory. Nothing worth paying attention to. Since Fuguang established the primordial calendar and set the order of time except for Immortal Mountain's blessed lands and the dojos of accomplished cultivators, as well as some special places. Most ordinary places in the primordial now experience the change of 4 seasons and the flow of solar terms. Gradually, the method of timekeeping shifted from the commonly used Huiyuan system to year, month, day, and hour. The common people now regarded the rising and setting of the sun and moon as a day and the cycle of cold and heat, the 4 seasons, as a year. Leisurely clouds and pool reflections. Days pass slowly, things change, stars shift. How many autumns have gone by? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed. On this day in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang, dressed in a long robe with his ink-black hair casually loose, held an autumn brush and wrote on a piece of white paper. Beside him, Qilin, the eldest of the 4 flower immortals, stood quietly, attending her expression full of respect. 100,000 years had been enough for the 4 flower immortals to become familiar with everything in the Golden Crow Palace. Naturally, they had entered the library hall, which was not forbidden to them, and read there. The numerous classics written by Fuguang inside were beyond anything the young 4 flower immortals had ever heard, leaving them in awe. Although many books were merely story collections, there were also countless secret transmissions of techniques, divine abilities, and spells. They had only learned a portion of them, yet they had already gained immense benefits. It was imaginable how powerful and stunningly talented Lord Fuguang was, who created those heaven-defying techniques, soul-stirring divine abilities, and marvelously exquisite spells within. In short, after 100,000 years of service, the 4 flower immortals felt increasingly wise about their original decision to follow Fuguang. Daoist Shiha and Daoist Changshi from the Moon Star have arrived. While continuing to write his novel, Fuguang said, "They are my honored guests. Go and welcome them." Never mind. Go prepare 6 banquets in the main hall. Have Xiahe Qiuju and Dongmei go to receive them. Besides the 2 honored guests from the Moon Star, there will be several more. Do not be negligent. Hearing this, Qilin, who was attending, immediately became serious. She replied yes. After respectfully withdrawing, Qilin quickly relayed Fuguang's orders to her 3 sisters and began diligently preparing the immortal banquet, meticulously, not daring any negligence. The reason was simple. These were the honored guests Lord Fuguang had spoken of. The 2 moon goddesses of the Moon Star, as the 4 sisters knew, were genuine quasi-sage great powerhouses. Those who could be honored guests alongside these 2 great powerhouses could only be of the same level. In other words, the Golden Crow Palace would soon welcome 6 quasi-sage powerhouses. How could the 4 little golden immortals dare to be negligent? Outside the Sun Star, had Fuguang's thought, a plank road condensed from solar true fire appeared. On it, 3 of the 4 flower immortals, Xiahe Qiuju and Dongmei, appeared and waited respectfully at the foot of the plank road. Before long, 2 rays of moonlight, immortal light, came from the direction of the Moon Star and landed before the 3 sisters. The figures of Shiha and Changshi manifested. Seeing the 2 great powerhouses appear, the 3 flower immortals performed the proper courtesies. Xiahe Qiuju Dongmei greets the Moon Star Lords. With surprise in her eyes, Shiha looked at the 3 flower immortals. So it's you. It seems you are cultivating under Daoist Fuguang's guidance. The 4 flower immortals had appeared when the primordial calendar was established, representing the 4 seasons. Shiha still remembered them. Hearing Shiha's words, as the second among the 4 flower immortals, Xiahe said respectfully, in reply to the inquiry of the 2 Moon Star Lords, our 4 sisters, by the grace of the Master not rejecting us, have served as attendant immortals since our transformation following the Master. Nodding with understanding, Shiha paid no attention to such trivial matters. After glancing at the 3 flower immortals, she seemed to comprehend something. She asked, "Are there other Taoists visiting Fuguang today?" Hearing this, Xiahe bowed and replied. In reply to the Star Lord, the Master said, "There are indeed other honored guests, but we do not know their specific identities." Nodding lightly, Shiha looked at Xiahe and said with a smile, "It seems we might meet some old friends today. Lead the way." Thereupon Xiahe led Shiha and Changxi onto the Sun True Fire Plank Road. In a few steps, they entered the Great World where the Golden Crow Palace was located and headed toward the main hall. Meanwhile, Qiuju and Dongmei continued to wait on the plank road. Within the Grand Hall of the Golden Crow Palace, 7 immortal tables were set with spiritual fruits, pastries, and celestial wine, snacks for a small gathering to satisfy one's cravings. Fu Guang sat casually at the head seat drinking and waiting for Shi He and Changxi to arrive. He did not have to wait long. Shi He and Changxi soon entered the hall smiling as they approached Fu Guang. Seeing this pair of exquisite sisters arrive, Fu Guang gestured with a relaxed demeanor. "Two fellow Taoists, I have been waiting for some time. Please take your seats." He did not rise, for given his current relationship with Shi He and Chang, she being overly polite would have seemed somewhat affected. Similarly, Shi He and Chang, she did not stand on ceremony, casually taking their seats at an immortal table. They expressed their thanks. "Thank you." Looking at the breakthrough of the exquisite sisters, Fu Guang raised his cup in a toast. "Congratulations to both of you for taking another step forward and achieving the quasi-saint realm." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Shi He's beautiful eyes curved with a smile. "We owe this to your guidance and kindness. Otherwise we sisters would still be in seclusion, far from reaching our current realm so quickly." He nodded. The cool and reserved Chang, she looked at Fu Guang. "Thank you." It must be noted that the sisters were no longer the same as they were 100,000 years ago when they first received the heavenly Tao's merit and cut off one of their 3 corpses. During the 100,000 years of seclusion, Shi He and Chang, she not only consolidated their quasi-saint Tao fruits, but also smoothly cut off their 2nd corpse. Though their realm remained at the early quasi-saint stage, the difference between cutting off 1 corpse, 2 corpses, or 3 corpses at the early quasi-saint stage was immense. In the Zixiao Palace, the sage had personally explained many mysteries of the quasi-saint realm. One noteworthy point was that cutting off the 3 corpses inevitably led to the quasi-saint realm, but the quasi-saint realm did not necessarily mean cutting off the 3 corpses. Being at the early, middle, late, or perfected quasi-saint stage had no direct correlation with how many of the 3 corpses one had cut off, or whether they had merged them. Thus the sisters, Shi He and Chang, she were now early quasi-saint cultivators who had cut off 2 corpses. To return to the main story. After a few exchanges, Shi He asked with curiosity, "Which 4 fellow Taoists are coming to visit?" Many of Fu Guang's close acquaintances were Daluo cultivators, but few would actually visit the Sun Star. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang smiled and looked toward the hall's entrance. "They are already here." As he spoke, Fu Guang, who had been sitting casually, rose to his feet. He raised his hand in salute toward the entrance. "Is it not delightful to have friends come from afar? Welcome to the Sun Star, 4 fellow Taoists. Forgive me for not greeting you sooner." As his words fell, a hearty laugh came from the entrance. "Ha ha ha. You are too kind, fellow Taoist. Fushi and my younger sister have come to impose upon you. I hope you will forgive us." As the voice trailed off, the refined Fushi and the proud Nuwa stepped through the entrance. Following them, the red-robed Hongyun and the honest-looking Jin Yuanzi also entered. Hongyun said with a broad smile, "Fellow Taoist Fu Guang Hongyun and brother Jin Yuanzi have come uninvited. I hope we are not disturbing you." The honest Jin Yuanzi also bowed. "We have come without notice. Please forgive our presumption." Seeing the 4 arrivals, Fu Guang narrowed his eyes slightly. All of them had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Truly, they were among the most supreme, innate sacred foundations of the primordial world. If not for differences in fortune, blessings, and destiny, from the perspective of innate talent alone, many of the top innate sacred beings were practically destined to become sages. "Your visit honors me. How could it be a disturbance?" Fu Guang said with a smile, gesturing for them to sit. After everyone took their seats, he sat down again and congratulated them. "Congratulations to all for advancing further. The great Tao is within reach." Hearing this, the 4 newcomers all smiled broadly. Nothing was more gratifying than progress in cultivation, especially the recognition from fellow Taoists. Even the proud Nuwa's face softened into a smile. Having set a pleasant tone, the 7 immortal tables arranged in a circle became the setting for light conversation. The atmosphere was quite agreeable. Before long, Fu Guang looked casually at the 4 who had arrived later. He inquired, "What a coincidence, 4 fellow Taoists visiting my Sun Star together. Is it because something has happened across the 4 seas and 8 desolations that you wish to turn a blind eye to?" If it were only Fushi and Nuwa, or only Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi, Fu Guang would have believed they were simply visiting. But now, 4 arriving together could not be mere coincidence. After all, who among the great cultivators of the primordial world could not calculate the omens with a snap of their fingers? Especially Fushi, the foremost diviner of the primordial world, even more skilled in calculations than Fu Guang himself. Would he arrange to visit together with others? Clearly not. Therefore something must have happened on the primordial earth that brought them all here. In truth, Fu Guang could easily learn the answer by simply gleaning past information from the heavenly mechanism. But there was no need. Why rely on the heavenly mechanism when hearing the story from others would be far more vivid? Just as Fu Guang finished his question, the 4 who had arrived later fell silent for a moment. "Pat." Fushi set down his wine glass with a hint of force. His face showed displeasure. "Speaking of this, I feel a surge of anger. that Dong Wanggong has established the immortal court, is seeking to unify all beings of the primordial world. We single-mindedly pursue the great Tao with no intention to contend with him nor to meddle in these trivial matters. But Dong Wanggong repeatedly sent people to invite me and my sister to join the immortal court. Even after we refused time and again, he kept sending messengers, truly vexing beyond measure. However, as the orthodox ruler of the immortal court, he observed proper etiquette, making it hard to respond harshly. So we sought a place to avoid the trouble. Thus my sister and I came to visit you, fellow Taoist. As Fushi spoke, Nua's expression also soured her smile, fading into a frosty complexion with a cold gleam in her beautiful eyes. Clearly she too was deeply irritated by Dong Wanggong's invitations. On the other side, Hongyun was startled for a moment, then said, "So fellow Taoist Fushi and Nua have also been disturbed. How dare the immortal court be so bold?" Nua is the sage's close disciple. He raised an eyebrow. Fuguang held his wine glass without speaking, taking a sip of celestial brew as he listened to Fushi Hongyun and the honest Jin Yuanzi vent about Dong Wanggong's audacious actions. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This Dong Wanggong pulling such a stunt. Isn't he clearly asking for the enmity of many great cultivators? Or does he truly believe he can suppress all the quasi-saint great cultivators and Daluo cultivators? Soon, under the narration of Fushi and Hongyun, two quick-witted fellows, Fuguang roughly learned about the many events that had occurred in the 4 seas and 8 desolations during nearly a cosmic cycle since the establishment of the Xianting. It must be said, with the orthodox identity ordained by saints and recognized by the heavenly Tao, the development of Xianting was remarkably swift and effortless. Now the 4 seas were under the dominion of Xianting. Once the Xianting issued an order, none of the myriad islands, countless races, and innumerable beings across the 4 seas dared to disobey or disrespect. After unifying the 4 seas, the unsatisfied Dong Wanggong, using the shores of the East Sea as a springboard, had begun to push eastward across the eastern lands in a sweeping whale-like manner. The eastern lands boasted exceptional talents and spiritual energy. There were numerous great cultivators and Daluo cultivators. This was an extremely formidable force, and even the current might of Xianting dared not press too hard. Therefore Dong Wanggong adopted certain measures, co-opting a portion, suppressing a portion, and ignoring a portion. Fushi and Nua Hongyun and Xinyuanzi belonged to the portion that Dong Wanggong sought to co-opt. Those suppressed were naturally the Daluo cultivators who lacked sufficient strength, insufficient background and talent, had just broken through, and were unwilling to join Xianting. As for those ignored, naturally they were beings like the 3 pure ones, Sanqing Patriarch Mingyi and Fuguang, who were utterly unafraid of Xianting and would never bow or submit to anyone else. After these maneuvers, the current power of Xianting could be described as unprecedentedly swollen and mighty. This is how it is now. Hongyun sighed with displeasure on his face. When Dong Wanggong truly unifies the entire primordial world, will we still have any peaceful days left? Hearing Hongyun's words, Fushi frowned and remained silent. Xinyuanzi also wore a worried expression, and Nua's face turned cold and stern. To the side, Changshi, cold and expressionless, remained as usual, not interjecting and showing little reaction to the topic. However, Shiha raised an eyebrow, instinctively turning her gaze to Fuguang. "Taoist, what is your view on this matter?" Shiha's words instantly drew the eyes of everyone at the banquet toward Fuguang. They wanted to hear his opinion on the Xianting matter. His expression remained unchanged. Fuguang still wore that relaxed and carefree demeanor. He opened his mouth and said, "Don't worry about him." Hearing his reply, everyone was slightly stunned except for Fushi, who seemed lost in thought. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, Shiha looked at Fuguang, who appeared extremely calm and utterly unbothered by the Xianting's continuous expansion and the prospect that everyone might have no peaceful days ahead. She pondered in her heart. Facing the mighty Xianting, Fuguang still has the confidence and assurance to deal with it. He is so deeply hidden. At this moment, Shiha, who had always felt that Fuguang had a grand plan and concealed many things, felt that her previous estimation of Fuguang was still too low. "Taoist, could you explain more clearly?" Hongyun didn't understand, but he was not a cultivator who pretended to know, so he directly asked for guidance. Hearing this, Fuguang, with a leisurely expression, casually said, "To unify the primordial world and command all beings, such a great undertaking cannot always be smooth sailing, can it? The current upward momentum of Xianting is indeed strong, but there is always a limit. The heavenly Tao is impartial. If Xianting wishes to dominate the primordial world and govern all beings in the universe, it must undergo trials and tribulations time and again. If it can survive all these calamities, Dong Wanggong will succeed, and Xianting will be worthy of its name. If it cannot, no matter how glorious it is now, it will be nothing but flowers in a mirror and the moon in water." Hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi, who had been pondering, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his expression turned grave. "Taoist, you mean?" Seeing Fushi's solemn expression, the others looked puzzled while Fuguang seemed slightly surprised. Then Fuguang nodded. "As you think. If Xianting continues to develop as it is, it will sooner or later encounter an opponent that it cannot easily, or even at all, defeat. At that time Dong Wanggong will be busy dealing with it, and naturally won't have time to bother you. Xianting plus an opponent strong enough to rival it. Don't you all see it yet? These words were like a wake-up call. They had only thought that after Xianting became powerful it would not be a good thing for them. After all, judging by his current actions, Dong Wanggong was an extremely domineering emperor. If he truly unified the primordial world, he would likely not allow any rogue cultivators under his rule. But after Fuguang's explanation they suddenly realized, that's right. They had only seen the various negative changes that would come to them after Xianting unified the primordial world. But they had forgotten. How easy is it to unify the primordial world? The heavenly Tao is impartial. If Xianting wants to achieve such a grand ambition, it will inevitably face a trial, and that trial will not be easy. As Taoist Fuguang said, Xianting is bound to encounter an extremely powerful opponent, and a situation of two powers contending will erupt. Two powers contend, a great war is inevitable. At that time, the strong will bleed and living beings will suffer. Combining these conditions, everyone present reached their own conclusions. Hongyun drew a sharp breath. He tremblingly said, tribulation, cataclysm, Liangjia. The honest Xinyuanzi was no longer calm. The proud Nua's expression turned grave. Fushi's eyes were blazing. The two sisters Shiha and Changshi both furrowed their delicate brows, their expressions somber. How terrifying was a tribulation cataclysm! If not for the emergence of the three primordial clans during the primordial beast cataclysm, the primordial world would likely have been overrun by those mindless, ferocious beasts. During the three clans cataclysm, the entire primordial world was filled with conflicts among the three clans, with battles raging everywhere. In the previous tribulation cataclysm of Tao and demon contention, many renowned Honghuang golden immortals fell, such as Ancestor Qingque and Ancestor Yinyang, and Moon Goddess Wangshu, and even the primal vein of the western lands was destroyed. How much time had passed since then? Was the tribulation cataclysm about to be triggered again? For a moment, everyone felt a sense of urgency. Although their current strength was far beyond what it used to be, how to put it. Under a tribulation cataclysm, even the power of a quasi-saint was nothing more than that. When the Great Tribulation was mentioned, everyone present fell silent. For cultivators of the primordial era, the mere mention of a tribulation caused their faces to change. This was no empty phrase. He smiled lightly. Fuguang's expression remained calm, and he casually reassured them, there is no need to worry so much. Even if the tribulation is terrifying, as long as you cultivate peacefully and avoid stirring up trouble, you will surely pass through it unscathed. Why the long faces? Hearing Fuguang's comforting words, everyone nodded in agreement. But at the same time, they felt a strange unease in their hearts. Although Fuguang's words were not wrong, what was with his attitude of an experienced elder, and his tone, as if he had already transcended the three realms, and stood outside the tribulation. Although the starry sky was far from the 4 seas and 8 wastelands for cultivators of their level, it was nothing special. When the time came, if the immortal court truly sought to involve Fuguang, it wouldn't be too troublesome. Didn't you see Shiha and the aloof, expressionless Changshi, both showing solemn faces? This demeanor of Fuguang was somewhat surprising, as if the tribulation was under his control. Fushi, who had deeply cultivated innate divination and had insight into the trends of heaven and earth's grand and minor currents, observed Fuguang's not pretend, but truly casual demeanor, and secretly pondered the source of his confidence. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fuguang's ability in innate divination far surpasses mine? Fushi pondered in his heart. Has he seen more of the grand and minor trends of heaven and earth, and already formulated a plan, thus confident in successfully passing the tribulation? It's possible. But it should not be limited to this. Fellow Taoist Fuguang's destiny is noble beyond words, unattainable, a natural sovereign supreme destiny. His scheme could never be simply to survive the tribulation, it must be far grander. What that scheme is remains unknown, but the result Fuguang seeks is likely. Fushi engaged in a mental storm, calculated in his heart the outcome of Fuguang's scheme. Attaining the Tao goes without saying. Which cultivator in the primordial era does not pursue the Tao? He, Fushi, is also a seeker of the Tao. In his mind, he thought of the immortal court currently conquering the primordial world, and of Dong Wanggong, whose style was extremely domineering, intending to include even the 3,000 guests of Zhixiao Palace under his command. Fushi's eyes lit up. Could it be that fellow Taoist Fuguang's scheme is the throne of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth? It must be so. He was utterly convinced of his speculation. This speculation was very reasonable. First, fellow Taoist Fuguang possesses the supreme and noble destiny of the 99 Supreme, is himself a primordial sacred being born from the extremely domineering sun star, and is also the sun god. For such an existence, not to contend for the throne of heaven and earth would be a pity. Second, fellow Taoist Fuguang first created characters and established the Tao of literature, making his name known throughout the primordial world. Who doesn't know him? Later, he established the primordial calendar and fixed the sequence of seasons, further expanding his fame. What were these actions for? Building momentum. He was building momentum for his conquest of the primordial world. As the saying goes, to start a venture, first build momentum. To achieve success, first establish fame. Fellow Taoist Fuguang has already passed the stages of building momentum and establishing fame, so there must be a grand plan to follow. Third, this is the result of Fushi's own deduction and judgment. How could it be false? It cannot be false. Fellow Taoist Fuguang is indeed scheming for the position of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, and he must have considerable confidence already. I see. After confirming Fuguang's intention in his heart, Fushi revealed a mysterious smile. He spoke, as expected of fellow Taoist Fuguang. This time I have learned a lesson. As he spoke, Fushi raised his hands and bowed to Fuguang in a gesture of being enlightened. The others, including Niwa, who was very familiar with her elder brother, were stunned for a moment. Fuguang raised an eyebrow. What did I teach him? Never mind. Anyway, Fushi is a good person to deal with. Whatever he has realized on his own, I'll just take it as my guidance. So Fuguang nodded slightly and looked at Fushi. It's good that you understand, fellow Taoist. Sure enough, upon hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi's face showed a knowing smile. Watching the two speaking in riddles, Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi were puzzled, but didn't ask further. Some things are better left unknown. Niwa frowned, planning to interrogate her elder brother after returning to Fengxi Mountain. Changxi didn't care. Xia's eyes flickered slightly. After glancing at Fushi, she had some vague guesses in her heart, but didn't voice them. Everyone. Fuguang casually brushed past the topics of the immortal court and the tribulation. He said with an expectant look, "We are all friends. It's rare to gather together. In earlier years when I had nothing to do, I made some small trinkets for amusement. Since you are all here, how about we play together?" As he spoke, Fuguang casually waved his hand, and a wave of spatial power spread silently. The next moment, before anyone could react, their forms shifted, and they appeared in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, where Fuguang usually played. The group, transferred directly without any chance to react, fell into a brief silence. They looked at each other, exchanging bewildered glances. At the same time, their gazes toward Fuguang had already taken on a solemn hue. They were 6 quasi-saint great beings. They were not Daluo cultivators, let alone Tai golden immortal small fry, or golden immortal ants. And yet, when Fuguang acted to teleport them, not a single person could react. What did this mean? Fuguang's strength far exceeded theirs. Although everyone knew in their hearts that fellow Taoist Fuguang was powerful, they never imagined he could be this powerful. To be honest, it was a bit terrifying. Fellow Taoist Fuguang, you really keep your abilities hidden. Fushi quickly recovered and said meaningfully. He accepted it quickly. Without such strength, how could fellow Taoist Fuguang dare to scheme for the throne of heaven and earth? Rather, this level of strength was only normal. Moi. Hearing Fushi's words, Fuguang was slightly startled. Seeing the expressions and eyes of the others, he immediately understood that his little display just now had probably shocked them. So he smiled and said, "I'm making a fool of myself. As the sun god within the great world of this sun star, I have some minor authority and means. Nothing remarkable." These words sounded as if they were true, and the people present just took them as true. Let us not dwell on these trivial matters. With a sweeping gesture, Fuguang announced, "Fellow Taoists, please follow me." As he spoke, he began to stride forward. Fuguang had already set off, heading toward the area where leisure items such as Go and Chinese chess were arranged. Not only these. Over the years, while delving into the art of strategy, Fuguang had also crafted items like mahjong and playing cards, all tied to the principles of gamesmanship, and had developed numerous ways to play them. Previously, Fuguang had found no one to play with, and the 4 flower immortals remained overly reserved at the table, preventing any real enjoyment. Now, with a gathering of like-minded individuals, it was the perfect opportunity to indulge. Before long, under Fuguang's guidance, everyone quickly grasped the rules and gameplay of these small items he had devised. Unsurprisingly, among those present, Go remained the most captivating. It was the quintessential embodiment of the art of strategy. As the saying goes, the world is like a game of Go, its vicissitudes unfathomable. A single Go board resembles heaven and earth, with all beings as pieces and the shifting tides of the cosmos contained within. The principles of strategy and deduction embedded in Go, encompassing the myriad phenomena of the universe, allowed everyone to grasp a glimpse of its profundity even before the first stone was placed. The way of transformation lies within it entirely. Niwa, haughty and proud, observed the Go board with keen interest. She remarked, "The Go you designed, Taoist Fuguang, is truly marvelous." Niwa and Hongyun were quite familiar with the Go board, the black and white stones and the bowls. After all, they had witnessed Fuguang using them during the treasure contest at Buzhou Mountain. However, at that time, they were unaware of Go's myriad wonders and had merely regarded it as a merit-based spiritual treasure. Hearing Niwa's words, she has smiled and said, "If you are curious, Taoist Niwa, why not play a game yourself? I would be delighted to be your opponent." Niwa's eyes lit up. "Then let us have a game." Although she specialized in the Tao of creation, she still possessed some skill in deduction and calculation. Niwa was genuinely intrigued by Go and eager to try it. Thus, faced with Shiha's invitation, she naturally had no reason to decline. Niwa and Shiha began their game. The onlookers, feeling the itch to play, quickly set up another board. Hongyun eagerly pulled Jin Yuanzi to start a game of their own. Fushi turned his gaze to Fuguang, extending an invitation. Would you honor me, Taoist Fuguang? Seeing the anticipation and eagerness in Fushi's eyes, Fuguang, who was also feeling a bit of an itch, smiled and took a seat opposite him. Casually sitting cross-legged, Fuguang tucked his hands into his sleeves. You make the first move, Taoist Fushi. After all, this is your first exposure to Go. Even though you understand the rules and variations, it is still my invention. It is only fair to let you have the advantage. Fushi, knowing the rules and the importance of the first move, hesitated briefly before saying, Then I shall shamelessly accept your courtesy. As he spoke, Fushi picked up a white stone and placed it on the board. With a soft clack, Fuguang immediately followed with his own move. At first both played at a rapid pace, hardly pausing. But gradually Fushi's moves grew slower. Then Fuguang's pace also slowed. Though slightly quicker than Fushi, it was not by much. The initial moves came swiftly. In the mid-game, each stone required hundreds or thousands of years, and in the late stage a single move took tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands. Fortunately for these primordial deities, time was the least valuable commodity. Nearly 2 eons had passed. Now in the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace, only Fuguang and Fushi remained at their game. The matches between Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi and Yuhua and Shiha had long since concluded. With a clack, Fuguang placed another stone and looked up at Fushi. Gazing at the board, Fushi pondered for several millennia, his expression shifting several times before finally letting out a sigh. 8,000 mysteries, 10,000 transformations. Yet you still found the only path to my defeat. This game, I have lost. Fushi clasped his hands in a respectful salute to Fuguang, conceding defeat. In truth, he had been on the verge of losing much earlier, but he had managed to stave off defeat through his formidable powers of deduction, hoping to find a sliver of opportunity in the prolonged struggle. Unfortunately, although he had successfully delayed the inevitable, he could not reverse the outcome. It was merely a prolonged death throes. You are too modest, Fuguang said with a smile. Do not be disheartened, Taoist Fushi. Victory and defeat are but temporary, and this is merely a game. In fact, if this were not your first time playing, I doubt I would have been a match for you. In the art of deduction, you are still the superior. This was true. Fushi's combat prowess was mediocre and his treasures were unremarkable. But his mastery of the innate divination of change was flawless. Oh, few could surpass him in calculation and prediction. Of course, Fuguang had not delved deeply into innate divination for a reason. No matter how strong one's calculations, when faced with absolute power, all schemes are futile. The only reason a strong opponent could be outwitted was that they were not strong enough. Their game came to an end. No one else felt inclined to start another round, so the group simply chatted in the courtyard. Thus another 10,000 years slipped by. After 10 millennia in the courtyard, Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi exchanged a glance and took the lead in taking their leave. Honghuang, the ever-kindly one, clasped his hands and said, We have imposed on your hospitality long enough. Thank you for your gracious reception, Taoist Fuguang. Following suit, the honest Jin Yuanzi also bowed. Thank you for your hospitality. Fuguang nodded with a smile. Fuguang said casually, Take your time, fellow Taoists. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet again. I will not see you off. Despite his words, he instructed the 4 flower immortals to escort Honghuang and Jin Yuanzi out. Fuguang mused inwardly. Had he not been reincarnated, Honghuang would not have been able to visit the Sun Star, let alone avoid falling at the hands of the brothers Dijuan and Tai. That would have been a feat in itself. It truly was a case of the world being like a game of Go, ever-changing and unpredictable. As soon as Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi departed, Fushi and Yuhua, who had been guests on the Sun Star for quite some time, began to miss the Phoenix Perch Mountain and took their leave. Before leaving, Fushi extended an invitation to Fuguang. Taoist Fuguang, when you next visit Phoenix Perch Mountain, my sister, and I shall welcome you with the utmost hospitality. Hearing this, Fuguang clasped his hands in farewell. Next time for sure. Take care, both of you, on your journey. Without excessive formalities, Fushi and Yuhua departed the Sun Star after bidding farewell, heading back to their own cultivation retreat. Within the Golden Crow Palace, only Shiha and Changshi remained as guests. Seeing Fuguang leisurely sit back down, Shiha asked with a smile, This gathering of 4 Taoists at your Golden Crow Palace will surely come to the attention of the Immortal Court's ruler. If that is the case, are you not worried that Dong Wang Gong in a fit of rage might strike out against you? Fuguang shook his head. No, I am not. Dong Wang Gong will soon be beset by troubles. How could he have the spare energy to target me? Besides, he was the one who acted improperly first, stirring resentment among everyone. Would he really have the audacity to make a move against me? Regarding Fuguang's confident demeanor, Shiha hesitated for a moment before asking, Are you so certain that the opponent Dong Wang Gong faces can suppress the increasingly powerful Immortal Court? With a mysterious smile, Fuguang met Shia's gaze. Just watch, and you will see. He paused, then extended an invitation. Since we are at leisure and you both have attained the quasi-sage Dao fruit, how about we engage in a Dao discussion? In truth, Fuguang was curious about the differences between his own path of Honghuang Golden Immortal and the quasi-sage path followed by the beings of the primordial world. Hearing Fuguang's invitation for a Dao discussion, Shiha nodded in agreement. Very well. She too was curious. whether Fuguang was at the mid or late quasi-sage stage, and how many of the 3 corpses he had severed. After all, Fuguang had previously displayed a mere fraction of his power, and both Shi and Changshi, who were early quasi-sages, having severed 2 corpses, had failed to react in time. This was enough to prove that Fuguang's strength was far from ordinary. With a hum the moment they decided to discuss the Tao, Fuguang released his aura, manifesting the great Tao of the sun that he cultivated. In an instant, surging golden light emerged and a blazing sun materialized behind Fuguang, illuminating all things, blessing all beings, and displaying boundless divine might, while simultaneously resonating with the majestic sounds of the great Tao, expounding Fuguang's sun Tao. At the same time, he was also seeking the Tao from heaven and earth, and from the 2 fellow Taoists before him, Shiha and Changshi. Seeing this, Shiha and Changshi solemnly released their own great Tao of the moon, manifesting a full moon and a crescent moon respectively, causing the moon Tao to resonate with their own paths. Soon the entire Golden Crow Palace was filled with the sounds of the great Tao, accompanied by a myriad of auspicious phenomena. The numerous spiritual roots and plants planted in the palace received great fortune, growing even more vigorously. Of course, those who gained even more opportunities were the 4 flower immortals who had already taken human form and possessed golden immortal cultivation. During the Tao discussion, Fuguang, Shiha, and Changshi each expounded on the mysteries of the golden immortal realm, greatly benefiting the 4 flower immortals. Before long, they should be able to advance further, reaching the mid-golden immortal stage. Meanwhile, back at Phoenix Perch Mountain, the siblings Fushi and Nuwa had not gone into seclusion. In a pavilion, Nuwa and Fushi were drinking tea and chatting. Nuwa looked at her elder brother and asked directly, "Brother, earlier you and Taoist Fuguang shared a cryptic exchange. What was it about? Could you tell your little sister?" Hearing this, Fushi was stunned for a moment. Then, recalling the grand scheme he had deduced from Fuguang, he couldn't help but smile. In Fushi's view, he understood Taoist Fuguang, and likewise that Taoist Fuguang understood him. Otherwise, how could he know what Fuguang was thinking? And how could Fuguang know that he knew what he was thinking? Such mutual understanding and tacit agreement. What did it signify? It meant they were kindred spirits. With a snap, seeing Fushi still lost in a foolish smile, without responding, Nuwa's brow furrowed slightly. She tapped her teacup lightly on the stone table, producing a soft sound. The sound snapped Fushi back to reality from the joy of finding a kindred spirit. Then, meeting his little sister's gaze, he shivered. He spoke rapidly. Taoist Fuguang is playing a very large game. The Immortal Court and Dongwang Gong have all been treated as his pawns. Although I do not yet know exactly what arrangements Fuguang has made or what he plans to do, I can be certain that his ultimate goal is to become the sovereign of heaven and earth. Forgive me, Taoist Fuguang. Your true purpose will inevitably be revealed to the world sooner or later. Telling my own little sister now should not be a problem, right? Since we are kindred spirits, it must be fine. Fushi thought to himself. Besides, Nuwa was tight-lipped, as she would never speak of matters that could involve such great karmic consequences. He wants to become the sovereign. After hearing Fushi's words, Nuwa's eyes shimmered with disbelief. Thinking of Fuguang's image, a kind, polite, seemingly gentle, and scholarly cultivator who appeared unskilled in battle, Nuwa found it hard to believe. How can that be? How could someone walking the path of an emperor have such a humble and honest demeanor? It didn't make sense. Fushi's expression turned serious. Little sister, let me tell you, do not underestimate Taoist Fuguang. You know my ability to discern destinies and read people. In my humble opinion, Fuguang's destiny is the most noble and exalted. He is born with a sovereign's fate. A born sovereign's fate. Who? The humble and honest immortal Fuguang. Him. Nuwa found it hard to believe. But as Fushi said, his skill in reading destinies and people was considerable. Since her elder brother said Fuguang's destiny was that of a sovereign, it must be true. After a moment of silence, Nuwa spoke with a hint of surprise. Fellow Taoist Fuguang actually has such thoughts. Indeed, one cannot judge a person by appearance. Beside her, Fushi nodded as well. Who says otherwise? After sitting for a while longer, Nuwa stood up. Brother, I shall go into seclusion. Don't idle either. Go into seclusion and refine your strength. Earlier at the Golden Crow Palace, fellow Taoist Fuguang showed a mere glimpse of his power. If we were to fight with our current abilities, we would be severely wounded in an instant. We are still too weak. Hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi smiled and nodded, saying, Little sister, go ahead and enter seclusion. Rest assured, I understand everything. Upon hearing this, Nuwa nodded and then turned to leave, heading toward her cave dwelling. After sitting alone in the pavilion for 100 years, Fushi took some materials and casually crafted a set of Go. Delightedly, he began playing against himself. Seclusion. I haven't yet felt the urge to break through, nor do I have the intention to sever the second corpse. Seclusion would be of little use, I might as well improve my Go skills. Anyway, with little sister around, we siblings are sure to dominate easily. No need to rush. Time flies, 100 lifetimes pass, like floating dreams. In the era when many great cultivators and Deluo immortals who had no intention of joining the immortal court shut their doors and refrained from participating in the affairs of the primordial world. The development of the immortal court's power became increasingly terrifying. At its founding, the Immortal Court only had two quasi-saint great cultivators, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, along with several dozen Deluo immortals. Now within the Immortal Court, besides the two quasi-saint great cultivators Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, one original Deluo immortal had severed his corpse and broken through to become a quasi-saint. Additionally, two other quasi-saint great cultivators, after being personally invited by Dong Wanggong and promised enormous benefits, had also announced their joining of the Immortal Court. Suddenly, the Immortal Court had 5 great cultivators stationed within. Furthermore, adding the Deluo immortals who later joined, as well as some Tai Golden immortals who broke through to Deluo, the number of Deluo immortals in the Immortal Court had also increased tenfold. As for the lower-level Tai Golden immortals and Golden immortals, they were even more numerous. And as the territory ruled by the Immortal Court expanded, more and more races submitted to it. The Immortal Court of today could be described as strong in troops and abundant in resources. With its power swelling, Dong Wanggong's ambition also began to expand rapidly. Under the command of the Immortal Court, races without a Deluo ancestor faced only 2 paths: submission or annihilation. Even for races with Deluo ancestors, the room for negotiation was extremely limited. Faced with the overwhelming force of the Immortal Court's army, they had no choice but to bow their heads. For a time, warfare, slaughter, extinction of clans and races. These events continuously occurred across the primordial world. The might of the Immortal Court was irresistible. At the same time, the baleful aura of the Great Calamity also gradually thickened amid the Immortal Court's campaigns. Many enlightened cultivators clearly sensed the ominous baleful aura spreading between heaven and earth, and hurriedly shut their mountain gates, fearing they would be dragged into the Great Calamity. But how to put it? Without sufficient strength, even if you shut your mountain gate, you might not be able to evade it. Some Deluo immortals who had shut their gates were still found by the Immortal Court's envoys, who knocked on their closed doors and delivered invitations. Facing the extremely powerful Immortal Court, this invitation, whether you accepted it or not, you had to accept. At the shore of the Eastern Sea, in the Yunzi Taoist sanctuary, Baizhe looked at the Immortal Court invitation he had just received recently and fell into complete silence. In the end, he could only sigh, alas. The Great Calamity is like this, how can it go as I wish? I have evaded for several epochs, but in the end I cannot escape this Immortal Court. From the very beginning, Baizhe had no intention of joining the Immortal Court. Especially as the Immortal Court grew stronger, his instinct to seek blessings and avoid calamity made him increasingly sense the terrifying crisis hidden within the Immortal Court. Therefore, he had been declining and evading the Immortal Court's invitations in various ways. Moreover, after achieving the Deluo Dao Fruit 3 epochs ago, he used the excuse of stabilizing his Dao Fruit to delay for another period. Finally, he had exhausted all of the Immortal Court's patience. The envoy had now delivered a letter that was ostensibly an invitation, but in reality, an ultimatum. Baizhe knew he had no chance to refuse the Immortal Court again. The Immortal Court must not be entered. Baizhe's expression was extremely serious. But the Immortal Court is powerful, we must avoid its edge. The only plan now is to abandon this Taoist sanctuary that nurtured me and seek shelter from a great cultivator. And as for who can shelter me and is willing to do so, Baizhe looked directly up at the Sunstar. Only Senior Fuguang had that possibility. The primordial world was not lacking in beings who could shelter many cultivators. For example, the 3 Pure Ones, ancestor Mingyi, the allied Xinyuanzi, and Hongyan Fushi and Nuwa, and other famous great cultivators. These were all unafraid of the Immortal Court's might. But unfortunately, the 3 Pure Ones were aloof, indifferent to the condition of the primordial beings, and unconcerned with the affairs between the Immortal Court and the immortals. Ancestor Mingyi, who entered the Dao through slaughter, was a lone wolf and would not shelter what he saw as the Luo ants. On Fushi and Nuwa's side, there were many female Deluo cultivators. Xinyuanzi and Hongyan's side was also an option. However, whenever he thought of seeking refuge with a great cultivator, Baizhe's first thought was to visit the Sun Star and pay respects to Senior Fuguang. Senior Fuguang has a benevolent heart. Baizhe's expression was solemn as he pondered inwardly. If I go alone, he might not care. But if there are many of us, it should move Senior Fuguang to compassion. Just right. Since I have an invitation that cannot be refused, other Taoist friends must also have one. Why not invite them to go together to the Sun Star to visit Senior Fuguang and beg for his shelter? With this thought, Baizhe, having made his decision, no longer hesitated. After packing all his belongings in his sanctuary, he used the primordial divination to conceal his tracks and swiftly left the shore of the Eastern Sea. It was not an isolated case. While Baizhe was seeking a great cultivator across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses, many Deluo immortals and Tai Golden immortals packed up their entire belongings, left their sanctuaries, and headed toward the famed great cultivator sanctuaries. They sought the protection of these great cultivators, unwilling to join the Immortal Court. Until now, the cultivators who had not yet joined the Immortal Court were mostly those with some sense who could see clearly that with the Great Calamity approaching, the Immortal Court was the vortex of the calamity. Thus, how could they dare to join the Immortal Court? They could not even avoid it fast enough. Sunstar. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang, who was refining pills using the primordial fire mulberries along with some spiritual fruits and divine herbs, slightly twitched his brow. Another guest. After murmuring to himself, Fuguang raised his hand to perform a divination, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What are this bunch of fellows doing here? In his divination, Baizé was at this moment leading a group of Deluo cultivators, including Ji Ming, Ying, Zhao Shangyang, Guiche, and others heading toward the Sun Star. It was clearly a sign that they had a favor to ask. After a brief pause and thought, Fuguang put down the spiritual herbs he was about to throw into the alchemy furnace, deciding to host Baizé and his companions. For no other reason. Baizé was pleasing to Fuguang's eyes, and the group of Deluo cultivators who came with him were indeed all fated to be connected with Fuguang. If he were to follow the old path and establish the Yao tribe, this group of Deluo cultivators following Baizé would be the mainstays, even high-ranking members of the Yao tribe. Although Fuguang now had no intention of following the old path or establishing the Yao tribe, this group did indeed share a not too deep, yet not too shallow bond of fate with him. Otherwise, without Fuguang's guidance to bring them together, they would not have gradually come to know each other, become friends, and journey all the way to the Sun Star. Some guests will arrive soon. Go prepare some things to entertain them. Stepping out of the alchemy hall, Fuguang looked at Qiuju, who was taking turns keeping watch at the entrance. He ordered, "Just arrange it in the main hall." Hearing her master's command, Qiuju bowed and accepted the order. "Yes, sir." Quickly under Qiuju's direction, the 4 flower fairies swiftly arranged some items for entertaining guests in the main hall. Of course, the scale was naturally not as grand as before. Their master had said. This time it was to host guests, not honored guests. The level and status were different, so naturally the scale of hospitality differed as well. Meanwhile, under Baizé's leadership, Shangyang, Jiming, and about 7 or 8 others who had attained the Deluo Dao fruit in the last few kalpas were Deluo cultivators. In addition, by Fang Chongming, and about 16 or 17 others who were still at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal Realm, had the Sun Star in sight from afar. The closer they got to the Sun Star, the more nervous everyone became. Among the crowd, Shangyang, a stunning female immortal at the early Deluo stage, had visible tension on her beautiful face. "Daoist Baizé, are you certain that Senior will take us in? What if he doesn't take us in, and instead smites us all with a single slap?" Hearing Shangyang's question, the others present all turned somewhat fearful gazes toward Baizé. None of them had ever interacted with that renowned senior Fuguang. The only time they had seen his esteemed countenance was at the Immortal Court's banquet of immortals back then. At that time, except for Baizé, who barely had a slight connection with senior Fuguang, the others were not so fortunate. As the saying goes, a man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Under such a great name, no one knew what kind of existence senior Fuguang truly was. Facing the crowd's questioning eyes, Baizé, who also lacked much confidence, gritted his teeth. "There's no need to worry. Even if senior Fuguang has no intention of taking us in, he wouldn't go so far as to kill us all. On this point, I, Baizé, stake my head as guarantee." Hearing this, the crowd looked at Baizé's earnest demeanor and said no more. If senior Fuguang truly did not accept them, they still had time to find another great power to shelter them. Since they were already here, they might as well go to the Sun Star first and see before deciding anything. Soon the group of over 20 cultivators of varying strengths arrived outside the Sun Star. Gazing at the enormous Sun Star, Baizé straightened his clothes and sleeves, and with a serious expression was about to step forward to request an audience with Fuguang. Before he could speak, a path of sun, true fire extended from within the Sun Star. Then Qiuju, who had now reached the mid-golden immortal stage, appeared before Baizé and the others. After performing a polite but not obsequious bow, Qiuju spoke, "Greetings, honored guests. My master already knows of your arrival and has prepared some modest wine in the palace. Please follow me inside." As she spoke, Qiuju raised her hand to gesture and began walking along the sun true fire path into the interior of the Sun Star. Seeing this, Baizé, who had been momentarily stunned, directly beckoned the others behind him and followed Qiuju's steps. Although Qiuju did not introduce herself, in the current primordial world the 4 flower fairies still had a certain level of renown. Originally, many had thought the 4 flower fairies were in seclusion somewhere or had already joined the immortal court. Unexpectedly, the 4 flower fairies were serving under senior Fuguang. But this was also quite normal. After all, the 4 flower fairies had attained their transformation due to senior Fuguang, so it was only natural for them to serve him after taking form. Before long, Baizé and his group were led by Qiuju into the main hall of the Golden Crow Palace, and under the arrangement of the 4 flower fairies they took their seats. Everyone sat down, but no one dared to move. Curious eyes surveyed the resplendent Golden Crow Palace hall, and finally all gazes turned in unison toward the host's seat. At this moment, although the main seat was set with immortal wine, spiritual fruits, and pastries, no one was sitting there. What was the situation? Where was senior Fuguang? Was he not going to appear? Of course, everyone knew that their strength was low and unworthy of senior Fuguang's personal attention. But if senior Fuguang did not appear, they would feel somewhat awkward here. The crowd's puzzled looks turned to Baizé, who was seated closest to the host. Baizé, however, sat calmly and composedly in his seat. Facing the crowd's gaze, he merely shook his head slightly and said nothing more. With Baizé silent, the others naturally refrained from conversation, each sitting obediently and quietly in their seats. They were like a group of elementary school students waiting for their teacher. Not long after, a hum resonated, and amidst a golden immortal radiance, Fuguang appeared upon the main seat clad in casual attire fit for a man at leisure. At this sight, Baizé and the others who had been waiting here immediately straightened their expressions and rose to pay respects. However, as they attempted to move, a gentle yet irresistible force pressed down upon them, keeping them in place. Simultaneously, Fuguang's voice rang out. No need for formalities. Remain seated. In comparison to how he would treat Fu Shi and the others as equals, his attitude here was markedly different. In the presence of Baizé and the others, Fuguang's demeanor carried a distinctly superior air. This was only natural, for one's status determined the portion served. Though Baizé and the others shared some karmic connection with him, they were but a group of Daluo golden immortals, mere youths whose Daluo Dao fruits remained incomplete. For Fuguang, hosting them with fine wine and exquisite cuisine, and personally appearing in person, already exceeded proper courtesy. Anything more would overstep the bounds of propriety. It was not Fuguang who would overstep, but rather Baizé and the others who would become the transgressors. Among the ritual codes, the powerful may disregard such matters, but the weak cannot afford to neglect them. For the strong possess the privilege to act as they please. Returning to the matter at hand, Fuguang's demeanor did not unsettle Baizé and his companions below. Instead, they found it entirely fitting. All remained seated at their positions, then raised their fists in respectful greeting toward Fuguang above, announcing in clear voices, "We pay our respects to Senior Fuguang." Fuguang nodded, casually lifting a wine cup. Qiuji, the attendant nearby, respectfully filled it to the brim. Taking a sip, his golden eyes, calm, yet carrying an oppressive weight that made Baizé and the others feel the pressure, swept across them. "Speak. You have braved treacherous journeys from your respective cultivation sites to reach my sun star. What brings you here? State it plainly. I have no patience for beating around the bush or playing guessing games." Though Fuguang had not pursued the path of an emperor, his 9-9 supreme destiny bestowed upon him a natural aura of authority and majesty befitting one above all. Among those of similar cultivation and strength, this presence might not be so apparent. Yet in truth, every gesture and movement of Fuguang carried the weight of a superior to those below him. Now facing Fuguang's inquiry from above, even as he saw his own words as straightforward and unadorned, too weary to calculate or elaborate, simply asking them to state their purpose. Yet in Baizé and the others' eyes, Fuguang's true meaning was clear. "I already know what you seek and desire. Waste no time with circumlocution. Should you fail to comply, I will be displeased. And once I grow displeased, misfortune will befall you in full measure." The pressure intensified exponentially in an instant. None dared meet Fuguang's gaze directly, instead countless eyes turned toward Baizé, positioned closest to the upper seat, clearly entrusting him with the burden of explaining their purpose. It was only because Baizé possessed the restraint of a civilized man, and because these innate beings nurtured by heaven and earth maintained their composure, that he did not resort to cursing outright. Otherwise he certainly would have sworn profusely right there. "Damn it, just because you're afraid, does that mean I, Baizé, am immune to fear? You're under immense pressure, yet mine is somehow lesser. What fucking bastards." Why had he never noticed before how effortlessly they shifted blame onto others when times grew difficult? This was truly wretched. After a moment of silence, Baizé had no choice but to rise. There was no other way. After all, he was the one who had insisted they all come to the Sun Star to seek refuge under Senior Fuguang's protection. "Senior, allow us to explain," Baizé declared with earnest gravity, rising to bow deeply with clasped hands. "We have come to the Sun Star to seek asylum under the Golden Crow Palace, to serve beneath your banner in exchange for your protection, and to find a place to settle our lives." At these words, Fuguang's expression remained utterly impassive. He said nothing, merely holding his wine cup with casual indifference as he awaited what Baizé would say next. After a brief pause, Baizé continued, "The root of all this stems from the Heavenly Court's recent movements. Several primordial eons ago." Speaking without omission, Baizé recounted in full detail everything. The repeated invitations from the Heavenly Court, and finally the ultimatum they had received. All of it laid bare before Fuguang. Then with earnest sincerity etched across his face, Baizé implored, "We beg you, Senior, to take us in." At that moment, everyone else in the great hall also rose, bowing reverently to Fuguang. "We implore you, Senior, to show us mercy." Frankly speaking, being petitioned with such deference by Baizé and the others stirred something within Fuguang's heart, a surge of emotion and even a sense of grand ambition. He had nearly reached the point where he would have waved his hand and declared their acceptance. But just as that impulse surfaced, Fuguang extinguished it immediately, for taking people and meant establishing a faction. Given his destiny, once such a power took root, it would surge forth like an overwhelming flood, impossible to contain. Eventually, he would be forced down the path of supremacy and conquest. There was no doubt about it. Once the tide of history began to turn, it could not be stemmed by individual will alone. Much like Bai Zhe and the others, they sought peace, yet the relentless current swept up by the heavenly court left them no choice. They could only abandon their cultivation grounds and come to the Sun Star seeking refuge. And so, some things once touched upon shift and transform, eventually weaving themselves into an inescapable net. Only those possessing strength sufficient to tear through this vast web could escape it. Otherwise, their fate would be far from bright, especially since he was no small shrimp that could slip through the mesh, but a great fish. After a moment of contemplation, Fuguang raised his hand and pressed down gently. A force settled upon them, guiding them back to their seats. Amidst the anxious and puzzled gazes of Bai Zhe and the others, Fuguang, seated above, spoke in a measured tone. I am merely a free cultivator devoted solely to the pursuit of the Tao. You have chosen the wrong destination for shelter and protection. The Golden Crow Palace will not accept retainers or vassals. There is no need for you to expend your efforts seeking refuge with me. Fuguang made his position unmistakably clear. He would not take anyone in, nor would he easily protect anyone. As for the 4 flower immortals, they are but his 4 personal attendants. Come now, could a solar deity of his stature, ancestor of the literary Tao, a Honghuang golden immortal of such power, not have a few maidservants? Even the heavenly way itself would have no objection to such a thing. But Bai Zhe and the others were different. Once they welcomed a group of Daluo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals, the eyes of all beings in the primordial world would read that act with entirely different implications. Therefore, this group could not be taken in. The sun god was unwilling to grant them shelter. After hearing Fuguang's words, everyone, including Bai Zhe, had a faint dimness in their eyes. Although they had mentally prepared themselves for all situations before coming after being rejected by Senior Fuguang, they still felt some regret. Taking in everyone's reactions, Fuguang's heart remained undisturbed. If I take you into calamity, might very well claim me. So, better to let die companions than oneself. Compared to taking my life, it's more fitting to take yours. Did he really think Fuguang was a good-natured, honest man? If not for his fear of being passively dragged into this calamity that was largely designed to claim his life, he, Fuguang, would have long since slaughtered his way across the 4 corners. Why would he stay cooped up in the Sun Star, never even stepping out of his gate? After all, although Fuguang was somewhat of a homebody, he wasn't the type who never wanted to venture out at all. Not to mention, there were still many opportunities worth searching for across the vast primordial land. Unlike now, he could only possess a single starry sky. How impoverished! With a clap, he set down the wine glass in his hand. Fuguang paid no heed to the disappointed mood of the crowd and spoke. Although I will not shelter you, your fearless journey to the Sun Star shows that there is some affinity between you and me. In that case, I will not let you leave empty-handed. Hearing Fuguang's words, everyone in the Great Hall wore confused expressions, but soon they understood what he meant by not leaving empty-handed. Whoosh! Like a tidal wave, the aura of the Great Tao instantly filled the entire hall, and various visions of the Great Tao emerged within it. Tao flowers bloomed in clusters. Celestial music resounded continuously. Splendor abounded. At this moment, under Fuguang's exposition and guidance, the entire Golden Crow Palace transformed into an excellent place for enlightenment and cultivation. Of course, compared to the grand spectacle of the saints preaching at the Zixiao Palace, there was still a considerable gap. After all, Fuguang was merely a Honghuang golden immortal, not a Honghuang Great Luo golden immortal. But recreating a glimpse of the saints preaching was no problem. Seeing this, everyone in the hall calmed their minds and began to listen to Fuguang's discourse. Everyone gained extremely substantial rewards. Thus, 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When the 1,000-year term arrived, the Tao tones in the Golden Crow Palace vanished, and all the visions disappeared as well. Bai Zhe and the others in the hall woke up from their listening state, still feeling unsatisfied. Having awakened, they all bowed to Fuguang on the main seat to thank him. Thank you, Senior, for the grace of your sermon. Hearing this, Fuguang waved his hand, a hint of weariness on his face, and spoke. All right. You've had your wine, eaten your food, and heard the Tao. You can leave now. He paused slightly, then sighed, seeming somewhat reluctant. He spoke again. I will show you a clear path. Among the many great cultivators of the primordial land, there are few who can truly shelter you. The 3 on Qilin Mountain do not care, and that fellow Yuqing has an extreme aversion to those born from moisture and eggs. Qilin Mountain is not a good place. Mingyi Laozu entered the Tao through slaughter. He is not a good person to rely on. The 2 on Western Lingshan may welcome you, but Lingshan is easy to go to yet hard to leave. Kuan Pong of the North Sea is selfish and will not take you in. After unknowingly disparaging the great cultivators he had no connection with, Fuguang then recommended to Bai Zhe and the others. Now there are only 2 places before you. Fellow Taoist Fu Shi of Fengqi Mountain is an amiable person, for his sake fellow Taoist Nu Hua will not object to your seeking refuge. As for Wuzhuang Temple, fellow Taoist Hong Yun and fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi are both warm-hearted and possess solid strength. It is not a bad choice. That's all I have to say. You may all go. As his voice faded, Fuguang's figure silently vanished from the main seat, leaving only Bai Zhe and the others pondering his advice in the hall. After a long while, Baizé, having come to his senses, bid farewell with the others, and guided by the four flower immortals, left the Sun Star. Soon after leaving the Sun Star, Baizé looked at the crowd who had followed him all the way. He asked, Senior Fuguang has pointed out 2 destinations. I plan to go to Fengqi Mountain to seek refuge with Senior Fushi. What are your plans? Hearing Baizé's inquiry, after a moment of deliberation, someone stepped forward. Fellow Taoist, Baizé, I will go with you to Fengqi Mountain. I'll go too. Same here. Very quickly, everyone expressed their intention to follow Baizé to Fengqi Mountain. The reason was simple. Although Hong Yun Laozu and Zhun Yuanzi Daxian were powerful and unafraid of the immortal court's authority, their status was somewhat lacking. Among the 2 seniors at Fengqi Mountain, one was a direct disciple of a saint. This status clearly made Fengqi Mountain the more secure choice. Moreover, what was more important was that Baizé possessed a divine talent for attracting good fortune and avoiding disaster. Following him, one could not guarantee smooth sailing, but the chances of evading calamity were much greater. These fellows, without even asking the reason, Baizé knew that they chose Fengqi Mountain because they wanted him to lead again. They were treating him, Baizé, as a luck beast. Of course he was a bit displeased, but he didn't intend to refuse them. He felt he needed to take everyone with him to Fengqi Mountain. It was as if it was predestined that he and this group of people should stand in the same camp. Moreover, Baizé always felt that Senior Fuguang, though seemingly indifferent to their fate, still preached to them and pointed out 2 places where they could be safe. This suggested that he had some task for them to accomplish. At the same time, wasn't this another form of protection? Precisely because of this, Baizé, with his contemplative nature, always thought more deeply. Senior Fuguang. As he traveled toward Fengqi Mountain, Baizé silently affirmed his thoughts. There must be a deeper meaning. Baizé and his companions arrived at the Sun Star, then departed from it without causing any ripples, so much so that even the immortal court failed to notice. This situation was quite normal. After all, in the primordial wilderness, there were countless Deluo golden immortals and Tai-E golden immortals who were unwilling to join the immortal court, yet powerless to resist its might, thus seeking refuge elsewhere. Although Baizé's group was not small in number, they were negligible compared to the overall population. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang intercepted a portion of past information, observing the speed at which Dong Wanggong had been leading the immortal court to conquer the primordial land over the recent period. Upon seeing that the immortal court had already drawn close to Buzhou Mountain, a trace of delight flickered in his eyes. Soon. Before long, the immortal court will march to Buzhou Mountain, and there it will provoke the stubborn Wu clan like iron-headed fools into action. Once the immortal court engages the Wu clan, first drawing all their hatred, I will no longer need to worry so much. The Wu clan were all brutes. They cultivated no primordial spirit, calculated no heavenly secrets, revered no heavenly Tao, and respected no saints. Except for the great god Panga, the Wu clan could be said to fear nothing in heaven or earth. Once provoked, the Wu clan would fight to the death with their opponents. Why was the calamity under the original trajectory called the Wu Yao tribulation? Very simple. It was because the brothers Di Jun and Tai-E, after establishing the Yao clan, first provoked the Wu clan and clashed with them several times. Then the Yao clan was locked onto by the Wu clan. More importantly, after the war began, the Wu clan suddenly discovered that the flesh and blood of the Yao were truly delicious and greatly beneficial for tempering their own bodies. Then the situation changed. The Wu clan began treating the Yao directly as rations. One side sought conquest, the other regarded its opponents as food. It could be said, the Wu clan and the Yao clan were inherently hostile. Now Fuguang did not establish the Yao clan, but rather Dong Wanggong unified the myriad races of the primordial world and founded the immortal court. Then, did the Yao clan, which the Wu clan treated as rations, cease to exist? Not at all. After all, the Yao clan was merely a collective name, an overarching race founded by Di Jun and Tai-E after conquering numerous races of the primordial world to consolidate their destiny. The myriad races now unified under the immortal court were precisely those that had once been incorporated into the Yao clan under Di Jun and Tai-E. In other words, once the Wu clan emerged and discovered that the flesh and blood of the immortal court's army, composed of various races, was delicious and beneficial, the immortal court would likewise be treated as rations. The only change was merely from eating the Yao scum to eating the immortal court scum. And once the immortal court was thoroughly targeted by the Wu clan, then this calamity should be transformed from the Wu Yao tribulation in Fuguang's memory into the Wu immortal tribulation. The calamity was inevitable, an irreversible trend of the heavenly Tao. What the calamity was called was unimportant, because the main bodies of the calamity's 2 sides were essentially the same, just a different name, a different expression. This was a minor trend, something that could be changed, and Fuguang was waiting for this minor trend that could be altered. Do not underestimate the minor trend of changing a name. After changing the name, it meant that Fuguang had initially leaped out of the fate that should have bound him into the tribulation. In this calamity, those who would fight to the death with the Wu clan would be transformed from the original Fuguang into Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, the 2 masters of the immortal court. The immortal court would be locked in a death struggle with the Wu clan. Shi Wangmu wanted to stay out of it. Absolutely impossible. Since she had taken charge of the immortal court, or enjoying its destiny and resource support, she had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. Just managing the penal system of the immortal court, while enjoying all the benefits of being its master. How could that be so cheap? For now I will not go into seclusion. Originally Fusheng had planned to go into seclusion for cultivation, but now he was not in such a hurry. Cultivation could be done at any time. Even if he wanted to achieve enlightenment for Fusheng, it was as simple as eating or drinking. But this was a critical juncture in his life's transformation, a grand drama about to unfold. The opportunity to watch was only this once, not a bit more. Therefore Fusheng decided not to go into secluded cultivation for now, but instead to continue casually refining some pills and spiritual treasures, slowly waiting for the immortal court to headlong collide with the iron fist of the Wu clan brutes. He summoned the 4 flower immortals, instructing them to monitor the advance of the immortal court and report to him when it neared Buzhou Mountain. Then diving back into the pill refining chamber, he took out more spirit fruits and herbs for alchemy. Striking a stream of solar true fire, he leisurely began his grand alchemy endeavor. The green mountains remained as ever while the setting sun reddened time and again. Across the primordial land, the immortal court grew increasingly dominant. Every so often one or several races would submit, and one Deluo Golden Immortal or Tai E Golden Immortal after another would join the immortal court. Over these few epochs Dong Wanggong, revered as the imperial sovereign and master of the immortal court, found his mood improving day by day. First, the immortal court grew powerful, and its destiny became immensely vast. Bolstered by such immense destiny, his cultivation was smooth and prosperous, soaring all the way to the mid-stage quasi-sage realm, and he even severed his second corpse. Second, apart from the territories of the great power holders, basically all of the eastern continent had been gathered into his fold. Next, he only needed to gradually nibble away at the northern and southern continents to complete his hegemony. The western continent, since the previous calamity when it was nearly shattered, it had become a barren barbaric land. Except for the brothers Jie and Zhuan who would care for it. The immortal court, having grown in power, naturally became more aggressive in its conduct. When subjugating certain races, if there was any hesitation, the consequences ranged from severely crippling the race's foundation to outright annihilation. Finally, such a powerful immortal court army gradually approached Buzhou Mountain. At noon, under the blazing sun at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, boom! A vanguard army of the immortal court, led by a Tai E Golden Immortal wielding divine weapons clad in celestial armor numbering over 10,000, rode a cloud of auspicious colors, advancing steadily toward Buzhou Mountain. The primordial world was vast. How many races and opportunities it contained could hardly be recounted by anyone except the saints. Thus the existence of the immortal court's vanguard was essential. First, it could continuously scout for new powers and races. Second, it could rapidly gather resources from the primordial world to enrich the immortal court's foundation. In the past, the immortal court's vanguard had been invincible in its exploration of the primordial world. After all, with the current prestige of the immortal court, a few people, races, or powers dared to resist it, nor dared to contend for opportunities. But today, this vanguard of the immortal court, exploring Buzhou Mountain, was destined to encounter great misfortune. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the Tai Vanguard General of the immortal court methodically commanded his vanguard troops to begin exploring Buzhou Mountain. Skilled in movements, swift in actions. Clearly, both this Tai Immortal General and his vanguard were thoroughly familiar with such exploration missions. Just as everyone in the immortal court believed this exploration would be as smooth as before, with no danger arising. Thud, thud, thud. A heavy footstep suddenly sounded. From the depths of Buzhou Mountain's foot, a towering giant figure emerged from the mountain. That majestic and colossal divine body, the thick and terrifying surging blood energy, and the unmatched baleful aura wrapped around it, were immediately detected by the immortal court's vanguard. When the Tai Immortal General saw this giant figure, his face involuntarily showed shock. What an astonishing aura! It must be a Daluo cultivator. Shock aside, the Tai Immortal General was not afraid. A Daluo cultivator was nothing. Although not everywhere in the immortal court, it was certainly not rare. He flew straight up. With a serious expression, neither servile nor overbearing, the Tai Immortal General said, "The immortal court's vanguard is conducting business here. State your name." Hearing the Tai Immortal General's words, the approaching giant figure did not stop. A disdainful cold laugh echoed between heaven and earth. Immortal court. After the cold laugh, the giant had no intention of speaking further with ants. Boom. A huge palm struck directly across the void toward the Tai Immortal General and all his vanguard soldiers. In an instant, the primordial spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain surged and churned. The giant erupted with unmatched blood energy and baleful aura, forming a destructive spiral light that in the blink of an eye completely annihilated the Tai Immortal General and the entire vanguard force. After annihilating the immortal court's vanguard, the giant's figure slowly dissipated and a wild and proud female immortal appeared in the sky. She wore unknown beast skin clothing entirely different from the immortals and common folk of the primordial world, exuding a wild beauty. Her beautiful eyes glanced toward the direction of Ingzhou Purple Mansion. The proud female immortal was full of disdain. If my clan had not yet fully emerged, the petty immortal court would not have the audacity to run rampant in this world. Soon, this primordial world. No one except my clan can rule it. Without my clan's approval, no one can become a venerable. Even the approval of sages and the heavenly Tao is not enough. These words were spoken openly and grandly without any concern for whether the sages in the Chaos Zixiao Palace would hear or whether the heavenly Tao would react. After leaving these words, the proud female cultivator turned and walked back into Buzhou Mountain. As her voice faded, within the Chaos Zixiao Palace, the sage who had been merging with the Tao with closed eyes slightly opened his eyes. His almost emotionless gaze looked toward the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Then the sage silently glanced at the direction of the immortal court and the sun star, and then closed his eyes again. Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang sat cross-legged in the void within the alchemy hall, casually tossing various spiritual herbs into the furnace. Tap tap tap. A light footstep approached. Dongmei, one of the four-flower immortals, arrived beside Fuguang. After bowing, she said, "Master, the immortal court has advanced to Buzhou Mountain." A vanguard force was annihilated by a single move from an unknown powerful being near Buzhou Mountain. Swish. Fuguang's movements paused slightly, then his eyes lit up. Ignoring the pill still being refined, he directly dropped the herbs in his hand. Fuguang instructed Dongmei, "Prepare some things in the Fusheng courtyard. I will go to the Moon Star to invite fellow Taoist Shiha and Changshi to watch the show." Hearing this, Dongmei bowed and accepted. Yes. The next moment, a spatial fluctuation rippled and Fuguang's figure had already vanished from the sun star, teleporting toward the Moon Star at the other end of the starry sky. To watch a show, and a good show about a major turning point in his own life. Fuguang felt it would be a bit unsatisfying to watch alone. So he simply went to the Moon Star to invite Shiha and Changshi to watch the show. In the vast primordial world, if we were to ask who had the best and closest relationship with Fuguang, it would undoubtedly be the naturally matched sisters, Shiha and Changshi. Although the three had not yet declared themselves Tao companions, Fuguang had already decided that Shiha and Changshi were his best choice for Tao companions, and Shiha and Changshi also harbored intentions. However, Fuguang was waiting for Nuwa to attain enlightenment, after which the sage would host the heavenly marriage, so he did not speak. And the sisters Shiha and Changshi naturally did not have the thick skin to rush forward to be Fuguang's wives. Thus, they never clarified maintaining a special state of closeness without being together. For a Honghuang golden immortal, crossing the starry sky was not difficult. Although the sun star was at one end and the moon star at the other, with Fuguang's current strength, crossing the starry sky took only a moment. If well prepared, he could even arrive in an instant. Not long after, Fuguang's figure appeared outside the moon star. After glancing at the moon star, he announced in a clear voice, "Fuguang comes to visit. I request fellow Taoist Shiha and Changshi to appear and meet me." The voice was not loud, but it directly penetrated the interior of the moon star. At this moment, within the great thousand world nurtured inside the moon star, the moon goddess palace, Shiha was playing the zither while Changshi held a primordial divine sword and danced gracefully to the music. Suddenly, they heard Fuguang's voice. Both sisters stopped their actions simultaneously, their beautiful eyes filled with surprise and delight. Shiha stood up and said with a smile, "Why has this fool come to us today? Let's go see." Having met many times, their feelings had rapidly warmed. Anyone with eyes could see the relationship among the three, and they themselves were no exception. Fuguang had intentions, and the goddesses had feelings. But they did not know why Fuguang did not speak up to form a Tao companion bond with them. So, in private, Shiha always liked to call Fuguang a fool. He was not proactive at all. Changshi, who had also sheathed her sword, had no objection. Soon the two sisters came to the outside of the moon star and saw Fuguang standing in the starry sky. Before the two could greet him, Fuguang's eyes lit up and he approached the sisters. He directly issued an invitation. "Two fellow Taoists, follow me quickly." As he spoke, Fuguang raised his hand to manifest the great Tao of space, casually opening a spatial passage in the starry sky, and then invited Shiha and Changshi to enter. He appeared somewhat eager. Seeing Fuguang's anxious demeanor, he did not even bother to conceal his strength, directly opening a spatial passage leading straight to the Golden Crow Palace. Not to mention Shiha, but even Changshi, who was usually expressionless, showed a hint of astonishment on her face. In no time, Shiha regained her composure and asked, "What has happened?" Upon hearing this, Fuguang smiled and said, "I invite both of you esteemed fellow cultivators to witness a splendid performance with me. Let us go, to my Golden Crow Palace. The drama should begin before long." As he spoke, Fuguang raised his hand in invitation, extending his request once more to Shiha and Changshi. Though puzzled about what remarkable spectacle Fuguang wished to share with them, Shiha and Changshi, having nothing else to attend to, harbored no intention of declining his offer. The two accompanied Fuguang through the spatial passage. Before long, they had already arrived at the courtyard of the Golden Crow Palace. At that moment, Dongmei had already arranged an immortal table laden with pastries, spiritual fruit snacks, and even sunflower seeds and peanuts. These items, spiritual fruits, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and the like, all bore from the spiritual roots Fuguang had discovered. They held no particular value for his cultivation advancement. Their sole purpose lay in occasional indulgence, and adding a sense of ceremony to the viewing experience. Watching a drama, how could one do so without seeds and peanuts? As for carbonated beverages, Fuguang could certainly procure them, but what could compare to the invigorating burn of moon laurel brew or fire mulberry immortal wine? Once the three took their seats, she had glanced at the spread upon the immortal table, then turned her curious gaze toward Fuguang and asked, "Now surely you will tell us what magnificent spectacle awaits us." A faint smile graced his lips. Fuguang raised his hand and summoned the superior postnatal merit spiritual treasure, the calendar clock, and activated it directly. A resonant hum echoed. Within a wave of benevolent golden light, the scene not long prior, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where the defiant female cultivator had annihilated the celestial court's vanguard army, played out directly, and every word she had spoken was reproduced without omission. Witnessing this, Shiha's expression grew grave. This cultivator is quite brazen. Even Changshi, who was typically impassive, nodded in agreement with Shiha's assessment. This unexpectedly appearing defiant female cultivator was even more audacious than most male cultivators in the primordial world. No such presence had ever emerged among the female cultivators of their realm. Even the typically haughty Nuwa had never displayed such defiance. Slaughtering the celestial court's vanguard may bring momentary satisfaction, but disaster likely awaits her in return. Is this the splendid performance you invited us to witness? Despite her observations, Shiha regarded Fuguang with mounting curiosity. Fuguang shook his head with a smile. Far from it. The calendar clock can recreate past events that powerful beings have not deliberately concealed from heaven's design, while also directly projecting current happenings across the primordial world. I brought you here to witness what comes next. The scene before us is merely the opening act of the grand drama we are meant to observe. Shia's eyes flickered slightly as her thoughts began to race. The opening act. What manner of spectacle could possibly merit Fuguang's description as a grand drama? A culpa tribulation. Only tribulations of the culpa's magnitude could qualify as truly magnificent spectacles in Fuguang's estimation. And yet Fuguang called this merely the prologue. In other words, this matter would certainly not conclude with the death of this defiant cultivator. Moreover, the audacity to proclaim that her clan's recognition alone determined supremacy. Even if saints and the heavenly Tao endorsed another, they still could not rule the primordial world, demonstrated that both her power and her lineage possessed formidable backing. At the very least, she held no fear of the celestial court. This meant, this unexpectedly appearing arrogant female cultivator along with the race she spoke of would become formidable adversaries to the celestial court. The celestial court was one of the principal actors igniting the culpa tribulation. Any race capable of becoming its adversary would itself be another central figure in the tribulation. So that explained everything. Shiha gradually grasped the full picture. Then this is indeed a grand and compelling spectacle. With understanding dawning, Shiha's lips curled into a smile as she spoke. Realizing Shiha had comprehended the situation, Fuguang chuckled. I am pleased you understand, friend. Ha ha. Among the three present, the only one who had not yet caught on was Changshi. Yet her lack of comprehension stemmed not from any inability. Changshi simply preferred not to dwell on such matters. After taking her seat, she deftly gathered a handful of melon seeds and began cracking open peanuts with practiced ease. After the three exchanged a few words, Fuguang activated the calendar clock in his possession and directed its vision toward Yingzhou in the Eastern Sea, where the celestial court resided. However, given that numerous cultivators of profound ability maintained their establishments there, the calendar clock, as a superior postnatal spiritual treasure, even one endowed with merit, could not penetrate the secrets within the celestial court on Yingzhou. But Fuguang had no interest in observing the celestial court's internal affairs. He merely wished to witness the court dispatching its forces to eradicate the Wu clan, only to have their leader's skull shattered by the 12 ancestral Wus who had emerged from seclusion ahead of schedule. Crack, crack, crack. While leisurely watching the live feed from the calendar clock regarding activity near the celestial court in Yingzhou, Fuguang casually and skillfully cracked open melon seeds. At this moment, his demeanor radiated a sense of ease and anticipation that even Shiha and Changshi could readily perceive. Fuguang's relaxed state puzzled Shiha. With the culpa tribulation imminent and the tide of destiny pressing down upon all who could remain at ease. Yet Fuguang was unusually at ease. In fact, he was quite anticipatory. Anticipating what? What else could one look forward to at such a juncture? It must be the true opening of the tribulation itself. Fuguang was no wicked person. On the contrary, he was generous and kind, treating friends and fellow cultivators with genuine warmth. This quality could not be feigned. Someone of such nature could not possibly revel in the bloodshed of the powerful or the suffering of living beings. And yet he eagerly awaited the tribulation's opening act, yearning for its true arrival. Such circumstances indicated that Fuguang's long-concealed grand design, which he had been secretly plotting, would unfold alongside the tribulation's commencement. Only an endeavor tied to his own Taoist path and the grand enterprise he had planned could inspire someone of Fuguang's temperament to anticipate the tribulation's arrival. I see now. A faint smile graced Shiha's lips as she spoke instinctively. I understand. Fuguang's grand scheme was inextricably linked to the Culpa tribulation. With the tribulation on the verge of unfolding, the designs Fuguang had laid out were about to take shape. Shiha found herself curious. Just how exactly would he claim the singular position of supremacy between heaven and earth? Within the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang awaited the grand spectacle alongside her two confidants. Likewise, various other powerful cultivators' domains silently observed the direction of the Immortal Court. The annihilation of the Immortal Court's vanguard army by a suddenly appearing powerhouse could naturally not remain concealed from the many great beings silently monitoring the changes in the primordial world situation. Kunlun Mountain. The three pure ones gathered within the Jade Void Palace. Each had already advanced to the threshold of sainthood. As for how many of their incarnations they had severed, and precisely what level within the saint realm they occupied remained an unknown. At such a cultivation realm, no cultivator would foolishly reveal their true strength. There were no fools among the immortals of the primordial world. The first faction to openly defy the Immortal Court has appeared. Tong Tian felt a surge of emotion and spoke. Beside him, Yuan Shi, his expression calm, said the trial has begun. Chaos is about to fully erupt. Laozi, with an expressionless face, quietly uttered two words, culpa. All three brothers fell silent, a hint of tension stirring within their hearts. Not because, although this was not the first culpa the three brothers had witnessed, their position in the primordial world was now exceedingly noble, their fame resounding. It was entirely possible that this tribulation would draw them into its wake as well. The three brothers, still in harmony, exchanged a glance and simultaneously reached a decision: seal the mountain gates and withdraw from worldly affairs. With their thoughts aligned, swirling clouds and mist immediately enveloped Kunlun Mountain, layer upon layer, obscuring everything within and preventing anyone from entering. Mount Wanshou. Beneath the ginseng fruit tree at Wuzhuang Temple, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were engaged in a game of chess. Meanwhile, a luminous projection beside them displayed scenes from the Yingzhou Immortal Court. The opponent for the Immortal Court that fellow Taoist Fuguang spoke of has appeared. Hongyun said, his face grave. Upon hearing this, Xinyuanzi nodded solemnly. We only wonder what manner of existence this opponent of the Immortal Court truly is. A great battle is inevitable. In the past, the primordial world had numerous powerful races. Both Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had observed them, hoping to see whether those mighty races could prove to be the Immortal Court's match. But none were. After witnessing the Immortal Court's might, these races, let alone daring to fight, had done their best to secure favorable terms for themselves upon joining the Immortal Court. For a race displaying such behavior, even if an ancient Honghuang ancestor who had survived since primordial times existed among them, they could never become the central figure of a culpa tribulation. Without even the courage to fight a great battle, what basis could they have for becoming the protagonist of a culpa? Was this not absurd? It was not that no races rose in rebellion. Their strength, however, was insufficient. And the outcome was obvious: extinction. It was not that no races could oppose the Immortal Court. Take for instance the three primordial families who were now quite low profile, who knew how many ancient monsters still slumbered within the Dragon Tomb, Phoenix Cave and Qilin Cave from the primordial era. Admittedly, the three primordial families were not universally despised in the primordial world today, but no faction was willing to accept them. Perhaps keeping one or two as mounts was acceptable. Join? Impossible. If the three primordial families joined, it would mean the mountains of karmic retribution borne by their race would also be inherited. Who could withstand that? Not even the Immortal Court. Thus, although the Yingzhou Immortal Court campaigned across the four seas and conquered the eastern lands, it never once extended an invitation to the three primordial families. Had they been invited, although the three families might not have joined outright, they would surely have sent many promising youths to join on their behalf. Because the Immortal Court's immense accumulated fortune could suppress the tremendous karmic retribution burdening these youths, allowing them to reveal their talents and grow strong without hindrance. Until later, when their service to the Immortal Court ended, they would return to their respective families, nourishing the three families' fortune and reinforcing each clan's foundation. Unfortunately, the Immortal Court had no interest in the three primordial families. None of the many races of the primordial world, not even the three primordial families, were suitable. As a result, the Immortal Court had grown strong and prosperous to date, without any vanguard army ever being directly annihilated. Therefore, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had already determined. The Immortal Court's true opponent had appeared. What remained to be done was to observe the Immortal Court's response, while also understanding what manner of existence this opponent was. The Northern Sea. Peng Kuan also watched coldly. He harbored no desire to join the Immortal Court, nor any intention to oppose it. He simply wished to cultivate in peace within his own Northern Sea. It was not an isolated case. Ancestor Mingi of the Boundless Blood Sea shared the same mindset as Peng Kuan. The Western Spiritual Mountain. Jane and Juni noticed, yet showed no particular reaction, continuing their daily routines. teaching Western beings to cultivate and repairing the dilapidated lands of the West. At this moment, the location closest to the vortex's center was without question the Fengqi Mountain Sanctuary near Mount Buzhou. Admittedly, to call it closest, in truth, even if a world-shattering battle erupted at the foot of Mount Buzhou, as long as it was not on the scale of the sky pillar Mount Buzhou collapsing, Fengqi Mountain would not be affected. Within the pavilion, Fushi and Baze were engaged in a game of chess. Although Baze was merely a minor Daiyuo cultivator, at present both practiced the primordial enumerology arts, albeit with different specializations, making them kindred spirits from their first meeting. Thus, despite the vast disparity in their cultivation realms, Fushi still gladly addressed Baze as a young friend, often playing chess with him and occasionally offering guidance on his cultivation. Such treatment was something other cultivators who came to Fengqi Mountain seeking refuge could never expect. As for Nuwa, after the number of cultivators flocking to Fengqi Mountain increased, her naturally cold and proud disposition found itself ill-suited to the situation. So she simply chose to enter seclusion. After all, although she was proud and aloof, she was hardly heartless. Moreover, these cultivators, both female and male immortals, had come because of her. Most male immortals had been taken in by her elder brother. It was naturally difficult for her to drive them away. Choosing to ignore what she could not bear to see, Nuwa entered seclusion, waiting only for the time of the third sermon at Zixiao Palace before emerging to journey into the chaos. As he placed a stone, Fushi smiled. Young friend Baze, how many forces do you believe the immortal court will dispatch to deal with that female immortal who acted in the race behind her? Upon hearing this, Baze pondered for a moment before speaking. Several Daiyuo cultivators. Hearing Baze's judgment, Fushi offered a mysterious smile. He then placed his stone. No, it would be one great Daotong master and multiple Daiyuo cultivators. Oh, Fushi's words caused Baze to raise an eyebrow. He spoke. With the immortal court's current might easily subduing a rebellious faction, why must it go to such great lengths? Hearing Baze's retort, Fushi smiled without speaking, offering no clear explanation. Seeing this, Baze, already sharp-witted, fell into a brief contemplation, his mind beginning to ponder. And soon, Baze understood why. It was not hard to comprehend. The immortal court, established and developed to this day, had stirred vast upheavals across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, causing malevolent energy to surge between heaven and earth, and the tide of the calamity had fully formed. Those with clear eyes could see this. Unless the immortal court's sovereign was a fool, he would know that he and the vast immortal court had already entered the calamity. And now those who dared oppose him were without exception his calamity opponents. As long as the immortal court's sovereign had any self-awareness, he could not afford to underestimate his adversaries. The conflict had already erupted. For the sake of the immortal court's prestige, to understand the enemy, or for his own great Tao, he must fight the first battle. And this first battle, though not a full commitment, would never be casually delegated to mere Daiyuo cultivators. Thus, dispatching troops led by a great divine ability accompanied by Daiyuo cultivators for reconnaissance was a reasonable and wise approach. This junior understands. Baize's face showed a knowing smile, and after speaking he looked up at Fushi. Fushi too was full of smiles. The 2 sly old masters of the primordial world, specializing in innate divination. At this moment, hearts connected in perfect understanding. The focal point of all gazes, Yingzhou Immortal Court. At this moment, the true high-ranking officials and decision-makers of the Immortal Court, 5 great divine abilities, gathered together. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wang Mu sat side by side on the main seats. Below, a female quasi-sage immortal sat on one side, while 2 male quasi-sage immortals sat on the other. Seated on the main seat, Dong Wanggong, the true authority of the Immortal Court, overseeing all affairs except punishment, wore a very stern expression. He said gravely, "Everyone is aware of what happened at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. You all must understand what this signifies." At these words, the 5 great divine abilities present all wore slightly grave expressions. As great divine abilities, they were fully aware of what the first total annihilation of the Immortal Court's vanguard at the foot of Buzhou Mountain meant. More importantly, the arrogant female immortal's audacious words, disrespecting the heavenly Tao and the saints, yet did not provoke divine punishment or saintly censure. This alone was an extraordinary signal. If you are a creature of the primordial world, whether a chaos demon god, an innate sacred, or a mortal ant, the heavenly Tao is not to be casually discussed, nor the saints lightly mentioned. This is an iron law that all beings must obey. But after the female immortal spoke those words, neither the heavenly Tao nor the saints reacted, which was enough to show that she and her race behind her truly feared nothing. Dong Wanggong's expression also turned serious. The Immortal Court's adversary has appeared. Next, it is time to let those watching the Immortal Court witness its true power. Regardless of the female immortal's identity or abilities, the Immortal Court is where our great Tao lies, and it must not be compromised. Which fellow Taoist is willing to lead an army to scout them? Just as Fushi and Baize had anticipated, Dong Wanggong intended to dispatch a great divine ability to Buzhou Mountain for reconnaissance. But who would go was a question. Dong Wanggong and Shi Wang Mu, the 2 lords of the Immortal Court, could not act at this time. Thus only the remaining 3 great divine abilities were available. All 3 fell into brief contemplation. All information about the enemy was unknown, but the arrogant female immortal's words alone were enough to make them take the matter seriously. The unknown. That meant danger. The benefits of acting were not insignificant, but the risks were also immense. Thus careful consideration was necessary. Before long, the female quasi-sage immortal among the 3 great divine abilities raised her head and rose from her seat. She bowed to Honghuang Mu and Honghuang Gong. She announced, "Lady Sovereign, this time let me take action." Upon hearing this, Honghuang Mu's gaze was calm, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. Without speaking, she simply looked at Honghuang Gong beside her. "Fellow Taoist, you decide on matters concerning the immortal court's external affairs." Honghuang Gong, who had been somewhat surprised that this female quasi-sage immortal loyal to Honghuang Mu would volunteer, nodded lightly after hearing Honghuang Mu's reminder. He said, "In that case, let it be you fellow Taoists to test them. But do not overexert yourself. If you encounter an unbeatable force, you may retreat." This battle was not a true decisive fight, but to display the immortal court's strength and test the enemy. Thus, if anything went wrong, retreat immediately. After all, this was a competitor to the colossus of the immortal court. With everything unknown, no sloppiness was allowed and caution was essential. "As you command." The female quasi-sage immortal accepted the order with a solemn face. Then, with her immortal robes trailing, she turned and left. Watching her depart, Honghuang Gong looked up at the void beyond Yingzhou immortal court. He sneered coldly, "You want to watch? Then watch closely." At this moment the gaze of all forces in the world converged on Yingzhou immortal court, a fact known to all. But Honghuang Gong did not care. The calamity was about to begin. Crisis was imminent, and though the dangers were unpredictable, there were also immense opportunities. Crisis. With danger naturally comes opportunity. This was the first crisis the immortal court faced, and likewise the moment for it to truly display its power. Honghuang Gong knew many were watching from the sidelines, hoping to see his tower collapse, to laugh at his misfortune, and to enjoy the immortal court's downfall. He did not care. If you want to watch, then open your eyes wide and see clearly. Regarding Honghuang Gong's words, Honghuang Mu and the other 2 quasi-sage immortals of the immortal court said nothing more. Though there was a hierarchy in status within the immortal court, their strength prevented them from groveling before Honghuang Gong. If they wanted them to act, it required negotiation. Sufficient strength brought confidence and status. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums suddenly echoed from within the immortal court. Then, the grand array covering Yingzhou immortal court opened, and one troop after another of the immortal court's army filed out from within. Raising magnificent auspicious clouds that stretched for billions of li, banners formed a sea blotting out the sky and sun in a terrifying display. Heavenly immortals and mysterious immortals served as soldiers. Golden immortals as commanders. Tai, immortal generals. Daluo, immortal lords. One by one mighty beings marched out of the immortal court in an orderly fashion, deploying in the heavens, forming a vast and terrifying aura that stirred the winds and clouds of the world. Once the celestial army was fully assembled, a divine bird cried out. A massive chariot pulled by 9 Tai golden immortal level wand birds grandly emerged from Yingzhou immortal court. Upon the chariot sat the quasi-saint female immortal, her form shrouded in divine light, and the lingering Tao resonance of the great path blurry and indistinct. The moment she appeared, a thunderous boom. Her terrifying quasi-saint pressure directly stirred the celestial energies, merging with the formidable aura brewing within the immortal army, forming an overwhelming and majestic force. Truly dreadful and extreme. March 4th. With divine light gleaming in her eyes, the quasi-saint female immortal sternly issued the command. As the command was given, in the next instant a thunderous roar echoed. The grand celestial army, under the leadership of this quasi-saint female immortal, 20 great Luo immortal lords, numerous Tai immortal swords, and golden immortal commanders, formed a battle formation, transforming into a single expanse of immortal radiance, heading directly toward Mount Buzhou. With the movement of the celestial army, the attention of various parties observing Yingzhou immortal court also shifted toward Mount Buzhou. On the Sun Star within the Golden Crow Palace, while munching on melon seeds and watching the live broadcast, occasionally sipping a cup of wine, Fuguang leisurely observed the movements of the celestial army, seemingly unconcerned about the upcoming great battle. However, He and Chang Shi, upon seeing the configuration of the celestial army, wore expressions of profound emotion. They turned around. Shi's gaze fell upon the relaxed Fuguang, one great divine master over 20 great Luo cultivators. The immortal court's move is no small feat. What do you think will be the outcome of the celestial army's expedition? Outcome? They're all doomed. Upon hearing Shi's question, Fuguang muttered to himself. But he could not say that directly. So he put it more mildly. Apart from this quasi-saint Taoist friend who might have a slim chance of survival, the rest, they will all die. Swiftly 2 startled gazes fell upon Fuguang. Hearing Fuguang say that except for the quasi-saint female immortal, the entire celestial army would be annihilated again, even the expressionless Chang, she was startled and surprised. After all, this was an army led by a quasi-saint 20 great Luo cultivators, an undeniably powerful force that no one in the primordial world could ignore. Could Fuguang really believe that only the quasi-saint female immortal would survive? Was he joking? He and Chang, she were both skeptical. Yet seeing Fuguang's unchanged expression and demeanor, knowing he never spoke, without basis, he realized he was telling the truth. But what she had not anticipated was that the other protagonist of this calamity could be so terrifying. After the initial shock Chang, she returned to her emotionless state. However, she began to watch the timetable live broadcast with earnest attention. Time passed bit by bit. Soon the celestial army arrived grandly at the foot of Mount Buzhou. No sooner had they arrived, and before they could form their formation, the figure of that arrogant female immortal appeared in the sky, her gaze contemptuous, calmly blocking the path of the celestial army. She exuded an aura of, one man can hold the pass against 10,000. Within the celestial army, the quasi-saint female immortal's expression was extremely grave, for she realized that she could not see through the other's cultivation level. She could only sense the terrifying, world-destroying vitality within her opponent and the innate, terrifying great Tao laws imprinted in her flesh. A powerhouse. Moreover, one who practiced a completely different system from the immortal path cultivated by the sentient beings of the primordial world. She could not determine the opponent's realm, but she could clearly feel the intense crisis and threat emanating from her. In other words, even if the opponent did not cultivate the immortal path, her strength was still extraordinary. Collecting her thoughts in an instant, the quasi-saint female immortal's phoenix chariot pressed forward, facing the arrogant female immortal directly. You who block the way, state your name. You killed 1000 of our vanguard. Make amends. Neither servile nor overbearing, the quasi-saint female immortal had no intention to argue with words. A war was inevitable. Her words were merely to establish a righteous cause and learn the opponent's identity. Upon hearing this, the wild-style, arrogant female immortal smirked coldly. Amends? You think you're worthy to ask for amends from this ancestral witch? I never need to give amends to anyone. As the words fell, a thunderous boom erupted. The female ancestral witch burst forth with terrifying vitality, stepping forward, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth splitting, directly charging at the quasi-saint female immortal. Seeing this, the already alert quasi-saint female immortal raised her hand and offered a primordial spirit sword, conjuring a devastating sword light that met the charging female ancestral witch. Any other cultivator, even a great divine master, would have to evade the edge of this sword light. The quasi-saint female immortal thought so too. After all, who would be foolish enough to use their physical body to directly take a primordial spirit treasure? Wouldn't that be pure idiocy? Even if this self-proclaimed ancestral, which practiced a system completely different from the common masses. At the very least, she must have heard of the power of primordial spirit treasures. She would never dare to clash head-on. This misconception arose because the quasi-saint female immortal, and indeed most cultivators of the primordial world, had no basic understanding of the ancestral witches or the Wu clan. But that did not matter. Soon all the great powers of the primordial world would witness the might of the Wu clan, especially the 12 ancestral witches. Facing the incoming sword light and the terrifying primordial spirit sword, the female ancestral witch's expression did not change, nor did she evade. Instead, she advanced fearlessly. Just as the sword light was about to strike, she casually slapped it aside. To everyone's astonishment, the sword light, carrying a destructive aura, shattered under the ancestral witch's slap, failing to harm her physical body in the slightest, let alone causing any substantial damage. The sky trembled slightly as the divine ability was broken, unleashing a shockwave of law impact. Before the shockwave could spread, the female ancestral witch backhanded a vicious slap onto the blade of the primordial spirit sword. A sharp clang of metal rang out as the sword's spiritual light dimmed, and with a mournful hum it flew back toward the quasi-saint female immortal. This scene caught all the great divine masters watching the battle off guard. They stared in shock at the female ancestral witch, who had defused a great divine master's attack with just 2 slaps. A single thought arose in their minds. How powerful! Such formidable strength! This judgment carried 2 implications: a powerful system of physical cultivation and a mighty primordial witch. At this moment, all the great powers in the primordial world were turning their attention to the unparalleled physical prowess of the female primordial witch. At the same time, they couldn't help but ponder this battle of the immortal court might indeed be difficult. The fight at Mount Buzhou was far from over. After a single probing move, the quasi-sage female immortal recognized that the female primordial witch before her was even more powerful than herself, who in a one-on-one duel she would likely face defeat. Yet what was this place? A battlefield. What had she come for today? To display her might. And also to probe just how much weight the race behind the female primordial witch truly carried. She had not come for a contest of magic in a one-on-one duel. So the quasi-sage female immortal grasped the flying, innate spiritual sword, raised her hand, and commanded, form the formation. The vast army of the immortal court was no mere decoration. Countless soldiers at the mystic immortal and heavenly immortal levels, golden immortal commanders, Tai immortal generals, and 20 great Luo immortal lords combined with the celestial formation derived and developed by Dongwangong. United, the unleashed power was no small matter. Moreover, the one commanding the formation was a genuine quasi-sage great power. Once the celestial formation took shape, the empowerment it granted made it no empty boast to defeat a female primordial witch. Seeing the movements of the immortal court army, the female primordial witch laughed without fear, bullying the few with the many. Humph. So this is the so-called orthodox way of heaven, the Ingzhou immortal court. Nothing more than this. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. The quasi-sage female immortal replied icily, mere clever words. Hearing this, the female primordial witch surged with overwhelming blood vitality and rolling baleful energy, a mere formation. I Xianming hold you in no regard. With a thunderous roar, blood vitality intertwined with baleful energy rose, dyeing the sky crimson. Then a colossal figure with a human face and a bird's body wearing green snakes on its ears and stepping on two-headed dragons emerged directly from the bloodlight. At the same time, the two great Dao laws of water and ice that Xianming naturally mastered surged forth like a tidal wave covering the heavens and the earth. Instantly, a torrential rain that could dissolve flesh fell between heaven and earth, accompanied by a terrifying cold that could freeze the primordial spirit. The interweaving of these two Dao laws transformed the entire realm completely. The only ones unaffected were the immortal court army, which had already completed the formation. Empowered by the formation, the quasi-sage female immortal wielded her sword, while activating a top-grade, innate defensive spiritual treasure, and one by one, she brought forth innate and acquired spiritual treasures that served both offense and defense. Gazing upon Xianming, who had manifested the true form of a primordial, which she wasted no words and charged straight into battle. A thunderous clash. The two powerhouses engaged in a fierce fight at the foot of Mount Buzhou. The quasi-sage female immortal drove her various spiritual treasures, unleashing myriad beams of destruction. With every gesture, she manifested her own Dao and unleashed numerous killing moves. It was truly a dazzling spectacle. Endless means of slaughter left the onlookers breathless. In contrast to the quasi-sage female immortal's myriad techniques, Xianming, in her true form as a primordial, which acted much more simply. Spiritual treasure attacks. She neutralized them all with a single punch or kick. Dao-evolved killing methods. She broke through them directly with her blood vitality and baleful energy, combined with the power of the Dao she inherently possessed. She was the epitome of overwhelming force, defeating all techniques. For a time, they were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. This scene did not surprise the many great powers of the primordial world. At the level of quasi-sage, unless the gap in strength between the two sides was truly a chasm. A contest or battle lasting thousands or even tens of thousands of years before a victor emerged was perfectly normal. In the opinion of the great powers of the primordial world, this battle would take at least 1,000 years to decide. Within the Golden Crow Palace, watching the live broadcast of this battle through the timeline, Shi frowned. The two sides are evenly matched. It seems it will be 1,000 years before a result is clear. Didn't you say earlier that the immortal court army would be completely annihilated this time, with only one person having a slim chance of survival? Now, has your opinion changed? Shaking his head, Fu Guang tossed a peanut into his mouth and said casually, no change. Of course there was no change. This was only the beginning. Everyone probably thought that Xianming's race had only one such powerful being, her alone. But in reality, there were 12 primordial witches in total. Even if there were differences in strength among them, the gap would not be so significant. In other words, the 12 primordial witches now likely possessed strength comparable to Xianming, 12 quasi-sage level body cultivator quasi-sages. This force didn't even need to be fully revealed. If just one more primordial which appeared, the immortal court army would be defeated. If two came, the army would be wiped out. If all of them came out, including the quasi-sage female immortal of the immortal court, none would survive. It seems you have calculated quite a lot. Shi gave Fu Guang a deep, meaningful glance. She knew that Fu Guang also cultivated the way of the innate changes, though she had no idea to what level. Now it appeared that his way of the innate changes was indeed remarkable. He had probably calculated many ineffable heavenly secrets. Hearing this, Fu Guang smiled calmly, but did not respond to Shi's remark. He couldn't exactly tell her that he knew there were 12 primordial witches, could he? So for matters that couldn't be explained, a mysterious smile would suffice. Others would fill in the blanks themselves. At this moment, Shi's curiosity had been piqued by Fu Guang. Her gaze rested on Xianming's true form as a primordial, which amid the battle, and she wondered what kind of race she belonged to. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the fierce battle between Xianming and the immortal court army continued. Most of the great powers watching remained patient, as the battle had only just begun. But there were those who could not contain themselves. For instance, at the entrance of the Pangu Temple stood 11 figures in barbaric attire, itching to join the fight. A muscular man with fiery red hair spoke with intense impatience. This is unbearable. The immortal court came to fight us, Wu, so why should Xianming have all the fun alone? If I went up, I'd burn them all to ashes, and it would be over much faster. Hearing the red-haired man's words, another muscular man with blue hair let out a cold laugh. he said disdainfully. Tsk. With your puny little sparks, Zhu Rong, who could you possibly burn? With a flash, Zhu Rong, whose eyes blazed with fire, fixed his gaze on the blue-haired muscular man, his longtime rival Gong Gong. Meeting Zhu Rong's fiery glare, Gong Gong gave no quarter. What are you looking at? With a crack, he clenched his fist, and a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from his body. Zhu Rong stepped forward. What are you looking at? Flames of fury blazed in his eyes. Gong Gong was not a witch who liked idle chatter. Faced with Zhu Rong's provocation, which he found displeasing, he could not endure it at all. With a thunderous boom, he stepped forward, his muscles bulging wildly, and a fist the size of a sandbag slammed directly into Zhu Rong's flat face, causing his features to twist and his teeth to grit. At the same time, his body shot toward the grand formation of the Celestial Court army, like a crimson immortal light. Zhu Rong was sent flying by the punch, but Gong Gong, still not satisfied, gave chase directly. With a boom as he gave chase, a monstrous surge of blood energy erupted, and the power of the water Tao surged and billowed directly, forming an ocean between heaven and earth. The power of the Tao raised rolling waves sweeping across the sky and surged toward the Celestial Court army, and Zhu Rong, who had already landed over there. I'll drown you, Gong Gong roared as he urged his own Tao to launch the slaughter. With a crash, Zhu Rong, who had collided with the grand formation formed by the Celestial Court army, using his physical body, actually caused the immortal formation to ripple violently. Whoa! Seeing that his collision had not shattered this so-called grand formation, Zhu Rong, still bearing a fist mark on his face, became intrigued. However, before he could make a move to break the formation, the terrifying ocean of the Tao surged from behind, instantly infuriating him. Indeed, he was burning with rage. Zhu Rong's body ignited with terrifying true fire, and his red hair blazed up like flames. The already terrifying heavens and earth, made so by Xuanming, Gong Gong, and the Celestial Court's female quasi-sage, each unleashing their own Tao, were now further imbued with a dreadful conflagration of destructive true fire, blazing and consuming everything. I'll kill you. Urging his fierce blood energy and weaving it with true fire, Zhu Rong fearlessly met Gong Gong's attack with a punch. At the same time, he condensed a massive hand of true fire and slammed a heavy palm strike directly onto the immortal formation. Dong! A dull collision sound rang out, and a visible shockwave swept across millions of miles of mountains and rivers, directly causing a terrifying scene of destruction upon the earth. Crack! The barrier that enveloped the immortal formation protecting the arrayed personnel suddenly showed distinct cracks. This sight made everyone in the Celestial Court army within the formation turn deathly pale. How terrifying! The protection of the immortal formation could not withstand even a few attacks from this suddenly appearing powerhouse. Before the Celestial Court army could recover with a boom, the ocean of the Tao raised by Gong Gong instantly submerged the area where the Celestial Court army was located. Crack! The cracks on the protective barrier of the immortal formation instantly expanded. Then bang! The entire Celestial Court grand formation, under the successive attacks of the two primordial witches, was torn apart like a piece of thin paper effortlessly. With a boom, the formation was forcibly breached, and the terrifying explosion of magical power and the backlash force instantly fell upon all the Celestial Court army. The dark watery ocean raised by Gong Gong engulfed them, and the light of the spiritual treasures in the hands of many commanders and immortal soldiers quickly dimmed, eventually shattering and dissolving. Then their physical bodies and primordial spirits were also dissolved in the blink of an eye. In an instant, this formidable Celestial Court army was nearly annihilated. Only a few golden immortal commanders with innate spiritual treasures, immortal generals who had condensed their own Tao laws and possessed better treasures, and the 20 great Luo immortal lords still survived. However, at the moment they escaped, enduring the erosion and dissolution power of the dark watery ocean, true fire descended from the heavens. Standing in the sky, condensing terrifying true fire, Zhu Rong, who resembled a sun god, loudly mocked the recently attacking Gong Gong. Ha! Waste, Gong Gong, what can those little droplets of yours drown? You still need to see this primordial witch's true fire. As he spoke, with a boom, Zhu Rong directly unleashed a surge of true fire enveloping the Celestial Court survivors who had just escaped death, and continuously refined everything within with his fierce blood energy and the Tao of fire. In just a moment, within the true fire, only a few innate spiritual treasures weakened to the extreme and resembling ordinary mortal tools remained. After refining the Celestial Court's 20 great Luo immortal lords, several Tai immortal generals, and a few golden immortal commanders, Zhu Rong's actions did not stop. He lifted his gaze and looked at Gong Gong on the other side. Although they had cooperated in a performance to have a fight, and he had successfully joined the battle, he, the dignified primordial witch of fire, had been punched by that little waste Gong Gong. A primordial witch must avenge this insult. At the same time, Gong Gong's gaze also turned to Zhu Rong. He had just been called a waste by that trash Zhu Rong, and he couldn't bear this grievance. The next instant, bang! The two primordial witches whose faces had completely slaughtered the Celestial Court army did not go to help Xuanming, who was still battling the female quasi-sage of the Celestial Court high above, but instead began to fight each other. Blow after blow landed on flesh. Every move was merciless. For a moment, Honghuang and Zhurong adopted a life-and-death combat stance, and the might displayed in each punch and kick was truly terrifying. It was no less than that of quasi-sage great ability users, even slightly stronger than ordinary quasi-sage great ability users. High above the heavens, without the support of the immortal formation that unified the power of the immortals, the aura of the celestial court's female quasi-sage dropped a level, and the battle situation, which had been evenly matched with Xuanming, instantly fell into disadvantage. This battle is already lost. A flicker of thought passed through the eyes of the celestial court's female quasi-sage. She faced Xuanming's relentless storm-like attacks while continuously retreating. She intended to draw the battle away from this area. The two primordial witches who had suddenly emerged below were too terrifying. Both of them had only struck casually, yet they had annihilated this celestial court army, without even giving her time to rescue them. If it weren't for the fact that those two primordial witches had problems with their brains and started fighting among themselves instead of turning to besiege her, she would likely be severely injured by now. Trying to escape. The thoughts of the celestial court's female quasi-sage were not hidden, and Xuanming manifesting her primordial, which true form easily discerned them. With a boom, the radiant light of the Tao flowed, and Xuanming's offensive power surged once more. She sneered, "Fall before this primordial witch." Two mighty Tao forces, vast and sweeping, carried the momentum of heaven and earth, and the punch of the primordial, which true form pressed directly and majestically toward the celestial court's female quasi-sage. That unparalleled power churned the high heavens violently. All the divine fire gale winds and everything else that had permeated the sky and posed a threat, even to Tai golden immortals, were utterly annihilated beneath the fist. This punch could be said to shake the heavens and earth. Punching every ancestral which was exceptionally skilled in it. Qianming, as one of the only two female incarnations among the 12 ancestral witches, was particularly refined in the art of boxing. Facing that overwhelming punch that shook the 9 heavens, the female quasi-saint of the Qian court abruptly changed her expression. Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her hand and cast a series of defensive Tao techniques, and even hurled an exquisite acquired defensive spiritual treasure. With a thunderous roar, the punch of the ancestral witch's true form shattered all of the female quasi-saint's defenses, like withered weeds finally clashing head-on against that acquired spiritual treasure. This collision directly dimmed the radiance of the defensive treasure, and fine cracks spread across its surface. Then, with a deafening explosion, the treasure burst apart. The arm of Qianming's ancestral witch true form was torn open, flesh and bone exposed, blood splattering, as even her figure was forced back a million li by the blast of the top-grade treasure. Since the battle began, this was the first serious injury suffered by the formidable ancestral witch Qianming. Qianming was wounded. As the owner of the treasure, the female quasi-saint of the Qian court was equally afflicted. The explosion of the spiritual treasure damaged her mind, and a mouthful of golden immortal blood, fragrant and pure, scattered across the sky. With a glance at the staggered Qianming, the female quasi-saint of the Qian court did not hesitate. Her immortal light shimmered, and she vanished without a trace, fleeing far away. She turned and left as if resolved. She never looked back at Qianming again. Of course she wouldn't. Because she had no idea when the two feuding ancestral witches below might join forces to attack her. Facing 3 ancestral witches stronger than herself, the female quasi-saint of the Qian court had no doubt. One more glance, and she would explode. Qianming did not pursue the female quasi-saint, only letting out a cold laugh. Then she manifested her innate Tao body, returning to the primitive-looking female immortal form she had at the start. She sneered, running quite fast. As she spoke, Qianming shook her arm. The burst skin shreds of flesh and blood reversed, as if time flowed backward, restoring everything in an instant. After finishing, the unruly Qianming radiated surging blood energy like tidal waves. Her beautiful eyes swept across the heavens. "I, this ancestral witch, know that many of you are watching. So I declare one thing. From this day forward, Buzhou Mountain is forbidden to all outsiders. Trespassers will die. If you doubt my words, feel free to try." After uttering that domineering proclamation, Qianming withdrew her gaze and turned into a streak of light, descending directly toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As for Zhurong and Honghuang, they were still passionately brawling. The scale and impact of their clash were far greater than the destruction caused by the previous exchanges between Qianming and the female quasi-saint. Having already landed at the foot of Buzhou Mountain and vanished from sight, Qianming's voice echoed again, "If you want to fight, go roll in the chaos." Hearing Qianming's voice, Zhurong and Honghuang, still enthusiastically pummeling each other, wasted no words. As they fought, they soared straight up beyond the 9 heavens. The battlefield of the two ancestral witches shifted. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, nothing remained but the desolate aftermath of the great battle. No other movement stirred. Yet everything that had happened in this brief span of time left all the watching great powers in silence. This opponent of the Qian court. Only the tip of the iceberg had been revealed, but it had already proven their strength. The entire Qian court army was annihilated in an instant. Even the great Luo cultivators among them could not escape the grasp of the ancestral witches. The only one who left alive, and without paying too great a price, the female quasi-saint of the Qilin court, had succeeded because two of the ancestral witches had ignored her and started fighting among themselves. If those two ancestral witches had not quarreled but instead joined Xianming to surround and kill the female quasi-saint, or even pursued her after she retreated, she would never have disengaged so easily. Originally expecting to watch a magnificent spectacle that would last 1,000 years, they were surprised when it ended anticlimactically. Many great powers withdrew their observing gazes. They no longer looked toward Buzhou Mountain. As for Xianming's announcement that Buzhou Mountain was forbidden to outsiders, no one cared. How vast is Buzhou Mountain? Though the ancestral witches are powerful, there are only 3 of them. Could they possibly watch over the entire massive Buzhou Mountain? Impossible. Of course, this was also because many great powers had calculated that the Culpa was about to begin. To avoid entanglement in the cause and effect of the calamity, they would mostly stay behind closed doors and naturally would not go to Buzhou Mountain. And after the Culpa, if the ancestral witches won and became even stronger, they would simply avoid Buzhou Mountain. If they fell in the calamity, this so-called ban would be nothing but nonsense. The great powers understood this clearly, but they also knew the 3 ancestral witches' actions this time had already begun to change the situation in the primordial world. At the very least, the Qilin court's previous invincible momentum had been thoroughly shattered from this moment onward, never to exist again. The immortals and races that had been forced into a corner unwilling to join the Qilin court, it could finally catch a breath. The anticlimactic great battle ended. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, Fuguang did not yet withdraw the live broadcast of the time calendar. Instead, he repositioned the broadcast to hover above the Yingzhou Purple Mansion. Seeing his action, Shihi, who had just recovered from the shock of the Qilin court army's total annihilation and the appearance of 2 more ancestral witches, raised an eyebrow. She asked, "You are?" The battle was over. Still watching the Yingzhou Qilin court. Could it be that the good show Fuguang had spoken of was not yet truly finished? After some thought, Shihi suddenly found it quite plausible. Having suffered such a loss, Dong Wanggong would naturally not easily let the matter rest. Perhaps he would soon launch another campaign against the 3 ancestral witches. Soon Fuguang directly confirmed Shihi's speculation. Dong Wanggong's imperial path is extremely domineering. How could he stay silent after suffering a loss? In at most a few thousand years, possibly even less, he will absolutely gather his army again and head straight for Buzhou Mountain. Moreover, he might very well lead the expedition personally. At this, the corners of Fuguang's mouth lifted slightly. I am very much looking forward to seeing Dong Wanggong get beaten up by the ancestral witches. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the complete emergence of the Wu clan and the beginning of the gourmet primordial world phase. When that time came, the Culpa would truly commence. For now, only the 12 ancestral witches of the Wu clan had appeared, though most of the clan members were still gestating within the Panga temple. This was just the beginning. Next, Dong Wanggong would have a bitter taste in his mouth. Would the Eastern King personally lead the expedition? It seemed inevitable, for despite the terrifying power the 3 Zhu Wu had already displayed, their strength was beyond measure. But if he retreated so easily, the Eastern King's path of sovereignty would inevitably crumble, and he would never take another step forward. Moreover, few great powers in the primordial world were fools. Since the Zhu Wu had already seized the advantage and acted with such overbearing ruthlessness, why had they not encircled and slain the female quasi-saint of the Qilin court? Was it out of benevolence? Absolutely not. If they were truly benevolent, would they have so casually and without hesitation refined the Qilin court's army into nothingness? There must be some reason why the Zhu Wu were unwilling to engage in all-out war with the Qilin court for now. At the same time, something was restraining them from venturing too far from Buzhou Mountain. This indeed was the fundamental reason the female quasi-saint of the Qilin court had been able to retreat so smoothly. Once this was understood, the Qilin court would surely be unable to sit still. They would definitely dispatch troops once more and strive by every means to uncover the secret guarded by the Zhu Wu. Thus a great battle would inevitably erupt again at Buzhou Mountain. Her beautiful eyes turned toward Fuguang. Shihi's face bore a hint of curiosity. Do you know the origins of those 3 Zhu Wu? I have a feeling that the Zhu Wu and the race behind them are extraordinary. Hearing Shihi's inquiry, Fuguang did not answer directly. I do know something, but I cannot be certain. But do not worry. After the next great battle, the true origins of the Zhu Wu and the race behind them will be fully revealed. Hearing this, Shihi could not help pouting slightly. You might as well have said nothing. Could she not know that the origins of the Zhu Wu and the race behind them would be revealed after the next battle? It was a certainty. From the moment Xianming Zhu Wu first stepped out of Buzhou Mountain, it was fated that the Zhu Wu and their race could no longer remain hidden. But the question was, could she not have even a hint of advance information? Shihi was quite certain that Fuguang, this enigmatic figure who had long begun his schemes and was exceptionally skilled in the art of innate divination, must know something about the Zhu Wu. Unconcerned with Shihi's displeasure, Fuguang, watching the live broadcast of the time calendar, felt a hint of emotion. Only 3 of the 12 Zhu Wu had appeared so far: Xianming, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong. Were the remaining 9 Zhu Wu still unmanifested? Absolutely impossible. The 12 Zhu Wu either all remained hidden or all emerged together. The reason only 3 had appeared now was likely to conceal their true strength. The Zhu Wu and the Wu race were indeed prone to emotional outbursts and recklessness, often behaving like brutes. But since they could become one of the protagonists of the great cult of the Wu race, could not be entirely composed of fools. There must be strategists among them. It was true that they did not cultivate the primordial spirit and were unable to deduce the heavenly calculations. However, that did not mean the Zhu Wu could not conceal their own power. Especially when the members of the Wu race had not yet emerged, it was perfectly normal for some Zhu Wu to hide their existence. If they were truly one-track minded, the Wu race would never become one of the future lords of heaven and earth. The war between the Zhu Wu and the Qian court would not end so hastily. This point was soon understood by the various great powers after they witnessed the retreat of the female quasi-saint of the Qian court. Thus, one by one, those great powers who were watching the changing tide of the world turned their gazes once again toward Yingzhou Qian court. They awaited the Qian court's next move. In this way, 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day at Yingzhou Qian court, the sky was illuminated and reflected by a myriad of immortal radiance. Large patches of auspicious clouds bore countless immortal generals and soldiers. One by one, immortal boats were pulled into the air by fierce and mighty divine beasts. Rows of war chariots were arrayed in a vast and imposing formation. The entire sky was occupied by the Qian court's army, countless banners blotting out the sun and covering the sky. A strong wind swept by, stirring up an endless wave of banners that fluttered loudly in the air. Boom! A series of overwhelmingly powerful auras burst forth from within the Qian court. Then one after another, the Daoyuo, immortal lords of the Qian court, with celebratory clouds above their heads and auspicious hues beneath their feet, unabashedly released their own Daos, painting the sky with a myriad of resplendent lights. And then roar. The furious roars of several dragons resounded. Next, 4 imperial chariots pulled by 10,000 Zhang dragons at the Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm drove out from the Qian court in a grand procession. Led by Dong Wang Gong, the 3 other quasi-saints of the Qian court, aside from Shi Wang Mu, followed closely behind. The simultaneous release of their Daos by 4 great powers instantly created a myriad of celestial phenomena. Immortal radiance purified the air, the Dao was thick and hazy, heaven showered glorious light, and golden lotuses sprouted from the earth. The moment Dong Wang Gong appeared, the countless billions of Qian court soldiers and the assembled Daoyuo immortal lords all paid their respects. They shouted in unison, "We pay homage to the imperial lord. We pay homage to the imperial lord. We pay homage to the imperial lord." The sound shook the 9 heavens and spread across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. At this moment, seated on the imperial chariot with immortal lights swirling around him and the flowing splendor of countless worlds rising and sinking like a master of heaven and earth, Dong Wang Gong was in an extremely joyful mood. This was what he wanted. This was his Dao. Of course, Dong Wang Gong was not a man easily satisfied. The current grandeur was merely a beginning. What he desired was for the entire primordial world to prostrate itself under his authority. Moreover, even the saints might not be beyond his management. The saints were indeed powerful. But if he, Dong Wang Gong, also attained sagehood and became even mightier than the saints, what would the saints do when faced with him, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth? After the waves of acclamation from the Qian court army subsided, Dong Wang Gong's eyes blazed with brilliant divine light. The Qian court follows the heavenly Tao, governs all beings, and maintains the order of yin and yang. However, the 3 Zhu Wu of Buzhou Mountain do not recognize the celestial destiny, do not revere the heavenly Tao, act against the natural order, and defy the laws of the Qian court. Their crimes are unforgivable. They deserve to be executed. The majestic voice spread across heaven and earth, reaching the ears of every soldier in the Qian court army. This speech merely stated a reason for the Qian court to raise an army, though to some it seemed unnecessary and a waste of time. But how to put it? Dong Wang Gong's Qian court was now the chosen of heaven, claiming to be the orthodox ruler of the primordial world. Having a justification on the ideological level was still quite necessary. Even if the justification could not withstand scrutiny, one had to be concocted. Fortunately, those words once spoken by Qian Ming, disdaining the heavenly Tao and disrespecting the saints, provided a convenient excuse. The big hat of not recognizing the celestial destiny and not revering the heavenly Tao was directly placed on them. As the orthodox governing body recognized by the heavenly Tao, the Qian court's military campaign thus became logically justified. After announcing the reason for the expedition, Dong Wang Gong had no desire to waste further words. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the army marches forth to obey heaven and punish the rebels. Boom, boom, boom. At the command, the countless billions of immortal soldiers and generals released terrifying killing intent. When this intent coalesced, the dreadful malevolence darkened heaven and earth, driving the great momentum to press down upon the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. A sense of awe was cast over the hearts of all living beings. Some even began to tremble uncontrollably. Witnessing this scene, the many great powers who were watching Yingzhou Qian court all changed expression slightly. The might of the Qian court. Its grand momentum had already been achieved. At the Star of the Sun within the Golden Crow Palace, Yi's beautiful eyes held emotion as she watched the live broadcast showing the movements of the Yunzhou Heavenly Court. Previously, everyone had only known that the Heavenly Court was formidable, already exuding the aura of a hegemon. But no one had a concrete understanding of just how overwhelming its power truly was. Now, with Lord Donghuang leading the campaign in person and mobilizing nearly half the Heavenly Court's forces, the sheer magnitude of their display gave every great divine practitioner a visceral sense of what true power looked like. 5 great divine practitioners. Even after 20 fell, over 100 Daluo immortal lords remained alongside an even greater number of Tai immortal generals. Yet this represents only what has been revealed so far. Who knows what hidden strengths the Yunzhou Heavenly Court still conceals? No one would believe Lord Donghuang has committed every last resource to this campaign. At the very least, the other Heavenly Court sovereign, Queen Mother Shi Wangmu, remains entrenched in the Yunzhou stronghold with no intention of appearing. Their gaze shifted toward Fuguang. Yi pressed again. What outcome did you foresee for Lord Donghuang's campaign? You must have calculated it. She took a sip of her moon cinnamon wine. Fuguang replied with casual indifference, a decisive defeat. Whoosh! Yi faltered, and even the normally impassive Changxi turned to Fuguang in stunned silence. A crushing defeat. Given the power and prestige the Heavenly Court has displayed, they expected at least a minor victory, if not outright triumph. How could the outcome be so catastrophic? Sensing their disbelief, Fuguang said nothing further, merely offering a mysterious smile as he continued watching the chronicle board where the Heavenly Court's forces marched once more toward the foot of Mount Buzhou. The truth would reveal itself soon enough. Under the scrutiny of all factions, the vast Heavenly Court army, led by its sovereign Lord Donghuang, arrived at Mount Buzhou once more. The atmosphere was entirely different from the previous engagement, when only the Heavenly Court's female quasi-saints had come. Dark clouds gathered endlessly overhead, divine thunder rumbling through the skies. The war horns blasted across heaven and earth. War drums beat, rallying the army's resolve. Simultaneously, a torrent of immortal radiance tore through the darkened heavens, casting light upon Mount Buzhou's shadowed domain. Lord Donghuang emerged from golden light in his imperial carriage, his overwhelming divine practitioner aura flooding outward without restraint. Presumptuous. No sooner had Lord Donghuang arrived with his Heavenly Court forces than Xuanming's furious roar erupted across heaven and earth. Thunder shook the heavens as a monstrous tide of bloodlust surged skyward, sweeping across the entire firmament and earth. With heavy strides, Xuanming, Zhurong, and Gonggong emerged from Mount Buzhou in their ancestral god forms. 4 great Dao powers manifested simultaneously, creating an oppressive force that directly countered Lord Donghuang and the Heavenly Court's arrival. Since you have all come, Xianming declared, his expression dark, then none of you leave. What audacious ancestral gods they were, facing such overwhelming Heavenly Court forces without a flicker of fear. Regardless of other factors, their courage was truly remarkable. Hearing Xuanming's words, Lord Donghuang sneered coldly, arrogant. I always suspected your ancestral gods were too reckless, and today proves it. I have come here in person. Lord Donghuang intended to continue his grand speech, believing himself the legitimate ruler justified in his cause, and thus feeling compelled to address the matter before battle commenced. More importantly, however, Lord Donghuang coveted the ancestral gods' combat prowess. If he can subjugate them to his service, what obstacle could possibly prevent his grand design? As for whether they as protagonists of the calamity must inevitably clash, that was easily resolved. If the ancestral gods and their kind join the Heavenly Court, the opposition simply ceases to exist. Alas, Lord Donghuang clearly had not yet witnessed the true ferocity of the ancestral gods. His words went unfinished. A strange voice cut him off imperiously. Why waste words with him? Just kill him. Once more, 3 colossal figures strode forth from Mount Buzhou, their surging life force and terrifying killing intent identical to Xuanming, Zhurong, and Gonggong, the 3 ancestral gods. This sight sent shockwaves through Lord Donghuang upon his imperial carriage. The accompanying Heavenly Court quasi-saints, both female and male, also paled with alarm. If even the 4 great divine practitioners were shaken, then the Daluo immortal lords, Tai immortal generals, and the ranks of celestial soldiers below must have been utterly devastated. Retreat. Without hesitation, without pretense of honor, Lord Donghuang issued the order immediately. Swiftly, he summoned a shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure, opening a luminous immortal bridge across the heavens. Stepping onto it would transport them directly back to the Yunzhou Heavenly Court. 6 invincible warrior bodies capable of withstanding any spiritual treasure, walking an entirely different path, terrifying great divine practitioners who could easily annihilate his entire army right here. If that happened, the Heavenly Court would suffer catastrophic losses. Unbelievable. The ancestral gods numbered 6, not the 4 or 5 Lord Donghuang had anticipated. There was no way this battle could proceed. Want to leave now? As Lord Donghuang activated his means, and the other 3 Heavenly Court quasi-saints coordinated their retreat, a chilling, unfamiliar voice rang out once more. Immediately, the very fabric of reality warped. Terrifying spatial ripples descended from the heavens like a canopy engulfing both the entire heavenly court army and all 6 ancestral gods. Even the luminous immortal bridge Lord Honghuang had summoned was severed. The heavenly court forces were completely trapped within this isolated domain. Who dares? Lord Honghuang roared in fury and shock. Such mastery over spatial cultivation proved the opponent was far from ordinary. He might break the seal, but the 6 ancestral gods radiating murderous intent would never grant him the chance. Before Lord Honghuang's words even faded, the 7th ancestral god emerged from shifting space. A being with 6 legs and 4 wings, faceless and round like a yellow sack, blazing crimson, like cinnabar fire, its aura perfectly matching the other 6. Another ancestral god. Lord Honghuang and his companions felt their scalps erupt in terror. The great divine practitioners turned ashen with disbelief. The Daluo, immortal lords, paled with dread. Those below were consumed by despair. At this moment, beyond the 4 great divine practitioners, no one in the heavenly court could see any hope of escape. At this moment, the entire heavens and earth were sealed off by the newly appeared ancestral witches. The seal was extremely firm. Even with Dong Wanggong's strength, it was impossible to break it in a short time. The 7 ancestral witches radiating murderous intent would certainly not give him the chance to break the formation unharmed. Therefore, Dong Wanggong found himself in a dilemma. Of course, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing. The ancestral witches gave Dong Wanggong no time to think of a countermeasure. Once the sealing of the heavens and earth was complete, Xianming and the other ancestral witches already prepared surged with overwhelming blood and killing intent. They roared, "Kill," without any further words. 6 ancestral witches simultaneously activated their true forms and charged forth. Leading them, Xianming evolved her Rain Dao, an Ice Dao, rushing straight at Dong Wanggong. Behind her, the fire ancestral witch Zhurong and the water ancestral witch Gonggong, who had been mortal enemies 3,000 years ago, now coordinated flawlessly, merging their water Dao and fire Dao to sweep through the immortal court army. Among the 3 ancestral witches that emerged later, one had a tiger's head and a human body with 4 hoof feet and long elbows surrounded by terrifying destructive lightning resembling a thunder demon god. Another had 8 heads with human faces, a tiger's body, and 8 tails. Bone-chilling gales howled around it, reducing all tangible things to dust under the power of its Dao. Yet another had a human face and a beast body with dog-like ears hanging green snakes. As it moved, deadly poison spread through the heavens and earth, causing all things, even the laws of Dao and spiritual energy, to wither and decay. As soon as the 6 ancestral witches acted, the entire heaven and earth trembled. Under the erosion of their terrifying, baleful aura and killing intent, the immortal soldiers of the immortal court began to falter, and even some Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders could not withstand it. Just as the immortal court army was about to fall into chaos, a surging and terrifying aura of the mid-stage quasi-sage realm burst forth from Dong Wanggong, directly blocking the combined momentum of the ancestral witches. Dong Wanggong, who had already risen from his imperial chariot, confronted Xianming charging at the forefront. 3 fellow Taoists joined forces, and do your utmost to resist the ancestral witches' attack. As for the sealed heavens and earth, leave it to the Queen Mother to break open. At this moment, Dong Wanggong could no longer afford to be distracted. But he believed that the Queen Mother of the West, who had been watching the situation, would never allow nearly 2/3 of the immortal court's active forces to be buried here. She would certainly intervene. All that needed to be done now was to withstand the assault of the 7 ancestral witches. There was no need for Dong Wanggong to say more. The 3 quasi-sages of the immortal court had already summoned their numerous spiritual treasures and began to evolve their own Daos, meeting the charging ancestral witches with the momentum of heaven and earth. At the same time, the many great Luo immortal lords and Tai immortal generals were not just watching idly. They knew well that they could not intervene in the upper-level battle. So they simply formed formations to protect themselves lest they fall before the Queen Mother's rescue arrived. Boom. The battle erupted instantly. Dong Wanggong was indeed extremely powerful. He had already reached the mid-stage quasi-sage realm. His strength far surpassed that of the 3 quasi-sages of the immortal court. Thus, as Dong Wanggong confronted Xuanming, he activated his divine powers and Dao techniques, summoning one innate spiritual treasure after another, and even included the 2 ancestral witches Zhurong and Gonggong, who followed closely behind Xuanming within his range of opponents. Fighting 3 against 1, he surprisingly did not lose instantly. Instead, relying on his immense strength and numerous spiritual treasures, he merely fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed. Even so, he was not injured. On the other side, the 2 male quasi-sage immortals of the immortal court faced the 3 ancestral witches that emerged later. However, the moment they engaged, they were overwhelmed and beaten down, barely able to resist, without any strength to counterattack. Meanwhile, the female quasi-sage immortal of the immortal court, who had not gained an advantage in her earlier battle with Xuanming, also joined the fight. At this moment, a cloud handkerchief radiating immortal light hovered above her head, exuding the aura of a top-grade, innate spiritual treasure. After protecting herself, she held a sword in her hand and fixed her beautiful eyes on the ancestral, which sealing the heavens and earth. Although she had not yet acted, she dared not be careless. Her previous encounter with Xianming had made this female quasi-sage immortal fully aware of the ancestral witch's power. Although this time she had received the 8 treasures cloud handkerchief, a top-grade, innate defensive spiritual treasure granted as double compensation by the immortal court, as she had not yet refined many of its innate divine restrictions and could not exert its full power. It was quite possible that she would still be no match for the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch sealing the heavens and earth locked onto by the female quasi-sage sneered disdainfully, but did not make a move. He did not fight women. If the enemy did not move, she would not move. The female quasi-sage immortal did not rush to get beaten, but she also did not act rashly. It was true that she had locked onto him. Similarly, he had also directly restrained her. Kunlun Mountain Jade Void Palace. The 3 pure ones frowned. Looking at the 7 ancestral witches that had appeared for some reason, they sensed a faint, inexplicable threat from them. But the 3 pure ones clearly had no conflict of interest with the ancestral witches. On this point they discussed it briefly, but could not reach any conclusion for now. Fengqi Mountain. Inside the pavilion, Yuhua, who had already emerged from seclusion, sat on a stone stool, watching the battle. Her pretty face was solemn as she gazed at the 7 towering ancestral witches, sensing a very intense threat. Facing the ancestral witches, even the proud Yuhua had no certainty of victory. Similarly, Fushi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, and Bai Zhe, who was also here, felt the same. Fushi, full of bewilderment, spoke. I don't know why, but I actually feel a sense of a destined enemy from those ancestral witches. Hearing this, Yuhua was stunned, then frowned and asked, Elder brother's destined enemy. Why do I not feel the same? Logically, as siblings, she and Fushi should share the same experiences. If Fushi could feel a destined enemy from the ancestral witches, then she, Yuhua, should also feel it. Before Fushi could answer, Bai Zhe, a mere great Luo golden immortal, beside them, hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke. 2 seniors, to be honest, I also feel a sense of a fated enemy from those ancestral witches. Hearing this, both Yuhua and Fushi turned their gazes to Bai Zhe. Fushi was slightly surprised. Little friend, Bai Zhe also feels it. This matter, I'm afraid it's no simple thing. At his current level of cultivation, such a clear feeling of a destined enemy was absolutely trustworthy. There could be no mistake. Moreover, Bai Zhe beside him also felt the same. In other words, the ancestral witches were beings that he and Bai Zhe would naturally conflict with, highly likely to become enemies. But at this moment, seeing the ancestral witches' formidable strength, Fushi seriously doubted whether he could be a match for them. Inside the Golden Crow Palace, when she saw that 7 ancestral witches had appeared, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, a trace of astonishment flickering across her face. 7 ancestral witches. A sharp intake of breath escaped Changxi's lips, and even her usually expressionless face showed a hint of shock, her beautiful eyes flickering continuously. In contrast, Fuguang, who had long known the details of the ancestral witches and the might of the Wu clan, displayed little emotional change. Instead, a peculiar glint appeared in his eyes. These ancestral witches are still hiding their strength. Despite leading 2/3 of the Immortal Court's forces in a personal expedition against Buzhou Mountain, Dong Wanggong had failed to force all 12 ancestral witches to reveal themselves. They were still concealing their power. My word. Even the impulsive ancestral witches had begun to employ tactical deception, weaving illusions of strength and weakness. One could only imagine how many cunning schemers lurked within the vast primordial world. At this moment, Fuguang felt immensely grateful that he had not been seduced or captivated by the throne of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. Otherwise, the one now facing this group of scheming ancestral witches would have been Fuguang instead of Dong Wanggong. After this battle, he remarked calmly, gazing at the live broadcast on the timeline. Fuguang sighed. The ancestral witches and the races they represent will become the new overlords of the primordial world. And judging by their tyrannical style, he continued, once their race fully emerges, the beings of this world will know no peace. Upon hearing this, she, who had little interest in the already fated battle, turned her gaze to Fuguang. The ancestral witches are indeed domineering, but as it stands, as long as one does not provoke them, shouldn't we be able to coexist in peace? Judging from Xianming's direct warning to all beings of the primordial world not to trespass into Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral witches were indeed tyrannical. But to claim the entire primordial world would be thrown into chaos based solely on this seemed perhaps a bit premature. Upon hearing this, Fuguang smiled. Coexist in peace. When the calamity falls, can there still be peace? The Immortal Court has suffered 2 defeats against the ancestral witches. Udong Wanggong will surely realize its shortcomings. He will undoubtedly expand the court's power, pulling in more quasi-sage great masters and Daluo cultivators to join. So he continued, after this battle, the Immortal Court's strength will enter a new phase of ascension. With that, Fuguang's gaze fell upon Shi and Chang. Perhaps Dong Wanggong will even have Shi Wangmu extend an invitation to you 2 sisters. If that happens, how would you 2 respond? She shook her head, her expression unchanged. I am not tempted by the Immortal Court. As for Chang, she remained silent, Given her personality, even if he joined the immortal court, she would be unlikely to do so. She disliked joining any faction. Hearing Shihi's words, Fuguang smiled, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Not tempted by the immortal court. In other words, if a faction that did tempt her appeared, she would not hesitate to join. That was quite an intriguing observation for Fuguang. Wang Mu has made her move. Just as Fuguang and Shihi were conversing, Shi's calm voice rang out. Then both Fuguang and Shihi turned their attention back to the battlefield. Buzz. Outside the realm sealed by the ancestral witches with the vast power of the Tao, Wang Mu's figure materialized within a beam of immortal light. Behind her hung a mirror suffused with the power of time, and in her jade hand, she held a small banner wreathed in mist. Having already stepped into the mid-stage of quasi-sage, her terrifying aura surged forth the sky, bursting with myriad rays of auspicious light and rising clouds of celebration. Given Wang Mu's nature, she had initially been reluctant to intervene in this battle. However, as the Queen Mother of the Immortal Court, she could not sit idly by while 2/3 of its elite forces were utterly annihilated here. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, Wang Mu resolved to act. Gazing at the sealed realm, her expression turned grave as she directly activated her spiritual treasure. Rumble. Behind her, the Kunlun mirror, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure flowing with the power of time, emitted intricate Tao patterns blazing with immortal light that illuminated all things. Terrifying spiritual radiance converged like a heavenly beam, smashing fiercely against the sealed realm. In an instant, the 9 heavens shook, the earth trembled, and violent ripples spread across the spatial barrier that sealed the realm. Then, under the Kunlun mirror's assault, a crack gradually tore open in the spatial barrier. Her jade hands formed seals, and her incantation gestures shifted continuously. Finally, crack! A crisp, shattering sound echoed across the heavens and earth. Then the entire sealed realm at Wang Mu's hands was completely broken open. Having broken the seal, Wang Mu's expression was far from relaxed. The plain-colored cloud realm banner in her hand unfurled into a misty spectacle, cascading countless immortal rays above the immortal court's army, shielding them all. Then Wang Mu gave a solemn command, retreat. As her words fell, she raised her beautiful eyes, and a golden hairpin in her hand transformed into a divine blade. She raised the blade and slashed directly at the space before her. Clang! A massive iron fist burst out from the void, colliding fiercely with the divine blade in Wang Mu's hand. Rumble! The collision shook heaven and earth. Terrifying blood energy and the offensive power of the spiritual treasure swept across the sky, surging into the 9 heavens. The ancestral witch who had sealed the realm shifted between reality and void within the space, preparing to strike Wang Mu again. How dare you! The immortal court's female quasi-sage who had been watching him roared, a cloud-patterned kerchief above her head and a primordial divine sword in her hand. She charged directly at him, placing herself protectively before Wang Mu. Paying no heed to the immortal court female quasi-sage's actions, the intercepted ancestral witch's expression remained impassive. He chose to launch a furious storm-like assault against her. Wang Mu's gaze shifted to Dong Wang Gong, who was at a clear disadvantage, and she immediately extended her aid. With Wang Mu sharing the battle's pressure, Dong Wang Gong freed his hands and once again summoned the shuttle-shaped spiritual treasure. Buzz! The flowing light bridge connecting the battlefield and Yingzhou Immortal Court materialized once more between heaven and earth. This time the Immortal Court's army stepped onto the flowing light bridge without any hindrance, completing their transfer in mere moments. As soon as the army had withdrawn, Dong Wang Gong and several other great masters of the Immortal Court erupted without hesitation, forcing back the besieging ancestral witches. Then each employed their escape arts and divine abilities, disengaging without a second thought and fleeing far from Buzhou Mountain. Once they had all departed, Wang Mu, who had come to reinforce them, looked gravely at the 7 ancestral witches. The Kunlun mirror behind her tore open a temporal spatial rift, and she leaped into it, retreating as well. Once the Queen Mother of the West departed, the second campaign, launched by the Yingzhou Immortal Court against the ancestral witches of Buzhou Mountain, also ended in failure. This time the 7 ancestral witches still did not press their advantage. Xuanming, having manifested her innate Tao physique, cast a beautiful gaze upon the heavens and earth. She declared in a resonant voice, from this day forth, Buzhou Mountain is the territory of our orthodox clan, the descendants of Pangu, the witch clan. Any who trespass upon Buzhou Mountain shall die. Do not say I have not warned you. With just those words, Xianming and the assembled ancestral witches harbored no intention of keeping their origins hidden. Instead, they laid bare their lineage outright, showing no concern for the upheaval such revelations might stir across the cosmos. After casting aside words certain to send ripples through all living beings in the prehistoric world, Xianming and the 6 other ancestral witches turned and made their way back into Buzhou Mountain. With the Immortal Court's 2 crushing defeats as precedent, forthcoming would see Buzhou Mountain transform into a forbidden zone off-limits to all living creatures. The magnitude of this impact was neither negligible nor inconsequential. Compared to merely barring entry to Buzhou Mountain, the significance and ramifications of those 6 characters, orthodox descendants of Pangu, were plainly far more profound. Within the Golden Crow Palace at Solar Star, Fuguang had already stowed away his chronology tablet into his spiritual mind. He stretched with a great yawn. His demeanor was relaxed. This battle draws to a close. Yet the culpa has only just begun. Days ahead shall not lack for amusement. Of course, the reason Fuguang remained so unfazed was another factor as well. No one could predict how Dongwang Gong of the Immortal Court would react upon learning the true origins of the witch clan. But Fuguang was certain of one thing: the ancestral witches would certainly not let matters rest here. If one allowed themselves to be attacked twice at their own doors, and still failed to counterattack, they would cease to be ancestral witches, and the witch clan would cease to be the witch clan. Admittedly, in both battles the ancestral witches had not suffered any disadvantage. But the nature of having foes invade one's own territory was entirely different. The sole reason they had not yet pursued or struck first was simply that most of their clan remained gestating within the Pangu Divine Temple. Only the 12 ancestral witches had taken form and emerged into the world. Descendants of Pangu, Shiha's face carried a hint of dawning realization. I never expected the ancestral witches to actually be descendants of Pangu. No wonder when that ancestral witch Xianming spoke such words earlier, neither the heavenly Tao nor that one responded in any way. If they are indeed descendants of the great god Pangu, they certainly have the right to speak such words. Hearing this, Fuguang smiled. Orthodox descendants of Pangu. Ha ha. Some people ought to be feeling quite uncomfortable now. Upon hearing Fuguang's words, Shiha's eyes flashed with understanding. Clearly, she had already guessed who Fuguang meant would be the one feeling discomfort. In the Jade Void Palace upon Kunlun Mountain, at this moment, the faces of the three pure ones were all somewhat grim, their eyes carrying flames of wrath. Yuanshi, whose nature was the most proud, gazed coldly toward Buzhou Mountain. He spoke in a chill voice. Orthodox descendants of Pangu. Humph. Tantian frowned, feeling equally displeased. Ancestral witch Xuanming's declaration, particularly those two characters, orthodox, seemed as if to mock the fact that the Pangu three pure ones were not truly orthodox. If their witch clan may claim to be the orthodox descendants of Pangu, then naturally we three brothers may claim the same. Tantian spoke heavily. Besides, previously as we traveled through the prehistoric world we regarded ourselves as the orthodox descendants of Pangu. Then those ancestral witches and their witch clan are the latecomers after all. There is no need to concern ourselves too much. Hearing this, Yuanshi uncommonly agreed with Tongtian's words, nodding his head. Laozi, as the foremost of the three pure ones, remained silent, yet from his deeply furrowed ancient visage it was clear his mood was equally disturbed. Even if Tongtian's words held some merit, the three brothers understood. After the emergence of the ancestral witches, and the witch clan circumstances had undergone an irreversible shift. At the very least, those who could walk the prehistoric world under the banner of orthodox descendants of Pangu were no longer just the three of them. Floating clouds in the sky resemble white garments, but in an instant transform into gray dogs. In the blink of an eye, almost one great myriad culpas had passed since the Immortal Court's second campaign against the ancestral witches ended in humiliating defeat. During this culpa, Buzhou Mountain became utterly forbidden to all beings of the prehistoric world. No immortal would venture there seeking opportunities lest they encounter those powerfully potent ancestral witches or the witch clan that had yet to fully manifest. And the Immortal Court, having suffered two crushing defeats, had directly bypassed Buzhou Mountain in its advances and development. Meanwhile, having witnessed the prowess of the ancestral witches, Dongwang Gong had thoroughly unlocked the treasures of the Yingzhou Immortal Court and began mass-producing elite combatants. Campaigns to subjugate the various races of the prehistoric world and strengthen their own forces were also carried out with even greater frequency. Furthermore, under the immense pressure brought by the ancestral witches and the witch clan, the Immortal Court seemed to have lost all patience in recruiting powerful spell practitioners and Deluo cultivators from across the prehistoric world. Following their devastating defeat, Dongwang Gong, far from being discouraged, advanced his cultivation even further and, leveraging the momentum, severed his second incarnation. Subsequently, he personally visited the residences of certain powerful spell practitioners, either offering weighty promises or employing martial force, and successively recruited several powerful spell practitioners to join the Immortal Court. This further strengthened the Immortal Court's foundation and fortune. Of course, for those entities he was certain could not be recruited, Dongwang Gong made no effort to waste his breath. For instance, figures like Fuguang, the three pure ones Hongyuan, and Xinyuanzi Fushi and Yuhua, and the ancestral master of the Blood Sea Mingi. Entities who could never possibly join the Immortal Court. Dongwang Gong lacked even the slightest interest in visiting. Such visits would have been entirely futile. As the Immortal Court's strength entered another period of expansion within the Pangu Divine Temple beneath Buzhou Mountain, upon the Blood Sea as vast and endless as an ocean, terrible and extreme malevolent energies converged. On this day, Xianming and the other 11 ancestral witches guarding the Blood Sea within the Pangu Divine Temple all gazed upon the already churning Blood Sea with anticipation in their eyes. The leading burly man, who was also the eldest brother among the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang, the ancestral witch who had sealed the spatial realm between heaven and earth during the previous battle with the immortal court, gazed at the blood sea. He declared in a resonant voice, "The day our witch clan's offspring emerge into the world is upon us today." Dijon's words received the approval of the other ancestral witches. The assembled ancestral witches spoke one after another. "It's finally time. I've been unable to wait any longer. After our witch clan's offspring emerge, we shall announce our birth to the world through the destruction of the immortal court." Just as the 12 ancestral witches were conversing casually, rumble, as the blood sea within the Panga Divine Temple continuously churned that ashen, dense, malevolent energy, filling the entire Panga Divine Temple, also rapidly flowed into the blood sea. Immediately following splash, 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 one after another creatures of varying sizes and shapes, even bizarre in form, continuously manifested and were born from the blood sea. The witch clan has finally emerged into the world. One after another, the Wu clan members continuously emerged from the Pan-Heavenly Temple. Soon, under the arrangement of the 12 ancestral Wu gods, the billions upon billions of Wu clan members born from the blood pool within the Pan-Heavenly Temple, combined with fierce malevolent energy, were divided into 12 Wu clan tribes. With the Pan-Heavenly Temple as the central starting point, they continuously expanded, developed, reproduced, and grew stronger in all directions, year after year, accompanied by their relentless growth and strengthening. Gradually, the prehistoric races residing near Buzhou Mountain, along with various solitary cultivators, came into contact with the Wu clan members. At the same time, they also came to witness what kind of beings the Wu clan members were. A race whose physique was overwhelmingly powerful, yet lacked a primordial spirit, who did not cultivate spiritual power or divine abilities, but instead absorbed sinister energy to forge their bodies, making them an existence of terrifying combat prowess. If that were all, the existence of the Wu clan would hardly be remarkable. The problem was, among the Wu clan members, apart from powerful figures like the ancestral Wu gods and Great Wu, who could absorb the sinister energy, blood chi, and spiritual energy from heaven and earth to nourish themselves, the vast majority of ordinary Wu clan members had to consume food every day just to sustain themselves. At the same time, this was also essential nourishment for the Wu clan members to fulfill their cultivation requirements. This meant that on top of gathering edible plants each day, the Wu clan members also needed to hunt for meat to satisfy their hunger. Then one day, a Wu clan hunting squad accidentally killed a cultivator of another race. They discovered that his innate Tao body, after taking human form, transformed into a colossal beast the size of a mountain after death. Its flesh was extraordinarily tender, rich with immense energy, and consuming it could rapidly enhance the Wu clan's true form. Thus the situation spiraled out of control. Almost in an incredibly short span of time, the Wu clan's dietary scope expanded dramatically. From spiritual fruits, wild beasts, ancient monster lineages, to the myriad races of the primordial world. As the Wu clan's menu diversified with ample meat sources available, the overall strength and reproduction rate of the Wu clan surged straight upward. They rapidly escalated to an astonishingly terrifying population. Meanwhile, no matter how sluggish the myriad races of the primordial world might be, they finally came to realize that an irreconcilable conflict existed between themselves and the domineering, powerful Wu clan that consumed them as prey. The Wu clan's menu included every race in the primordial world. This revelation was enough to send chills through all factions, yet it also ignited their fury. It was quite normal for one or two rival races to feed on each other's flesh. But the Wu clan actually prey upon all the various races. This was truly reckless beyond measure. In an instant, conflicts between the myriad races and the Wu clan erupted across the primordial lands with increasing intensity, sparking frequent massive battles between various tribes and the Wu clan. Unfortunately, though the myriad races stood as scattered grains of sand, no single tribe could hope to match the Wu clan in direct combat. Even those rare coalitions fared no better, meeting only slaughter. Under these conditions, tens of thousands of years drifted by. Within the courtyard of Golden Crow Palace, Fusheng, dressed in languid attire, leaned against the Fusheng divine tree, eyes closed in light slumber. Now that Fusheng had confirmed the immortal court was clashing with the Wu clan, the heavy burden lifted from his heart. He felt utterly at ease. What a carefree and leisurely life these years had been. My. Fusheng's brows suddenly raised from his light slumber. A distinguished guest has arrived. Go welcome them and bring these two honored guests directly here. No sooner had Fusheng given his orders than Qilin, now at the peak of golden immortal cultivation, with traces of Tai golden immortal aura, appeared nearby. She bowed deeply in obedience. Yes. Qilin then departed with another bow. Only about half a quarter of an hour passed before Qilin, leading the way, returned with Fushi and Bays following behind, entering the courtyard. Upon seeing them, Fusheng rose to his feet and offered a fist-to-palm salute to Fushi. Fushi Daoist, it's been quite some time. How have you been? Upon hearing Fusheng's greeting, Fushi returned the salute while speaking. Ha ha, Fusheng Daoist, I trust you've been well. For this unwelcome intrusion, I ask your pardon. Meanwhile, Bays, who followed beside Fushi, also paid his respects to Fusheng with due reverence. In a clear voice he declared, "Your humble disciple Baze greets Senior Fuguang." Upon hearing this, Fuguang glanced at Baze and nodded. "Not bad. In such a brief span you've already advanced to the late stage of Daluo. You have great potential, young man. Who knows, you might soon join us like-minded practitioners." At Fuguang's praise, Baze wore a smile, but remained humble. "I merely benefited from Senior Fushi's guidance. It's nothing worth mentioning." Nodding, Fuguang didn't linger on the matter, but instead invited both Fushi and Baze to take seats. Fetching a tea set, Fuguang began brewing tea on the immortal table with movements as fluid as flowing clouds and water. The gestures were quite elaborate. They were quite pleasing to the eye. This left both Fushi and Baze somewhat surprised and curious. Among the immortal practitioners of the primordial world, brewing tea was typically accomplished with a single thought. Why all these mundane, seemingly meaningless movements that felt so comfortable to watch? Thus, whether Fushi or Baze, they both found Fuguang's tea brewing sequence quite intriguing. Before long, Fuguang poured tea for both Fushi and Baze. "Please enjoy your tea." At these words, looking at the tea placed before them, both Fushi and Baze suddenly became quite solemn. After all, these 2 cups of tea were poured by the powerful Fuguang after his elaborate ceremony. Even if the taste and effects were identical, the significance was entirely different. Without taking it seriously, they'd be doing injustice to Fuguang's grand performance as a great magical cultivator. Ha ha ha. Watching Fushi and Baze with solemn and cautious expressions, Fuguang couldn't help but smile. "You needn't be so grave. Just a cup of ordinary tea. That series of actions just now was merely my little ritual for self-amusement." Upon hearing Fuguang's words, both Fushi and Baze were taken aback, then relaxed with smiles. After a cup of tea, Fuguang picked up a pastry and leaned back against the chair. His gaze fell upon the 2 well-known fortune-tellers of the primordial world before him. "Given the current situation, why have you 2 left the safety of Fengqi Mountain to come here to my Golden Crow Palace, without fear of misfortune? What brings you?" Fuguang was not one for indirect communication. Therefore, unable to guess the reason for Fushi and Baze's visit, he chose to ask directly and straightforwardly. Playing word games suited him poorly. Fuguang's forthright inquiry did not surprise Fushi and Baze. They had to some extent a certain understanding of Fuguang. After a moment of contemplation, Fushi frowned and spoke. "May I ask, fellow Taoist, what are your views on the primordial witches and the witch tribe? Since the witch tribe emerged, the 4 seas and 8 wilds have been plagued by endless warfare and bloodshed. The witch tribe is extremely peculiar, as if born antagonistic to all races of the primordial world. Some races have even been devoured by the witch tribe, utterly vanishing from the heavens and earth. If this continues, perhaps in time no race other than the witch tribe will remain in the world." Hearing Fushi's words of deep concern, a faint, enigmatic smile flickered across Fuguang's face. He said, "I never imagined that fellow Taoist Fushi would possess such a compassionate heart." After a light-hearted jest, Fuguang continued, "I hold no particular opinion regarding the primordial witches or the peculiar witch tribe. As for the harm the witch tribe's practice of devouring myriad races inflicts upon the primordial world, it is of little concern to me. With Dongwangong and the immortal court in place, the witch tribe's reign of terror will not last long. The immortal court will surely curb the witch tribe's expansion, while the witch tribe's existence will also stall the immortal court's march toward unifying the primordial world." As he spoke, Fuguang maintained a relaxed demeanor. "We are but lone cultivators. Whether it be the grand scheme or the great tribulation, as long as we are not entangled in its karmic threads, it has nothing to do with us." In Fuguang's view, if Fushi truly worried about the future fate of myriad races, it would be meddling in matters beyond his concern. If anyone ought to be concerned, it was not Fushi. First, in the current 4 seas and 8 wilds, the legitimate ruler was the immortal court. With it in place, Fushi need not worry. Second, even without the immortal court, or another force would eventually rise to oppose the witch tribe. Again, not something Fushi needed to fret over. Third, even in the worst-case scenario, were not the saints there to underwrite the outcome? Would the saints sit idly by while the witch tribe, which defies the heavenly Tao, disrespects the saints and ignores the cosmic order, grew strong enough to dominate the primordial world? Absolutely not. After a moment of silence, Fushi came straight to the point. "To be honest, after the successive appearances of the primordial witches and the emergence of the witch tribe, both I and young friend Baze have sensed a feeling of mortal enemies emanating from them. It is not just us, many of the younger generations visiting Fengqi Mountain have also felt the same. Yet strangely, my younger sister has not experienced this intuition. It should not be so, but neither she nor I can fathom the mystery." Having said this, Fushi looked at Fuguang with expectant eyes. "Your mastery of divination is no less than mine. Can you calculate something about it?" Upon hearing this, Fuguang did not directly answer the question, nor did he feign a divination. He merely organized his words. "I do have some speculations, but I cannot reveal this information to you. This is a heavenly secret. It must not be divulged." Why did Fushi, Baze, and many others seeking refuge at Fengqi Mountain all feel a sense of mortal antagonism toward the primordial witches and the witch tribe? Fuguang understood this all too well. If he were to embark on the path of conquest, these people who had sensed the connection would be the pillars of his resistance against the witch tribe. Moreover, Fushi was destined to die in the Great Tribulation at the hands of the primordial witches and later, during the rise of the human race, become one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, the Heavenly Emperor. The karmic connections and interweaving of fates involved were immense. Thus it was only natural that Fushi and others, upon seeing the primordial witches and learning of the witch tribe, instinctively sensed a mortal enemy aura from them. Rather, it would be strange if they did not feel it. Knowing this, however, Fuguang could not possibly reveal this information to Fushi and Baze. Leaking heavenly secrets would incur severe punishment, and might even drag him, who had barely managed to extricate one leg from the whirlpool of calamity and fate, back into it. This was something Fuguang absolutely did not want. Is that so? Upon hearing Fuguang's words, both Fushi and Baze showed great understanding. After all, they too were skilled in divination and naturally knew the immense price of revealing secrets that must not be disclosed. Enough. Fuguang directly ended this topic and said with a smile, "My Golden Crow Palace rarely has guests. Since you two have come today, how about a game of chess?" Hearing Fuguang's words, both Fushi and Baze's eyes lit up. "Since you invite us, fellow Daoist senior, we could not be more willing." They both enjoyed the game of Go. In fact, Fushi had even written several chess manuals. Over this period of time, his skill had improved considerably, and he was eager to see if he could finally secure a victory against Fuguang. Fushi still remembered his last defeat vividly. Soon in the courtyard, Fushi and Baze took turns playing Go with Fuguang. Time slipped away bit by bit in this process. In the blink of an eye, years passed. Under the pressure of the witch tribe's threat to racial survival, the myriad races of the primordial world constantly sought allies and great cultivators who could protect their kind. After much deliberation, the immortal court, which had grown increasingly powerful and accepted all comers, became the choice of many primordial races. Thus, after the witch tribe emerged and displayed their formidable combat prowess and irreconcilable conflict with the myriad races, the immortal court, far from suffering a decline in strength and prestige due to its 2 defeats, actually benefited and grew even stronger. Of course, the changes in the immortal court and the shifts among the myriad races had little to do with Fuguang, who resided high above the Sun Star. He was not concerned about these matters either. As long as the immortal court and the witch tribe did not provoke him or drag him into the Great Tribulation, they could create as much chaos in the 4 seas and 8 wilds as they wished. Leaving aside the affairs of the 4 seas and 8 wilds at this moment, Fuguang was contemplating his own lifelong matter, taking a wife. Now he had already pulled one leg out of the maelstrom of the Great Tribulation. It was time to seriously consider his own matrimonial matters. After all, one of his deepest obsessions was to marry a wife and grow old together in mutual affection and companionship. Of course, the wife would be the flag at home. As for flags outside, that would depend on fate. Now Fuguang was pondering one thing. I am merely a lone cultivator, an ordinary sun god. Can I still attain the heavenly marriage and receive one of the 3 marriage merits of heaven, earth, and man? This question concerning the heavenly Tao's merit and whether he was qualified to bear witness to the heavenly marriage was quite important. The certification of a heavenly marriage was not a privilege exclusive to Fuguang. The merits of the 3 marriages of heaven, earth, and man were finite. While there were few who met the conditions, they were not entirely absent. Under the original trajectory, Dijuan succeeded in attaining the heavenly marriage and earning the merits of the heavenly Tao precisely because he was the lord of the demons and the lord of the heavenly court. His status and cosmic position were sufficient, and it was fitting for him to have a demon empress and a heavenly empress. Thus, the sealing of the heavenly marriage was a natural progression. Now, however, Fuguang lacked the titles of lord of the demons and lord of the heavenly court. He had not even stepped into the Great Tribulation. Whether he could still successfully certify the heavenly marriage was truly uncertain. Forget it. Shaking his head, he set aside his thoughts. Fuguang's gaze grew resolute. At any rate, I will proceed according to the standards for certifying a heavenly marriage. If it succeeds, all the better. If not, let it be a celebration of joy. As he spoke, the impeccably dressed Fuguang turned to the 4 flower attendants beside him. He gave his instructions. After I visit the Tying Star as a guest, I will also accompany 2 fellow Taoists to the chaos to hear the Tao. Until I return, the 4 of you shall remain in the Golden Crow Palace in seclusion, striving to attain the Tai Tao fruit as soon as possible. Hearing this, the 4 flower attendants bowed in unison. We shall follow your command, master. He nodded. Without further words, Fuguang summoned a golden, auspicious cloud blazing like the sun beneath his feet. It carried him away from the Taiyang Star, flying unhurriedly toward the Tying Star across the starry expanse. We respectfully see the master off. The 4 flower attendants bowed deeply toward Fuguang's departing figure. After he left, they tidied everything within the Golden Crow Palace, and then went into seclusion for cultivation. By now, the Tao fruits of the 4 flower attendants were only a hair's breadth away from fully entering the Tai realm. For Fuguang, a Tai golden immortal was barely capable of carrying out some tasks on his behalf. Thus, Fuguang held considerable expectations for the growth of the 4 flower attendants. He journeyed steadily toward the Tying Star. As he passed certain stars, he would pause to collect opportunities born from those celestial bodies that resonated with him. In this way, during the journey from the Taiyang star to the Taiyin star, Fuguang reaped quite a wealth of gains. He once again arrived outside the Taiyin star. Fuguang composed his expression. Fuguang of the Taiyang star has come to visit 2 fellow Taoists. May I ask if you were present? Although he had visited before that time, he had come to find partners for watching a spectacle. Thus it had not been so formal. But this time he was making a formal visit to Xianhe and Changxi. Naturally, he had to observe proper etiquette. He did not have to wait long. The sisters Xianhe and Changxi, treading upon the moonlight, arrived together before Fuguang. With a hint of a smile, Xianhe, exuding an aura of nobility, looked at Fuguang. Have you come today to invite us sisters to the Golden Crow Palace to watch another excellent performance? Caught off guard, Fuguang responded with a trace of embarrassment. This time, I have come to visit you both as a formal guest. Smiling softly, Xianhe gently nodded and stepped aside, gesturing with her hand, please. She was well aware that Fuguang was indeed here as a guest this time. Her earlier remark was merely a tease. Before long, beneath the moon laurel tree of the Moon Palace, the 3 of them took their seats. Various spiritual fruits and pastries were laid out before them. As soon as they sat down, just as he was about to pour himself a cup of fragrant moon laurel brew, a piece of fragrant osmanthus cake was delivered to him by Changxi. Her usually expressionless eyes shimmered with anticipation. Changxi looked at Fuguang. Osmanthus cake, I made it. Please have a taste. Hearing this, he set down his cup. Fuguang accepted the piece of cake with a gentle expression and said with a smile, thank you. Earlier, Changxi had mentioned that she would invite him to the Taiyin star as a guest and personally prepare pastries for him to taste. That matter Fuguang himself had not remembered. After all, it had been a casual remark. Yet he never expected that Changxi still remembered. To be honest, Changxi's gesture truly touched the softness within Fuguang's heart. After watching Fuguang eat the osmanthus cake, a satisfied Changxi resumed her usual aloof and expressionless demeanor, sitting quietly in her place, appearing utterly detached from worldly affairs. On the other side, the smile never left Xianhe's face. She spoke. Little sister has been looking forward to your visit for a long time. Hearing this, Fuguang raised an eyebrow and asked instinctively, and you? The moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something was amiss. He felt as though he had become a playboy attempting to flirt with both sisters at once. But Xianhe and Changxi clearly paid no heed to such trivialities. Upon hearing Fuguang's counter-question, Xianhe nodded gracefully and admitted naturally, I have also been looking forward to it. It was too straightforward. Fuguang felt that after being touched by Changxi's gentle gesture, he was now being stirred by Xianhe's directness. Reciting a heart-cleansing mantra silently in his mind, he managed to calm his slightly rippling emotions. Fuguang realized that when it came to romance in the primordial world, there was no need for convoluted proof of love. One simply had to state one's feelings directly. All were primordial deities diligently pursuing the Tao. There was no time to waste on endless flirtations. This was good. After all, Fuguang disliked protracted entanglements. Thus, after 3 cups of wine, Fuguang came straight to the point. 2 fellow Taoists, I wish to form a Taoist partnership with you sisters. Swish, swish. 2 pairs of beautiful eyes fell directly upon Fuguang's face, both carrying a hint of expectation. Facing the gaze of 2 divine maidens, Fuguang showed no timidity or embarrassment. He continued, however, concerning this matter, I have certain plans. If they succeed, we will not only become the envy of others as Tao partners, but may also obtain merits from the heavenly Tao. Because of these plans and benefits, I have never mentioned this matter to you both before. Coming back to their senses, Xianhe's eyes flickered. Then now that you have brought it up, does it mean you have already devised a plan? Fuguang nodded and did not deny it. I have indeed formulated some ideas in my mind. But for this matter to succeed, there are still too many unknowns. I cannot be certain whether it will ultimately bear fruit. He paused briefly. Fuguang's expression turned serious. This is not a modest statement. I truly have no confidence. Hearing this, Xianhe and Changxi both nodded, gently indicating their understanding. Fuguang raised his hand and formed a seal. The many considerations concerning the certification of a heavenly marriage coalesced into a beam of immortal light. He sent the beam before Xianhe and Changxi. The entire plan is contained within this. Please take a look and then give me your answer. Glancing at the immortal light before them, Xianhe and Changxi exchanged a look and then both chose to accept it. Just a moment passed. Xianhe and Changxi exchanged a glance, their faces revealing a mix of shock and disbelief. Instinctively, Xianhe, with a stunned expression, remarked, like this. It works. Is heavenly Tao merit so easily obtained? If it were truly that simple, why would there be so few virtuous cultivators in the world? No. If this scheme were proposed by Fuguang, even if somewhat eccentric, it remained highly plausible. The reason was simple. If anyone in the primordial wilderness could be deemed the foremost virtuous cultivator, it was none other than Fuguang. By creating written script and pioneering the path of literary cultivation, he had amassed vast heavenly Tao merit and acquired numerous merit-based spiritual treasures. By establishing the calendar of the primordial wilderness and setting the order of time, he once again received immense heavenly Tao merit reward along with the unique sun god position, a supreme innate merit spiritual treasure, and a multitude of temporal merit spiritual treasures. 2 actions. Both sufficiently proved that Fuguang's methods for planning merit were utterly flawless. Therefore, the heavenly Tao merit from witnessing the heavenly marriage which Fuguang had just told them might indeed be attainable. Of course, to secure it with certainty, several conditions had to be met: the identities of both parties and the identity of the witness. With Fuguang's status as the sole sun god of the world and Shiha and Changshi's positions as lunar star lords, it should be barely sufficient to provoke a response from the heavenly Tao. The current issue was, the identity of the chief witness must be sufficiently qualified. In Shiha and Changshi's view, at least no one in the primordial wilderness currently possessed such qualification. Unless, the sage from Zhixiao Palace. But persuading that sage to leave Zhixiao Palace and witness the marriage of two junior descendants. That seemed not impossible after all. At this thought, Shiha's beautiful eyes turned to Fuguang. When do you intend to start arranging this? Knowing about the heavenly marriage, Shiha no longer felt that Fuguang was a dullard ignorant of romance, nor was she anxious within. On the contrary, she had grown composed. Innate sacred beings had endless lifespans, as long as they didn't fall due to calamity. Karma coexisting with the world was but a trivial matter. Thus Shiha did not mind Fuguang spending more time to thoroughly plan this matter. No rush. Calmly savoring the moon laurel brew and tasting osmanthus cakes, Fuguang spoke. To accomplish this plan, we must await a special opportunity. It cannot be done now. This time I told you this matter to avoid any misunderstanding about my previous attitude. I am not good with words, so I can only be forthright. Upon hearing this, Shiha nodded gently. My sister, and I understand your intent. Now that we are clear about your stance, you may proceed without worry. If you need assistance or cooperation, do not hesitate to ask. Fuguang nodded. He did not dwell on the matter of witnessing the heavenly marriage. First, because Nuwa was still only a minor quasi-sage, and the red embroidery ball had not yet reached her. The witness was not in place, so discussing the heavenly marriage was a joke. Second, to secure the marriage merit reliably, he needed to elevate his status within the primordial wilderness universe, as well as the status of Shiha and Changshi. This was not difficult. After all, the reputations of the sun god and the two lunar goddesses were quite renowned in the primordial wilderness. What was meant by status within the primordial wilderness universe was essentially one's fame in that realm. What was the significance of the three marriages of heaven, earth, and man? Simply put, to instill in all living beings of the primordial wilderness a concept of moral order and ritual propriety, preventing occurrences like father-daughter, mother-son, sister-brother, or brother-sister incest that violated ethical norms. This played a beneficial role in clarifying the order of yin and yang, and in fostering the development and growth of future generations. Thus, witnessing marriages yielded heavenly Tao merit. The question then arose, how could the marriage ceremony be widely remembered by all living beings in the primordial wilderness? The answer was simple: ensure that the marrying parties, the attending guests, and the witness were all renowned figures. In plain terms, leverage fame. Dijuan could arrange a witness without exerting effort to elevate his status or fame, because as the demon emperor and lord of the heavenly court, he was already a celebrity, his status unmistakable. The principle of superiors setting an example. If the demon emperor and lord of the heavenly court married in proper order, how could subordinates dare to act recklessly? They would inevitably follow suit. Thus, the ethical norms of marriage would gradually be established. But Fuguang was different. He only had the four flower maidens as attendants, not a faction leader or clan head. For this reason, the method Fuguang could conceive to increase the likelihood of witnessing the marriage was to further enhance the fame halo of himself, Shiha, and Changshi, using fame to inspire all beings to emulate them, thereby increasing his chances of success. Returning to the main topic, after setting aside the matter of the heavenly marriage, the conversation among the three turned light and everyday. They chatted about various events across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands. They discussed their gains from the past epochs in comprehending the Tao. They exchanged views on the current situation of the world. Thus time slowly passed. One day the sound of the Tao bell suddenly rang in the quiet moon god palace of the lunar star. Dong, dong, dong. Hearing the Tao bell, Fuguang and Shiha, who had been playing music in harmony, and Changshi, who was writing a new novel titled Moon Goddess Wangshu, all paused their actions. A glint of sharp light flashed in their eyes. They exchanged a glance. The time for the 3rd lecture has come. Fuguang casually put away the ancient zither, which was also a merit spiritual treasure. He stood up and looked at Shiha and Changshi. Shall we go together? Shiha smiled and nodded, not refusing. That is my wish. As for Changshi, she had no objections. Soon the three turned into golden rainbows and moonlight, leaving the lunar star and heading toward the chaos beyond the heavens. Compared to Shiha and Changshi's relaxed demeanor, Fuguang's expression held a hint of gravity and seriousness. The 3rd lecture was about to witness too many events. So much so that Fuguang himself felt a slight sense of urgency. After all, this 3rd lecture was set to designate the future sages. To be honest, Fuguang also yearned to attain sagehood, but before that he had a life and death crisis that urgently needed resolution. Now that he had one foot out of that crisis, he had some spare energy to briefly glimpse the splendid scenery of attaining the Tao. They arrived at the chaos purple firmament palace unimpeded. After performing the customary rites, Fuguang and his two companions found a spot, sat cross-legged, and quietly waited for the palace gates to open, paying no heed to other matters. For instance, Dong Wanggong and Shi Wangmu, who were accompanied by a host of great cultivators and golden immortals of the highest order. At this moment, the momentum of these two immortal sovereigns had fully matured, reaching the pinnacle of authority in the primordial world, unmatched by any under heaven. It was only fitting that they strutted arrogantly. Now, as the celestial situation evolved, the relationships among the 3,000 guests within the Purple Firmament Palace were also shifting imperceptibly. The harmony of the first and second sermons was no more. The reason was that during the rise of the immortal court, it had offended many great cultivators. Some had even engaged in battle with the immortal court. Similarly, the number of guests attending this third sermon had diminished. Some had been slain by the rising Wu clan. Others had refused to obey the immortal court's decrees and join it, thus perishing in body and spirit. In short, under the shifting tides of the Great Tribulation, everything was undergoing drastic change. Not long after Fuguang and his companions arrived, Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi, that pair of Dao companions, as well as Fu Shi and Nuwa, also arrived. After arriving, they too sensed the change in atmosphere among the 3,000 guests. After exchanging brief greetings with Fuguang, Shi He, and Chang Shi, they fell silent, waiting quietly for the Purple Firmament Palace to open. Time passed swiftly. Soon after the 3,000 guests had arrived, one after another, the doors of the Purple Firmament Palace swung open. The boy's servant Hao Tian emerged from within. The 10 eons have come to an end. The teacher is about to begin his discourse. Please enter. Hearing the reminder, the 3,000 guests roused themselves from their meditative trance. Then one by one they quietly entered the palace, took their seats, and awaited the appearance of the sage to expound the great Tao. Once the guests were seated, the sage's figure materialized without warning upon the high platform. A hum resonated as the Tao rhythm flowed around him, and his sonorous voice filled the hall, transforming the entire Purple Firmament Palace into an endless ocean of the great Tao and myriad visions. The 3,000 guests instantly entered deep meditation, beginning to contemplate the great Tao. The content of this third sermon was chaotic. The sage seemed to have no clear theme. At times the sage spoke of cultivation at the quasi-sage realm, at other times he expounded on divine abilities and Tao techniques, then he discussed the path of sagehood. He spoke entirely according to his whims, wandering wherever his inspiration led. This left the audience utterly bewildered, as if lost in a mist. Before long, those with the weakest cultivation and talent among the 3,000 guests furrowed their brows, grimaced in pain, and were forced to withdraw from the state of listening. After exiting, they were initially dazed, then silently unfurled their own Tao blossoms, forcibly memorizing the profound and abstruse Tao that the sage had spoken, intending to ponder it later when their cultivation improved. Of course, even with rote memorization, they could retain very little. Time passed slowly. After 1,000 years, only those with superior foundational talents among the 3,000 guests could still keep up with the discourse. 2,000 years later, only the innate sacred beings with the highest grade foundations remained in the state of listening. 2,500 years later, nearly all the top-tier innate sacred beings had successively withdrawn from the enlightenment state, opening their Tao blossoms to memorize the sage's words by rote. 3,000 years passed. The sage, who had been speaking entirely at his ease, finally stopped still with a sense of lingering enjoyment. The Tao rhythms and visions within the Purple Firmament Palace dissipated. All the guests emerged from their work of memorizing the sage's voice. On the sun seat, Fuguang withdrew from his enlightenment state, a look of lingering satisfaction in his eyes. This time the sage had expounded the great Tao with great fluency, and Fuguang had listened smoothly as well, though there were a few moments where he nearly got stuck in a mental rut. But with his terrifying foundational talent, and now blessed by the position of sun god and the karma of the civilized Tao ancestor, he was protected by fate, allowing him to keep up with the sage's discourse several times in a row. Thus, among the entire 3,000 guests, only he had heard the entire third sermon from beginning to end. Of course, only Fuguang himself and the sage on the high platform knew this. The others were unaware. After all, every guest in the palace was seeking the Tao. During such a great opportunity as the sage's discourse, they would not focus their attention on others. When the guests recovered following the precedent of the previous 2 sermons, the sage first answered the doubts of the Sanqing. Then, with a calm gaze and a flat expression, he spoke. I have attained sagehood in accordance with heavenly destiny, and have transmitted the Tao to the creatures of heaven and earth 3 times. Now my merit is complete, and I shall merge with the Tao to perfect the heavenly Tao. You who listen to the Tao must know, without becoming a sage you are but ants. All shall perish in the infinite tribulation and turn to dust. These words fell. Before the crowd could process the shocking news that Hongjun would merge with the Tao to perfect the heavenly Tao, they were terrified by his subsequent statement. Without becoming a sage, one is but an ant. In the end, none can escape the calamity of the infinite tribulation, and all will perish in body and Tao. How can this be? No one wishes to die. The saying, in the morning hear the Tao, in the evening die content. That presupposes one has truly heard the Tao. Now none of the 3,000 guests had truly heard the Tao, so who would be willing to die? Immediately the 3,000 guests bowed in fear and beseeched, "We beg the teacher to show us the way." Even Fuguang, who had anticipated all this, once again displayed his superb acting skills, looking panicked and sincere as he begged the sage for guidance. In truth, Fuguang knew well that the sage would not so much offer guidance as directly arrange for his own disciples to become sages. Among the 3,000 guests in the purple firmament palace, apart from the 6 destined disciples of the sage, none had any hope. Did Fuguang feel regret? Undoubtedly. Who would not wish to attain sagehood? Although many say that after becoming a sage one must still answer to Honghuang and be governed by the heavenly Tao, making future transcendence even more difficult. The problem is that without sagehood the future holds not only the heavenly Tao and Honghuang as overseers, but also the 6 sages as administrators. At that point forget transcendence. Even survival itself becomes uncertain. So do not say that becoming a heavenly Tao sage will be restricted by Honghuang and the Tao. Even so, countless people would break their heads to enter that restricted circle, yet few have the chance. For the beings of the primordial world, becoming a heavenly Tao saint is not about entering a restricted circle, it is about truly entering the final circle of competition. Without becoming a saint, even observing the celestial chessboard from the sidelines is perilous, let alone placing a piece on the board. If one cannot see this clearly, then all their cultivation amounts to naught. Fuguang was well aware of this. However, the difficulty of achieving sainthood was immense for him, so he set his goal lower, to become a peer of the world. Didn't this title suit him, the sun god Fuguang, perfectly? Though he might still fall during the limitless kulpa, living one more kulpa was a gain, and living one more day was a gain as well. With a calm mind the world seems vast. At this moment, though his face wore a pleading and sorrowful expression, there was no turmoil within Fuguang's heart. He was merely cooperating with the saint to finish the remaining acts of the 3rd lecture. Though he was only an extra, he maintained a professional attitude and aimed to avoid displeasing the saint. Thus Fuguang had to complete the performance. On the high platform the saint looked upon the pleas of the 3,000 guests, his face still without emotion. He declared in a clear voice, "Between heaven and earth there shall be 9 saints. Besides me there are 8 other saint thrones." After the saint's words the 3,000 guests wore solemn expressions. Countless beings vying for 8 saint positions. The pressure of competition was not just immense, it was explosive. Without giving the 3,000 guests a chance to continue pleading or speaking, the saint's gaze shifted, directly looking at his 6 disciples before him. That look, it made the hearts of the 3,000 guests sink, while the 6 saint disciples sitting on the heavenly Tao cushions were overjoyed, their faces filled with ecstatic surprise. Without keeping them in suspense, the saint directly spoke. "I established the mystic gate nurturing all beings. Among my disciples there shall be saint successors. Taiching Laozi, incarnated from Pangu's primordial spirit, is the foremost of the 3 pure ones, possessing the merit of opening the heavens. In the future he may become a saint. I bestow upon you the supreme innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, and the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple Qi. May you soon attain the Tao and bear the heavy responsibility of the mystic gate's legacy." As the words fell, with a wave of his hand the saint directly sent forth a swirling, ethereal purple mist and the treasure-laden Taiji diagram, which descended before Taiching Laozi. Such a fortune! Even the usually calm and detached Laozi was filled with excitement. After solemnly thanking the saint for the gift, he accepted the primordial purple Qi and the supreme innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Seeing the opportunity bestowed upon Laozi, the 3,000 guests in the purple cloud palace were all envious. The foundation of sainthood, the supreme innate treasure, each alone would drive the guests to madness. Especially the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple Qi, which drove everyone to frenzy. Who wouldn't want to become a saint? Who wouldn't want to attain the Tao? Everyone did. However, the 3,000 guests could only dream. Laozi was the saint's eldest personal disciple, entrusted with the mystic gate's legacy, so the saint would not allow his treasures to be taken. Thus, if anyone dared to attack Laozi before he became a saint, leaving aside the question of whether they could defeat the 3 pure ones, they would face the saint's wrath, even if they succeeded. No one dared to act. After Laozi, the saint bestowed upon Yuqing Yuanshi the supreme innate treasure, the Panga banner, and the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple Qi. Then he bestowed upon Shangqing Tongtian the complete set of the immortal slaying sword formation and the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple Qi. Furthermore, after granting Tongtian the 4 immortal slaying swords and the formation, the saint specifically cautioned him. This formation is peerless. Use it with caution. Though Tongtian responded well, whether he truly heeded the words remained uncertain. The 3 personal disciples had all received their treasures. The saint's gaze turned to his last disciple, Nuwa. Nuwa, you shall have a great opportunity in the future and may also become a saint. I bestow upon you the supreme innate treasure, the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram, the red embroidered ball, and the foundation of sainthood, the primordial purple Qi. May you soon attain the Tao. Compared to what the 3 personal disciples received, Nuwa's gifts were far less. Not that the mountains and rivers Sheiji diagram and the red embroidered ball were inferior, But compared to the two supreme innate treasures and the complete immortal slaying sword formation, they indeed paled in comparison. Fortunately, Nuwa understood that she as the last disciple could not compare with the true personal disciples. She did not mind the quality of the treasures. Accepting the saint's gifts with joy, she said, "Disciple thanks the teacher for his grace." The quality of the treasures mattered little. The foundation of sainthood was what truly counted. This was crucial to her future path. Magical artifacts were important, but one's own path was the foundation. Excessively pursuing the quality of artifacts while neglecting one's own path was to abandon the root for the branches. After bestowing the treasures and the primordial purple chi upon Nuwa, the saint's gaze turned to Qilin and Zhundi. Before they could begin wailing, he also granted them each a treasure and a strand of primordial purple chi. Thus, the 6 disciples of the saint had all received their benefits and were destined to attain sainthood. In other words, including the saint himself, 7 of the 9 saint thrones under the heavenly Tao were already taken. Only 2 saint thrones remained. If the pressure of competition was already immense when 8 thrones were available, now many of the 3,000 guests felt despair. 2 saint thrones, and look at the remaining top primogenitor beings: Dongwengong, Zhuangmu, Fuguang Taoist, Fushi Taoist, and a host of other supreme primal deities, all coveting the remaining 2 saint thrones. Did the guests of middling or low birth and talent stand any chance? The 3,000 guests displayed all manner of reactions. Some were calm and composed, maintaining their composure and grace. Others were red-eyed with unwillingness. Some sighed in resignation, believing they had no hope for a saint throne. Among them, the most extreme reactions belonged to 2 individuals. The first was Dongwengong, the leader of male immortals. As the leader, he harbored grand ambitions, a desire to rule heaven and earth, and clearly saw his own path. Thus, no one desired to attain sainthood more than Dongwengong. The second was Qilin, who had lost his seat on the heavenly Tao cushion due to Hongyun's yielding, eventually being knocked down by Qilin and Zhundi. At this moment, Qilin's teeth were nearly ground to dust. He stared almost neurotically at the heavenly Tao cushion where Zhundi sat. That should have been his seat. The identity of a saint's disciple, the future chance to become a saint. All of it should have been his. Yet because of that fool Hongyun, not only did he lose his own chance at sainthood, but he also cost Qilin his. Thinking of this, Qilin's murderous gaze turned to Hongyun, who was still wallowing in regret. Qilin dared not provoke the saint's disciples, but he could not only provoke that dog Hongyun, he could also kill him. After distributing the positions of sainthood to his own disciples, the sage did not stop. Instead, he raised his hand and took out another strand of Hongmeng purple chi. This strand of Hongmeng purple chi shall be left to choose its own master. Those who are destined may obtain it. As his words fell, the sage directly released the constraint on the Hongmeng purple chi in his hand, letting it fly away like a mischievous child darting around the Zixiao palace, constantly roaming and choosing among the 3,000 guests. At this moment, as they gazed upon this strand of Hongmeng purple chi, the hearts of the 3,000 guests were filled with longing. Some people's eyes were even flushed red. Of course, there were also those with more composed minds who did not show the ugliness of greed. Soon this strand of Hongmeng purple chi had traveled through all the 3,000 guests. Then with a nimble turn it charged directly toward Hongyun, who was sitting on his own cushion, with little desire for this strand of Hongmeng purple chi in his heart, and plunged straight into his primordial spirit altar. The foundation of sainthood has chosen me. The sudden surprise left Hongyun stunned, and at the same time he cried out in joyful astonishment. However, before Hongyun could rejoice for long, dozens of reddened eyes fell upon him. Envy, extreme, greed, and full of murderous intent. None of the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao palace were fools. When the sage released this strand of Hongmeng purple chi, he had already made it clear those who are destined may obtain it. Whether one is destined or not doesn't matter. But the words "may obtain it" have said it all. This strand of Hongmeng purple chi is something to be fought over and seized. As long as you possess enough strength to snatch and guard this foundation of sainthood, then this strand of Hongmeng purple chi belongs to you, and you are the destined one. Although Hongyun has now obtained this strand of Hongmeng purple chi, whether he can guard it remains an unknown. After being startled by the murderous gazes of the many 3,000 guests, Hongyun, who had just obtained the Hongmeng purple chi, instantly lost his joy and became solemn and serious. The truths that others understood Hongyun as a standout among the great cultivators could naturally comprehend thoroughly. This strand of Hongmeng purple chi is indeed a tremendous opportunity, but it also brings a great crisis of physical destruction and Tao extinction. However, for Hongyun to simply give up the foundation of sainthood in his hand, that is absolutely impossible. All are great cultivators, all are innate divinities. Regarding their own Tao paths, everyone's determination is extremely firm. If he were to abandon the foundation of sainthood in his hand just because of the hostility of the 3,000 guests, then Hongyun's Tao would not be worth cultivating. The sage paid no attention to the slight commotion among the 3,000 guests. The sage on the high platform spoke again. Cultivation is not easy and calamities are unpredictable. Since you are all destined people in my Zixiao palace listening to my Tao and receiving the teachings of my Xuanmen, I will naturally not let you leave without any gain. Hearing the sage's words, the 3,000 guests who had been eyeing Honghuang with hostility all turned around and looked at the sage with surprise. At the same time they bowed and said, "Thank you, teacher, for your grace." This title was not incorrect. After all, the sage was the one who imparted the Tao to the 3,000 guests. Within the Zixiao Palace, addressing him as teacher was perfectly fine. But outside the Zixiao Palace, except for the sage's 6 disciples, the other 3,000 guests had to respectfully address him as sage or Tao ancestor. After the sage summoned the boy Honghuang, he spoke to the 3,000 guests in the Zixiao Palace. "On the Cliff of Treasures, there are spiritual treasures I obtained while traveling the primordial world. You may go and take them according to your karmic fate." After the sage's words fell, the boy Honghuang stepped forward, bowed to the 3,000 guests, and said, "Please follow me." As he spoke, the 3,000 guests all scrambled to follow Honghuang's figure heading toward the Cliff of Treasures in the Zixiao Palace. Except Fuguang. What was the final opportunity in the Zixiao Palace? Naturally, it was the opportunity to distribute treasures on the Cliff of Treasures. From the moment he stopped contemplating the Tao, Fuguang had been preparing to go to the Cliff of Treasures to collect treasures, hoping to acquire more items and expand his own treasure vault. So the question arises, why did Fuguang with such intentions sit motionless on his cushion while everyone else scrambled to get treasures? The reason was simple. The sage had kept him behind. Just as Fuguang was about to move, a gentle but irresistible mighty force pressed him down onto his cushion, preventing him from rising. In just a moment, the main hall of the Zixiao Palace was left with only Fuguang and the sage on the high platform. When he realized that the sage wanted to keep him, Fuguang's heart was filled with trepidation, but he did not resist. There was no need for the sage to deal with a mere little golden crow like Fuguang. Was just a flick of the hand. Since he could not resist, he might as well stay here quietly. Fuguang also believed that the sage would not be so undignified as to directly harm him. There must be something he wanted to discuss with him alone. With this thought, Fuguang's heart grew even calmer, showing no signs of panic. He only felt a little regret. There should be many treasures destined for him on the Cliff of Treasures. If he didn't go, that fellow Yuqing Yuanshi, who would even take the entire Cliff of Treasures with him, would surely take away the spiritual treasures that belonged to him as well. Just thinking about it was regrettable. As Fuguang's mind wandered slightly, the sage on the high platform turned his slightly rippling gaze toward him. Seeing this, Fuguang instantly suppressed all distracting thoughts in his heart and waited respectfully for the sage to speak first. The sage didn't waste words either. The sage was a straightforward character. He raised his hand and waved. Streams of light fell before Fuguang, all of them innate spiritual treasures of various grades that were destined for him. "Thank you, sage, for your grace." As these innate spiritual treasures appeared, joy could not help but show in Fuguang's eyes. After expressing his thanks, he delightedly accepted the treasures. The sage nodded slightly. Then he spoke in a clear voice. "The Wu clan has emerged. The world's karmic slaughter has surged and baleful energy is churning. The great calamity has arrived. However, with the capability of the celestial court, governing the world is still insufficient. The world still lacks a true sovereign who can command all races and rule over heaven and earth." Listening to the sage's words, Fuguang remained silent, furrowing his brows slightly. His face showed contemplation, while also bearing a hint of compassion for the suffering of all living beings in the world. However, despite his reaction, he did not take up the sage's topic at all. How could he respond? By saying, "The sage is right, the sage is wise." That flattery would be too crude. It was not Fuguang's style. And most importantly, if he took up the topic, the sage would curl his lips and directly assign him, "You are the one true sovereign of heaven and earth. Go and strive. I will watch your efforts well from the Zixiao Palace." What could he do then? If he goes, certain death. If he doesn't go, the sage would slap him to death on the spot. So, showing this helpless expression perfectly acted by him was enough. Meeting changes with constancy. Fuguang refused to engage with the topic thrown at him. The sage was not surprised, for he understood Fuguang's temperament well, knowing him to be cautious and steady, only pursuing opportunities he was certain of and fulfilling only the duties he was obligated to. With such a disposition, how could a mere few words from the sage sway him? Fuguang was no fool. Most of the great powerhouses could see clearly that the supreme throne of unifying heaven and earth was a seat of sagehood, and Fuguang understood this as well. But the difficulty was immense. Heavenly mandate, strength, fate, wisdom, allies. So many harsh conditions, all indispensable. Moreover, he would have to face the 12 ancestral witches and the warlike powerful Wu clan that fed on the creatures of the wilds. After that, he would also have to contend with other heavenly sages who might have attained sagehood before him. With so many conditions unmet and trials insurmountable, this seed of sagehood would not fall upon the schemer. When dealing with a clear-minded man, conspiracies and verbal persuasion were of little effect, and the sage would not stoop to such base means. He simply raised his hand, and several spiritual treasures emitting vast auras appeared before Fuguang. The first and most formidable was a ruler bearing the flowing light of Tao merit, and the primordial xanthic aura harboring supreme killing power. This was the acquired merit supreme treasure, the primordial heaven measuring ruler. The sage looked at it and said, though this treasure possesses ultimate killing power and can suppress fate, its greater purpose lies in defining the order and laws of heaven and earth. If one can comprehend the celestial laws within, great merit may be attained. Fu Guang's breath caught at the sage's words, for the great merit spoken of by a sage was surely no small amount. His heart began to beat with an unworthy flutter. The second was a small cauldron exuding a wondrous aura of creation, radiating the fluctuations of a supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, gleaming with infinite creative power. It was the numinous treasure of creation capable of reversing the innate, the Qilin cauldron. The sage spoke again. The Qilin cauldron can reverse the innate. If one can find a complete set of acquired spiritual treasures of the same origin, they can be reversed into innate spiritual treasures, aiding cultivators in severing the three corpses. There were indeed many innate spiritual treasures in heaven and earth, but they were ultimately finite. Yet once the Xin sect spread and the path of immortal cultivation became unobstructed, the number of cultivators in the world would surely multiply. Thus the innate spiritual treasures capable of enabling cultivators to sever their corpses would certainly be insufficient. With the Qilin cauldron, one would hold the lifeline of many cultivators who lacked such treasures. Though one could reach the quasi-sage realm without severing corpses, those who had done so were closer to their own Tao and possessed several times, even dozens of times the strength of those who had not. Moreover, if one cultivated the path of quasi-sagehood, it was surely to take the shortcut of severing corpses to be closer to the Tao. How could one not desire to sever the corpses? Additionally, Nuwa would need the Qilin cauldron to create humanity. This was a stepping stone to intervene in Nuwa's opportunity for sagehood. Thus the benefits of possessing the Qilin cauldron were self-evident. Even Fu Guang with his steady demeanor began to breathe heavily. The third was a pitch-black ferocious spear, slightly damaged, but still radiating a baleful aura that could corrupt the primordial spirit and body. This was the innate supreme treasure of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, one of the protagonists of the ancient tribulation, the god-slaying spear. Though its essence had been damaged when Luo Ho self-detonated, causing it to fall from the rank of innate supreme treasure to supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yet it was still not to be underestimated. The sage, indifferent to Fu Guang's thoughts, continued, the god-slaying spear was damaged in the previous epoch with one innate divine prohibition shattered, causing it to fall from the ranks of innate supreme treasures, but its foundation remains. The immortal slaying gourd and primordial chaos gourd you obtained are both wondrous creations. Refine these two treasures into the god-slaying spear to repair its essence and restore that divine prohibition, and it will return to the rank of innate supreme treasure. With these words, before Fu Guang could react further, the sage raised his hand once more, and a nimble wisp of primordial purple chi appeared in his palm. Released, the primordial purple chi flew directly toward Fu Guang, circling him affectionately, waiting for him to take it into his body. The sage added, the position of supreme ruler of heaven and earth is a seat of sagehood. There are few cultivators in the world who match it, and you are one of them, the closest. After speaking, the sage closed his eyes and fell silent. The hall of Zixiao Palace grew quiet. Gazing at the three spiritual treasures radiating affection toward him, and the primordial purple chi eager to nestle into his arms, Fu Guang was utterly silent. Honestly, his mind was unshakably firm, and his chosen path was equally unwavering. But the problem was that the sage had given him too much. Moreover, the sage had not insisted that he must vie for the supreme position. He had merely bestowed these treasures upon him along with the foundation for attaining sagehood. And then he had made it clear, though he was not the only one who could assume the supreme throne, he was the closest to it. What was this? An open scheme. A naked open scheme. The treasures were given. The opportunity was laid before him. It was up to Fu Guang to choose. If he contended, he would have to enter the great tribulation of heaven and earth to face the trials. If he did not, he could stay on the Sun Star and slowly refine the foundation of sagehood. As for whether giving away these treasures was a loss, for a sage about to merge with the Tao, except for a few key treasures related to the tribulation, these were of little use. Thus there was no question of loss or gain. Otherwise the sage would not have opened the precipice of treasures to distribute them. After a moment of silence, Fu Guang raised his hand and gently waved, collecting the primordial heaven-measuring ruler, the Qilin cauldron, and the god-slaying spear into his spiritual platform. At the same time, he accepted the affectionate primordial purple chi. Then he bowed to the sage, "Thank you, master, for your grace." He had not yet made up his mind, but the treasures bestowed by the sage were certainly not to be returned. So Fu Guang did not refuse. As for whether to vie for the supreme position, he would have to return and think it over carefully. The matter of the tribulation was not urgent. For now Dong Wangong was arrogant and swollen-headed, no matter how inept, he could still take the immortal court to clash with the Wu clan a few times and endure a few slaps on the face. Having accepted the treasures, and sensing his own agitated heart, Fu Guang could not help but marvel. The sage truly was a sage, his every move pushed the limits. Secretly plotting to drag one into the tribulation. That was too low level. Instead, he gave ample sweeteners up front, then clearly showed that getting involved would yield even more and better rewards. letting you choose whether to enter the chess game. And whether you entered or not, you had to thank him. Brilliant. Brilliant beyond measure. The stillness in the hall did not last long. The 3,000 guests who had gone to the Funbao cliff gradually returned. Each person had obtained different gains. Those with abundant harvests, such as the disciples of sages like Sanqing and Nuwa, naturally beamed with joy. Those with lesser gains, such as Jane Zhuanti and Kuanping, the notoriously impoverished cultivators of the primordial era, wore no smiles on their faces. But regardless, as the sage had said, everyone had obtained some spiritual treasures and opportunities. The difference lay in that some were satisfied while others were not. Why did you not go to the Funbao cliff? Returning to her own cushion, she had noticed that Fuguang had not gone to the Funbao cliff, and asked with surprise. Upon hearing this, Fuguang shook his head without speaking. He naturally could not say that he had been detained by the sage. Therefore he had no choice but to leave Shiha's question unanswered. Fortunately, Shiha was not one to pry persistently. Seeing that Fuguang did not elaborate, she did not continue to press the matter. You have obtained your opportunities, now depart. As the crowd returned, the sage on the high platform spoke with neither joy nor sorrow. From now on, the great trends of the primordial era shall remain unchanged, and Hongjun shall not emerge. As the words fell, the sage's figure vanished from the high platform. The 3,000 guests all bowed and took their leave. After everyone had left the Zixiao palace, the sage's voice resounded through the chaos. In the primordial heaven and earth, the great Tao has 50 heavens, evolution has 49, leaving one to escape. I, Hongjun, have attained complete enlightenment, and shall follow the mandate of heaven to merge with the Tao and perfect the heavenly Tao. From now on, Hongjun shall be the heavenly Tao, but the heavenly Tao shall not be Hongjun. Heavenly Tao merge. The voice fell. With a thunderous rumble, both the chaos and the primordial heaven and earth trembled. All great cultivators could clearly sense that in the midst of heaven and earth some ineffable change had occurred. The heavenly Tao is perfected, all beings are now beneath the heavenly Tao. Sensing this subtle shift, Fuguang sighed inwardly. A flawless heavenly Tao is also a flawed heavenly Tao. To transcend it will be fraught with difficulties. With this thought, Fuguang immediately withdrew his musings. What was he thinking? He had not yet even perfected the path to the Honghuang golden immortal, nor had he attained the Tao or claimed the fruit of sainthood. And yet he was already contemplating transcendence. This was far too ambitious. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Fuguang turned to look at Shiha and Changshi, who stood beside him. He said, "Let us go. Return to the primordial era." The sage had already merged with the Tao. This empty Zixiao palace in the chaos would soon conceal itself within the chaos and rarely appear again. Staying here offered no benefit other than the danger of experiencing chaotic qi. Fuguang, Shiha, and Changshi were about to leave together. To the side, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, and several quasi-sage great cultivators who were close to Hongyun and Xinyuanzi, all, with solemn expressions, approached the trio. Taoist Fuguang, Taoist, Shiha, Taoist Changshi. Upon arriving, Hongyun first clasped his hands in salute. Then he stated his purpose directly. "I fear that on my return journey, I may encounter some calamities. I earnestly request the three of you to lend me your aid. After the matter is settled, I shall surely offer generous rewards." As soon as his words fell, the honest and unassuming Xinyuanzi also spoke. "Three Taoists, I implore your assistance as well. Xinyuanzi will also reward you handsomely." In truth, the moment Hongyun obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, Fuguang knew that for him to return safely to his own Taoist temple would be no easy feat. He had also wondered whether Hongyun would trust his character enough to seek his help. After all, that was the foundation of sainthood. Honestly speaking, given Hongyun's network of connections, only Xinyuanzi and fewer than a handful of great cultivators were willing to help him now. This clearly showed just how alluring the foundation of sainthood was to the 3,000 guests. As for the Daluo cultivators among the 3,000 guests, such matters, they no longer had the qualifications to participate. A faint smile on his face. Fuguang looked at Hongyun and said, "I thought you might not trust my character and would not come to ask for my help." Hearing this, Hongyun's face showed a hint of shame. He clasped his hands in salute. "I have measured the magnanimity of a Taoist by the standards of a petty man. This time it is my fault. After this matter, I shall certainly offer a gift of apology." Fuguang raised a hand and waved it. A smile still on his face. "That is not necessary. After this matter, when Taoist Xinyuanzi hosts a banquet, you can punish yourself by drinking 3 cups. Hearing this, Hongyun's face showed even more shame. "Taoist, you have a generous heart. I admire you." Fuguang nodded. He glanced at Xinyuanzi and the 4 great cultivators who, having a close bond with Hongyun, had set aside the temptation of the foundation of sainthood to come and assist. He made a rough calculation of the various powerful figures who might get involved along the journey, then said, "The number is a bit small. But if it is only to escort you back to the Wuzhuang temple, it is not difficult. Let us go?" Since he had agreed to escort, even if the numbers were somewhat lacking, Fuguang would not break his word. Originally, with his cautious and steady nature, he could have simply avoided getting involved in this matter. But regardless of whether he acted or not, Hongyun would eventually return safely to the Wuzhuang temple. After all, his death was not destined to occur in this era. Therefore, although this journey carried risks, the rewards would not be small either. First, not to mention the rewards from Honghuang and Xinyuanzi, both of them would owe him a debt of karma and goodwill after this matter was settled. Perhaps one day it could be of use. Second, if he remained too low-key, the increasingly powerful great cultivators of the primordial era might eventually deem the sun god Fuguang weak, incompetent, and easily bullied. To maintain long-term stability, he needed to occasionally display his reason and let others understand that he was not to be trifled with. Third, in the previous plan to solemnize the heavenly marriage, Fuguang had thought of a way to increase the success rate by making himself Shiha and Changshi famous and raising their renown. In the vast primordial universe, no method of gaining fame was more powerful and swift than directly striking down a host of great cultivators. Of course, it could not be denied that this move carried considerable risks, incurring deeper wariness from Dongwangong and accumulating karma with the great cultivators he attacked, or there was a certain possibility of being dragged into the karma of the great culpa. However, after being subjected to the sage's open stratagem, Fuguang's heart had been stirred, and he was in a somewhat restless state. He also needed to release some of the vexation within him. A great battle with the incoming opponents was undoubtedly a good choice. Moreover, the world knew that he was on good terms with Honghuang. This act of assistance would further enhance his image of benevolence and righteousness. When the day of Honghuang's imminent death arrived, anyone who wished to kill him would have to contend with Fuguang. At that time, Fuguang could then withdraw from Honghuang's inevitable doom. Let no one speak of sinister scheming. Although Fuguang was not entirely heartless, all actions were premised on ensuring his own interests and safety. Thus, after weighing multiple reasons and pros and cons, Fuguang decided to lend a helping hand to Honghuang. Fuguang walked ahead. Since they first met at the lecture, Shiha and Changshi, who had been inseparable from Fuguang, whenever they appeared in public, silently followed in his footsteps, without uttering a word. Then came Honghuang and Xinyuanzi, their expressions grave and solemn. The entire journey from Zixiao Palace back into the primordial universe unfolded in silence. Not a single ripple of disturbance occurred. In the chaos of the primordial void, too many unpredictable variables could arise during a great battle. Therefore, those who sought to contend for the primordial purple chi were hardly so foolish as to launch a direct assault on Honghuang within the chaotic realm. Upon entering the primordial universe, Fuguang once again took the lead, making his way toward the Wuzhuang temple. As for Honghuang's Huiyun cave, forget it. While it was indeed a top-tier cultivation realm, its security fell considerably short compared to the Wuzhuang temple, which possessed the Earth Scroll and could harness the power of Shou Mountain and the Ginseng fruit tree to form an unrivaled defensive formation. Moreover, given the profound bond between Honghuang and Xinyuanzi would surely invite Honghuang to accompany him to the Wuzhuang temple, and Honghuang would hardly refuse such an invitation. The group followed Fuguang in silence. Although it was Honghuang who had sought their aid and should have been the one to take the lead, yet for some reason, with Fuguang present, everyone spontaneously followed his arrangements and acted in concert with him, and no one felt anything was amiss. Walking beside Fuguang, Shiha maintained a calm demeanor, her luminous eyes flickering with subtle light as she occasionally glanced at him, silent, deep in contemplation. In truth, she felt neither anxiety nor fear regarding the great battle that might erupt. Rather than worrying about the conflict, Shiha was far more curious about what troubled or preoccupied Fuguang at this moment. The Fuguang she knew would never be so reticent, so withdrawn from conversation with others. He was quite talkative by nature. Having known him, while Shiha understood clearly that he must be wrestling with something of great importance, so absorbed was he that he had no attention to spare for anything else. As for whether Fuguang might be shrinking from the coming battle, impossible. A true powerhouse of such profound depth and strategic brilliance would never flee from conflict. There was no doubt about it. No one understood the unfathomable nature of the sun god Fuguang better than Shiha. Moi. It was then, as Fuguang pondered in silence and the others walked wordlessly toward the Wuzhuang temple, that Fuguang, who had been immersed in refining the three magical treasures he had acquired, suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the energies of heaven and earth. His brows lifted slightly. He came to an abrupt halt, his sharp golden eyes scanning the heavens and earth before casually turning toward Honghuang, whose expression was grim. Friend Honghuang, they have arrived. Upon hearing this, Honghuang nodded with understanding. He had sensed it as well, only not with the same swiftness as Fuguang. The same held true for the others. Honghuang immediately stepped forward, gazing at the empty sky around them. Esteemed friend, since you are here, why not reveal yourselves, eh? No sooner had he spoken than a hum resonated through the air. From within a ray of immortal light emerged Qilin, his aura radiating killing intent, his cultivation already reaching the mid-stage of quasi-saint. His eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon Honghuang. Honghuang, you wretch. Because of your actions I lost my position as a saint. This karmic debt. I shall not rest until you are dead. Before Honghuang could respond to Qilin words, another figure emerged from the spatial rift. Clad in blood-red robes with a lotus platform floating above his head, and wielding two fearsome demonic swords, Mingi of the Blood Sea revealed himself, a figure of haunting otherworldly beauty. His intent was clear. Honghuang, surrender the primordial purple chi, and I shall spare your life. As Patriarch Mingyi appeared, one powerful cultivator after another stepped forth from the dimensional space. Among them the most conspicuous was Dongwang Gong, robed in imperial garments and accompanied by several other mighty cultivators. Hongyun, yield the primordial purple chi, and I shall grant you a position second only to myself within the immortal court. These were but those who had openly declared their intent to seize the primordial purple chi through force. In the shadows, many more lay in wait. Until an opportunity presented itself, these concealed masters would remain passive, content to watch from the sidelines. Should the moment arise, however, it was impossible to predict how many would choose to act. Thus those hiding in the darkness were equally a threat to be wary of. Only when no further figures emerged from the concealed spaces did Hongyun finally speak. Since you have all come, I assume you will not easily abandon your quest. And this humble Taoist has no intention of relinquishing the foundation of saintly attainment already within my grasp. Then, if you wish to wrest this primordial purple chi from my hands, let your prowess determine the outcome. Hongyun had initially considered offering some diplomatic pleasantries, but then thought better of it. There was no need. Many of the mighty cultivators who had come had made their intentions perfectly clear. Extraneous words would serve no purpose. In the end, a confrontation was unavoidable. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the expressions of all the assembled powerful cultivators turned cold, obstinate to the end. The primordial purple chi shall go to those destined to claim it. Hongyun, though fate has brought you close to sainthood, you are not meant to attain it. Seeking death. The crowd roared in anger. Yet none moved to strike first. It was not for lack of willingness. Hongyun's allies were hardly weak. Zhen Yuanzi, without need for elaboration, was a master among the mighty. The two lunar goddesses were among the earliest to achieve quasi-sainthood through the method of severing their mortal shells, and their cultivation had long since reached the mid-stage of quasi-saint. The four other mighty cultivators who were close friends of Hongyun may not have been as renowned, but having attained quasi-sainthood proved they were far from mediocre. Most crucially, though he rarely revealed his abilities in battle, the Taoist Fuguang, whose formidable strength was acknowledged by numerous mighty cultivators, was also present. Furthermore, Taoist Fuguang bore the immense heavenly merit golden wheel upon his person. To confront such a being, one would suffer grievously if defeated, yet gain little even in victory. In short, no one was willing to take on the troublesome burden that was Taoist Fuguang. With him present, this battle would never erupt so easily. After all, if open warfare truly commenced, who would dare confront Taoist Fuguang? Realizing this, the strongest among the leaders of the assembled mighty cultivators all turned their gazes toward Taoist Fuguang, who stood beside Hongyun with an expression of unwavering calm. Their eyes flickered slightly. Patriarch Mingyi, whose pride was unmatched and whose name, when the blood sea runs dry, Mingyi shall not die, carried weight across the realms, was perhaps the least intimidated by Taoist Fuguang, whom all others feared. Nevertheless, given the chance, he too would prefer not to cross such a supreme powerhouse and incur the colossal karmic consequences that would follow. Yet as he observed the caution and reluctance of the others, Patriarch Mingyi, gripping the dual swords of Ubi Yuan II, was about to step forward to gauge Fuguang's stance, hoping to persuade him to withdraw if possible. But someone acted even faster than Mingyi. Taoist Fuguang, do you intend to involve yourself in this matter and protect that wretch Hongyun? The words echoed across heaven and earth, causing everyone to startle and instinctively search for the speaker. Who was this? To be so audacious. All eyes turned. It was him, Dongwang Gong. At this moment, clad in imperial robes and crowned with the imperial diadem, surrounded by several great cultivators, Dongwang Gong's face bore an expression of dignified authority. He gazed calmly at Fuguang and said, Fuguang, Taoist, you and Hongyun are merely nodding acquaintances. I advise you not to wade into this muddy water. Stay peacefully on your sun star and fulfill your duty as the sun god. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. These words resounded through heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire region, which had been shrouded by the auras of the great cultivators, fell silent. No one spoke. No one reacted. Even the great cultivators lurking in the shadows were the same. There was no other reason. These two, who seemed to be inherently incompatible, it appeared that they were about to engage in their first confrontation here. In the past, at the Purple Cloud Palace, when the sage was designating the leader of male immortals, he first glanced at Fuguang Taoist before confirming Dongwang Gong. This was originally a trivial matter, but as Dongwang Gong's power grew and his path of imperial dominance extended further, the small matter that even he himself would not have cared about gradually became magnified, to the extent that, if he could not regain a sense of superiority from Fuguang Taoist, it would be difficult for him to let go. Similarly, although Fuguang Taoist was kind and gentle in temperament, a deep-seated pride truly existed within him. Although he seemed uninterested in contending with Dongwang Gong over anything, he also appeared to never take to heart Dongwang Gong's multiple identities, such as the leader of male immortals and the master of the immortal court. The two seemed to have conflicting fates from birth, destined to be enemies. This feeling was sensed by the 3,000 guests in the Purple Cloud Palace and the great cultivators. Therefore, everyone had a psychological expectation for this scene. But there was one problem. None of the great cultivators had expected Dong Gong to be so discourteous. Such an attitude of interrogation and threat would be unbearable for any great cultivator, let alone Fuguang Daoist, who was recognized as a formidable powerhouse and exuded pride from his bones. A falling out had occurred. Dong Gong's actions were to some extent a complete rupture of relations. At this moment Ming He Patriarch, who had already lifted his foot to step forward and inquire of Fu Guang, silently withdrew his raised foot. Moreover, after retracting his step, he still felt something amiss, so he took another step back. Someone had stepped forward to target the troublesome Fu Guang Daoist. Then Ming He Patriarch would just retreat behind him. After all, he was only reclusive and eccentric, not a fool. Would he eagerly step up to attract the firepower of a great cultivator for someone else? Absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Dong Gong's threatening words, Fu Guang, who had been standing casually, without intending to steal the spotlight from Hongyun, fell into a moment of silence. The consistent ease and smile on his face gradually faded. His golden eyes fixed on Dong Gong. He casually clasped his hands. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. However, we cultivators have things we must do and things we must not do. Fellow Taoist Hongyun is my closest friend. Since he has asked for my help, I naturally cannot stand idly by. Here I also advise all fellow Taoists. This time I am determined to protect fellow Taoist Hongyun into the Wuzhuang Temple, to avoid harming the harmony among us fellow cultivators. If you retreat now, we will remain at peace. If you take a step forward, life and death are uncertain. He paused deliberately. Fu Guang's gaze, which had been sweeping over the many great cultivators, both visible and hidden, shifted to settle on Dong Gong's face. A faint, enigmatic smile on his face. Don't say I didn't warn you. As these final words fell, everyone was stunned, then looked at Dong Gong with strange expressions. In that battle long ago, after Dong Gong personally led an expedition and was defeated and forced to flee in disgrace, the primordial, which had used this very phrase to warn the myriad beings of the primordial world. Now used again by Fu Guang. Everyone inevitably recalled that farcical episode of Dong Gong's expedition to Mount Buzhou. Someone could not help but laugh, but sensing the inappropriate occasion, forcibly stifled the laughter. Fu Guang Daoist might not fear the might of the immortal court's master Dong Gong, but he still needed to be respectful. Of course, after the first laugh, the others present, even if they held back from laughing aloud, could not conceal the amusement on their faces. In response to the crowd's amusement and Fu Guang's mockery, Dong Gong's expression remained unchanged. After all, as the master of a top-tier power, he still possessed this level of composure. Today, Dong Gong took a step forward and declared in a loud voice, Hongyun must leave behind the foundation for sainthood. You Fu Guang Daoist cannot protect him, I say so. As his voice fell, rumble, Dong Gong's body emanated the terrifying aura of a mid-stage quasi-saint. The myriad Daos and countless laws he cultivated burst forth in visions, instantly evolving into flowers of the great Tao and fruits of the laws, containing unparalleled killing methods. At the same time, one spiritual treasure after another emerged from the flowers of the great Tao and fruits of the laws, evolved by Dong Gong, their spiritual light dazzling and brilliant. At the very outset of his move, Dong Gong displayed formidable strength and a profound foundation, far surpassing ordinary great cultivators. One could not help but admire. Truly worthy of the master of the immortal court, one of the current overlords across the 4 seas and 8 barren lands. Even Fu Guang showed admiration in his eyes. It had to be said that as a figure who stirred up turmoil during the great tribulations in the original primordial history and was able to contend with the demon clan, one of the main factions for a period, Dong Gong indeed possessed true skill. So it seems. Amid his inner reflections, Fu Guang spoke again. All fellow Taoists intend to have a contest with us. Since you have ignored my advice, we will have no choice but to show our skills. As his voice fell, Fu Guang no longer concealed his many spiritual treasures, which were already well known. The 10,000 character scripture transformed into a merit robe on his body. Wu Ju and Mo Hai shielded his surroundings. The Chiao Hao brush came into his hand as if ordinary. The Bo Dao merit spiritual treasure manifested. The Shirley treasures appeared. The immortal slaying gourd hovered calmly at his side. The Chiao Hao brush came into his hand as if ordinary. The Bo Dao merit spiritual treasure manifested. The Shirley treasures appeared. The immortal slaying gourd hovered calmly at his side. Finally, clang. Like a sun, the supreme grade innate merit spiritual treasure, the sun wheel, evolved into a great sun radiating the supreme yang, an extreme yang true essence of the sun, along with an extremely sharp, killing aura hovering behind Fu Guang. At a mere thought from him, this merit spiritual treasure, supremely yang and unmatched, in killing immune to karmic retribution, would fly out to take the enemy's life. Although the number of innate spiritual treasures Fu Guang had summoned was not large apart from the immortal slaying gourd, all the other treasures, without exception, were merit spiritual treasures. This scene made everyone both in the open and in the shadows twitch their mouths. After the distribution of the gourd vine treasures at Mount Buzhou in the past, They had heard that Fuguang possessed many merit spiritual treasures, but they never expected that his merit spiritual treasures would be so damn numerous. The twitching of their mouths had not yet subsided. The next moment, a bright, auspicious golden light suddenly entered everyone's eyes, directly illuminating heaven and earth, casting a layer of golden radiance over everything. Too dazzling. Who had opened the merit golden wheel? After adjusting to the light, the crowd once again looked at Fuguang Daoist, who was shrouded in the auspicious golden light of merit, like a small sun, his true visage obscured. Oh, so it was Fuguang Daoist who had opened the merit golden wheel. That was fine then. Having directly displayed his well-known technique, Fuguang radiated the auspicious light of merit. Gazing at Dongwang Gong and the others, he said, "Which fellow Taoist wishes to exchange a few rounds with me?" No sooner had Fuguang spoken than everyone twitched the corners of their mouths. Who the hell would want to fight a little golden man of heavenly Tao merit? Losing would be painful, and winning would bring no good. Winning brought no benefit. On the field, the originally aggressive assembly of great cultivators exchanged glances, then all turned their gaze to Dongwang Gong, who had just stepped forward to threaten Fuguang Daoist with a barrage of veiled barbs, as if destined to oppose him. Silently, all the great cultivators, including formidable figures like Ming, He, and Qilin Peng, retreated a certain distance, directly exposing Dongwang Gong and the host of great cultivators of the immortal court. This scene directly darkened Dongwang Gong's face. Damn it. What did these fellows mean? Were they expecting him, Dongwang Gong, to face Fuguang Daoist alone, along with a few great cultivators of the immortal court, to make him bear alone the karmic sin and heavenly punishment for attacking one of great merit? Truly, utterly shameless. However furious as he was, Dongwang Gong now stood at a point where he could advance, but not retreat. Suppressing the rage in his heart, Dongwang Gong stared at Fuguang. "I am the foremost of immortals, the lord of the immortal court. Others may fear you, Fuguang Daoist, but I do not." Everyone attacked together and seized them. As he spoke, Dongwang Gong steeled himself and struck directly at Fuguang. Boom. The means of a quasi-sage unfolded. Immediately divine light streaked across heaven and earth, dissolving all things. A myriad of Tao techniques, countless powers, flowing lights, and spiritual treasures simultaneously erupted with terrifying might. They struck directly at Fuguang, whose bearing revealed the innate sacredness of the primordial, with the great Tao rising and sinking around him. At the same time, the several great cultivators who had joined the immortal court also moved in sync with Dongwang Gong, their momentum vast, shaking the nine heavens. Alas, faced with the fierce attack of Dongwang Gong and his group, Fuguang remained as calm and relaxed as ever, sighing, "Taoist, you have indeed deluded yourself." Even as he said this, his actions were equally swift. With a single stroke of the autumn hairbrush in his hand, the path of literature blossomed in 100 flowers. Illusory mountains of books and vast oceans of ink and water appeared out of thin air, effortlessly blocking the assault of Dongwang Gong and the other great cultivators of the immortal court. The mountains of books were the impassable chasms they had to cross, the seas of ink and learning were the gulfs they had to traverse. The degree of their mastery over their own great Tao would determine how quickly they could break through Fuguang's techniques. However, as long as their mastery of the path of literature was inferior to Fuguang's, no matter how many of his techniques they broke through, Fuguang would, with even greater power of the great Tao, lay down even more chasms and gulfs that required all their strength to overcome. Admittedly, powerful spiritual treasures could also break through these techniques, but the extent of a treasure's might depended on the strength of its master. If the master's strength was insufficient, no matter how many or how high quality the treasures, it would be to no avail. Just as at this moment, the many spiritual treasures offered by Dongwang Gong and his group were, with a few casual strokes of the autumn hairbrush in Fuguang's hand, suppressed within the mountains of books and seas of learning. Only a very few remained in their hands. Watching Dongwang Gong and his party trapped in the quagmire of his attacks, Fuguang did not stop there. The various treasures of the path of literature in his possession bloomed with spiritual light, and the power released by the complete set of merit-based spiritual treasures was also unparalleled. Activating the merit treasures of the path of literature, he said, "One book, one world. I invite all fellow Taoists to wander freely within my book." The merit treasures of the path of literature shone with resplendent light, illuminating heaven and earth. Then a vast world, through the evolution of the merit treasures of the path of literature, and Fuguang's power alternated between reality and illusion, converging from the sky and the earth. In an instant, it directly absorbed Dongwang Gong and the host of great cultivators of the immortal court into that vast world. With a mere gesture, Fuguang suppressed Dongwang Gong and the other great cultivators of the immortal court into a vast world within a book. This level of strength from Fuguang caused the many great cultivators observing in secret to feel their scalps go numb. They knew Fuguang Daoist was powerful. But was this not too powerful? It felt as if the two sides were no longer on the same level. Were they truly all cultivating under the same system of immortal Tao? And Dongwang Gong, Was this foremost of male immortals and lord of the immortal court truly so feeble? While the many great cultivators observing in secret were dazed and shaken, the great battle had fully erupted. Ming He charged toward Hongyun, but was steadily blocked by Zheng Yuanzi wielding the Earth Book. Qilin Peng, filled with murderous intent and boundless hatred toward Hongyun, recklessly rushed at Hongyun and engaged in a fierce battle. The rest, under the response of the two sisters, Shi He and Chang Shi, as well as Hongyun's other friends, likewise made no progress. This battle could be considered the first melee among quasi-sage great cultivators in the history of the primordial world. However, since it was a hastily organized ambush, and after seeing Fuguang, Shi He and Chang Shi come to Hongyun's aid, many already felt that success was not possible. Therefore, among the many great cultivators engaged in battle, except for Qilin Peng, who was burning with murderous rage and fought recklessly, almost madly against Hongyun, the others, including the patriarch Ming, he did not exert their full strength. Yet it was also impossible for them to leave just like that. Now they had to wait until the deadly battle between Qilin Peng and Hongyun came to a conclusion. Otherwise, this great battle could never be brought to an end. Fuguang did not continue to attack. With one hand, he maintained the vast world within the book, steadily suppressing Dong Wang Gong and the other great cultivators of the immortal court. At the same time, he paid attention to the various battlefields, his sharp golden eyes sweeping across heaven and earth, surveying the hiding places of the many great cultivators. Seeing this, the great cultivators who had been hiding and harboring some ideas all shook their heads and suppressed their thoughts. They retreated one after another. The matter cannot be accomplished. It is better to return. Forget it. This opportunity of the Tao is not destined for me. Today is not the right time, but Fuguang Taoist cannot protect Hongyun forever. There will still be a chance. Let's go. One by one, the many great cultivators in the shadows left, and soon almost all were gone. This, of course, could not be hidden from the others. Sensing the departure of those in the shadows, Patriarch Ming, he who was engaged with Zheng Yuanzi, frowned. He glanced at Qilin Peng, who had long been unable to defeat Hongyun, at Zheng Yuanzi, who could easily hold him off, at the sisters of the lunar goddesses, who effortlessly dealt with the other great cultivators, and at Fuguang Taoist, who had effortlessly suppressed Dong Wang Gong and the immortal court group. Sighing inwardly, in the end it was only a hastily formed alliance and attack. If Fuguang and the two lunar goddesses had not intervened, there might still have been a chance of success. But as things stood now, there was no need to continue. Today the matter could not be accomplished. With this thought, Patriarch Ming, he had already conceived a desire to retreat. Then he fully activated the twin swords Abi and Yuan to forcing Zheng Yuanzi back with a single strike, and shouted, "Let us stop here. I am leaving." No sooner had he spoken than Patriarch Ming, he transformed into a streak of blood light, and fled without hesitation, leaving Zheng Yuanzi stunned. With a look of surprise, he's leaving just like that. Not even a few more exchanges. The moment he saw the matter was not feasible, he withdrew without hesitation. Truly worthy of the extremely cautious Patriarch Ming He. With Ancestor Mingyi, a powerhouse of his caliber, gone, the remaining great spiritual practitioners on the battlefield disengaged from their opponents and retreated into the distance one after another. In but a short while, only Qilin wreathed in killing intent remained. However, Qilin too had noticed the shift on the battlefield and clearly understood that this time Hongyun's life was spared. Detestable. Qilin roared, his face contorted with killing intent. Glaring at Hongyun, "You wretched Hongyun, your fate is indeed formidable today. I shall let you go. For now." As the words fell from his lips, Qilin every gesture wove yin and yang, channeling the power of the great Tao into an overwhelming assault that collided with Hongyun's defensive spiritual treasure, and surprisingly drove Hongyun himself backward from behind the artifact's protection. Having forced Hongyun back, a piercing cry echoed as Qilin transformed into his great Peng bird form. With a single beat of his wings, he was tens of millions of miles away, and with another flap, he disappeared beyond measure. Yet as he departed, Qilin venomous threat lingered in the air. "This humble Taoist shall return, and Taoist Fuguang cannot shield you at all hours." Watching Qilin vanish after hurling those parting threats, Hongyun fell quiet for a moment before responding with measured calm. "Then this humble Taoist shall await your continued guidance, fellow Taoist." With this encounter between Hongyun and Qilin now concluded, the crisis that had threatened Hongyun was by all accounts peacefully resolved. Seeing this, Hongyun, who had been tense ever since returning to the primordial universe from the Purple Heaven Palace, finally allowed himself to breathe easy. Retrieving the spiritual treasures and various Taoist spells he had deployed, Hongyun turned to those who had come to his aid and offered them a respectful bow with clasped hands. "For this occasion, I thank each of you fellow Taoists for your assistance." Hearing Hongyun's gratitude, those who had already ceased their efforts merely smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Zheng Yuanzi then stepped forward at just the right moment to extend an invitation. "Fellow Taoists, I implore you to grace my Wuzhuang temple with your presence, that both Hongyun and I might host you with proper hospitality." Upon hearing these words, several great spiritual practitioners nodded in agreement. "Excellent. It suits my wishes precisely. Fellow Taoist, Zheng Yuanzi's ginseng fruits have made this humble Taoist's mouth water for quite some time now." "Wonderful. The sisters Shiha and Changxi exchanged glances before turning their attention to Fuguang, who had just withdrawn his various merit spiritual treasures, waiting to see what he would decide. Having withdrawn his techniques, he observed that the miniature world he had manifested within the book was being breached from within at tremendous speed, crumbling and dissipating. After a brief glance, Fuguang withdrew his gaze and turned to Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. "This is no place for idle conversation. Perhaps we should depart first. What say you, fellow Taoists?" Upon hearing this, everyone cast a look at the collapsing miniature world, their expressions growing somewhat inscrutable. Soon after, they all nodded in agreement with Fuguang's suggestion, and the group swiftly departed this realm, using their respective spiritual abilities. Not long after everyone had left, a beam of pure yang immortal light shone forth from within the miniature world, and in mere moments it completely shattered this realm that had lost its spiritual treasure's support and repair, with no one like Fuguang overseeing it. With faces ashen, Dong Wanggong appeared once more in the heavens and earth, accompanied by the gathered great spiritual practitioners of the immortal court, whose expressions carried traces of fear. It was simply too formidable. Before striking, none could have anticipated that their combined assault as one mid-Qiansheng and several early Qiansheng cultivators against Taoist Fuguang would result in complete suppression without him even shifting his footing. This gap in strength had far exceeded anything they could have imagined. When an opponent proved slightly stronger, most would find the courage to pursue. When the disparity grew substantial, many might still press forward valiantly. Yet when an adversary becomes completely out of reach, beyond even sight, the only emotion left is sheer panic. This battle had been lost. Dong Wanggong and the others, upon emerging, had noticed no sign of the great conflict among the immortals, and understood immediately what this meant. "Leave." With a grim expression and clenched teeth, Dong Wanggong issued his command, and turned away without hesitation. What purpose would remain in staying? To become a laughingstock before others. He, Dong Wanggong, was the chieftain of male immortals and ruler of the immortal court. A previous personal campaign had ended in defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches. Had not Queen Mother of the West intervened, at that critical moment the immortal court would certainly have suffered crippling losses and severely diminished strength. Now striking again to claim the Hongmeng purple chi, he had been suppressed yet again without the slightest controversy. Dong Wanggong felt not merely as if he had lost face, but as though someone were viciously scraping flesh from his face with a blade. The spectacle had been utterly disgraceful. Word of today's events would surely spread. He, Dong Wanggong, would become nothing more than a mockery for all creatures in the primordial world to ridicule over tea and meals. The dignity of the immortal court would suffer devastating damage, undermining numerous schemes he had long planned. A failed gambit that cost him dearly. Such was Dong Wanggong's plight at this very moment. This matter. With a face ashen with fury, he harbored dark resentment within. This will not end here. Once he expands and strengthens the immortal court, uniting all beings in the primordial world save the witch clan under its dominion, the amassed fortune and destiny would undoubtedly enable him to break through to the late stage of quasi-sage cultivation with ease. At that time he would retrieve the Hongmeng purple chi from Hongyun's possession, contemplate its profound mysteries, and achieve enlightenment in a single stroke. When that day arrives, the humiliation endured today would be returned to Taoist Fuguang 100-fold. Though he had initiated the ambush on Hongyun and provoked Taoist Fuguang, he remained the appointed chieftain of male immortals by the saints, and the recognized ruler of the immortal court by the heavenly Tao. Who would dare show him disrespect? Who would dare show him no reverence? That Taoist Fuguang was merely some insignificant rogue cultivator, yet dared to disregard him entirely. Such recklessness deserved nothing less than death. Within the Wuzhuang Temple on Wanshou Mountain, Fuguang and his companions were honored with lavish hospitality from Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, taking seats in a courtyard where each table was adorned with spiritual fruits, immortal brews, and delicacies. Xinyuanzi also directed his attendants to fetch the finest spiritual fruit, the ginseng fruit. This rare treasure could be consumed directly or utilized for refining pills. It stood as one of the premier spiritual fruits beneath heaven and earth. In terms of true value, the ginseng fruit surpassed even the fire mulberries borne by Fuguang's innate spiritual root, the Fusheng divine tree. The reason lay in the unique nature of the spiritual root. The ginseng fruit tree existed in singular form, utterly irreplaceable, with no means of cultivation to propagate new specimens. The Fusheng divine tree, however, could be propagated. Within the Golden Crow Palace, forests of innate fire mulberry trees of varying grades, upper, middle, and lower, had already been cultivated. As everyone took their seats, conversation flowed freely amid the clinking of cups. After dining and drinking, Hongyun raised his wine vessel and rose to speak. Thanks to the valuable assistance of all fellow Taoists present, I have returned safely to Wuzhuang Temple. I am deeply grateful. Words cannot express my thanks. Let all my appreciation be poured into this wine. I shall drink first as a gesture of respect. As his words concluded, Hongyun emptied his cup in one draught, and the others graciously declined further thanks. After finishing his drink, the straightforward Hongyun, undeterred by the presence of his other friends, proceeded to bow solemnly toward Fuguang. This matter, I especially rely upon the aid of fellow Taoist Fuguang. This great kindness Hongyun shall forever hold in his heart. Should you ever have need of me in the future, fellow Taoist Fuguang, command me without hesitation. Upon hearing Hongyun's words, the others took no offense. In fact, they nodded in tacit agreement. The situation beforehand, had it not been for Fuguang and the two Tying goddesses, the peril would have been countless times worse, and they would certainly not have returned to Wuzhuang Temple unscathed. And the reason the two Tying goddesses offered their assistance was precisely because Fuguang was present. Therefore Hongyun's earnest gratitude toward Fuguang was entirely understandable to all present. Hongyun expressed his heartfelt gratitude and made a solemn promise. Fuguang smiled and said, "It's just a trivial matter, fellow Taoist. There's no need to be so formal." He continued, "This time your safe return is the result of everyone's efforts, not mine alone. Let us raise our cups, bottoms up." After these words, the smiles on everyone's faces grew even brighter and their hearts felt more at ease. They all graciously raised their cups and drank heartily. Soon everyone at the banquet was exchanging toasts and chatting merrily. After a lively conversation, they embarked on the essential activity of the primordial immortal gathering, the Tao Discourse. Although they had recently attended the lectures at the Zishao Palace, the third session covered only a small portion concerning the quasi-saint realm. Most of the content was about how to cultivate the sage's great Tao. Even though everyone had gained some insights, they were temporarily unable to digest and make them their own. On the contrary, the Tao Discourse among peers could benefit them even more. Especially with Fuguang, the pinnacle among the 3,000 guests present, this was even more true. After the previous battle, even though Fuguang had not yet fought against the previously acknowledged strongest among the immortals, the three pure ones of Pangu, he had already gained the reputation of being the foremost under the saints. Thus being able to engage in Tao Discourse with Fuguang was indeed a great fortune. Soon enough, within the entire 5 villages temple, the sound of Tao filled the air. Wondrous phenomena appeared one after another, and auspicious signs gathered from all over the sky. The Tao Discourse among great cultivators could naturally resonate with the great Tao. The scenery within the Longevity Mountain remained unchanged while outside seasons passed. Over 1,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. After the extraordinary phenomena of the Tao Discourse in the 5 villages temple gradually dissipated, the guests who had been staying there also departed one after another. Fuguang, Shihe, and Chang, she were the last to leave. Hongyun and Jin Yuanzi escorted them outside the 5 villages temple. With cupped hands they said, "Fellow Taoists, take care." Fuguang returned the gesture with a cupped fist, then looked at Hongyun and said, "Fellow Taoist, when you travel through the primordial world from now on, remember to be cautious." This was merely a small, ordinary reminder. Fuguang also knew that Hongyun would not stay quietly in the 5 villages temple from now on, but as Qilin Peng had said, he could not keep an eye on Hongyun every moment. Therefore it was up to Hongyun to be careful himself. Of course, after the failure 1,000 years ago, even if the immortals of the primordial world wanted to move against Hongyun, they would plan thoroughly. Otherwise they would not act rashly. Fuguang could even be certain that before the saints of the heavens returned to their positions, any crisis Hongyun faced might exist, but would not be too great. Hongyun's greatest calamity was not brought by the immortals, nor by that strand of primordial purple qi. Rather, it was the terrifying karma of 2 saint positions that the 2 sages of the West, Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti, could never repay. If Hongyun did not die, then Jia-in and Zhuan-Ti at the very least would owe Hongyun 1 saint position, and at the most 2 saint positions. Who could repay that? Even selling the 2 brothers would not be enough. Moreover, the 2 of them had become saints by swearing 48 great vows and borrowing a vast amount of merit from the heavenly Tao. They themselves were still in debt to the heavenly Tao, so how could they bear the additional karmic debt of 2 saint positions? Therefore, killing Hongyun was the best choice for the 2 sages of the West. With death, the karma dissolves. Once Hongyun was dead, even if his true spirit returned, the immense karma of the 2 saint positions would be directly eliminated. Back to the main topic. Hearing Fuguang's reminder and advice, Hongyun said, with a serious expression, "Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist. I understand." He nodded. Fuguang stopped wasting words. He conjured an auspicious cloud beneath his feet, carrying himself, Shihe and Chang, she as they soared into the sky. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yuanzi and Hongyun below, they transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward the starry sky. Watching the 3 depart, a look of emotion crossed Hongyun's face. Fuguang and the other 2 are truly inseparable, like glue and lacquer. Have they formed a Tao couple? Hearing Hongyun's question, Jin Yuanzi's hand, which was stroking his beard, tightened and pulled at his own beard. He gave Hongyun an exasperated look. "If you're so curious, why don't you go directly and ask the 3 of them?" He shook his head. Hongyun said, "No, I'm afraid of getting beaten." Although he had a good relationship with Fuguang, asking such a personal matter rashly would be asking for trouble. Hongyun wasn't that foolish. The 2 walked back into the 5 villages temple, chatting and laughing. "Do you think when will I be able to fully comprehend this primordial purple qi?" Hongyun asked. "I don't know," Jin Yuanzi replied. "Huh, why are you so indifferent? I get it. you're jealous of my luck. No, I'm not. Hongyun said, don't worry. Once I comprehend the foundation of sainthood, I will definitely protect you. Then you can walk sideways across the 4 seas and 8 wilds. Zhen Yuanzi replied, thank you so much. Ha ha ha. On the auspicious cloud during the return journey, Fu Guang had a slight smile on his face, looking much more relaxed, unlike 1,000 years ago when he seemed burdened with worries. Noticing Fu Guang's state, Shihi smiled gently. Have you sorted out the matter that troubled you before? She asked. Upon hearing this, Fu Guang was taken aback, then smiled at Shihi. You noticed? She nodded. Shihi did not deny it. It's not just me who noticed. Anyone who knows you well should be able to tell. Right, sister? Changshi on the other side nodded in agreement. She spoke up, indeed I felt it too. To this Fu Guang was unconcerned. I have indeed figured out some things and made some decisions. He added, but as for the specifics I cannot reveal them. I hope you can understand. They nodded gently. Shihi smiled and said, do we sisters seem like the kind of people who don't know their limits? You can rest assured. She paused briefly. Shihi continued smilingly. By the way, what do you think of the promises Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi made to you earlier? After a moment of contemplation, Fu Guang also spoke, good thing. Previously Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi could not offer any reward that Fu Guang needed, so they could only make promises that they would not refuse any request from Fu Guang in the future. A promise from 2 great cultivators, even if it could only be used separately twice, was still an excellent reward. Even though according to the current situation Hongyun was ultimately doomed to die. But for Fu Guang, he could use the promise before Hongyun's death, or after his death, let Zhen Yuanzi fulfill the promise. That would also be fine. Given the relationship between Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun, it was unlikely that Zhen Yuanzi would renege on the debt. Looking at the calm expression on Fu Guang's face, Shihi mused in her heart. With a single simple intervention, he gained the gratitude of both Hongyun and Zhen Yuanzi, as well as a promise. She continued, moreover, after the battle 1,000 years ago, Fu Guang's fame will surely spread throughout the primordial world, coupled with the reputation for benevolence he had already earned. She added, given the current situation, if he raised his arm and called out, who knows how many would respond. His intervention this time was truly brilliant. She concluded, this plan that achieves multiple goals at once is truly masterful. It was not that Shihi was making wild guesses. From her perspective, looking at all the details of this matter, she could easily see that Fu Guang's tangible and intangible gains were simply too numerous. She couldn't help but feel such admiration. After a short while, the 3 arrived together in the starry sky. Fu Guang looked at the 2 sisters Shiha and Changshi. Would you like to visit the Golden Crow Palace first, or return to the Moon Palace to go into seclusion? With their close relationship now, there was no need for formalities. So he simply asked. After a moment of contemplation, Shiha made her decision. Let's go back into seclusion first. There were some gains from the Tao discussion at Wuzhuang Temple, and also some insights from listening to the Tao and chaos earlier. It's perfect to go back and seclude ourselves. Besides, her voice paused. Shiha's beautiful eyes looked at Fu Guang, and she said, your strength is unfathomable. If we sisters don't work hard, I'm afraid we won't be able to keep up with your pace. Upon hearing this, he was stunned. Fu Guang looked somewhat surprised at the serious expression of Shiha and the silent Changshi. He never expected that his own strength would bring such immense pressure to this pair of sisters. This was somewhat unexpected. Of course, Fu Guang would not be a killjoy by saying things like, you don't have to work hard, I'll shield you. Although both sides understood each other's feelings for the great cultivators in the primordial wilderness, the Tao was the fundamental pursuit. Regarding Shiha and Changshi's thoughts, Fu Guang nodded gently. Then I wish you a smooth breakthrough in this seclusion and to sever another corpse. Currently both Shiha and Changshi were quasi-sages who had severed 2 corpses. If they severed another, they would become quasi-sages with 3 corpses severed. By then, even if their realm did not break through, their combat power would far surpass their current selves. I'll take your auspicious words. Shiha smiled and thanked Fu Guang. Then the 2 sisters turned into 2 rays of moonlight and headed straight for the moon star. After a brief pause, Fu Guang took a step forward and a spatial passage appeared before him. He easily stepped into it. After a moment, Fu Guang had already returned to the Golden Crow Palace. In the Fusheng courtyard, just as he sat down, he didn't wait long before Qilin, one of the 4 attendant flower fairies, came over. She bowed respectfully to Fu Guang. Master, you have returned. Looking up, Fu Guang glanced at the tiny golden immortal fruit that Qilin had already formed. He nodded with satisfaction. You have plucked the tiny golden immortal fruit, not bad. Take your time, accumulate bit by bit. I look forward to the day you attain the Daluo fruit. Upon hearing this, Qilin's face lit up with joy. I will not disappoint your expectations. Waving his hand, Fu Guang dismissed Qilin. You may leave now. I will also go into seclusion after a short rest. The palace affairs remain as usual. Hearing the instructions, Qilin bowed and respectfully withdrew. Fu Guang waved his hand casually, and a plate of melon seeds, a plate of peanuts, and a jug of immortal wine appeared on the immortal table before him. While savoring these things, Fu Guang sorted out his plans and arrangements in his mind, the matters of the Wu tribe, the 4 seas, and 8 desolations, the immortal court, etc. Don't need to be dealt with for now. At this moment, the most important thing is to perfect my Honghuang golden immortal realm. Now Fuguang's Honghuang golden immortal fruit was nearing completion. In other words, the realm of a perfected quasi-sage. This strength, far surpassing the 3,000 guests, and truly standing in the first echelon below the sages, was the entire foundation of Fuguang's courage to take a slight risk. If not for such strength, he would be even more cautious. The Honghuang golden immortal fruit, only one step away from perfection, Fuguang was confident he could complete it in the upcoming seclusion. As for the path after the perfection of the Honghuang golden immortal fruit, Fuguang himself had not yet fully figured it out. For in the vast primordial wilderness countless strong men passed, and present except for that one Yangmei ancestor who had long fled into chaos and disappeared, including the sages, none knew how to proceed after the perfection of the Honghuang golden immortal. After all, although the sages had attained the Honghuang Theo golden immortal fruit, they had walked their own path, the path of severing 3 corpses to become quasi-sages. It was not the path of the Honghuang golden immortal. So after perfection, how to cultivate the subsequent path of the Honghuang golden immortal would depend on Fuguang's own comprehension and summary. Besides, after taking a small sip of the moon laurel wine, Fuguang raised his hand and directly took out the 3 treasures he had just obtained. These 3 treasures need to be refined as soon as possible, especially the god-slaying spear. After refining it, I can use it in future battles to deal with 1 or 2 fellows who have greatly displeased me. Then using the immortal slaying gourd and the chaos gourd to repair it, restoring it to the rank of a primordial supreme treasure, and then using it against enemies. I can again. Ahem, let all fellow cultivators witness what a surprise is. Imagine, when the opponents all think the god-slaying spear in Fuguang's hand is still just a top-grade primordial spiritual treasure, he pulls it out again, and it has become a primordial supreme treasure. This surprise is truly a great surprise. Of course, before encountering a worthy opponent, Fuguang would try not to use the god-slaying spear if possible. At the very least, among those who have karmic enmity with Fuguang at this stage, none is worth him unleashing the god-slaying spear. With a hum and a hazy purple light, the Hongming purple chi that Fuguang had obtained was taken out from his body, casually releasing the restraint on the Hongming purple chi. This thing was like sticking to him. As soon as he let go, it rubbed against him. Fuguang had no doubt that even if he threw this strand of Hongming purple chi out of the sun star, it would return to his side. There's no need to rush the refining of the Hongming purple chi for now. His fingers kept poking the Hongming purple chi. Fuguang mused in his heart, if I attain the Honghuang Theo golden immortal fruit, I can refine the Hongming purple chi instantly, and then attain the sage fruit. If I ultimately have to rely on virtue to attain the Tao, then, when the heavenly Tao virtue infuses my body, it will also allow me to refine the Hongming purple chi in an instant. Therefore, focusing on comprehending and refining this strand of Hongming purple chi would be a case of putting the cart before the horse. Unlike the 3 pure ones Niwa Jane Junti, and at this moment Hongyun and Wuzhuang Temple, who immediately thought of refining and comprehending after obtaining the Hongming purple chi. Fuguang had no intention of diligently refining the Hongming purple chi. No other reason. This thing, as long as he can attain the Tao, he can directly refine it. There is no need to waste time and energy on refining it now. If he cannot attain the Tao, refining it is useless. Similarly, there is no need to waste time on the Hongming purple chi. Besides that, Fuguang still has one task to complete. Refining the Chaos Bell. Now, after the opportunity at the treasure distribution cliff, almost all top-tier experts in the primordial wilderness, except for a few unlucky ones, have at least one suitable spiritual treasure in hand. The spiritual treasures that originally sufficed for Fuguang now felt inadequate. Therefore, he must quickly and completely refine the Chaos Bell to have a fallback. Only a fully refined supreme treasure is a good treasure to use with peace of mind. He had been sitting in quiet meditation for several years. Click. Fuguang set down his wine cup and leisurely rose to his feet, then unhurriedly made his way toward the grand hall of Golden Crow Palace, where he conducted his secluded cultivation. Bang! With the great doors of the seclusion hall firmly shut, Golden Crow Palace returned once more to its tranquil stillness, as deep and undisturbed as an ancient well. And as Golden Crow Palace grew quiet, the upheaval from that battle a millennium ago had finally spread widely among the powerful experts of the primordial world. Many mighty cultivators who had not witnessed the combat themselves cast knowing glances. The Spirit Mountain of the West. This was the ancestral vein of the Western realm, the sacred training grounds of the 2 supreme enlightenments, Jin and Junti, and the celestial paradise all beings of the West yearned to reach. Yet at present the brother disciples Jin and Junti had not yet opened their mountain gates in full, nor had they established their teachings. Naturally, few creatures of the West could enter the Spirit Mountain to cultivate. Of course, even around the outer regions of Spirit Mountain, there were several cultivators whose root potential and aptitude were decent by Western standards. Though the West was barren, if one lowered the criteria and selected from among the mediocre, there were always some acceptable figures to be found. At this moment, Jane and Junti sat together, having recently learned of the outcome from that battle 1,000 years past. They exchanged a glance. Junti furrowed his brow. With that Taoist Fuguang protecting him, I fear the karmic debt between Red Cloud and our sect cannot be so easily resolved. Indeed, from the very beginning, neither Junti nor Jane had any intention of repaying Red Cloud's karma. They wanted that overwhelming karmic burden to vanish entirely with his demise. Jane maintained his composure, showing no signs of distress. He merely spoke, "Brother, you are fixated on appearances. Right now, our most pressing duty as brothers is not to dissipate karmic entanglements or meddle in affairs across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, but rather to refine and thoroughly comprehend the primordial purple chi, so we may attain sagehood without delay." Master said it plainly. Unless we achieve sagehood, we shall forever remain as insignificant as ants. Once you and I attain the Tao and become sages, all karmic debts can be settled and dissolved. Upon hearing this, Xuandi's eyes widened in sudden realization, and he nodded with deep conviction. "You're right, senior brother. It was I who was lost in attachment to superficial concerns. As long as we achieve sagehood, even if Taoist Fuguang protects him, the karmic tie between Red Cloud and ourselves will inevitably be severed." Sagehood. That was Jane and Junti's greatest source of confidence against all challenges. For once they both attained it, how many in this world could possibly stand against them united? Therefore there was no need to worry about such matters just yet. With this thought, Junti's mind settled into peace, and he continued his discourse on the Tao with Jane, while redoubling his efforts to refine the primordial purple chi. Mount Kunlun. Within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones who had already begun claiming to be the true lineage of Pangu paid no heed upon hearing the news. The 3 brothers each retreated into seclusion within their respective palaces. They had much to accomplish, refining supreme treasures and spiritual treasures, comprehending the primordial purple chi, digesting what they had gleaned from listening to the Tao in the Purple Cloud Palace. There was no interest in monitoring others' movements, for the present upheavals held no significance. Only achieving sagehood through the Tao remained the eternal pursuit of the 3 pure ones of Pangu. Fengxi Mountain. Upon returning from the Purple Cloud Palace, Nuwa immediately entered seclusion. Having obtained the foundation for sagehood, and with her resolve on the Tao unwavering, Nuwa could hardly wait to fathom the mysteries hidden within the primordial purple chi. As for Fushi, he found the teachings from the Purple Cloud Palace not something he could fully comprehend in one sitting, and lacking any urgent desire for seclusion, he simply let events unfold naturally, without entering retreat. At this moment, after learning the details of that battle a millennium past, Fushi furrowed his brow. Without making a sound, friend Fuguang has somehow surpassed all of us. That is truly remarkable. Yet, given his steady disposition, even if he were to aid friend Red Cloud, he would scarcely clash with Dongwengong, the rightful ruler of the Orthodox Celestial Court. Unless friend Fuguang has already formulated some scheme. All of this analysis stemmed from Fushi's earlier deductions regarding Fuguang's supreme 9-9 imperial destiny, the most noble and exalted fate one could possess. As a practitioner of the primordial enumerology path, one of the most renowned diviners across the entire primordial cosmos, Fushi placed the utmost importance on destiny patterns, karmic connections, and the like. It was precisely because of this he never harbored the slightest doubt about Fuguang's inevitable rise to greatness. Just as Fushi's thoughts were wandering, Baze approached Fushi's senior Fushi, coming back to his senses. Fushi turned his gaze toward Baze and offered his congratulations. Your De Luo Dao fruit has reached perfection. With just one more step, you will enter the quasi-saint realm and become one of our own. Congratulations, young friend. At that moment, Baze's entire being radiated the completion of the great Tao, his aura smooth and refined, evidently having already attained the perfection of the De Luo golden immortal stage. Hearing Fushi's words, Baze's face lit up with joy as he bowed again. I am deeply grateful for your guidance and instruction over these years, senior Fushi. Without it, I fear I would have wasted many more years before reaching my current cultivation level. Fushi gestured for Baze to be seated. He did not deny having helped him, though such matters were trivial. What concerned Fushi most at this moment, young friend Baze, was it because you received guidance from friend Fuguang at the Sun Star that you originally came to Fengxi Mountain? This question caught Baze somewhat off guard, but he nodded in affirmation to answer Fushi yes. After senior Fuguang expounded the Tao to us, he pointed us toward 2 destinations, Fengxi Mountain and Wanshou Mountain. We unanimously chose to come to Fengxi Mountain to seek the protection of the 2 senior immortals. Upon hearing this, Fushi nodded with understanding. I see. This old Taoist may have guessed why friend Fuguang directed you here. A hint of curiosity appeared on his face. Baze spoke up. I beg you, senior, to enlighten me. Shaking his head, Fushi did not answer directly, but instead began recounting for Baze the many events that had unfolded after they listened to the Tao in the Chaos Purple Cloud Palace. This naturally included that battle a millennium ago when numerous mighty enlightenments had surrounded and sought to slay Red Cloud. As Fushi recounted the tale, Baze's focus naturally remained fixed on senior Fuguang. After listening to the entire account, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Since senior Fushi had spoken thus, then senior Fuguang's guidance for them to come to Fengxi Mountain must indeed carry profound significance. Unfortunately, his cultivation was still shallow, and he lacked the discernment of Senior Fushi. Nevertheless, Baze harbored no dissatisfaction with Senior Fuguang's arrangements. After pondering for a moment, Baze finally spoke. Senior Fushi, I shall be completely frank with you. The moment I first encountered Senior Fuguang, I sensed within him the mark of a destined sovereign who would accomplish great things. Compared to Senior Fuguang, the current lord of the Celestial Court, the so-called Chosen One and head of the male immortals, is truly despicable. Their fates are in conflict. The confrontation between Senior Fuguang and Dong Wenggong may not have been mere coincidence. He paused briefly. Baze looked toward Fushi, his eyes holding layered meaning. I believe Senior Fuguang is the true bearer of heavenly mandate. I would like to know what Senior thinks of this. Upon hearing this, Fushi's face broke into a smile. In years past, this old Taoist once calculated friend Fuguang's destiny pattern and found it to be the supreme and most exalted position of the 9-9 heavenly mandate. Baze understood immediately. Upon Fushi's words, clarity dawned upon him. Though unspoken in direct terms, his words clearly conveyed to Baze, those who are truly wise think alike. Understanding this, Baze and Fushi exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. For those of keen intellect, everything was understood without the need for words. The verdant peaks remained unchanged as the setting sun had set countless times. Amidst the relentless passage of time, another epoch had quietly slipped away. At this moment, within the Fusheng courtyard of the Jinwu Palace, Fu Guang leisurely observed the turbulent upheavals across the 4 seas and 8 desolations through the time calendar. In his leisure time after seclusion, Fu Guang had now taken to using the Merit's spiritual treasure, the Honghuang time calendar, to watch real-time broadcasts of the events unfolding upon the Honghuang land. What a brutal battle! Gazing at the unchecked development of the Wu clan and the countless calamities befalling the myriad races across the Honghuang land, Fu Guang sighed with a subtle smile. To him, the survival or extinction of the myriad races mattered little. Survival of the fittest, the law of nature. It was all merely the natural selection. The Wu clan devoured the myriad races while the myriad races slaughtered the Wu clan to extract their blood and refine treasures. The conflict between them was utterly irreconcilable. Of course, in comparison, despite being warlike and fewer in number, the Wu clan, united internally and possessing fierce individual combat prowess, always held the upper hand in this irreconcilable conflict. In fact, they held an absolute advantage. The reason was simple: the myriad races of Honghuang sounded impressive, but in essence they were nothing but a heap of loose sand. Even when they occasionally joined forces, they were wary of each other. With a formidable enemy outside and internal strife within, they were in a precarious state. Under such circumstances, the only reason the myriad races had not been completely annihilated by the Wu clan was that the Wu clan's population had not yet reached its peak. Each time they hunted the myriad races, they only took the amount needed for their tribe's sustenance. When the Wu clan's population eventually reached a bottleneck and entered another explosive growth phase, a greater calamity would inevitably befall the myriad races. Although the current situation was perilous, it had not yet reached the point of life and death. This was evident from the fact that the great shamans of the various Wu tribes still selectively hunted races with tender and energy-rich flesh. If food truly became scarce, would the Wu clan members have any room to be picky? That old fellow Dong Wenggong has been quietly making considerable progress. After observing the situation between the Wu clan and the myriad races, Fu Guang shifted his gaze toward the direction of the Honghuang Immortal Court. With his cultivation at the peak of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal Realm, Fu Guang could now, with the aid of the all-functional innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, slightly observe the fortune of all beings. In this world, the Wu clan and the Immortal Court, whose pillars of fortune shone exceptionally bright, were naturally conspicuous. During this era, Dong Wenggong seemed to have been stimulated, abandoning his former flamboyance. He quietly began developing the Immortal Court, of vigorously cultivating the potential cultivators within, recruiting from all races and enlisting Deluo cultivators. He made generous promises to invite great supernatural beings and no longer obsessed over the gain or loss of territory as he had initially, but instead focused more on accumulating the Immortal Court's own foundation. Fu Guang found this change gratifying. It seems that after suffering successive defeats at the hands of the primordial Wu, and myself, Dong Wenggong has finally learned to conceal his prowess and endure humiliation. I wonder, amidst this thriving transformation of the Immortal Court, how much credit belongs to Dong Wenggong and how much effort has been put in by that seasoned schemer Zhuangmu. Others might believe that Dong Wenggong, after several defeats, had turned shame into courage. However, Fu Guang thought otherwise. 60% of the changes in the Immortal Court could very well have been directly or indirectly orchestrated by Zhuangmu. Given Dong Wenggong's nature, some change was possible, but a transformation so thorough and so easily was utterly unlikely. I need to find a way to make Zhuangmu's bond with the Immortal Court even deeper. He stroked his chin. A contemplative look appeared on Fu Guang's face. With Zhuangmu, Dong Wenggong, and the many great supernatural beings who have joined the Immortal Court, they should barely be able to withstand the Wu clan. Perhaps it's still insufficient. What if I dragged that old fellow Qinping into the immortal court? Given the nature of the 12 primordial Wu, they would certainly clash with the immortal court. As for why they hadn't acted yet, first, they probably didn't take the immortal court seriously. Second, the Wu clan was currently in a phase of rapid development, and the 12 primordial Wu were far more focused on nurturing their clan than destroying a minor immortal court. A small immortal court could be dealt with any time, but their own clan members were growing steadily and naturally needed careful protection from outside threats. Faced with the Wu clan, which clearly also had a seasoned strategist, even the immortal court, with Zhuangmu's full effort, might not succeed. Adding Qinping into the mix might give them a fighting chance. However, getting Qinping, that old schemer, to join the immortal court was quite difficult. Subdue him by force. Dong Wenggong lacked the strength. The only option was to offer generous promises. There's no rush. This matter can be deliberated slowly. Fuguang raised his wine glass and drained it in one gulp. The reason he had the thought of helping the immortal court was simple. He was somewhat tempted by the bait thrown out by the sage. There was no help for it. He was indeed a visitor from beyond the heavens, but at the same time, he was also a seeker of the Tao who had cultivated for endless ages in Honghuang. The opportunity to attain enlightenment lay before him. His aspect as a visitor from beyond made Fuguang cautious, but his aspect as a seeker of the Tao made it difficult for him to forsake such a temptation. Before he could conceive a path with a 98% success rate and make up his mind, Dong Wenggong and the immortal court still needed to put in some effort. They had to shield him from the storms of the great tribulation ahead. He never imagined that a day would come when Fuguang would actually worry that his own enemy was not strong enough. With a soft clap, he set down his wine glass, rose to his feet, and with a wave of his hand put away the Honghuang time calendar. I shall take a stroll. You oversee the palace affairs and cultivate diligently. Turning to Qiuju, who was attending him, Fuguang issued the instruction. Upon hearing this, Qiuju bowed and replied, "As you command." Without further words, Fuguang took a single step and had already left the Jinwu Palace, heading toward the boundless Honghuang starry sky. After Fuguang departed, Qiuju paid her respects with utmost reverence, tidied up the wine glass and other items he had left behind, and then went to the Four Seasons Hall within the Jinwu Palace to enter seclusion. The Honghuang world had already experienced several great tribulations. The Beast Tribulation at the dawn of creation. The three clans of the primordial era contributed during the Beast Tribulation, amassing merit and fortune, which led to their vigorous development and the eventual path of hegemony, bringing about the Three Clans Tribulation. During the Three Clans Tribulation, another calamity erupted simultaneously, the Tao versus Demon Tribulation, initiated by the former demon Lord Leho, involving many great beings with chaos demon god origins contending for the Tao. Although the main battlefield of these several tribulations was on the Honghuang land, it was impossible that the starry sky remained unscathed. As the deity of the sun star, the supreme stellar celestial body, and having obtained the sun god position, Fuguang was now the sole sovereign of the Honghuang starry sky. Even the sisters Shihe and Changxi could not match his status in terms of rank. After all, the Honghuang starry sky had only nurtured two true celestial positions, the sun god and the moon god. The true moon god Wangshu had fallen in the previous tribulation. Shihe and Changxi at best held the position of Taiyin star lords, and in terms of governing the Honghuang starry sky, they were indeed less orthodox than Fuguang. At this moment, Fuguang walked through the starry sky, gathering the essences of the various major and minor stars and collecting materials from the stellar bodies. Simultaneously, he employed his authority over the stars and his immense divine power to repair the damaged areas of the Honghuang starry sky and rectify the chaotic astrological patterns among the stars. Before a certain star, Fuguang emanated a gentle golden immortal light. The power of the mild sun Tao continuously adjusted the astrological patterns within the star and the surrounding space. Before he could finish his work, two beams of moonlight, immortal light, descended from the direction of the Taiyin star and landed beside Fuguang. The figures of the sisters Shihe and Changxi emerged from the moonlight. Seeing Fuguang's actions, Shihe, with a look of surprise, spoke, "You are repairing the starry sky. How can you be so leisurely?" As the masters of the Taiyin star, the sisters Shihe and Changxi naturally knew that many parts of the Honghuang starry sky had been affected by the tribulations. However, repairing the Honghuang starry sky was extremely difficult given their power. Moreover, many powerful beings in Honghuang had means to draw upon the power of the stars, which also affected the starry sky's operation. Their efficiency in repairing the starry sky was far too low. Perhaps the rate of repair could not keep up with the rate of destruction, so the sisters had not undertaken such a thankless task. Logically, the same should hold true for Fuguang. Thus, Shihe was astonished to see him doing this. At Shihe's inquiry, Fuguang smiled without answering, merely gazing at the two sisters. "You have arrived at the perfect moment." Without further words, to Shihe and Changxi, the two sisters he had specifically summoned, Fuguang stated his request directly. "I have a matter I would like to entrust to you, sisters. Although this matter is not overly troublesome, it is of great significance. I hope you sisters will consider it carefully." As he spoke, Fuguang's face carried an expression of seriousness and solemnity, causing both Shihe and Changxi to pause in surprise. for this was the first time the two sisters had ever witnessed Fuguang with such earnest countenance. Upon realizing that this matter was far from ordinary, Xia's expression also turned serious. For she understood, Fuguang had been plotting all along for the supreme fruit position between heaven and earth. Even Dongwang Gong as well as the heavenly court that was now biding its time and accumulating strength all fell within his calculations. Therefore, upon hearing Fuguang say this, Xia realized that the man so deeply concealed before her the heavenly timing he had been waiting for was about to arrive. And now telling them this, it was undoubtedly treating them as insiders wanting to bring them along to achieve great undertakings. However, Xia herself had long since carefully considered participating in Fuguang's grand enterprise, only waiting for him to extend the invitation. As long as he spoke the words, she would send herself into it without hesitation. But Xia was somewhat worried about her younger sister Changxi, who was well known, as everyone knew, for having an exceptionally pure nature, even to the point of being naive and inexperienced in worldly matters. For things she was not interested in, she was as blank and pristine as a sheet of paper. If she rashly stepped into the grand design Fuguang had planned, she might encounter crisis. The mid-stage quasi-saint of the dual manifestation realm was indeed formidable. However, Fuguang's grand design involved the heavenly tribulation. In such a cosmic culpa, even a saint descending into the fray risked being tainted, let alone someone at the quasi-saint realm. At this thought, Xia took a deep breath and spoke. I have no objections. Then with a serious expression, Xia turned to Changxi and urged her solemnly, Sister, this is of great importance. Consider carefully. The waters here run deep. With your nature you may not be able to grasp it. Upon hearing this, Changxi's previously calm and unruffled face grew slightly serious, then returned to her usual cold, expressionless state. Then she looked toward Fuguang nearby. I can do it. Witnessing this, Xia, who understood Changxi's character well, that once she made a decision, she would never retreat half a step, also nodded and ceased her persuasion. Turning to Fuguang, Xia asked with a serious expression, What is it that you want us sisters to help you with? As she asked, Xia had already mentally prepared herself. Even if Fuguang were to lead them sisters to attack the heavenly court, that would be no problem either. How could one pursue great undertakings and fear battle? Looking at the solemn expressions of both Xia and Changxi and facing their attitude as though they were about to engage in a great battle, Fuguang was somewhat taken aback. He had the feeling that the two sisters might have misunderstood and thought he intended to give them a very difficult task, which was why they were so serious. Difficult. Yet neither sister had refused to help him. To be honest, Fuguang, who had always been a self-proclaimed bachelor, felt quite flattered and deeply moved. However, it would be better not to let this misunderstanding continue. Thus Fuguang explained with a smile, You need not be nervous. The matter I wish to entrust to you is not difficult, it merely requires considerable time. With such solemnity on my part, I actually feel somewhat embarrassed to even ask. Hearing this, Xia smiled. Even if it were an extremely difficult matter, since we sisters have agreed, we would not refuse. Just state it directly. Nodding, Fuguang dropped the pretense. I need you two Taiyin lords to help me collect the primordial essence of the 100 stars and gather the golden metal of the constellations. The main star of the celestial sphere is mine to handle. The remaining secondary stars are far too numerous. I cannot manage alone, so I must entrust this to both of you. Collecting the primordial essence of the 100 stars and gathering the golden metal of the constellations. This task was not difficult, but the sheer volume was overwhelmingly massive. The time required would certainly start from Yuanhui cycles. Although she did not know why Fuguang needed to collect the primordial essence of stars and gather the golden metal of constellations. However, Xia, who never asked unnecessary questions, simply nodded and accepted. This is simple. It only requires some years. Within 10 Yuanhui cycles at most, my sister and I can complete it. May I ask if this will delay your plans? Shaking his head, Fuguang replied casually, It will not delay anything. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, Xia nodded. That is good then. Then exchanging a glance with Changxi, she said directly, Better late than never. My sister and I will go fetch these things for you immediately. Hearing this, Fuguang smiled and said, I thank you for your trouble. Without further words, after Xia and Changxi took their leave, they transformed into two beams of moonlight and vanished directly into the starry expanse. After they departed, Fuguang resumed his work repairing the stellar numerology of the main star. Meanwhile, a slight smile played upon his lips. Delay my plans. It seems, Xia must have discerned my plan to repair the starry sky. Truly among the renowned innate divine beings and supreme powers none are fools. Ha ha ha. Perched high in the celestial dome, detached from mortal affairs. The fortunes and misfortunes of all living beings upon the vast earth, the rise and fall of races. All of this could not affect the 100 stars suspended high upon the vault of heaven. Repairing the stellar numerology of the main star. This task was also extremely massive. Even with Fuguang's current strength, it would require a lengthy period of time to complete. Moreover, relying solely on strength was not enough. If Fuguang did not also hold the fruit position of the sun deity and possess the genuine authority of the Lord of Constellations, the time required to accomplish all of this would multiply manifold. The difficulty would naturally be far greater. One day, Beside a main star emitting a luminous starlight, Fuguang sat cross-legged upon a ball of true solar fire, dividing his consciousness. On one hand, he repaired the stellar numerology. On the other hand, using true solar fire combined with the Qilin cauldron, and employing the stellar origins and golden metal of constellations he had gathered as materials, he refined spiritual treasures corresponding to each main star. And refining stellar spiritual treasures, this was Fuguang's primary work. Whether collecting the primordial essence of stars and the golden metal of constellations, or repairing the stellar numerology between the great main stars, all of it served the stellar spiritual treasures he was currently forging. And the existence of these stellar spiritual treasures was for a grand formation he had already begun to comprehend and calculate, the grand formation of the 100 stars. A millennium passed. With a hum, countless celestial rays burst forth from the cosmic cauldron. Immediately, a small banner shimmering with stellar power, exuding the aura of a top-grade primordial spirit treasure, flew out of the cosmic cauldron and landed directly in Fuguang's hand, who then stored it into his spiritual platform. This is indeed a tedious and time-consuming task. Stretching lazily, Fuguang remarked with some emotion. Even with his reclusive nature, he found the work of repairing the stars and restoring the celestial calculations to be dull, monotonous, and exceedingly prolonged. Thus it was no wonder that under the original trajectory of fate, Dijuan and Tai had not undertaken this task. Repair the celestial vault. Where was the immediate gain in conquering the myriad races of the primordial world and becoming the sovereign overlord? However, after a brief rest, Fuguang resumed his artifact forging work. Precisely because this task is dull, tedious, time-consuming, and immensely difficult, the rewards upon completion are also tremendous. The heavenly Tao is just. The greater the effort and the higher the difficulty, the greater the harvest upon completion. What Fuguang schemed for was naturally not merely the successful creation of the all-encompassing star array. He desired far more, including but not limited to gaining heavenly Tao merit authority over the myriad stars, the blessing of stellar destiny, and an upgraded version of the all-encompassing star array that could be activated by him alone. If his goal were only to forge the all-encompassing star array, why would he toil to repair the celestial vault and restore the celestial calculations? About 100 years after Fuguang resumed his work, with a hum, 2 beams of divine light approached from afar. When they were still a mere hundreds of millions of li away from Fuguang's location, 2 figures stepped out from the light. The visitors were none other than Fushi, Taoist of Phoenix Perch Mountain, and Baze, who was currently seeking refuge there. From afar, Fushi cupped his hands in salute. Taoist Fuguang, do you have a moment for a chat? Baze bowed respectfully, but remained silent. With a hum in, but a moment after Fushi's words fell, a force of spatial laws enveloped the positions of Fushi and Baze, and in the instant they were still dazed, they stood not far behind Fuguang. Without pausing his movements, Fuguang continued forging star treasures with the cosmic cauldron, while simultaneously repairing the celestial calculations with his immense power. With his back to Fushi and Baze, Fuguang, who rarely failed to return a greeting, said without turning his head, being in the starry sky, and rather busy at the moment, I am remiss in etiquette. Please forgive me, Taoist Fushi and little friend Baze. Hearing this, Fushi's eyes flickered slightly. Again, such spatial techniques. Having witnessed this at the Golden Crow Palace in the past, Fushi couldn't help but marvel and complain inwardly. Hadn't it been said that such privileges were only within the domain of the Sun Star? How could Fuguang in this starry sky far from the Sun Star instantly teleport him across billions of li, without even a quasi-sage mid-stage great power like him being able to react? So back at the Golden Crow Palace, claiming that technique was merely a privilege of the Sun God. Was it really just a deception? A myriad thoughts swirled within, then instantly converged. Fushi said with a smile, not at all, not at all. It is this poor Taoist and little friend Baze who have intruded uninvited, disturbing Taoist Fuguang. How could I dare to blame you? Beside him, Baze bowed with his usual utmost respect. I apologize for the intrusion, senior. Without turning, Fuguang replied casually, no matter. You two need not stand on ceremony. What brings you here to see me? Hearing Fuguang's inquiry, glancing at the figure sitting alone in the starry sky, always with his back to them, Fushi took in the cosmic cauldron and the transformations of the stars and celestial calculations before Fuguang, which were not hidden. Especially upon seeing the cosmic cauldron, Fushi recognized it at a glance, his pupils contracting slightly as a shock rose within him. The cosmic cauldron, this renowned supreme treasure of creation in the primordial world capable of reversing the primordial, was actually in the hands of Taoist Fuguang. Previously there had been no information at all, especially since in the past, because Nuwa specialized in the path of creation, the 2 siblings had jointly searched for this creation treasure. Never would they have imagined that this treasure of creation would be in the hands of Taoist Fuguang. It must be said, Taoist Fuguang truly knew how to keep secrets. Had it not been for this fortuitous visit with Baze, who knows when they would have discovered it. However, Fushi harbored no other thoughts. First, as a great power deeply versed in the celestial calculations of the primordial, Fushi particularly believed in fate. Since the cosmic cauldron had fallen into Fuguang's hands, it proved that both he and his sister Nuo were not destined to possess this treasure. Second, he was not the kind of petty person who would covet a friend's treasure. Third, anyone who dared to covet a treasure in Fuguang's hands likely had not lived long enough. Fushi had no doubt that if he ever showed such a thought, Fuguang, who was a friend and addressed him as Taoist, would slap him across the face without hesitation. Coveting another's supreme treasure was undoubtedly an irreconcilable blood feud throughout the primordial universe. Finally, Fushi always felt that opposing Fuguang would somehow feel like an act of rebellion and great disrespect. Thus, he harbored no thoughts regarding the cosmic cauldron. After roughly deducing what Fuguang was doing, Fushi's expression turned serious and earnest. He replied to Fuguang's query, "I came this time to discuss some matters with you, Taoist Fuguang. But the timing is not quite right, so I'll just bring you a few pieces of news instead." Pausing slightly, Fushi glanced at Baze beside him. He then said, "In the past you once advised little friend Baze and many other juniors to seek refuge with me and my sister at Phoenix Perch Mountain. Now little friend Baze has achieved the consummate golden immortal Tao fruit, and some of the other juniors have also attained the same, while the rest have proven the golden immortal Tao fruit. Furthermore, among the many juniors seeking protection from me and my sister at Phoenix Perch Mountain, quite a few have also proven the golden immortal Tao fruit. They are all promising youths." Hearing this, Fuguang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Baze and the others had all attained the golden immortal Tao fruit. Besides, Baze and his group, Phoenix Perch Mountain also had several other golden immortals. This Phoenix Perch Mountain was truly remarkable. Instinctively, Fuguang remarked with a touch of emotion, "Not bad." Hearing Fuguang's reply, Fushi's lips curled upward and Baze's face lit up with joy. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Their meaning was clear without words. He did not concern himself with the subtle exchanges between Fushi and Baze. Raising his hand, Fuguang once more cast substantial amounts of starry gold into the Qingquan cauldron, then inquired again, "Do you possess any other information, fellow Taoist?" Upon hearing this, Fushi immediately responded without hesitation, "There remain several additional matters. Before one Yuanhui passed, the Wuzhu clan of Buzhou Mountain dissolved into fragments. From their ancestral territory, 6 great tribes, led by the 6th ancestor Wu, departed, expanding outward from the core of Wuzhu territory in all directions around Buzhou Mountain. 80,000 years ago, the Eastern Sovereign broke through to the late stage of quasi-sage. Bearing grand gifts, he personally journeyed to the northern Dark Sea, promising the position of Emperor of the Immortal Court, and invited Qilin Taoist of the northern Dark Sea to join the Immortal Court. 50,000 years ago, 3 more great masters of divine abilities joined the Immortal Court. To this day, the Immortal Court has amassed over 10 such masters. 10,000 years ago, the Immortal Court and the Wuzhu clan, who had completed their migration and begun expanding beyond Buzhou Mountain, clashed once more. In one breath, Fushi laid bare every significant development across the 4 seas and 8 wastelands throughout the recent Yuanhui for Fuguang to hear. Expectation etched upon his face, he cautiously inquired, "Fuguang Taoist, what are your thoughts upon these profound transformations that have unfolded throughout this Yuanhui?" As Fushi posed his question, Baze's countenance, too, bore an undercurrent of anticipation. He and Fushi had long reached a consensus. They regarded Senior Fuguang as the sole being capable of unifying the primordial world and ascending to become the supreme ruler over all sentient existence. The ancestor Wu of the Wuzhu clan, allowing the Wuzhu to feed upon sentient beings. How could such a one claim the supreme throne? The Eastern Sovereign of the Immortal Court. Weak yet arrogantly conceited eyes turned upward to none beneath him, a fox borrowing a tiger's ferocity. Could such a wretch possibly be worthy? Only Senior Fuguang, blessed with the mandate of heaven, his destiny supreme, and most noble, his strength unmatched among all below the saints. Moreover, he created written language and forged the Tao of literature. He established the calendar and ordained the cycles of time, gathering the greatest merit from the heavenly Tao, earning him the title of heaven's beloved. He, Senior Fuguang, is the only one fit to occupy the throne of supreme sovereign over heaven and earth. This one alone merits Baze's devotion. This one alone is worthy of partnering with Senior Fushi to chart their grand design. Indeed, before this visit, Fushi and Baze had already reached a firm understanding they must demonstrate their value, hoping to be drawn into Senior Fuguang's grand design. Why must they enter? It lies in their Tao. The Tao of innate divination. Its essence resides in deducing the mysteries of heaven and grasping the grand currents of the future. The heights one may achieve depend upon whether the cultivator walking this path can perceive more clearly, calculate more precisely, and comprehend more profoundly amid both favorable and adverse circumstances. Should the two of them, through this opportunity to assist Senior Fuguang in his grand design, manage to enter into it, then they would simultaneously step into the very culpa that has already been unleashed. These two founders of the primordial world's fortune tellers, walking the same Tao yet from different directions, would undoubtedly, through deduction and strategizing amid the culpa's twists and turns, comprehend deeper mysteries of their own path. By the time Senior Fuguang completes his designs and ascends to the supreme throne of heaven and earth, their respective Daos would presumably have also reached the perfection of quasi-sagehood. At that juncture, one might even dare to look forward to the magnificent realization of the Honghuang Daluo Jingxian Dao fruit. So the question arises, since both must inevitably enter the Kulpa, why must they choose Senior Fuguang rather than the Eastern Sovereign, whose momentum is now staggering? Simple enough. Baise and Fushi merely sought to orchestrate strategy within the Kulpa, planning through favorable and adverse turns, entering the board to cultivate the Tao of innate divination, not marching towards certain death. And as for the Ancestor Wu, by the time Baise and Fushi arrived, they would likely be slaughtered as provisions, especially Baise. Though the taste of his true form remained unknown, the Ancestor Wu and Great Wu of the Wuzhu clan would certainly not hesitate to taste something new. But let us return to the matter at hand. After Fushi concluded his account, both Baise and Fushi awaited Fuguang's response in silence, neither moving nor uttering a single word, so as not to disturb Fuguang's contemplation. At this moment, Fuguang too felt some surprise at the news Fushi had brought. The Wuzhu clan had begun their migration. Even if only 6 great tribes had migrated, this demonstrated that the Wuzhu population had reached a critical threshold. In other words, in the near future, the Kulpa would erupt into another surge of activity. A neither good nor bad piece of news. And the Eastern Sovereign, achieving the late stage of quasi-sage, came within expectations. Under the Immortal Court's vast protective fortune, even if he were the greatest useless fool, he should long since have broken through to the late stage of quasi-sage. One might say the Eastern Sovereign himself was unremarkable, yet it could not be denied that his roots and aptitude ranked among the pinnacle tiers, even within the innate divinities. Qilin and several great masters of divine abilities joining the Immortal Court. This news genuinely surprised Fuguang. As for what terms the Eastern Sovereign offered to make Qilin so eager to willingly enter the Immortal Court, Fuguang could roughly deduce. First, spiritual treasures. Who in the primordial world did not know that Qilin was a destitute great master possessing virtually no suitable divine implements? Even during the treasure distribution at Zixiao Palace, he had failed to secure many fine artifacts. Second, Hongyun. Qilin desire to slay Hongyun mirrored his longing for the Hongmeng purple qi. As long as the Eastern Sovereign promised to help him kill Hongyun, Qilin would be far more tempted. As for the Hongmeng purple qi, that promise was impossible to fulfill. The Eastern Sovereign was neither willing to part with it nor confident enough that Qilin could not comprehend the Hongmeng purple qi. After all, Qilin had once sat upon the throne of sainthood. Better safe than sorry. Although Qilin has joined the Immortal Court, he is unlikely to truly pledge his heart to it. Fuguang, multitasking his thoughts, analyzed the situation of Qilin's entry into the Immortal Court inwardly. When Hongyun perishes, and his Tao dissolves, in that critical moment of vying for the Hongmeng purple qi, Qilin will immediately turn against them and compete with the Eastern Sovereign for the Hongmeng purple qi. However, the likelihood of witnessing such a scene is rather slim. The final piece of news Fushi brought. The Immortal Court and the Wuzhu clan were beginning to clash once more. Now the Immortal Court enjoyed flourishing fortune, producing talents endlessly. Its own strength had advanced yet further. Meanwhile, the Immortal Court now boasted 10 great masters of divine abilities, including formidable figures such as Qilin among them. Could this young Eastern Sovereign possibly restrain himself, unthinking of avenging his humiliation? He certainly could not hold back. His once lowered tail could only be about to rise high once more. Once the Eastern Sovereign, brimming with zeal, set forth to wash away his disgrace, to strike at the Ancestor Wu and the Wuzhu clan. What would greet the Immortal Court would inevitably be the Ancestor Wu's mountain-high iron fists, the Wuzhu's retaliatory onslaught rising like a torrential tide. The recently revitalized Immortal Court would face a devastating blow. And the fate awaiting the Immortal Court would surely be crushing defeat, utter disaster, rivers of blood, irreversible ruin. The Eastern Sovereign, so arrogant throughout these long ages, was perhaps about to meet his demise. After pondering for a moment, Fuguang withdrew his wandering thoughts. Then, speaking in a relaxed tone, he said, "The calamity has begun. The struggle of 2 titans will shatter mountains and rivers, and across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses countless beings will suffer. Alas! Yet, the grand Tao of heaven is like a surging tide beyond the power of any mortal to overturn." He paused briefly. Fuguang continued, "You asked me for my views on these changes. I have none. Whether it be the Wu clan, the 10,000 clans, or the Xianting. What of them? Even you and I. In the face of this overwhelming tide, we are nothing but pieces on a chessboard. Let us watch and see. Surely before long, even more drastic changes will unfold." Upon hearing Fuguang's words, Fushi and Baise both fell into deep contemplation, yet in those few short sentences they could not grasp the full meaning. However, Fuguang, preoccupied with his own affairs, had no intention of entertaining guests at the moment, so he politely bade them farewell. "Do you two have any other matters? If not, I am not in a position to entertain guests at this time. I shall certainly invite you both for a visit another day. What say you, fellow Taoists?" Hearing this, Fushi and Baise, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to the present and clearly understood the subtext of Fuguang's farewell. In this regard, they held no resentment. Their very arrival had already been an intrusion upon Fuguang. Being granted an audience was already a great honor. Moreover, Fuguang had only politely asked them to leave. Had they encountered someone with a worse temper, a single slap might have sent them tumbling across the primordial starry sky, leaving Fu Shi and Bai Zhe with no room for complaint. To be fair, if they themselves had been disturbed while engaged in important matters, they would never have granted an audience, let alone maintained a courteous attitude. Had the disturbance been severe, a direct conflict might have ensued. Fuguang's actions were already more than magnanimous. To find fault would only offend Fuguang and reveal their own lack of propriety. I have disturbed you, fellow Taoist. Fu Shi composed himself, clasped his hands, and bowed to Fuguang. He declared in a clear voice, I along with the young friend Bai Zhe shall take our leave now. Beside him Bai Zhe also bowed respectfully. Bai Zhe takes his leave. Upon hearing this, Fuguang nodded, Go slowly, though I shall not see you off. After Fuguang's words, Fu Shi and Bai Zhe offered another apology and swiftly departed. After the two had left, with a soft hum, Fuguang raised his hand casually, and his dedicated live-streaming spiritual treasure, the primordial calendar, materialized beside him. Radiant immortal light flowed, reflecting the entire surroundings of the primordial Ingzhou Xianting before his eyes. With the calendar in hand, he could monitor any significant movements or major upheavals within the Xianting. Glancing at the calm celestial energy of the Ingzhou Xianting, Fuguang withdrew his gaze and continued his work. Yet in his mind he mused, in the imminent minor climax of the calamity, Dongwangong and the Xianting are bound to suffer a great defeat. As in the celestial trajectory, I remember, during the first decisive battle between the Wu and Yao, the Yao were utterly defeated, nearly wiped out, until the sage intervened and imposed the ceasefire pact of Yao rules the heavens, Wu governs the earth, granting the Yao a chance to breathe and grow. Now, since I never established the Yao, there is no such race. Conversely, Dongwangong's Xianting is thriving, and its strength is no less than that of the Yao before their first battle with the Wu. He paused briefly. Fuguang raised his eyes to glance at the chaos beyond the heavens, then withdrew his gaze. A trace of curiosity arose in his heart. Then, will the sage still intervene? This question was crucial. That old fox Dongwangong had been exploiting the sage's endorsement as a banner, recruiting a multitude of powerhouses to join the Xianting. Even those who did not join would, out of respect for this banner, refrain from clashing too fiercely with the Xianting. In the upcoming war between the Wu clan and the Xianting, if the sage does not intervene, then Dongwangong's fate would be far from favorable, and the possibility of his utter annihilation would be very high. At the same time, the Xianting would naturally lose the immense banner of sage endorsed, and the many powerhouses who had been drawn by this banner would inevitably turn their backs on it. And those great cultivators who had previously shown deference to the sages, and thus refrained from confronting the Xianting, would no longer extend such courtesy. You claim to be sage endorsed. Then call upon the sage, and see if he answers you. If the sage does intervene, it would instantly transform the sage-endorsed banner of the Xianting into a genuine protective umbrella. Most likely, aside from the Wu clan, no one would dare to defy the Xianting's commands. Even the disciples of the sages would have to show respect. At the very least, they would not openly oppose the Xianting, for their sage teachers were supporting the Xianting. How could disciples go against their own masters? And this would inevitably make the Xianting an unshakable force. When a sage stands behind you, that is the ultimate display of arrogance and dominance. If in the great war between the Wu clan and the Xianting, the sage who merged with the Tao truly intervened, Fuguang would unhesitatingly cut off all the thoughts that had begun to stir within him. Then he would obediently hide within the sun star, never again harboring any intention or idea to participate in this calamity. If the sage, after merging with the Tao, stood up for Dongwangong, it would be hard not to suspect that the heavenly Tao itself had chosen the Xianting and Dongwangong. If so, then why would Fuguang still gamble on fortune amid danger? He would simply settle into his role as the sun god, lie low, and do nothing. As for the primordial violet Qi, already in his possession, and his future path to enlightenment, he would just grind away at it. His Tao fruit of the mixed Yuan golden immortal stage was already complete, and he had some inkling of how to cultivate beyond that. He was not afraid that his path would be completely cut off, and the primordial violet Qi could be slowly refined through his own merit, fortune, and strength. However, whether he could fully refine this wisp of primordial violet Qi before the arrival of the endless calamity remained an unknown. At the same time, if he did not attain enlightenment in this calamity after the 6 sages of the heavens took their seats, Fuguang, like the many great cultivators of the primordial world, would have to act with caution and humility. In the future, it might even be normal for their cultivation and Tao fruits to be surpassed by the disciples of the sages, forcing them to stand on equal footing with their juniors. Let alone seniority. Strength is the true foundation for speaking and acting. If one could, who would willingly bow their head and play the fool before everyone? Fuguang thought calmly, gathering all his myriad thoughts into one. Putting the matter aside, for now he would wait and see what choice the sage would make. At the Zixiao Palace, the sage had given him so many treasures, and then let him make his own choice. But choosing was always a two-way street. Now it was his turn, Fuguang, to offer the sage a choice. Would the sage protect Dong Wanggong, the already powerful leader of male immortals? Or would he protect Fuguang, the sun god, who had yet to accomplish anything? It all depended on whether the sage would intervene in the upcoming war between the Wu clan and the Xianting. Above the auspicious clouds, Fushi and Bays, who had recently taken their leave from Fuguang, were journeying back to Fengqi Mountain through the starry expanse. At this moment, filled with doubt, Bays looked at Fushi and, cupping his hands in respect, inquired, "Senior Fushi, I wonder if you have grasped Senior Fuguang's stance toward the Wu clan and the immortal court." Hearing this, Fushi, appearing as a refined middle-aged man, stroked his carefully kept goatee, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. After a long pause, Fushi finally spoke. "Given the tacit understanding and deep bond between Brother Fuguang and me, I have indeed discerned a portion of his thoughts. In truth, it is not difficult. If you, young friend, interact more with Brother Fuguang with your intelligence, you will surely grasp a part of his intentions." Upon hearing Fushi's words, a trace of admiration gleamed in Bays' eyes. He looked at Fushi and said, "Please, senior, enlighten me." Fushi nodded, a confident smile upon his face. Then he began to elucidate for Bays, to put it in a single phrase. "They are nothing to fear." Bays' eyes lit up. After a brief pause, Fushi started to elaborate. "Did Brother Fuguang not say? Whether it be the Wu clan, the myriad races, or the immortal court, in the face of the surging tide they are all but mere chess pieces? You and I have long known that Brother Fuguang harbors grand ambitions, a mind brimming with earth-shattering strategies, and has long been scheming for something, plotting for the throne of the supreme sovereign of heaven and earth. And now that the calamity has begun to stir, Brother Fuguang can still utter such words, that the currently active factions are nothing but chess pieces. This is enough to prove Brother Fuguang's plans remain completely unshaken. Neither the Wu clan, the myriad races, nor the immortal court can affect his grand enterprise in the slightest." At this moment, Fushi, calm and confident, stroked his beard and stated with certainty, "Therefore, this upheaval is but a ripple to Brother Fuguang, nothing to fear. Everything must be within Brother Fuguang's plans." Saying this, a look of admiration and awe crossed Fushi's face, as expected of one born with the 9-9 supreme destiny. He has even calculated the calamity into his schemes. Such breadth of vision, such foresight, such bearing, truly worthy of endless praise. After hearing Fushi's thorough and profound analysis, Bays nodded in agreement. At the same time, he exclaimed in admiration, as expected of Senior Fuguang. All of this was within his predictions and plans. No wonder that after Senior Fushi delivered the news that stirred anxiety among the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, the great divine beings, and all living beings, he remained composed, sitting alone in the starry sky, with an air of tranquility. I suspect that Senior Fuguang's words, "You and I are but chess pieces under the tide," were merely a self-deprecating remark. Powerful yet humble, noble yet gentle, truly a supreme sovereign. Finally, Fushi and Bays exchanged a smile and sighed together. After a while, Fushi, regaining his seriousness, said with a smile, "This time, we were too rash. With Brother Fuguang's abilities, how could anything happening in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands escape his calculations? Our coming here, besides disturbing him, has been utterly useless. From now on, we must never be so reckless." Bays nodded, fully agreeing with Fushi's words. Indeed, after deep reflection, Bays felt a bit embarrassed. What were they even doing? How could they have thought that a great divine being who used the calamity as a chessboard and placed his pieces would be unaware of the changes in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands? This trip to deliver news gave Bays a feeling of mortifying embarrassment. Similarly, Fushi felt the same, though he did not show it. Instead, he said earnestly, after returning, "Urge everyone to cultivate diligently. If we wish to participate in Brother Fuguang's grand enterprise, relying solely on our current abilities is far from sufficient." Hearing this, Bays nodded solemnly. "Senior speaks the truth." As they spoke, they discussed their future plans while swiftly heading back to Fengqi Mountain. Once back at Fengqi Mountain, they would shut the mountain gates tightly and emerge only when the great upheaval among the Wu clan, immortal court, and myriad races took place. Time flowed swiftly like a white horse passing a crack. In the blink of an eye, a kalpa had passed. During this kalpa, the calamitous, malevolent energy in the primordial heaven and earth grew day by day. It had already affected every aspect of the world. Most cultivators influenced by the malevolent energy found it difficult to enter meditation, and their cultivation paths became obstructed. All living beings affected by the malevolent energy gradually grew restless. The heavenly mechanisms became blurred and indistinct. Even the opportunities in the world grew dim and uncertain. The ubiquitous spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to be polluted by the malevolent energy. In this calamity, the only cultivators who remained unaffected were either those blessed with immense fortune or those shielded by heavenly Tao merit, allowing them to avoid the influence of the calamitous malevolent energy and continue advancing their cultivation realms. Thus, among the scattered cultivators who could continue cultivating during the calamity, aside from Fuguang, a few disciples of saints, and a very small number of others, there were no more. As for cultivators within the great powers, shielded by the immense fortune of their factions, they naturally suffered little impact. The stronger the power, the less influence it received. Powers like the Immortal Court and the Wu clan, far from being affected, actually benefited from the convergence of fortune, occupying vast resources, and their cultivators grew even faster than usual. With increased strength and growth of influence came an uncontrollable vast ambition. Every member of a faction, having tasted the benefits, would desire more. And to get more, one had to contend. Letting go was a great wisdom that many understood but few could practice. For instance, the great divine beings, the great Luo, immortal lords, and other true high-level figures within the Immortal Court. These powerhouses, when they joined the Immortal Court, had already understood that they had entered the calamity. They also clearly saw that under the great tide they were among the protagonists of the calamity. Naturally, they wished to seize the opportunity of their heavenly mandate to scheme for more, leveraging the protection of being a calamity protagonist to make their Tao path broader and further. Coupled with the subtle influence of the calamitous, malevolent energy, the possibility of them remaining content in a corner and developing peacefully simply did not exist. Especially when the one leading this mindset was none other than the leader of male immortals, the Emperor Sovereign of the Immortal Court, Honghuang. Naturally, the subordinates followed suit. During this era, the pro-war sentiment within the Immortal Court grew increasingly fervent, reaching a point where it could barely be contained. Ingzhou Immortal Court. Here clouds and mists curl, spiritual energy forms mist and lingers. It is far more magnificent, resplendent, and dazzling than when the Immortal Court was first established. Vast and boundless immortal aura rises. Rows of orderly immortal generals and soldiers stand guard. Peerlessly beautiful immortal maidens and palace attendants come and go. The palaces stretch in a cluster, their glazed immortal tiles reflecting the sky's light, grand and majestic. As far as the eye can see, it truly deserves the prestige of the orthodox ruler of all immortals. At this moment, the main hall of Ingzhou Immortal Court, the divine firmament crimson palace with cloud steps soaring upward. 10 great cultivators holding the title of emperor, seated high on thrones with quasi-saintly aura flowing around them, attracting resonances from many great Daos with true intent flowing and a myriad of colors. One by one, the great Luo immortal lords stand on lotus platforms below, displaying their great Luo Tao rhythm, each possessing their own style. Even the emperors above cannot fully overshadow their brilliance. Further down, Tai golden immortals serve as immortal generals. Golden immortals serve as commanders of immortal soldiers. As for the soldiers and conscripts below the commanders, they are simply not qualified to come to the main hall of Ingzhou Immortal Court. Of course, even if they come to the main hall, immortal generals and commanders have no right to participate in the discussions. They are here merely to better transmit the orders of the great figures. On the highest throne of the Immortal Court Master, Honghuang, clad in imperial robes and wearing an imperial crown, unabashedly releases his quasi-saintly late-stage aura, towering above all the immortals of the court. Beside Honghuang, the dignified and noble Shi Wangmu wears a calm expression, her aura also restrained. Even though she emits the aura of a great cultivator, she gives no indication of her current level. It seems that her might is not as strong as Honghuang's, giving a feeling of willingly being a green leaf to set off his power. In fact, many cultivators in the Immortal Court do not take Shi Wangmu, who is also the master of the court, too seriously. If it were not for Shi Wangmu still managing the penal affairs of the Immortal Court and overseeing many female immortals, her presence would be reduced to a very low level in the court. After all, in comparison, Honghuang, the master of the Immortal Court and the imperial sovereign of all immortals, is indeed a bit too dazzling. So much so that it suppresses the light of Shi Wangmu, who is also the master of the court. Of course, this situation might be exactly what Shi Wangmu wants all beings to see. The truly discerning figures in the Immortal Court hold even more respect for Shi Wangmu than for the dazzling imperial sovereign Honghuang. Nothing else. Just from the time when she fought against the 7 primordial witches at Buzhou Mountain, that single move by this master of the Immortal Court, who usually has little presence, was enough to prove her power. Underestimating someone who is both powerful and able to conceal her presence will lead to big trouble. Back to the main topic. At this moment, all the immortals of the court gather, and everyone's gaze is focused on the master of the court, the imperial sovereign Honghuang. No wasted words. The aura of the imperial Tao flows around Honghuang, majestic and awe-inspiring. As his eyes open and close, divine light sparkles. He speaks in a clear voice. Since I received the order of the sage recognized by the heavenly Tao and established the immortal court, I have worked diligently managing the order of the primordial heaven and earth and all beings. Wherever my commands reach, few disobey. But, although my immortal court's power is great, it still has the shame of 2 consecutive defeats. As soon as he speaks, Honghuang brings up the matter of the 2 defeats at the hands of the primordial witches in the past. This makes all the immortals' expressions serious. Even though they are well aware that the imperial sovereign summoned them today to discuss attacking the witch tribe and exterminating the primordial witches. But when it is actually discussed, the immortals still feel a bit of tension. No help for it. The power of the primordial witches. The ferocity of the witch tribe. Apart from the myriad races of the primordial world, none feel it more directly than these immortals of the court. The immortal court has been defeated twice by the primordial witches, causing its heavenly might to be lost, morale to wane, and the grand enterprise to be hindered. Dong Wangong's tone is icy, his eyes flashing with cold light. Therefore, in these years I have learned from shame and strived, cultivated good generals and elite soldiers, and expanded the foundation and strength of my immortal court. Now, my immortal court has the emperors to guard it, hundreds of great Luo immortal lords, tens of thousands of Tai immortal generals, and golden immortal commanders, and countless billions of elite immortal soldiers. It can be said that the grand momentum is complete. Whether it is the primordial witches and the witch tribe, or those unruly myriad races that refuse to submit, they are no longer to be feared. Hearing these words of Dong Wangong, the great cultivators seated on thrones all nod with smiles. The group of great Luo immortal lords show proud expressions. The vast number of Tai immortal generals and golden immortal commanders raise their heads in excitement. Then all the immortals bow to the supreme Dong Wangong and chant, "The imperial sovereign is wise. The imperial sovereign is wise. The imperial sovereign is wise." After the immortals' thunderous acclamation, boom, the imperial Tao on Dong Wangong's body strengthens, and an overbearing aura that overrides everything directly envelopes the entire immortal court. His voice rings out again, "The primordial witches must be destroyed, the witch tribe must be attacked. Not only that, from now on I will make all beings of the primordial world obey the immortal court's orders. Whoever dares to disobey, I will raise armies to punish them, showing no mercy." Shua. With a wave of his hand, Dong Wangong directly issues an order, "Prepare the troops for war. Do not make any concealment, announce to all beings of the primordial world openly, and clearly tell all who do not obey my immortal court. Obey me and you obey heaven, you may live. Defy me like defying heaven, you will be destroyed." Hualala. As Dong Wangong's voice falls, all the great Luo immortal lords, Tai immortal generals, and golden immortal commanders below wear excited expressions. One after another they shout loudly, "Obey and live, defy and die. Obey and live, defy and die. Obey and live, defy and die." This uniform sound is not blocked by the great formation of Ingzhou immortal court, and it spreads out like this. The sound shakes the 9 heavens, audible far and near. Soon streams of gazes, some surprised, some astonished, some curious, all look toward the direction of Ingzhou immortal court. At the same time, the owners of these gazes clearly hear this sentence. The straightforward words, not difficult to understand, immediately make the faces of many great cultivators turn unpleasant. It also makes the faces of many races turn ugly. The great cultivators are fine. The feeling that this speech targets them is not so strong. But the myriad races that have not yet joined the immortal court become very uncomfortable and displeased. Obey and live, defy and die. The targeted meaning could not be more obvious. And the most intense reaction, none other than the witch tribe, which is currently at the critical point of another round of growth. The great witches of the various witch tribes curse and grumble quickly, sending the news that the immortal court is about to make a big move to the Penga temple in the ancestral land of the witch tribe at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. It falls into the ears of the primordial witches who are cultivating inside the Penga temple. At that moment, beneath Mount Buzhou stood the Penga temple. With a thunderous roar, a surge of ferocious and violent qi erupted from within the temple, shaking the entire ancestral land of the Wuzhu tribe. Immediately afterward, all Wuzhu tribe members remaining in the ancestral territory, who had not yet scattered or migrated, heard the furious roar of Ancestor Zhurong. The voice was deafening, audacious. Upon hearing Ancestor Zhurong's thunderous shout, every Wuzhu warrior's eyes blazed with fanaticism as they turned toward the direction of the Penga temple. Experience taught them when an ancestor was enraged, one of two things awaited them. Either another ancestor was about to clash with him, promising a grand spectacle, or some foolish outsider had provoked them, granting them a reason to fight. Yet by custom, such immense fury from an ancestor usually meant conflict between ancestors themselves. What about outsiders? They were merely pheasants and dogs, a dish upon the Wuzhu table. How could they truly anger an ancestor to such a degree? Many great warlords exchanged excited glances. It's Ancestor Zhurong losing his temper again. I wonder which ancestor he'll clash with this time. That would surely be Ancestor Gongong. I reckon it's Ancestor Xianming. Ancestor Gongong. Ancestor Xianming. Oh, your skin's itching for a beating. Huh, did the wind twist your tongue? Go to hell. Grandpa beat you to death. Some great warlords, unable to convince each other whether Zhurong would battle whom, simply resorted to fists. Soon a free-for-all erupted among these warlords, powerful beings far more terrifying than ordinary Luo cultivators. Many warlords who had initially remained on the sidelines, their itching palms compelling them, joined the fray. To the Wuzhu tribe, however, this was nothing unusual. For this was their daily existence, hunting, training, procreating, and brawling. The minor turbulence within the territory could not disturb the 12 ancestors within the Penga temple. At that moment, raging Dao fire consumed Ancestor Zhurong's form, manifesting the fury surging within his heart. He bellowed, "A mere celestial court, an insect like Dongwangong dares to act so presumptuously. I shall fetch his head myself." Even as he spoke, Ancestor Zhurong rose from his seat in wrath, intent on storming out of the Pangu temple toward the Ingzhou heavenly court. However, the moment he moved, a sharp gaze fell upon him from the foremost seat, the first among the 12 ancestors. Simultaneously, Di Jiang, the ancestor of space, and one of the 7 ancestors known across the primordial world, fixed his piercing eyes upon Zhurong. His voice was cold. "Sit your seat and stay put. And extinguish that fire upon your body at once. Who are you flailing and roaring at? Our siblings." Upon hearing his elder brother's words, Zhurong's expression stiffened. He bristled, ready to retort to Di Jiang. But as he looked up, he met the hostile glares of the other ancestors. His lips twitched. Sullenly, he sat back down. "Fine, I'll extinguish it. Why must you bellow like that?" As he spoke, Zhurong had already settled back into his seat, making no further reckless moves. Though short-tempered and unwilling to suffer insults, he still held deep respect for Di Jiang, the eldest of the 12 ancestors. And he was no fool. Seeing the unfriendly glances of the other ancestors, he understood that pressing further would only invite a beating from all sides. Stoic as he was, there was no need to eagerly march into a thrashing. Once Zhurong reseated himself, Gong, seated opposite him, offered a mocking smile. This made Zhurong, who despised him, bristle. So he simply closed his eyes and pretended not to notice. What a celestial court! From among the 12 ancestors, one whose rugged visage contrasted sharply with the cunning glint in his eyes spoke with a cold smile. Hearing his words, the gathered ancestors turned their gazes toward him. This ancestor was precisely the strategist among the 12. The ancestor of time, Zhulong Yin. Throughout the ages, all Wuzhu operations had been planned and directed by him. Though the Wuzhu did not cultivate spiritual consciousness, nor practice divination, acknowledging neither fate nor heavenly mandate, as the ancestor of time Zhulong Yin could vaguely sense the tides of fortune and misfortune, catching fleeting fragments of what was to come. Thereafter, guided by his judgments of omen and those glimpsed fragments, he would make prudent arrangements for the Wuzhu tribe's affairs and development. Dijiang's gaze fell upon Zhulong Yin. This celestial court approaches with formidable momentum. How shall we respond? Shall we send several of our brothers? Hearing this, Zhulong Yin paused briefly before speaking directly. 2 more shall depart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Zhulong Yin's words, several ancestors who had never yet entered combat, nor appeared upon the primordial world, nor been known to anyone, their eyes brightened. A pair of fervent and expectant gazes turned toward Zhulong Yin. They too longed to venture abroad, but for the sake of the Wuzhu. For the rival true opponents of the 12 ancestors, and the Wuzhu tribe that Zhulong Yin had glimpsed in the ripples of the downstream river of time shortly after their emergence. They had to obey Zhulong Yin's arrangements. Every time they saw their 7 siblings, Xuanming, Zhurong, Di Jiang, and the rest, striding openly abroad, displaying their prowess before the multitudes, suppressing the beings of the primordial world. The 5 ancestors required to lurk within the Pangu temple, the 4 aside from Zhulong Yin, were growing stifled. They too longed for such freedom. Now at last they had the chance to walk openly across the primordial world, display their power before all, and battle those great masters who held themselves above everyone else. Naturally, their anticipation knew no bounds. Ignoring the excited stares of the other 4 ancestors, Zhulong Yin continued. It is said that the lord of that celestial court, Dongwangong, has already attained the late stage of quasi-saint cultivation. His strength is certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, during this period, though we brothers and sisters have grown stronger, and the Wuzhu people as a whole have grown stronger, the celestial court's forces have likewise become mightier. The Qilin Taoist of the North Sea has joined their ranks. Added to the other great powerhouses of the celestial court, and that exceedingly hidden second lord, Shi Wangmu. We must also remain cautious of other hidden great powerhouses within their court. I fear that the combined strength of the 7 of you may prove insufficient. For the sake of caution, 2 more of our siblings shall depart. The remaining 3 shall not reveal themselves at this stage, lest someone schemes against us siblings and our millions of tribe members from behind, while we clash with the celestial court. After a brief pause, Zhulong Yin's expression grew grave as he addressed the assembled ancestors. Do not forget, our true rival and enemy has yet to make their presence known. That opponent possesses immense patience, certainly possesses formidable means, and is beyond compare in treachery and cunning. We must not let our guard down. After hearing Zhugian's analysis, all the ancestral witches nodded directly. Of course, nodding was one thing, but whether they truly understood and absorbed it was another matter entirely. Only the ancestral witches themselves knew their true thoughts. Their reasoning was simple. Whether they understood or not didn't matter. But at this moment, if you didn't nod, you'd appear unintelligent and foolish. Zhugian didn't care whether the ancestral witches understood or not. After all, he had long since given up hope on his siblings' ability to scheme. As long as they followed arrangements, that was sufficient. Then it's settled. Di Jiang, as the eldest brother, could still understand Zhugian's words. Meanwhile, Di Jiang's strategic abilities may not have been extensive, but they were not non-existent. He spoke up, since the Celestial Court is launching such an aggressive assault, then let them come. Have the 6 major tribes that have already relocated gather their people to face the enemy. After this battle, the 2 who fought this time will each lead a portion of their clansmen away from their tribal lands, using Mount Buzhou as the center spread out and establish new settlements. With that said, Dezhang's gaze fell upon the 5 ancestral witches who had not yet acted, Jumong, Zhugian, Rishu, Hutushizi. Aside from Zhugian, the remaining 4 were all eager and restless. Obviously, none of them wished to remain cooped up inside Panga's temple, only able to watch the other ancestral witches display their prowess and glorious reputations outside. Selecting 2 from 5 was quite difficult, and Dezhang could not favor one over the others. But as the eldest among the ancestral witches, he was certainly not without his methods. He had his own clever strategy for selection. You 5 should fight it out. Those who lose will remain in Panga's temple, while the winners may venture forth into the primordial world. Among the witch clan among the ancestral witches, there was nothing that a fight could not resolve. The victor takes all, the defeated eats dust. It was simply such an elementary principle. I'll excuse myself, Zhugian waved his hand. Since it was my proposal to conceal our strength naturally, I should set an example. This opportunity to venture forth, I'll yield to you all. Upon hearing this, Dezhang nodded without objection. After all, he only needed to wait for the outcome and issue commands. However, while Dezhang had no issue with this, the other 4 ancestral witches were quite dissatisfied with Zhugian's words. Yield to them? What did that even mean? They knew old 6 Zhugian's indifferent attitude about going or staying. If you're not fighting, just admit defeat. Why speak of yielding? Did I, Jumong, Rishu, Shizi, Hudu, need some scheming old fox like Zhugian to yield to us? That was simply a joke. The next moment, boom, a fierce combat aura erupted directly within Panga's temple. Hutu and the other 4 ancestral witches struck together, beginning the fight immediately. But the 4 ancestral witches shared an unspoken understanding. The moment they acted, they each threw a punch directly at Zhugian, leaving him bruised and bewildered. After the initial shock, Zhugian exploded with rage, his surging chi and blood trembling with power. He roared, "This is too much. You are truly too much. I have already yielded this opportunity to explore the primordial world to you, yet you still attack me, eh? How dare you?" Hearing Zhugian's words, the 4 ancestral witches engaged in the chaotic fight paused their movements, then each one's fury rose. They turned again to assault Zhugian in a group. Meanwhile, each one cursed loudly, "Yield to me. Bullshit. This ancestral witch's strength is peerless. Do I need you to yield? Looking for a beating? Idiot, let me knock you down. Come, let this ancestral witch see your strength. What right do you have to speak of yielding? All of you get down for me." As Zhugian faced a group assault, the other ancestral witches couldn't bear to watch any longer. One after another, they joined the chaotic brawl. "You're going too far, count me in." "Ah, Zhu Rong, you coward, attacking from behind. You can't take it, you little piece of trash. Heh, I'll teach you to mock me, to sneer at me, to chatter endlessly. Let me show you what happens when I beat you." Fortunately, Panga's temple was formed from Panga's heart, which became nearly hollow after the great god transformed into all things. Its durability, even if the primordial world shattered it, might not necessarily damage Panga's temple. Otherwise, with the impact of such battles between the 12 ancestral witches, Panga's temple would surely have been destroyed long ago. Time held no value, and in the blink of an eye, thousands of autumns passed. As the Celestial Court openly mobilized its forces, the entire primordial world fell into an eerie calm. Except for the Witch Clan. Everyone knew the Celestial Court's primary target was the Witch Clan, which had made Dong Wanggong suffer twice. Though the 12 ancestral witches were fighting, they had not forgotten their duties. Therefore, the enormous Witch Clan, which had now reached a critical point of development, was also beginning grand preparations for the coming war. The 2 massive powers appearing ready to clash at any moment directly caused the myriad races of the primordial world to tremble in fear, daring not to emerge and cause trouble at such a time. Each one sealed their racial territories, watching the situation develop with worry and tension. Likewise, all the innate divine beings were the same. The Deluo cultivators, who still hadn't broken through to the quasi-saint realm, were leaving their cultivation sites one after another, seeking protection from the great divine powers who had once listened to the Tao together in Zixiao Palace. Even some of the great divine powers, lacking absolute confidence in their own strength, went to their friends' places and chose to stick together. It was nothing else. The Celestial Court's prestige was simply too overwhelming. Great divine powers with imperial titles personally controlled the overall situation. Many Deluo immortal lords managed different affairs, and Tai immortal generals led golden immortal commanders to carry out specific executions. The operations were highly efficient, the deterrence complete, and their actions extremely unrestrained. Anyone would feel some trepidation and fear. As for the Witch Clan, the power of the ancestral witches needed no explanation. The witches' prowess in battle was long known to all. More terrifying was that the Witch Clan was even more domineering and unrestrained than the Celestial Court. Encountering the Witch Clan upon the primordial earth meant either staying far away or preparing for endless conflict after confrontation. Countless innate beings had fallen victim to the witch clan's cruel hands and persecution. Even some innate beings who had escaped from the witches and secretly found refuge still trembled with fear whenever the witch clan was mentioned, because they had all experienced such scenes, walking on the road or crouching in their own cultivation grounds, suddenly encountering one or a group of witches or being found at their doorstep by the witch clan. After the other party sized you up with a few glances, they would suddenly grin and say to you, "Brother, you smell so good." The fear brought by such a scene was indescribable. Therefore, the areas where the witch clan resided were considered forbidden zones for all beings in the primordial world. When the witch clan began to stir with major movements, these innate beings, racial groups, and even the innate divine beings who had taken physical forms were all eager to avoid them. How could they dare to foolishly stay in their own cultivation grounds? They simply fled, unable to provoke them, but able to dodge them. After all, the witch clan didn't understand divination. As long as you found a place far from the witches to hide, you wouldn't need to live in constant fear. At this moment, winds and clouds converged over the Ingzhou immortal court and the Wu clan's territory. The gazes of all the powerful beings had never shifted from these two places. Of course, most eyes were still fixed on the Ingzhou immortal court, for no other reason. Compared to the Wu clan, who regarded them as blood, food, and delicacies, the immortal court, though somewhat domineering, could at least reason with others. Try reasoning with the Wu clan. They would knock you down with a single blow. If you have flesh, they'll kill and eat you. If you don't, they'll kill you and discard you without a second thought. Then only after your soul is scattered, they'll teach you a lesson. Among the Wu clan, their logic is the only logic. In the starry sky, Fuguang was not currently refining stellar spiritual treasures, nor repairing the celestial constellations, or rectifying the astrological calculations. Instead, he brought out melon seeds, peanuts, and immortal wine. With a leisurely expression, he gazed at the Ingzhou immortal court, which was nearly finished marshalling its forces for war as shown on the primordial era calendar. He took a sip of osmanthus brew. Fuguang grabbed a handful of melon seeds and cracked them open. His eyes were expectant. Since he's confident enough to start a war, Dong Wanggong must have full assurance this time to deal with the 7 primordial Wu. Moreover, after suffering repeated defeats, no matter how foolish, he should have been awakened and would have hidden some trump cards. It seems this battle will be enough to force the lurking primordial Wu to reveal themselves. As for whether Dong Wanggong would win, impossible. Absolutely impossible. With the immortal court's current meager strength, if all 12 primordial Wu emerged together, they could annihilate the immortal court in an instant. If the sages do not intervene to save them, the immortal court will surely be destroyed by the 12 primordial Wu after this battle. At such a critical calamity node, even though refining stellar spiritual treasures and comprehending the all-heaven star formation was important, Fuguang was willing to pause and enjoy the spectacle. At the same time, it would allow him to see the true strength of the primordial Wu. Fuguang naturally knew their ferocity. Their terrifying primordial Wu true form could for a short time rival the power of supreme treasures. But knowing was one thing. Without having witnessed a primordial Wu fighting at its peak, Fuguang had no concrete concept of their might. This battle was precisely an opportunity for Fuguang to observe the specific combat capabilities of the 12 primordial Wu. Fuguang only hoped that Dong Wanggong and his painstakingly built immortal court would be formidable enough to force out more of the 12 primordial Wu's hidden cards. Best if they could even force out the Dutian 12 Divine Fiend formation and compel the 12 primordial Wu to summon their ultimate trump card, the Pangu Avatar. By then he could directly experience the power of the Pangu Avatar and have a solid foundation in his heart. After all, Fuguang was destined to enter the calamity and claim the position of supreme ruler of heaven and earth. The obstacles of the 12 primordial Wu and the Pangu Avatar were ones he still couldn't find a way to avoid. Since he had to face them, he naturally wanted to see them in advance, so he could have a clear understanding in his heart. He didn't want to foolishly misjudge the enemy's strength, charge in, and get slapped half-crippled by the Pangu Avatar. Anyway, back to the main story. After Fuguang had idly sat for several centuries, boom. In the live broadcast of the primordial era calendar, a powerful aura suddenly soared from the Ingzhou immortal court, piercing the heavens and reaching the 9 skies. Immediately after, clang, 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 9 resonant bell tolls echoed across the world. Then the protective array enveloping the Ingzhou immortal court suddenly opened. Then one by one, golden immortal commanders led the immortal court's army out of the court using cloud riding arts to gather a vast, auspicious cloud that covered the entire East Sea sky. Countless immortal soldiers quickly assembled in formation. The soldiers exuded an aura of fierce battle-killing energy that naturally formed after experiencing real wars. The entire sky seemed to darken as if losing its color. Swish, swish, swish. Countless banners fluttered in the wind, their rustling sounds merging into a single roar that spread across heaven and earth. If the previous 2 mobilizations of the immortal court could be described in terms of billions, this time the number of the immortal court's army could only be described as countless, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Next, one after another, the immortal generals rode flood dragons out of the Ingzhou immortal court, taking positions before the army formations, unrestrainedly releasing their golden immortal aura. Then hundreds of Deluo immortal lords with Tao light flowing around them manifested on lotus platforms before the immortal court's army. It wasn't over. Led by Qilin Peng Daoist, a total of 8 immortal court emperors appeared on their imperial thrones in the sky. Their vast quasi-sage aura stirred the Tao into resonance, causing the entire sky above the East Sea to echo with mysterious Tao sounds, manifesting the power and extraordinariness of these great transcendent beings. After the 8 great beings appeared all the Deluo immortal lords, the immortal generals, golden immortal commanders, and the countless immortal court army that filled the East Sea sky. All bowed and chanted in unison, "Hail the Emperor! Hail the Emperor! Hail the Emperor!" Roar, the flood dragons bellowed. 9 flood dragons at the Deluo golden immortal level pulled a resplendent, dazzling imperial chariot out from the Angzhou immortal court. On the imperial chariot, clad in a purple gold imperial robe, wearing an imperial crown surrounded by the golden flowing light of the supreme emperor's Tao, and seated with a phantom of the imperial image behind him, dignified and majestic. At this moment, all immortals bowed their heads, their voices rising like mountains and seas, reverently welcoming him. This could be described as supreme power and unparalleled authority. At this time, it was the moment of glory for Honghuang, the leader of male immortals, the lord of the immortal court, the emperor. His most brilliant moment since his birth. Immortal light swirled. On Honghuang's face, which the immortals could not see clearly, a satisfied smile unconsciously appeared. Look, this was his Honghuang's strength. This was his Honghuang's might. This was his Honghuang's authority. Numerous soldiers and abundant generals. Great talents emerged in succession. Many powerful beings. With such power in hand, how could his great cause fail? The myriad races. A bunch of rabble. The Wu clan and the primordial Wu. A group of barbarians with some strength, but with a bit of seriousness, he could annihilate them with a flip of his hand. The various powers of the primordial era. A bunch of indecisive, cowardly wretches unworthy to be his Honghuang's enemies. The foremost under the sages, Taoist Fusheng of the Sun Star. A mere skeleton in a tomb, a grasshopper after autumn. Sage disciples. Once he achieved his great undertaking and ascended to the position of the supreme ruler of heaven and earth, he would surely attain the Tao. By then, even the sages would not be able to interfere with what he wanted to do, let alone sage disciples. At this moment, Honghuang seemed to already see a glimpse of the future, where after unifying heaven and earth he would command the primordial era and none would dare to disobey or disrespect him. He truly was. His heart surged with excitement beyond measure. Seated in the imperial chariot, the East King, with surging emotions and imposing majesty, surveyed the boundless realms as if appraising his own dominion. It was as if he was declaring to all the great powers watching the celestial court of Angzhou that he was the absolute center of the primordial world. He cared not how many formidable beings or powerful factions he might offend with his present actions. Withdrawing his gaze from the heavens, the East King spoke in a deep voice. "The army shall march straight to Buzhou. Those who obey shall prosper, those who defy shall perish." His words thundered like a titan's hammer, echoing across the sky and earth. The next moment, the war drums boomed. Drum, drum, drum. As murderous aura coiled with fierce winds, causing countless banners to flutter. The drum beats like muffled thunder shook the heavens and stirred the seas. With a thunderous rumble, the celestial army, blotting out the sun, rode upon a colossal cloud covering the eastern sea and advanced with clear purpose toward Mount Buzhou. They marched straight ahead, ignoring all the sacred grounds of great powers and the territories of mighty clans, heading directly toward Buzhou and the lands of the witch tribes. Arrogant and overbearing. In the starry sky, Fusheng watched the celestial army's blatant advance with a look of astonishment. His hand paused in the act of eating sunflower seeds. After a long moment, he came to his senses and murmured, "Is the East King and the celestial court always so audacious now? To march so wantonly over the domains of countless great powers and the territories of the myriad races, wasn't that akin to slapping them in the face?" With this move, even if the East King managed to survive the coming battle, the celestial court would surely suffer greatly from the resentment of the great powers and the myriad races. It seems, Fusheng murmured, his anticipation growing, that old Honghuang has been hiding many cards. This battle, truly one to look forward to. He spoke while taking a leisurely sip of the osmanthus brew. Fusheng savored a sip of the moon laurel wine, eagerly anticipating the moment when the East King would force the 12 ancestral witches to reveal their trump card, the 12 capital gods and fiends formation. If he could achieve that, the East King would be truly extraordinary. Fusheng said with earnestness, "Do not disappoint me." In all the world, perhaps only Fusheng held such fervent hope for the East King. The army's advance was naturally slower than that of a single powerful being. Yet even so, the celestial army, empowered by the great arrays of numerous golden immortal commanders, immortal generals, and Daluo, immortal lords, swept across the sky like a stream of light toward Buzhou. Before long, under the East King's command, the celestial army entered the territory of the witch tribe, which had already migrated. According to the usual image of the witch tribe, the celestial army should have encountered fierce resistance the moment they set foot in the territory. However, this time the army advanced deep into the witch lands without any opposition. Not even a single powerful great witch comparable to a Daluo golden immortal. Not even an ordinary witch was to be seen. Seeing this, a great power frowned. Given the witch clan's nature, knowing that the celestial army is coming to attack, they would not simply retreat without resistance, he mused. Those barbarians would rather die than submit. This is not like them. He looked up at the East King on the imperial chariot. He declared, "Your Majesty, the situation with the witch tribe seems unusual. Should we send out scouts?" Hearing this, the East King frowned, sensing something amiss. But then he changed his mind. No need. Our army has arrived. If the ancestral witches and their tribe have any sense, they will understand the might of the celestial court. Their retreat out of fear is perfectly natural. Moreover, this battle is meant to show the entire primordial world that the celestial court is irresistible and its authority is inviolable. If we stop here hesitant to advance, where would my dignity be? Where would the court's dignity be? He paused briefly. Pay no attention to the witch tribe's movements. Our army will crush them, and their petty tricks will vanish into thin air. Hearing this, the great power who had suggested caution instinctively felt that the East King's reckless approach was somewhat unwise. Yet recalling the composition of the expeditionary force, 9 great powers, hundreds of Daluo immortal lords, nearly 10,000 Tai immortal generals, and a vast battle-hardened elite army, he felt reassured. More importantly, the witch tribe cultivated only their physical bodies, ignorant of heavenly calculations and divination. They were a bunch of barbarians obsessed with bodybuilding, eating, and fighting. How could they devise any cunning schemes? Thus the great power refrained from advising caution. Yet he still wondered, would the witch tribe truly be afraid? Soon the celestial army, blotting out the sky, fully entered the heart of witch territory at a moderate distance from Mount Buzhou. The journey remained eerily quiet. Now not only the great powers, but even the Daluo immortal lords sensed something unusual. The East King on the imperial chariot frowned slightly, sensing a shift in the ominous aura of heaven and earth. He narrowed his eyes. Halt. Orders were obeyed without delay. The celestial army stopped. The East King scanned the heavens and earth, seeking anything out of the ordinary. But the moment he began to act, a vast, boundless spatial power erupted, twisting the sky. Then from all directions around the celestial army, terrifying waves of ferocious blood chi burst forth abruptly. One after another, the towering true forms of the ancestral witches manifested in 6 directions around the army. It was Xianming and the other 5 ancestral witches already known to the primordial world. Not only did the 6 ancestral witches appear, but beside them numerous great witches and ordinary witch clansmen also manifested, their true forms varying in size and shape, emitting surging blood chi. They formed a massive encirclement of terrifying murderous aura, trapping the celestial army inside. At the same time, the boundless spatial power twisted the 9 heavens, forming a dome that inverted and sealed the entire region. This scene was strikingly similar to the East King's first defeat at the hands of the ancestral witches. The same encirclement, the same sealing of heaven and earth. But this time the East King was brimming with confidence. His expression remained unchanged. Dong Wanggong sneered at the spatial dome that sealed the heavens and earth. Gazing at a certain point in the sky, he said, "Again with these petty tricks. Is that all you have, playing the same old games?" Primordial witch Dijiang. With a thunderous roar, Dijiang, appearing in the form of an innate Tao body like an iron tower, emerged from the space where Dong Wanggong had been looking. Without a word, he did not respond to Dong Wanggong's words. In the eyes of the primordial witches, the position of the male immortal leader bestowed by the saints and developed through their backing had never been acknowledged. Dijiang looked disdainfully at the immortal court army and said coldly, "Is this all? It will do, I suppose." He paused slightly. With another thunderous roar, a profound, killing intent surged from Dijiang's body, his terrifying and ferocious chi and blood roiling. He raised his hand and pointed at the immortal court army. "Annihilate them." At his command, all the great shamans and tribesmen of the Wu clan were filled with excitement, their eyes gleaming. They roared and charged at the besieged immortal court army. "Kill. Slaughter them." Grandpa saw the phase serpent. "It'll make a great soup. Mine, all mine." The great shamans and Wu tribesmen howled with fervor, their eyes fixed hungrily on the golden immortal commanders, Tai immortal generals, and even Daluo immortal lords within the immortal court army. In the eyes of the Wu clan, the immortal court army was not a military force nor an enemy. They were nothing but fresh, delicious ingredients delivered right to their doorstep. Obstinate and unyielding. Faced with Dijiang's disregard, Dong Wanggong's expression darkened. He roared, "You primordial witches, blind to the will of heaven, deserve to be annihilated. You Wu clan, refusing to be civilized, shall be enslaved." With a wave of his hand, Dong Wanggong directly issued the order for battle. Slay the primordial witches, suppress the Wu clan. Kill. As his words fell, Dong Wanggong raised his hand and summoned his supreme grade innate spiritual treasure, the dragon head staff. His body radiated vast imperial Tao and pure yang Tao power, manifesting the Dharma form of a quasi-sage. He went straight for Dijiang, who had sealed heaven and earth. Dijiang, fight me. Dong Wangong's voice echoed like thunder across the realm. Facing Dong Wangong's challenge, Dijiang, who had never regarded him seriously, wasted no words. With a hum, his body surged with immense and terrifying murderous qi and blood. He simply threw a punch to meet the spiritual treasure Dong Wangong had summoned. With each punch and kick, he effortlessly neutralized all of Dong Wangong's spiritual treasure attacks. Then he pressed forward using fists and feet in a bold and unrestrained manner. He quickly dimmed the radiance of Dong Wangong's spiritual treasures, shattering and obliterating the terrifying imperial Tao and pure yang power of the late-stage quasi-sage. Overwhelming. An overwhelming, indisputable defeat. At this moment, Dong Wangong, who had initiated the challenge, lost his majesty and vigor. Despite manipulating a myriad of spiritual treasures and unleashing all kinds of late-stage quasi-sage techniques, he was still beaten into a retreat by Dijiang's fists. Let alone counterattacking, even defending became difficult. This scene left all the great mighty beings of the primordial world watching in stunned disbelief. What the hell? When Dong Wangong faced the primordial, which Dijiang alone, he was utterly outmatched and beaten so miserably. This man was the male immortal leader personally appointed by the saints. How could he be so incompetent? Fortunately, even though Dong Wangong was no match as a late-stage quasi-sage powerhouse, he would not be defeated so easily. At worst, he would be wounded, his image tarnished, and his appearance pitiful. The great battle between Dong Wangong and Dijiang had begun. At the same time, the battle between the immortal court army and the Wu clan truly erupted. Rumbling sounds echoed as battle fluctuations rose and fell, shaking heaven and earth. Now blood rained from the sky and life was laid waste. Both the immortal court army and the Wu tribesmen were falling. However, in comparison, the casualties among the Wu were far fewer than those of the immortal court army. This was because the immortal court army outnumbered the Wu tribesmen several times over. At the same time, it was also because the combat prowess of the Wu giants was off the charts. Often a single Wu giant manifesting its true form could take on 3 or 4 immortal court soldiers. A single great shaman of the Wu clan could suppress 3 or more Daluo immortal lords. Although not without sustaining injuries, the Daluo immortal lords facing the great shaman's true form found it difficult to gain any advantage. At this moment, the widely circulated rumor in the primordial world about the Wu clan's valor in battle was vividly illustrated before the eyes of all who watched. Indeed, a single great shaman could simultaneously fight 3 or more Daluo cultivators. Ordinary Wu tribesmen could also face enemies several times their number. If this was not called valor, what was? However, the battlefield that the great mighty beings focused on was not the lower-level battlefield where the most lives were lost. Rather, it was the clash between the great mighty beings of the immortal court and the 6 primordial witches. The outcome of these top-tier combatants was the ultimate factor determining the victory of this great war. At this moment, Qilin, the third strongest in the immortal court, faced the primordial witch Xianming with a grave expression. Above his head floated a supreme innate great cauldron, casting down defensive immortal light to protect himself. In his hands, he held a pair of innate twin blades, one yin and one yang of the highest grade. These twin blades of yin and yang qi were perfectly suited to Qilin, and he wielded them with great ease. Meanwhile, numerous spiritual treasures glimmered around him, rising and falling. After joining the immortal court, Qilin, who had been one of the poorest among the great mighty beings of the primordial world, finally enjoyed the luxury of unleashing a multitude of innate spiritual treasures at once. The spiritual treasures were excellent, but the awkward problem was that against the terrifyingly powerful physical body of the primordial, which Xuanming, these newly acquired innate spiritual treasures proved to be of little use. They could not cut through. They simply could not break through the defense of Xuanming's true form. Even if they managed to wound her, the injury was negligible to Xianming, trivial. It did not affect her combat prowess in the slightest. Thus, unluckily, even with many innate spiritual treasures and a newfound wealth, Qilin, when facing Xuanming, was inevitably forced to rely on his most familiar means, his physical body, fists and feet. Even so, Qilin, who alone held his ground against a primordial witch and fought to a stalemate, was still the most eye-catching figure in the great battle. No other reason compared Dong Wangong being brutally beaten by Dijiang with Qilin, who matched Xianming evenly, even infuriating her to the point of roaring. Yet she could do nothing to him in the short term. Anyone would find Qilin far more impressive. Apart from Qilin, the other 7 great mighty beings of the immortal court faced the remaining 5 primordial witches. With 7 against 5, they still failed to achieve good results. Although they had not yet been defeated, they were being suppressed, and defeat was only a matter of time. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With successive clashes, Dong Wangong's figure kept retreating across the sky. The radiance of his protective spiritual treasures dimmed, and his robes and aura were in disarray. Even his quasi-sage Dharma form darkened. He had been savagely beaten by Dijiang. The protective spiritual treasures were undoubtedly useful. But against Di Jiang's attacks, a portion of the power always penetrated the defense of the treasures and struck him directly. As a result, Dong Wanggong was already wounded. At the same time, he was utterly stunned. His eyes wide with fury, he roared, How can this be? I am the immortal court emperor, a late-stage quasi-sage great mighty being who has severed 2 corpses. How can I not be a match for this barbarian? How can this be? At this moment, Dong Wanggong's fury was beyond words. This was utterly different from the overwhelming power he had envisioned. Overwhelming it was indeed. However, it was he, Dong Wanggong, who was being overwhelmed. Under Di Jiang's crushing dominance and brutal beating, Dong Wanggong left with only the ability to parry, seethed with rage, and roared. His wrath, the great divine beings of the Honghuang could all clearly perceive it. Yet amid their perception, the assembly of great divine beings sneered, coldly watching with detached eyes as Dong Wanggong, now in a wretched state, bearing wounds and hysterical, stood before them. Serves you right for being arrogant. Serves you right for being haughty. Now you've been beaten, you know the pain, and you're howling loudly, aren't you? At this moment, the multitude of great divine beings looked upon Dong Wanggong, who was being pummeled with cold sneers on their faces. This fellow truly resembled a dog that had fallen into the water. If not for the fear of becoming entangled in the calamity of the great epic and its karmic consequences, many among these great divine beings might have been quite willing to kick a dog when it was down. In addition to mocking Dong Wanggong, all the great divine beings fixed their gazes solemnly upon these 7 Zhu Wu. For the first time, the many great divine beings of the Honghuang gained an extremely direct understanding of the true combat prowess of the Wu clan and the Zhu Wu. Very strong. In the absence of saints, the strength of the Zhu Wu was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among the many powerhouses. Throughout the entire Honghuang cosmos, those capable of directly confronting a single Zhu Wu were at least on the same level as Qilin the Taoist. And those on the same level as Qilin the Taoist, or even surpassing him, amounted to no more than the number of fingers on both hands across the vast Honghuang. Moreover, there were even disparities in strength among the Zhu Wu themselves. Undoubtedly the strongest was Di Jiang, who was currently beating Dong Wanggong to a pulp. At this moment, Dong Wanggong was as miserable as a clown. But to be fair, Dong Wanggong's strength was also firmly among the forefront of the great divine beings in the Honghuang, with few rivals. On the battlefield, bang, Dong Wanggong's dragon head staff clashed once more with Di Jiang's iron fist. In an instant, a devastating immortal radiance surged directly toward the 9 heavens and the earth, shattering the sky and tearing the ground apart. Wherever it passed, everything turned to ashes in the blink of an eye, vanishing without a trace. Within the golden pure yang immortal light, Dong Wanggong, with his robes disheveled, leaned on his dragon head staff, golden immortal blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Raising a hand to wipe the immortal blood from his lips, Dong Wanggong's eyes blazed with fury, and a terrifying aura of killing intent rose from his body. He roared with reddened eyes, formed the formation. As his words fell, Dong Wanggong's figure swiftly retreated in the blink of an eye, retreating above the celestial army. At the same time, Qilin and the other great divine beings of the Xianting all erupted with a burst of overwhelming power, briefly extricating themselves from the 6 Zhu Wu and retreating behind Dong Wanggong. Simultaneously, the Deluo immortal lords and Tai immortal generals swiftly took their positions. Boom! As the Deluo immortal lords and Tai immortal generals each steadied themselves in their designated positions, a surge of quasi-saint level immortal power descended from above, directly enveloping all the great divine beings, Deluo immortal lords and Tai immortal generals. The combined power of the immortals converged at one point. A terrifying aura flowed from the great formation, far surpassing the later stage of the quasi-saint realm and fully reaching the consummate level of the quasi-saint, and even vaguely exceeded it. However, in the current Honghuang cosmos, there had yet to appear a cultivator who had reached the consummate quasi-saint realm, so no great divine being dared to confirm that the power gathered by this formation faintly surpassed the consummate quasi-saint level. The only one who dared to affirm that the formation's power exceeded the consummate quasi-saint was none other than Fusheng, who was quietly watching the spectacle from the Honghuang starry sky. After all, Fusheng at this moment had already begun walking the path beyond the consummate Honghuang golden immortal realm. The convergence of the collective might of the immortals was channeled into himself. Dong Wanggong now felt that he was omnipotent. Raising a hand, he waved. A vast and unparalleled force descended upon the battlefield, drawing all the celestial soldiers into the formation. With the addition of hundreds of millions of elite celestial troops, the combined power of the immortals became even greater, and the strength gathered by the formation grew even more formidable. Quite interesting. Di Jiang, with his arms crossed, and having never intervened to stop Dong Wanggong's actions, wore a smile of mild interest. At the same time, Di Jiang finally glanced at Dong Wanggong, this insignificant opponent, with a hint of seriousness. You do have some skill, but that's all there is to it. Not only Di Jiang, but the other 6 Zhu Wu also commented on the formation formed by all the Xianting members. The power is quite considerable. Barely passable. What is this thing? I'll break it with one punch. All talk and no action, why don't you try it yourself? Humph, try it and I will. Zhu Rong, his body shrouded in true flames with a beast's head and a human body covered in red scales, had eyes brimming with eagerness, and was about to step forward to test the caliber of the formation formed by the Xianting army. But the next moment Zhu Rong's movement was halted by Di Jiang. No rush. Di Jiang looked at the Xianting formation and said, let's toy with him. As he spoke, Di Jiang's gaze shifted directly toward the direction of the Yingzhou Xianting. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Tell the lads to stay sharp. He still has a few trump cards left in his old home. Hearing Di Jiang's words, the group of Zhu Wu were somewhat puzzled, but then they cast aside such brain-taxing matters, each glaring hungrily at the Xianting formation that was still brewing and gathering momentum. Since their big brother said they should toy with the Xianting, then toy with them they would. As for how, they didn't know. They would just follow big brother's arrangements. Watching Di Jiang and the other 7 Zhu Wu simply observe as he formed the formation, gathered the combined power of the immortals, and consolidated the formation's momentum. Dong Wang Gong, feeling belittled once again, had a livid face, but also felt a sense of relief. Fools. Knowing that I still have a trump card, yet daring to be so arrogant. They are oblivious to the danger, and still watching, utterly disregarding me. As he spoke, Dong Wang Gong raised his head and glanced at the spatial dome that sealed heaven and earth, his gaze sharpening. Boom! A peerless immortal radiance formed by the convergence of the power of the imperial Tao and the pure yang Tao shot straight into the 9 heavens, fiercely striking the spatial dome that Di Jiang had set up with the power of the space Tao. Bang! The canopy shook violently, and the entire sky looked like a calm lake surface into which a huge meteorite had been hurled, surging with monstrous waves. Crack, boom. Then Di Jiang's means of sealing heaven and earth were thus shattered. Seeing this, Dong Wang Gong showed a smug expression. Then his red-rimmed eyes turned to Di Jiang and the other Zhu Wu. Just when everyone thought Dong Wang Gong would strike, Dong Wang Gong looked toward the direction of the Yingzhou Xianting. The Wu clan is rampant. Queen Mother, aid me.